This is fantastic.
On this volatile episode of Mythbusters.
Ooh, that had some bass to it.
We're asking if you combine the right person
What do you think of the shirt?
with the right diet
To squeeze and be first.
and the right circumstance, do you end up with an explosion?
Could a malodorous sleeping bag backfire,
Which fart do you fear more?
Oh, John, yeah.
spark a campsite calamity? Then,
Heads up.
can a damaged domestic appliance
Oh, yeah.
really wreak havoc on an innocent RV?
When that water heater goes, and it will, I think it'll cut a perfect cookie cutter shape right through that RV. You know when Brian puts his gloves on, it's business time. It's time to fire it up.
Oh, yeah.
Oh!
Our first fable unfolds in a mythical location that we like to call Twin Cheeks.
Let's just get this out of the way and explain what a Dutch oven is for those of you who don't know. A Dutch oven is when you're lying in bed at the end of the day, nice and relaxed, next to your partner, and all of a sudden you're like, what is that? And they pull the bed sheets over your head, forcing you to wallow in their perfume.
The story goes that after sharing a hearty campfire meal, a couple retire to their tent and a double sleeping bag. The man lets off a Dutch oven blowout just as she lights a cigarette. And a practical joke ends in camping catastrophe. It's the kind of bonding behavior you'd think would ruin the romance. But could it actually stoke the fire?
The only way to really test this myth, we're gonna have to collect some farts and have them analyzed.
You know, no one's gonna donate their farts to us, so we're gonna have to collect our own.
No problem. Pull my finger.
The guys know their bottom burps are flammable, but it's worth finding out if one or the other has more explosive potential.
You've been thinking about it.
I have.
In fact, John's given this a lot of thought.
You ever see those waders that they go, fly fishing with?
Yeah.
They're waterproof, right? So,
To Brian's bemusement, John whips up a blueprint of his patented fly fishing flatulence pants.
seal it up there so there's no weird air pockets or anything like that. And then Bob's your uncle.
That is awfully impressive, John. I think I'm gonna take a different route than you, though.
And that would be the direct route.
Insert tube A into slot B, allowing access to bag C. That's enough said. Hope we got lube.
Our next fable asks, can a quake and shake turn a water heater into a rocket? This is a myth of successive disasters. First, the tremor. A long-neglected water heater is badly shaken and goes horizontal. The already damaged heater starts building pressure, resulting in a catastrophic failure and a 700-pound torpedo. The steam-powered missile punctures the wall before blasting a hole through an RV outside. Unlikely occurrence or genuine cause for concern?
Man, this is gonna be awesome.
I know, right? There's nothing more Mythbusters than turning a household appliance into a rocket.
Right?
All right, so how are we gonna test this?
We're gonna fire a water tank torpedo through an RV?
Love it.
I think we should start with the specific circumstances of this myth and test the orientation of the water heater.
Like horizontal versus vertical.
Exactly, see how that affects the mechanics of the launch. What do you say we start with some water bottle rockets and see how those go?
Brian, you had me at rockets.
Brian and John have already dabbled with rocket water heaters in the Search finale, when a mythical prisoner made his unconventional bust for freedom. The in vitro testing should be short and simple. All they need is water, a flask, and a Bunsen burner.
I guess we'll have to cork it. And then as this thing boils, we'll put a nice high-speed scale.
Yeah.
And that way we can figure out what the optimal mixture of air and water would be.
Always love corks and high speed.
Because air is compressible and water isn't,
Oh, look at that.
explosive potential can vary wildly, depending on the mix.
There we go.
And now we wait.
A corked vessel filled with H2O and heated has predictably piddling results.
Kettle's ready.
If you have a water heater full of water, the same thing would happen. It would expand and thunk, have an unimpressive leak.
Clearly, 100% water is not going to send our water heater flying. So the next test we're going to do is mix the different ratios of water to air to find that perfect butter zone ratio to give us that pop we're looking for.
And what could be fairer than starting with 50-50?
That's pretty good. Looked like maybe about 6 or 7 inches.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah.
50% water gave us a pretty decent pop, but now it's time for 25% air and 75% water. Let's see how it goes. Hey! All right, you want to shut the gas off? Well, that's interesting.
It sure is precisely the same thrust as last time, but 75% water is the ratio they'll go with.
That's good for us. On the full scale, in the water heater, we need to keep those elements submerged. So the more water, the better.
So for a working hypothesis, the mythical heater lost a quarter of its water from quake damage. Filling a vessel 3/4 with water not only gives maximum explosive potential, it also minimizes the chance of prematurely rupturing the tank. So they're using the same ratio for their small-scale tests with bottle rockets, powered by 40 psi of compressed air.
So out here, we're going to figure out if there's a difference between a vertical launch and a horizontal launch, because this is what the myth is about, right? Perfect.
The first firing aims straight for the skies.
Ready to fire.
Get back here. All right, water bottle rocket vertical test in 3, 2, 1. Ooh, heads up. Here we go.
I always enjoy those.
That was
man.
very nice. Okay, let's take a look at that high speed. Ooh, that's such a beautiful launch. It's about 39 feet per second.
Hey, that's not bad.
So what changes in a horizontal launch? For one thing, there's a major shift in the ballast.
Come take a look at this. Right now, the air is sitting on top of the water this way. But before, when we launched vertically, it was sitting this way. So we want to see if the change in orientation affects how much pressure we get and also how fast it'll go. Charging it up. That's good. Horizontal bottle rocket test in 3, 2, 1. Oh.
That was energetic.
To see just how energetic, it's off to the high speed.
So all the water is down, but
Right.
look, as it begins to accelerate, the force of the acceleration drives all the water to the back.
That's awesome.
So it's kind of acting like a normal vertical launch after about 8 inches there.
Okay, and it looks like it is 61 feet per second.
That's faster than the vertical launch. I think that's real interesting for the myth.
Without gravity holding it back, the rocket packs even more of a punch fired horizontally.
We launched both our water heater bottles at 40 psi. Our vertical one went up at 39 feet per second. Our horizontal, 61 feet per second. That was unexpected. That looks really good for our water heater myth.
And that's a green light to proceed to seriously mangling some household hardware.
Yeah, I think it's actually time we fired some real water heaters.
Oh yeah.
Over the years, igniting flammable gas has been a Mythbusters hallmark. But this time around, it's more personal.
Oh, got it.
Can a Dutch oven be deadly? We're asking if you combine the right person with the right diet and the right circumstance, do you end up with an explosion? That's the myth, and that's what we're gonna test.
First up, they need to wrangle some rump rippers. John's building a fishing pants filter. Let's just say it's an intricate interplay of hoses, pipes, and holes.
And voila, Got a fresh bag of my backdoor breeze. Now I just gotta fill it with water. Hey, Brian.
Yeah.
I need your help.
What can I do for you?
I need you to fill this with water.
Oh, gladly.
Hoses outside.
Go.
And in the true spirit of exploiting useful things in ways never intended, John's using waterproof pants to hold in the H2O.
The whole idea of this is that the wind I eventually pass gets trapped in the water, then it bubbles up for collection. That way I get a pure fart with no outside contaminants. Well, that's the theory anyway. I'm afraid of what I've become.
I was concerned the tube was the bad choice.
You'll never catch me, Brian!
After walking around a bit, John finds a flaw in his flatulence catchers.
Woo!
The more water they add, the more they stretch.
Just go from that foot and wrap tape as tight as you can, because I feel like this thing's gonna give out soon.
This is the funniest thing I've done in my entire life, John.
Okay. I honestly didn't think these things would stretch very much, but they did. And so that's why I had Brian squeeze me into the pants, or squeeze the pants into me, and I think we solved our problem. Except it's a little wet.
So they're all set to harvest some bubbles
John,
Yeah.
gas station's ready. Come fuel up.
once the furnace is properly stoked.
Ooh, nice.
We got quite the spread.
Can we just start eating?
Eat away, my friend.
Dude.
There we go. Oh, yeah. Oh.
People naturally produce varying amounts of methane and hydrogen as flammable gases in their farts. But we can influence that. Meat for the methane, fiber for the hydrogen. We'll throw in some CO2 to increase the volume.
To squeezing beefers.
Oh, yeah, cheers. I love to eat, so the fact that I'm doing it for science just makes it all that much more delicious.
How's the wings?
It's actually really good. All the things that help me crank out those sweet, sweet air tulips. There you go.
Although we pass gas on average 14 times a day, few have the talent to do it on cue. Exercise can help.
Digestion takes time, but we're hoping to help bump it along with just moving around. But exercise is hard, especially when you're wearing water-filled fart-catching pants. I'm pretty sure no one said that before. Brian. Come here real quick. I have a gift for you.
Oh.
That's a small one, but it's a start.
It's a start, man. It's working.
It sure is. Within the hour, they've both baked enough brownies for a professional analysis.
The way we're gonna find the composition of our gases is handed over to a lab who will run it through a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer. This GCMS will do two things: take our sample, break it down into its components, and then identify the components. This will give us a rough baseline of how much methane or hydrogen you find in a typical dirty duck call.
Gas collection's coming along nicely, but we need about 200 milliliters for the lab, and if we overdo it, might get a little bit toxic.
Doesn't look like much, but that's a good volume of fart.
Even though they just ate the same food, they're about to discover that one sample is fundamentally far more flammable.
All right, we gotta get these off to the lab.
Yeah, handle with care.
If launching domestic water heaters has taught us anything over the years,
I see a hole in the roof, man!
it's that it's best done in wide open spaces.
Here it comes. I never get tired of that.
Brian and John have located a prime piece of acreage that should fit the bill.
This place looks tailor-made for launching water heaters.
Yeah, real nice.
But before going full scale, they've decided to field test a smaller 12-gallon heater.
What do we get? What do we get? Yeah, water heater!
The data they wrangle on speeds and trajectories could be invaluable. Besides, it's a beautiful day for a plumbing catastrophe.
I feel like I'm holding a giant baby. Oh, it's okay. Oh, shush.
And right now, this baby needs changing. First, it's off with the primary fail-safe features, the thermostat and the pressure release valve.
Oh, yeah.
It's been standard practice for every water heater myth to date, replacing the safeties with gauges to track the tank's vital statistics.
So when we launch this water heater, we're gonna wanna do the same thing by keeping track of temperature with this thermocouple and pressure with this pressure transducer.
Should we set the thermostat on very hot or crazy hot?
Steady.
But don't think they're not taking the proper precautions.
What is this whole thing here all about? Well, when we heat that water heater up, no one is getting near it. So, for safety reasons and emergency reasons, we have a string tied to the valve, so when we yank it, pressure gets released.
Once the tank's filled to the magic 3/4 mark,
All right, wiring set.
it's good to blow.
Well, all the heavy lifting's done. All we have to do now is wait. And you know, these things take a long time to build pressure and blow. So I'm gonna leave that to you. I'm gonna go back to the shop and start building our tipping rig.
You sure?
Yeah, just bring back some beautiful high-speed footage.
Absolutely.
All right, good luck.
With John back at the workshop, it's all up to Brian to give this mid-scale missile its very best shot.
Remember, this myth's about the water heater in the garage being knocked over by an earthquake, launching horizontally, blasting a hole in an RV. We've got our water heater in its horizontal launch position ready to go, temperature and pressure sensors in, all plumbed up, just the wiring. So in order to get some data, we've set up our high-speed scale so we can track both the velocity and the trajectory.
When it's all set, Brian retreats to the bunker for what could be a very long wait.
When we first start energizing our water heater, we see a really slow buildup of pressure. And what we're seeing is the water converting into steam, filling that air gap. And that steam in the air gap's where the pressure comes from. The pressure! It's getting to me! And that pressure is 43 psi.
As the heating water expands, there's increasingly less space for the steam, and so the slow rise in pressure. Brian knows it's not likely to blow till the pressure hits at least 320 pounds per square inch. And that's still a ways off.
I wonder if John's having as much fun building as I am out here.
And then there'll be a thing here, and a rope will go whoop.
Seems he is. Chalk that up to pre-build buzz.
This myth requires that we tip a almost ready to explode water heater on its side. And as hilarious as it would be for me and Brian to run out there and tip it over by hand, for obvious safety reasons, we're not gonna do that. So instead, I'm gonna build a rig. Water heater teeter. All right, up top, Brian.
With a filled 65-gallon water heater weighing upwards of 700 pounds, the tipping rig needs to be as sturdy as John can make it.
This will be the platform our water heater sits on, so when it's about to explode, we'll collapse the legs in, swing the platform down, transforming it into our launch pad that'll direct the water heater right into the RV.
Back in the bunker, the pressure is building.
Any moment now. Oh, wow! Holy, that was powerful.
And that was an understatement. It was more like a bomb going off.
You have your temperature up at 420 degrees, we get up to 335 psi, and then boom! Hits you in the chest, so solid.
Wow. That is just an insane amount of energy. Looks like everything blew up, but we know the back end went that way, and for the equal and opposite reaction, the front of the tank went somewhere that way. It looked like just a massive explosion, but it did launch, which is great for the myth. Now we just gotta figure out where the tank is and see how fast it went on high speed.
Any doubts that a horizontal water heater could go the distance have just been blown away.
There it is. Hit at the bottom of that hill, slid along, cartwheeled up some, bounced off the top, through a whole bunch of trees, landing about 50 feet from the top of the hill right here.
It's not every home appliance that can launch itself the length of 3 football fields and up a hill.
That's incredible.
Seems the myth is on track. And what a track. To test the myth of the exploding Dutch oven, John and Brian have each captured some sample exhaust fumes for expert analysis.
We got your fart.
And the rather comprehensive results are in.
I don't know if I gave you this much gas to analyze.
Val Mallory of Air Technology Laboratories normally tests things like landfill emissions for the EPA. So breaking down a couple of butt blasts is a relative breeze.
How did you do, Brian?
I got 4.8% hydrogen and 0.01, so almost no methane. How about you?
Wow, really? Let's see. Hydrogen, 17% by volume. And methane, 4.4%.
It looks a lot like a landfill gas sample, actually.
Here we go. That sounds like an accomplishment to me.
Methane and hydrogen are the two key combustible gases in flatulence. The balance of one to the other can differ widely, most likely due to the different types of bacteria found from gut to gut.
So, as a professional, I want to ask you, which fart do you fear more?
Oh, John, yeah. We had, we're gonna have to dispose of it differently than
Thank you
yours.
very
Yeah,
much.
you're welcome.
This amount of data is fantastic. It gets us that baseline we need to really see what sort of dump-type mixture we need for the explosion here. Thank
My pleasure. Thank you.
That's a perfect cue to start blowing things up. Specifically, party balloons filled with different mixtures of noxious vapors.
So we have your baseline and my baseline to start with. So we'll need some kind of rig to measure and dispense gas.
Mix them within that range and get the biggest fart possible.
The need for precision is paramount, and this is where John comes into his own. His custom gas delivery device is even more complex than his fart-catching water pants. Here's how it works.
We start by taking these two tanks and filling our reservoir balloons respectively with hydrogen and methane. Then we come over to the valve, open one that allows me to draw one of the gases into the chamber. Then we can close off the gas valve and open the one to our target balloon where I can then fill it up here. And when we're all ready, we'll just take it, tie it off, over to the high speed, and measure the boom.
As for getting the ratios right, well, Brian's done the math.
I've looked at our two reports. Mine basically has trace methane, such little amounts that they don't even interact.
Okay.
So we're gonna do 100% hydrogen for my balloon. Yours is about a 4-to-1 ratio, so we'll do 4 parts hydrogen to 1 part methane.
Here we go.
It's all hands to the pumps as both balloons are filled with surrogate steamers.
Hydrogen 4.
There you go.
Watching explosions is fun, but we need to collect data, which is why we have this radial high-speed scale, so that when we ignite our gas, we can measure the speed and the size of the explosion. All right.
Igniter at the ready and
right,
blast
let's
screen
tell
in place. They'll burst Brian's balloon first.
Brian fart, that's 100% hydrogen. In 3, 2, 1.
Ooh, that had some bass to it.
Pretty good.
Oh, very nice.
Let's see if your little gas blast is any better.
Will more methane result in more mayhem? We're about to find out.
All right, John's gas ratio, methane to hydrogen is 1 to 4. In 3, 2, 1.
That's a little bigger looking.
Makes me proud.
Didn't have the bass to it though.
Oh, really?
I don't know, I didn't feel it.
To best appreciate the explosive art of the fart, it's off to the high speed. Brian's blast is first.
It's beautiful. So majestic for a fart. Let's switch over to my gaseous balloon.
John's methane mix is just as majestic,
That's pretty cool.
That's beautiful.
which isn't helping them dial this one in.
They look more or less the same. I think we're missing the oxygen that would be in the sleeping bag, the air.
Adding oxygen to each of the samples makes sense, and it just might have a more pronounced effect on one than the other. So it's time to add fuel to this fire.
So this one is 50% hydrogen, and then there's 50% air.
It's the Brian Dutch oven balloon.
In 3, 2, 1.
In pursuing the myth of the earthquake water heater,
Oh, wow!
our diligent duo briefly went solo. John built a solid steel heater teeter. And Brian made a 12-gallon tank torpedo.
We found an impact point. Oh, wow.
Now the teams reunited to swap notes.
Hey, John.
Here, hold this.
This is fantastic.
It's a mighty solid piece of construction. But after hearing Brian's tale from the test site,
Boom! Everything's just gone in a blink. Your rig is in shambles.
and seeing the high speed,
Oh! That's it, yeah.
John's suddenly not sure it's solid enough.
My old rig looks like someone took my tin foil from a sandwich and went, ugh. And so I'm looking at my full-scale rig, and this is 2x2 quarter-inch box steel that I've seen survive explosions before. And I'm wondering if I'm just feeding the larger water heater a bigger ball of tin foil.
Given the explosion will generate almost 100,000 pounds of force, John has grounds for concern. Still, they decide the rig should hold together, and it's time to go full scale.
That small-scale test was insane. In 3 feet, the water heater got up to 320 miles an hour. If you think about it, sound moves at 770 miles an hour, so this water heater was moving just under half the speed of sound.
But as it took off, it went vertical. And remember, this myth is about punching a hole in that RV.
But before the RV, it needs to burst clean through the side of a building. So here, in the middle of nowhere,
Facing that way.
That way?
the crew pulls together for an old-fashioned garage raising.
Keep it vertical.
Oh, what's that jiggling?
That's an earthquake, John.
This is no flimsy prop. The structure itself should stand up to at least a mid-range tremor.
Very nice.
Very nice.
The key component is John's drop rig. And it looks like they've done their homework. It's a perfect fit.
No, you're good. Just drop it. What do you think, Brian?
It's a beast of a stand, man.
You want a quick demo?
Oh, please.
Okay, so
Am I safe here?
you might want to just take a step outside.
That's beautiful, man.
Their attention to detail is more than impressive.
Gently.
The craftsmanship, not so much.
That worked great, John. Well, good thing this house is about to blow up.
I ruined our cabin.
And if the myth really is on the level, a much-loved motorhome might go the same way.
This is the family RV. We've had it for generations. It was my great-great-great-great-great-grandpapa's. He bought it brand new, and we love this thing dearly. Let me give you a tour. Look at this. All the things you need in modern comfort. We have full-size kitchen with 4, count them, 4 gas burners. We have the latest in entertainment technology. We have a full-size bathroom right in here, and a beautiful, beautiful master bedroom back here. This place reeks of history.
Last on stage is the star of this shaky domestic drama. It's as big as Brian, and when filled with water, weighs more than 2 upright pianos.
Will this fit through the door?
I don't know. We might
we
have
go.
to rotate slightly for me.
Ooh, nice.
There we go.
Ooh, like a glove.
We're in.
Okay, let's tilt it up. Oh, yeah. Here we go. This is our water heater earthquake rig all set up. Water heater, stand, and emergency release valve. So when it's about ready to blow, Brian and I will pull the string, kicking the leg in, causing this whole tower to go doom.
The planning so far has been flawless, but the same can't be said for the heater. It's been deliberately doctored to be highly unstable. One thing the Mythbusters know is when these things get squirrely, mayhem is just moments away. To get the best gas ratio for an explosive Dutch oven, the guys are comparing their own flank fizzers.
It looks a lot like a landfill gas sample, actually.
They know oxygen has to be part of the mix.
Makes me proud.
So they've added air to Brian's hydrogen.
So this one is 50% hydrogen, and then there's 50% air.
It's the Brian Dutch oven balloon.
3, 2, 1. Ooh.
That was better.
Adding air gave a bigger boom to Brian's butt breeze. So how will John's fare?
1 methane, 4 hydrogen, and 5 air. In 3, 2, 1.
That's pretty good.
Both blasts are impressive. But they've noted one critical difference: the speed.
It looks like yours was about half a second, and mine was about half of a second.
So like a quarter?
Yeah.
Okay, so that means that your fart was more of a explosion and mine was kind of a burn, and the myth says explosion.
It's a personal setback for John, but he needs to remember there's no I in fart.
When I got the lab results back and I saw those high peaks of my fart results, I thought that my farts would be more explosive. But it turns out Brian's hydrogen fart burns twice as fast, which makes it closer to an explosion, which is what the myth calls for.
So although John's methane had a longer burn, it looks like Brian's hydrogen-heavy sample is the way to blow.
Now it's time for the containment device, a sleeping bag. Now, sleeping bags aren't airtight. We need a test just to see how much gas it might leak.
To find out how much gas we're leaking from our sleeping bags, we have a fun new toy in the shop. It's a thermal imaging camera, except, unlike other ones, it allows us to see gases that are otherwise invisible. Hey, Brian, can you see this?
Give it a shot.
Big breakfast.
So they know John leaks.
And I just need a piece of tape.
Time to test the sleeping bag.
Ooh, I see it.
Where's it coming from?
It's coming from that back corner. Come take a look, John. It's kind of coming from the whole thing. You see all the vapor coming off from everywhere.
As suspected, a standard sleeping bag leaks somewhat from the zip and the seams.
I gotta go stand in front of it.
Give it some body heat, John.
Can you see it above my hand at all?
Oh, there you go. Oh, look at that, yeah. It actually looks like it very much is coming up around the seams, but where your hand is and throughout the whole length of the thing, it's slowly seeping. So the zippers are the major concern, but the whole bag slowly leaks.
Okay.
But there might be a simple solution. It's that cold country camping essential, the space blanket.
Ooh, shiny.
Technically, this stuff is called Bopet. And believe me, that's the condensed version. The guys need enough of this stuff to fully line a double sleeping bag. And that's a lot of Bopet.
Teamwork, 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 teamwork. Ready?
Right about there.
Ready?
Yeah.
Good. Done.
Beautiful. One more.
Multiple sheets need to be carefully glued together,
Done.
making sure every join is absolutely airtight.
Beautiful.
It's also easy to tear, so this is a delicate procedure. The glue isn't naturally fast drying, so Brian finds a way to speed up the process.
John, you gotta come look in here. I made a giant potato chip bag.
It's slightly translucent.
Yeah.
What's behind me is not a giant potato chip bag. It is, in fact, a freshly made Bopet sleeping bag liner with the glue still drying.
And just 10 minutes later, they're ready to see how effective it is as a fart retainer.
Okay, let's just put it right where the butt would be. Zip them up, Brian.
All right.
Ready?
Yeah, let's see some gas.
Okay.
What you seeing?
Actually, I'm not seeing anything. Come take a look.
There's no doubt the space blanket limits the leakage. It's now time to gather their camping supplies and put this myth to bed.
Taking all the sheets, bro. You always do this.
The campsite they've chosen is strictly no pets.
Welcome to Camp Tudelati.
And for that, Bo should be counting her blessings.
3, 2, 1.
To replicate the myth of an RV puncturing water heater torpedo, the guys have painstakingly set the scene. one thing they can't reproduce is an earthquake.
Oh, yeah.
So John's built a steel frame to topple the heater, deployed by a very long rope that he'll pull from the bunker.
So when it's ready, it's gonna go, "Bah!"
Then it's anyone's guess when all hell might break loose.
For this myth to be confirmed, the water heater needs to destroy the garage and leave a big hole in our RV. What's my prediction? Well, I think the water heater's gonna teeter, topple over, then explode like a rocket. But will it blast through the RV? I'm not so sure. I mean, it's thin metal up top, but what it'll really depend on is the trajectory of the water heater. It's time to fire it up.
Oh, yeah.
My prediction is massive amounts of destruction. No organized little beautiful hole for this myth, but instead just glorious boom. We saw so much energy on the small scale, I imagine the house and the RV are just gonna be gone.
With the generator cranked up, the guys retreat to the safety of the bunker.
How long do you think it's gonna take for this thing to be ready?
I'll go with an hour.
An hour?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go an hour and 15 minutes.
All right, the loser cleans up the mess.
Deal.
All right.
But as the minutes tick by, it looks like they've both lost the bet.
All right, heads up. 319 degrees Fahrenheit and 129 PSI. And it's been an hour and 17 minutes. 2:45.
They both know the plan.
You know when Brian puts his gloves on, it's business time.
But when the time comes to send the heater horizontal,
All right, 280 PSI. I'm pulling the slack. Come on, slack.
there's a major snag right off the bat.
Gotta go. We're getting up to burst.
Let me go.
The rope that was meant to collapse the rig's legs is so long that the whole crew is needed to take up the slack.
Is it
We're
going?
getting close now. We might have a vertical water heater.
Nope.
If the heater stays upright and still explodes,
Grab the C-clip.
they'll have blown it in the worst possible way.
What the Pull, Tommy.
It's seldom the guys are forced to put their butts on the line to test a myth.
That's a small one, but it's a start.
And now, after exhaustive preparations,
That was better.
they're ready to rumble.
We're ready to find a location, build a campsite, and test this myth.
Whew. Sleeping bag's getting heavy. Almost there. Just gotta get to the top of that mountain.
Welcome to Camp Tudelati. This is where we're gonna test the myth of the deadly Dutch oven. We know what gas we're gonna use. We have a containment device. Now we just need to see if Buster and his chain-smoking girlfriend end up blowing the place up.
That's right, to properly test the myth, they've roped in Buster and his special someone. They start with a cozy space blanket
It's done. Let's zip them up.
and then a sleeping bag made for two.
Into the tent.
Well, yeah, okay.
He kind of looks smug about it.
Not for long.
According to the magazine Scientific American, a good-sized fart is about 1.3 fluid ounces of gas. We have the space blanket liner in that sleeping bag, and assuming our mythical camper's been tootin' all night long, that sleeping bag's packing about 13 fluid ounces of gas.
Let's get this bag plumbed up. Based on Brian's explosive farts, the primary gas we'll be using is hydrogen, plus a little bit oxygen to simulate the natural composition of a fart. What do I think is gonna happen? Well, we'll definitely get combustion, but will we get an explosion? That remains to be seen.
All right, let's tuck him in.
Of all the things that could go wrong on a camping trip, this would seem to be one of the least likely.
All right, we better get to the bunker.
But could a Dutch oven really be lethal?
You ready for this?
Heck yeah, let's do this.
All right, entire night's worth of backfires loaded up, igniters ready to go, deadly Dutch oven realistic fart test.
Dude, this is nuts. All right, in 3, 2, 1. Is it
We're
going?
getting close now. We might have a vertical water heater.
Nope.
Back on the water heater rocket range, things are definitely not going according to plan.
Help me out, Brian, with this.
With the pressure at 280 and climbing, John's simple trip rope has failed to bring the water heater down.
Can y'all help pull for John?
It could blow any second, so the entire crew leaps into action.
What the Pull, Tommy. Okay.
Finally, the rope trips the rig. But their problems aren't over. The pressure suddenly drops.
Our pressure dropped.
Oh, God.
We're thinking at this point, maybe, just maybe, there's some kind of rupture in the tank.
A small rupture could spell disaster.
299.
But before long, the pressure is back on the rise.
300 PSI.
In less than a minute, they're back on track.
302. Temperature is 268 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh! Holy crap! That was intense.
Oh.
One part of the prediction is resoundingly confirmed. The garage took a cataclysmic hit.
That just about knocked me on my ass.
But what about the myth?
Well, my question is there a hole through the RV? Good blast radius.
The door's already open. Oh!
Ah!
Look at that destruction.
Sure enough, it's a San Andreas-sized shakeup. But there's one or two aftershocks to come.
I mean, the bottom just blew off perfectly. Just swoonk.
It went through the wall at floor level, just like in the myth. But the RV, while damaged, isn't sporting the air vent the myth called for.
I mean, that's the start of a punched hole, but even where it punched a hole, it doesn't look very round to me.
Oh, wow. It's like when you try to smash a can on your head, but you don't quite succeed, and it just goes thunk. How's Buster doing? He's just watching TV. He's fine.
Fact is, their water heater torpedo ran smack dab into the RV's chassis. That's where this myth hit a solid steel speed bump.
The water heater shot through the wall, which, if you remember, we built a code, but then hit the chassis, which stopped it dead in its tracks. Buster didn't even notice, didn't even spill his drink.
So, what do you say?
Well, we got everything that happened as per the myth, right? The water heater fell over, it failed catastrophically, and it slid all the way across the ground.
Yeah, but with the garage perfectly level with the RV, that doesn't mean busted for me.
Yeah, if the mythical RV just sat a little bit lower or the water heater actually veered a little bit higher, we would have had a perfect hole in one side and out the other. So, I'd say it's plausible. And you know what that means.
Prime candidate for our first ever revisit?
Yeah, but I think we're gonna need a new RV.
Nah, that'll buff right out.
You think so?
Yeah, I know a guy.
All right, let's get out of here.
Back at Camp Tudelati, the guys are all set to cut the cheese. Will adding a spark to a fart ruin the romance and the campsite?
Deadly Dutch Oven realistic fart test.
Dude, this is nuts. All right, in 3, 2, 1. And nothing just happened. I mean, did the igniter work?
Yeah, it worked.
I guess that's kind of what I expected.
I thought there'd be like a flame or a whoosh, but I guess we didn't have enough volume for an explosion.
You know what that means, though, right?
We go from full scale to ridiculous scale?
Yeah, that's exactly the right answer.
Never let it be said our boys don't do their homework. Back in the shop, they ran tests with beanbag pellets
Make sure you're getting all the nooks and crannies, John.
to find out the exact cubic capacity of an occupied sleeping bag.
It looks like it's actually 10 cubic feet.
That's perfect.
That's the equivalent of almost 1,000 booty bonds. There's still no guarantee all that gas will go boom, but it's sure worth finding out.
All right, we're set.
So it's time to fill up the bags, eh?
Yeah,
So with these regulators, it's about 10 minutes of hydrogen.
correct.
Go. Hopefully this wind doesn't pick up or else it'll mess with our explosion.
The wrong type of wind for this myth.
We're just seconds away from taking this myth over the top, and my prediction is destruction on a massive scale. I'm talking about goodbye tent, goodbye sleeping bag, and most likely goodbye Buster's lady friend's hair. All right, Brian, you ready?
Yeah.
Deadly Dutch oven myth, what would it take test in 3, 2, 1.
That was a heck of a fart.
It sure was. And another good reason to give up smoking.
Let's just assess. It ruined our tent and the sleeping bag.
I was kind of going, where did the fluff come from? I didn't realize until just now it was the sleeping bag.
Did it just tear it open?
It's all over there.
This is fantastic.
And I like this. We put the gas lines by the exit, and that's where the burn was.
This used to be hair, but now it's a helmet. A plastic helmet. Oh, no.
If you look at it, the only parts of him that actually survived unscathed by this were his head and his arm holding down the blanket.
You ready for the high speed?
I can't wait.
That explosion expands fast enough that it shreds the sleeping bag.
It's fire and fluff and chaos.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Some weird way, that was one of the prettiest explosions I've seen.
And it was a bona fide explosion. The high speed clearly shows the destructive shockwave.
That was a ruthless booty bomb.
Blew the lid right off that Dutch oven. That was pretty nuts.
I mean, they sustained significantly more damage than I thought they would. So, what do you think? How do you want to call it?
Well, it's really a matter of volume. Considering no human I know can backfire 10 cubic feet of gas, let alone one, I'm gonna have to say it's busted.
But if you're a giant with a stomach flu, then you're gonna want to be careful.
Now what?
Well, I mean, the campfire and stuff's still here. You want to have some beans?
Did you not just see what happened?
Yeah, well, what about Frank's?
John.
Wait, what about corn? Brian, corn! Dude! More for me, I guess.
On this rootin' tootin' episode of Mythbusters,
You ready?
Brian and John paid tribute to their new home, Santa Clarita, and the town's Hollywood history
Old Western town comes with snakes.
by tackling two tall tales from the Wild West.
Oh, it's a crossbow.
First up, a gunfight.
1, 2, 3.
Is it really more effective to take your time and select your shots than let loose a hail of lead?
You sure this is not your first rodeo?
And could a movie-inspired dynamite-firing, magazine-fed crossbow pistol
See, move. Oh, there it is. It's lit.
actually blow up the bad guys?
Fire the dynamite.
dynamic duo set their sights on a classic gunfight fable. The age-old silver screen scene is set. Our hero moseys on down Main Street when the bad guys start shooting. They let off a hail of bullets as fast as they can, but our hero, cool as can be, takes slow and deliberate aim and comes out on top. But is it really more effective to take your time in the heat of a gunfight?
Looks like we're up for a gunslinging myth.
Definitely. I mean, case in point, the lone gunslinger walking through a western town, shooting guys off of roofs, popping through windows and saloon doors. But the myth does say it's better to take deliberate aim.
Instead of going wild with guns ablazing.
Yeah, I say this calls for gun training and targets.
How about some authentic Western guns?
That sounds good to me. You ready?
To find out if quality and not quantity is the best strategy,
Wild West Ghost Town.
Brian and John will stand in for the average gunslinger.
Is this the saloon?
But first, they need some training. Enter Cisco Guerra, a multiple world champion and world record holder for the fastest draw and shot.
Woo-hoo-wee. Bullet time, hatchet time. That is impressive.
Cisco has brought a bit of technology to this Wild West myth. He has a timer that hears every gunshot. So we'll see how long it takes him to get off 5 shots, and then how many for us.
Ooh.
I got 5 shots in 1.17 seconds.
Holy moly.
That's insane.
Not bad for a warm-up.
Cisco has the classic old Western fan from the hip technique down to a fine art.
So we're going to take the can.
But the question is, would the opposing technique be more effective? Is taking your time, using the gun's sights to spot your target, taking what's known as a sight picture,
That's a lot of holes in one can.
better than getting off as many rounds as possible?
That's 5 good hits in 0.92 seconds.
That'll work.
To find out, the guys will test the myth with the 2 most common weapons of the era, a pistol and lever-action rifle. But first,
Does this sit up here? Or does it sit like this?
cue the training montage.
Keeping with the authentic Western theme of this myth, we'll be using a .45 caliber single-action revolver.
Bring it up into play and squeeze the trigger gently.
Non-existent.
Ooh, man.
Now you understand the term hair trigger?
I do.
Then we'll move on to a Model 73 lever-action rifle.
When I found out we were doing a gunslinging myth, I already knew it was gonna be cool.
All right, well, let's load them up and try some.
But then we met Cisco Guerra, master gunfighter, who'll be training us today, and it doesn't get better than this. We'll copy your grip, 3 fingers under, 1 finger over.
Okay, we're going to shoot at the left can. Bring the gun up into play, cock the hammer. Now, aim it at 6 o'clock on the can,
Yes, sir.
squeeze the shot off.
Okay, here we go.
That was dead in front.
With Cisco's expert instruction,
Put one right at 6 o'clock.
There it is.
John, and then Brian,
You ready?
Ready?
Remember, that's got a hair trigger. Right through it.
quickly dial it in using the sight picture technique.
There you go. Now make that can dance. There you go.
And with slow and deliberate down pat.
You sure this is not your first rodeo?
Next up, the guys will get their cowboy on
1, 2, 3.
and learn the opposing method,
That was good.
fast and furious.
Nice.
Oh, I will take it.
But first, it's time to take aim at myth number 2. In the Western action movie Jonah Hex, our hero unveils a handheld crossbow that lights and then shoots multiple sticks of old-timey dynamite. But as per the movie, could such a weapon be effective from 10 to 30 feet? And would the shooter survive the resulting explosion?
Man, Buster, I told you smoking was bad for you.
This is a ton of fun, but building a semi-automatic crossbow pistol?
That fires dynamite. So firstly, yeah, it's awesome. Secondly, if we mess this up, we're toast.
What could possibly go wrong? Let's get building.
That's not bad. It's like a ballerina.
In order for this myth to be successful,
Perfect.
we're gonna need a handheld crossbow that can shoot a stick of dynamite, rack a second stick ready to go, and that dynamite's gonna have to do enough damage to the people around it to be considered useful. So to start with, the important parts are dynamite and crossbow. I'm gonna make a dynamite analog that's gonna be the same weight and size as the ones we're gonna be using.
All right, 30 ounces.
John's gonna modify our crossbow, and we're gonna see if we can get that to shoot the dynamite analog.
Everyone knows dynamite's red, right? Go get it.
First order of business is to prove a handheld crossbow
Can I have that back?
can effectively fire a stick of dynamite. One with a little less oomph to start with.
Hey, John, come on over. You ready for this?
Yeah. What? Dude, that is fantastic.
Reusable dynamite. Now we just need a crossbow.
Which John has re-engineered from a standard store-bought bolt-firing bow.
Oh, that's perfect. Ta-da! This is our modified crossbow pistol. That I've added these two rails in so that Brian's weight and size accurate dynamite analog can sit comfortably and securely. So that when we're ready, we can pull the string back into this retaining clip and then load the crossbow, and when we're ready, see how far it shoots.
30 feet, the OK Corral.
In the silver screen scene in question, the crossbow
That's 20 feet.
Not so okay.
fires the dynamite between 10 and 30 feet.
All right, 10 feet, really questionable corral. Stick of dynamite.
Thank you.
For this myth to be even remotely plausible, it needs to be accurate in that range.
10 feet.
All right, into the really questionable corral.
In 3, 2, 1.
Dynamite's back!
Oh, God!
Jump on it! I'll save you, John!
I'll save you, too. Does it not work like that?
It's a good start. Accurate at 10 feet.
We go. No, you. Okay. Firing at 20 feet, not so okay corral. 3, 2, 1.
20.
It's right at his feet.
I know. Go.
And
3, 2, 1.
30 feet.
I'm actually deeply impressed that this off-the-shelf crossbow managed to hit every distance mark from the movie.
It's probably capable of 50 or more, but it's not quite right there, John. He had this beautiful magazine with multiple pieces of dynamite underneath.
Yeah, I don't think this is gonna accept the magazine.
Nah, I think you'd have to cut out the main frame there. There wouldn't be anything left.
So what do you say we go and try to build one?
Build our own crossbow to shoot dynamite? Sounds like a good idea to me.
Coming up,
Ah, dope. What a beast.
to dial in on the dynamite crossbow,
Here it comes.
a tricky build
Oh,
and explosive nail-biting ballistics.
there it is. Oh, goodness. Here we go.
And later, a showdown on Main Street.
Bang, 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 bang.
It's slow and steady versus fast and furious. John and Brian are taking on the accepted wisdom of the old Wild West.
Drawing and shooting from the hip was developed on the western frontier, where speed with a gun often meant survival.
Question is that more movie trope than fact?
There you go.
And is taking slow and deliberate aim actually the better bet? To find out, they've enlisted a genuine master gunfighter.
All right, guys. I showed you how to take a side picture, straight arm. Now we're going to learn to fan from the hip. You ready?
Yes, sir.
You do this. On.
Cisco shows them the ropes.
Spin it, lock the cylinder in. This hand's going to go on top, and you're going to use the butt part of your hand The butt of your hand you can fan easy with. It doesn't hurt. You can hit it a bunch of times. But when I use my middle finger, it's faster. Woo! But I also hit it so hard that I'll bruise my knuckle.
Ooh.
Try to come back and across the hammer. Now do it twice.
And while Brian and John are not going to match the master,
1, 2, 3. Not bad, not bad.
they're going to practice shooting from the hip
High and left.
until they match their own ability using the sight picture technique.
Still left.
Meaning they'll be comparing like to like.
Nice.
Oh,
One more.
feels good.
Headshot.
I will take it. Just gotta have that sense of the intuition of where the gun's pointed down here.
A feel and a sense. You gotta know where it is and know where to put it when you don't have it where you want it.
Yeah.
Oh,
You see that?
just off to the right.
Yep.
After several hours of hard work, they've got the technique down.
Yeah! There it is.
But John thinks it's more Hollywood style
Ooh.
than gunfighting substance.
It was fantastic finally getting to rapid fire a single action revolver just like I saw on TV as a kid. But in a gunfight, it would seem like I'd prefer to take my time, get that sight picture, and shoot at the target.
Up next, we're going to be using the lever action rifles. We'll be doing sight picture
That one shoots straight.
and rapid fire.
Ooh-wee.
That shoots fast. Little high.
Once again, Cisco runs them through their paces.
There you go.
First, instruction on how to take slow and deliberate aim.
Yeah, right on top of it. Open it,
Open,
squeeze.
close.
And then rapid fire.
It's kind of counterintuitive because I'm so used to like watching my trigger discipline that all this like jumping on the trigger terrifies me deep inside.
Let's conquer that fear.
And again, they work on their technique
I see it.
until they're comfortable shooting with both methods.
To test this myth in our final shootout, we'll be shooting both the pistol and the rifle. Now, we're gonna see which one of us fires the rifle the best. And to do that, we're gonna play a little card game.
Yep, we're going to play blackjack. We're each going to get 2 bullets. We're going to go for an ace and a face card.
Ace. Does that count if it clips it?
Highest score gets to use the rifle.
I like almost identical shooting.
So how are we gonna settle this?
Good old-fashioned coin flipping.
Very Wild West, I like it. Tails.
With nothing in it in terms of skill, they flip.
Aw,
Nice.
heads.
And John chooses the rifle. And the guys spend the rest of the day practicing their weapon of choice.
Here, let's do it.
All right.
Very nice. Oh!
Oh, man.
I think I missed one. Still fun.
With training day done, it's back to the shop to reset their sights on the myth of the dynamite pistol. Could a handheld automatic crossbow be effective at taking out the bad guys and still be non-lethal to the shooter? To find out, Brian and John have set themselves the sticky task
I'm gonna glue my nuts to my hand.
of building their own.
But on the bright side, I glued the bottle to my finger. Woo! Make no mistake, this is a huge undertaking. So to conquer it, we're gonna divide. Based on our prototype, Brian's gonna assemble the grip, receiver, trigger, string, and bow arm to handle a stick of dynamite instead of a crossbow bolt. Then I'm gonna design a magazine from scratch that'll allow us to automatically reload the crossbow every time it fires. Sweet!
So, John begins by manufacturing the spring-loaded magazine cartridge for the dynamite ammo.
1, 2, Oh, yeah. I'm done.
Meanwhile, Brian tackles the trigger and bow, which will have a significant draw weight of 80 pounds.
Perfect. I am so happy. All right, I'm ready to test the initial design of the trigger mechanism.
All right, fancy.
This is how this has got to go, though, since we don't have your magazine.
Oh, we're gonna hold this at the table?
Well, so we'll cock it.
'Kay.
We'll lay it down on this plate that'll bring everything level,
Okay.
and then we'll be able to fire it without dry firing.
Okay, let me know when you're ready and I'll load the dynamite.
One stick of dynamite, please. All right.
Okay. Initial dynamite crossbow test, firing in 3, 2, 1. Oh! That was super smooth.
Oh, I'm so scared. So many things could have gone wrong.
So many things.
All right, now just real dynamite, repeating, lights itself, no worries.
Yeah, how hard could it be?
Coming up,
Ah, dope, what a beast.
the crossbow comes together.
Let's just take a moment to appreciate how awesome this is.
Before blowing things up.
Dynamite crossbow pistol and 3, count 'em, 3 sticks of real dynamite. In 3, 2, 1. Fire the dynamite! Oh!
The dynamite pistol is coming together.
1.
She just wants to chew on it.
The trigger and racking mechanism is complete, and the automatic magazine is progressing. For the myth of the dynamite crossbow to be confirmed, a crucial requirement is the shooter has to live.
I would say the first step in not blowing ourselves up with our dynamite crossbow gun is figuring out the fuse for our dynamite.
Yeah, so we're probably gonna need, what, like enough time to take aim, wait a second, and launch it at the bad guy.
Right, and then not too long so that he'll pick it up and just go, "Wah," and then throw it back at us.
So, an ideal fuse burn time is
Light it, target, pop, and land.
It's like 4 seconds.
but what about ignition?
Ooh.
In the movie, it's a flintlock musket mechanism. But where on earth would John find?
Wait, I have my great-grandmama's flintlock musket.
Okay, then.
Your great-grandmama was an interesting person.
She's a boss.
Ooh, perfect.
Yeah.
Works. Ooh, love it.
Yeah, so how these work is you pour some black powder into the pan, and then when you click, boom, it sets off the gun.
Like that. But will that flash in the pan light dynamite fuse?
Let's try. 1. 1.
The answer
1.
clearly is no.
It's kind of a dud. So let's see.
To replace the flintlock, John rigs a simple alternative, a waxed rope wick,
I mean, that's not bad at all.
and preps for a test fire.
You ready?
Yeah. Worst that can happen is I'll get hurt instead of you.
But loading the magazine isn't as smooth as they'd hope.
This seems like it's going great.
Why is there so much nervous giggling coming from you?
Who wants to hit this pin with a hammer while it's loaded with fake dynamite?
I got the rope.
Ready?
The string, yeah.
With the dynamite loaded and the bow cocked,
Designed for easy reloading.
That's right.
they need a target for a quick test fire.
Let's just put that in there.
We'll just refine that. I'm gonna shoot Buster
And his family?
and his family.
Okay, let's spin.
All right. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1. All right, wait, so
Okay, here we go.
there we go. Yeah.
Ooh, fancy. You don't want to like nestle it into your groin.
All right, we'll put that back.
Ready? All right. You flip it upright. It should be good.
Dynamite back in. You got it?
Yes. Oh God! Did you fire that or?
No, it fired.
All right, this is the technique. You put this right in here.
John has the ideal position for recocking.
All right, Buster and your family. I'll see you later in 3, 2, 1. Yeah.
Strong trigger pull.
Oh, snap.
So, all the moving parts are working. Now, to test the fuse system.
Our ignition source for our crossbow test is gonna be this braided wax hemp rope. So with the wax in there, it's gonna melt and wick up that rope, meaning it burns fairly slow. Tilt it in, light your wick, off goes the dynamite.
Perfect.
Fake dynamite with real fuses.
Hacha, hacha. In 3, 2,
Got it?
1. Oh, it's melting the plastic. Here it comes.
The modern fuse has a waterproof coating, which is proving to be a problem.
Any second now, this dynamite's gonna... Oh, there it goes! Hey! All right, ready?
Yeah.
Rack it. Oh, well, wait, stop. Problem number 1. It takes so long for this little thing to light that fuse that we ran out of...
Fuse.
Yeah.
Oh.
Clearly, to field test this with high explosives, a safer, more reliable option is required.
Oh, this is not one with black powder in it, right?
To replace that ignition wick, I'm gonna go with something a little more reliable. A miniature butane torch.
Cool.
And I'm gonna be adding actuators and servos to remote control aiming, cocking, firing, and reloading this crossbow. Because once we add explosives to it, I don't wanna be standing anywhere near it.
Yep, it's time to break out the big booms.
We've gotten to play with a lot of different kinds of explosives, but this is the first time I've gotten to lay my hands on that old Western favorite, dynamite.
Dynamite was originally made out of nitroglycerin with a diatomaceous earth as a stabilizer. The problem is that nitroglycerin would seep out, you'd hit a tiny little bump and boom! Bye-bye wagon, because it became very unstable. Modern dynamite has a modern stabilizer in it. That's gonna make it a lot safer for us to work with for this myth.
So, with the dynamite packed carefully in the wagon and the rig remote controlled and ready to roll, the team heads for the hills.
What do you think that shady looking character wants?
I don't know, but I don't like it. We're here at Caravan West in Agua Dulce, California, where we set up our beautiful Western town to test the movie myth that a hero armed with a magazine-fed, auto-lighting, dynamite crossbow pistol can fire sticks of dynamite at near point-blank range and still survive to keep fighting the bad guys.
You better know who you're messing with.
That's right.
Turn around.
Yeah, spin it. Now that we have all of our remote systems installed into our dynamite crossbow pistol, we wanted to dry run to make sure everything works. Now that means that it has to load, light, fire, and reload our analog sticks of dynamite at 10, 20, and 30 feet.
Now, because we're working with real dynamite, everything has to be remote controlled from the safety of our bunker.
Swing to the 20.
Swing in.
Ooh, that's good, that's great.
That's it. There's a remote controlled pan tilt mechanism that the whole thing rides on, a linear actuator for cocking, a servo for pulling the trigger, and a servo for lighting the dynamite. There's 2 cameras on board, one to see where the dynamite's going, and the other one to make sure it's lit before we launch it. All right, we're ready to test her.
Yeah, you want to cock it back? I'll load this thing up. This is the proper way to hold dynamite, right? Neck. So that way, if it blows up, you don't worry about it.
With 3 sticks of fake dynamite loaded and locked, the guys hightail it back to the bunker for an RC systems check.
All right, I'm ready to go.
All right, I'm gonna count you in. Full function test with analog dynamite in 3, 2, 1.
Releasing. All right, pre-arm and fire.
See it move. Oh, there it is.
There we
It's
go.
lit. Fire the dynamite. Fire. Woo!
All right, that's one away.
All right, that was 10 feet. Let's try 20 feet.
All right. All right, drying.
Here we go.
Over the stick of dynamite.
Oh, that's a good load.
I built some crazy RC things, but this might be my favorite. And ignition.
Our first full function test went pretty well.
All right, it's lit.
Fire. That's good.
All right, number 3.
We had smooth action on our rig. Beautiful load. Got good RC signal back at the bunker.
There it
There
goes.
it is.
And
Fire! Ooh, I see the dynamite. We're good. And all the sticks of dynamite fired.
Coming up, before Brian and John let loose with the high explosives,
The crossbow is armed and loaded.
first, a Main Street showdown. When the bullets are blazing, can the hero really take his time and take aim?
I think I missed one. Still fun.
ready.
When it comes to a Wild West shootout, will taking time to aim get you out of a tight spot more effectively than shooting fast and furious? To find out, it's back to the shop to set up a gunfight.
All right, if we're gonna be testing sight picture shooting versus rapid fire shooting, we're gonna need some targets. And not stationary targets that are kind of lame. We want moving targets so we actually have a challenge to shoot at.
How about some pneumatics for that? That way we can get that saloon-style shootout.
Yeah, where they pop up and surprise us.
Exactly.
Think some kind of cowboy.
For this myth, we're gonna need some targets, and they're gonna need to kind of pop up out of concealment, hang out for a bit, and then go back down. That way we force ourselves to suddenly shoot at them, get that rapid fire when we need it. We're gonna use an air compressor to power it. A couple simple valves, go over to a PVC cylinder with a sleeve of PVC on top. That way we give it air, up it pops with a silhouette on it, pop, 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 down it comes. There's your test.
You see me drawing and sketching a lot, and that's because every time we start a new myth or a new project, I like to get out of my head and start thinking with my hands. And what I mean is, it helps to visualize the insane things we build for myths.
PVC pieces.
Thank you. It's pretty simple. Inner sleeve, replaceable completely, male to female. Boop. So when we blow this thing apart, we can just swap them out. Hella easy.
I like it. You know what happened the first time I used this purple primer, John?
What?
Blew up my parents' garage.
What do you mean, how?
It's my first air cannon, and had a little blowout with a valve when I didn't use the primer right. It's probably like a 30-pound ball valve, and then boom, blows up, just pieces that way, and there's just like this massive hole in a cement pillar. It went through, hit like, a toolbox, and then through like some folders and into another toolbox, a big upright. Stopped it finally, but it was significant.
I'm just glad you got all your fingers still. I almost burned the house down making a light bulb for a school project. And it's just like, you know, when you do steel wool, 9-volt battery, and you take a piece out, you do it, and you watch them like, you know? And so I was done, I threw the battery on the table, and it slid into a big pile of steel wool. So it burst into flames, and as a kid, I just went, oh! And I knocked it off the table. It landed on a pad of paper. The paper burst into flames, so I'm running through the house with this thing of paper, throw it out in the back on the deck, run, and then I'm filling up a pot full of water as this fire is growing, and then I just go, choo!
On a metal fire.
Huh?
On a metal fire?
Yeah, I was like, what, 8 at most? And so, but the good thing is, it goes out, there's like a burnt part on the deck, and then my mom's like, what's happening down there? I go, nothing! And then they never found out. Never. Until they watch this. Can we edit that out of that? Can you just bleep the whole story? When I was younger, beep, for like 4 minutes. Boom!
With the air cannons primed to provide the power,
All right.
John quick draws a target for a demo.
And a cowboy is born.
Let's see if it works.
Okay. You got your finger guns ready?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Stand by. Ready? 3, 4, 5, 2.
Well, that's great. Let's go build 39 more.
With enough bad guy barrels ready to roll for a day of shooting, it's time to mosey on down Main Street to test this gunslinging myth for real.
We need to turn this quiet western town into a OK Corral style shootout. We're gonna use those targets we made in the shop, put them up and down Main Street. That way John and I can use those skills Cisco taught us, the sight picture and the rapid fire shooting. Y'all see this? Old western town comes with snakes. Gotta love that. So despite the fear of snakes, they're always quite friendly. If you make them feel comfortable, they'll be friendly to you. Let's find this guy somewhere not to get shot though. Here you go, buddy. Here you go. How's that look?
With the wildlife in this Wild West town out of harm's way, the guys gear up for the showdown.
Ta-da! Our moving portion of our moving targets. When we're ready, we'll stick a target on here, plumb it full of gas, and bang, 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 bang!
Those are the targets, these are the weapons. John on the rifle, Brian on the pistol.
All right, bad guys, here I come. John and I are firing the exact same .45 caliber bullet. With a 5.5-inch barrel, I'll get about 750 feet per second as my muzzle velocity. Him, on the other hand, with a 16-inch barrel, will be getting about 1,000 feet per second as a muzzle velocity. With the longer barrel, there's more time for the expanding gas to act on the bullet, accelerating it to higher speeds.
This is how our course works. There's two types of targets. One bystander target and one bad guy target. These circles represent kill zones, so if any bullets land in the red kill zones, this guy's dead and you get 1 point per hole. But if any of the bullets kill our bystander, this entire area's points gets null and void and drops to 0.
This is it.
All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, here we go. In 3,
The scene is set. Brian's up first with the revolver.
2,
First up, he'll tackle the course using the slow and deliberate method.
1.
Each bad guy pops his head up for approximately 5 seconds. So Brian has time to take careful aim.
All right, gun down, next target, let's go.
There are 5 stations with a bad guy each, and Brian has 2 rounds per station,
Oh,
meaning the maximum score is 10.
it's a little high. All right, gun down, next target, let's go.
And if the myth is to be confirmed, his combined score will be higher than his Fast and Furious test, when he'll get an additional 3 shots per station.
Woo! Yeah! Go. That was great.
Pretty good, man. I just finished my slow and deliberate round, and it went pretty well, coming to a total of 7 points for me. Best part about it, not one bad guy walked away. I'm gonna try my best in the next round, but my money's on slow and deliberate.
Brian just finished his run through taking deliberate aim. And he did real well. But now he's gonna repeat the exact same procedure, but with rapid firing. All right, you ready for your rapid fire test?
Oh yeah.
All right, I'll count you in. You ready?
All right.
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
Brian runs the same course again. The 5 targets appear for approximately 5 seconds. But on this test, he can let loose a hail of lead with 5 shots per target.
Good, let's go.
With 25 rounds, can he beat his score of 7 from the first test? The myth would have us believe quality and not quantity is more effective. The answer is in the data.
That's it.
That's it.
Okay.
One thing's for sure, when assessing the score, the cameras didn't fare so well.
I mean,
Yes.
it straight up punched the lens out.
That's the best shot of my entire life.
But how did the targets and bystanders do?
I just finished my rapid fire round. And this was pretty chaotic.
Well, that's a kill shot on a hostage.
That's 0 points this station.
None are kill shots. 0 points.
You're pulling it up, target's moving, you're trying to sight in, and you're basically targeting with bullets instead of your eye. It's not my preferred choice.
And the results back that up. Not a single hit in a red target zone. And
1 dead hostage, 0 points. That did not go well, especially for the hostage.
You know, rapid fire shooting seems like it would be a lot better. You're putting a lot more lead towards that target, and that puts the odds in your favor. But you gotta use muscle memory to aim, and every time you hit that hammer, it pulls your arm off target. It's a lot easier to pick up that gun, take a look, and boom, pull the trigger.
And now it's my turn. I'll be using this 1873 lever action rifle. And just like Brian, the first test will be deliberate aim shooting.
Ready for your deliberate fire round?
I am.
All right, 3,
Then we'll switch over to rapid fire shooting.
2,
Then when we're done, we'll compare the two and see how I did.
1, go.
the scoring is the same. On the slow and deliberate test,
There it is.
John gets 2 shots per station.
Oh, shoot.
When it comes to rapid fire, he'll get 5 for each target.
Oh, wait. Go.
It'll be interesting to see if the myth is also confirmed for the rifle,
All right, let's go.
and whether there's any difference between the 2 weapons.
Nice. Oh. All right, let's go. Oh, you want to play games?
Well, how do you feel about that?
I mean, I like that last headshot. I just finished my deliberate shooting run-through for a total score of 6. That's not bad. I actually quite like shooting deliberately because, especially in hostage situations, it gives me the perfect amount of time to kill the bad guy.
Yep, at this point, the myth is looking pretty good. From a maximum of 10, John scored 6. And like Brian, he took out every bad guy with at least 1 kill shot.
All right, rapid firing, you ready?
Yeah.
But John is about to let loose a fearsome hail of lead. Will this speed over form technique work for the rifle?
3, 2, 1, go.
Next one. Let's go.
The stance seems to favor the rifle. John is naturally looking down the sights as he reels off 5 rounds at each station.
All right, let's go.
And seems to be hitting the target more often than not.
All right, let's go. All right, one more. Come on, man, we gotta go. Come on.
All right, man.
That's it.
How you feel?
I feel all right. I'm pretty sure I hit it a bunch of times.
I'm 100% sure you hit it a bunch of times.
I just finished rapid firing at my last target, and there's something interesting. The faster you fire with the pistol, the seemingly more inaccurate you are. But with the rifle, ta-da, my grouping actually is pretty good, and I think it's because with the extra weight and the stock on my shoulder, I can triangulate, giving me a much more steady shot.
Whenever you're shooting a gun, you're forming a triangle for support. The base of the triangle across the chest. The arms of the triangle are your arms. Holding a smaller gun like this, you have a fairly flexible triangle. But if you go to a long gun, you're replacing one of your arms with a solid stock. Advantage rifle.
The results are pretty interesting.
Right? 2 guns, 2 results.
Right, for the pistol, it's definitely better to take deliberate aim versus letting a fury of bullets fly. But the results for the rifle are completely different. Shooting as fast as you can is actually better than taking aim and firing off a couple shots.
Yeah, you got 16 kills for your rapid fire versus 6 for slow and deliberate.
Yeah, and no hostages died. So, pistol confirmed, rifle?
Busted.
Busted.
You know what Wyatt Earp said, right?
What?
Fast is fine, but accuracy is final.
Coming up,
In 3,
more guns and blammo.
2, 1. Here we go.
To find out if the movie myth of an automatic dynamite crossbow pistol is a viable weapon of war or dangerous dud, Brian and John are about to load their crossbow with live ammo.
Dynamite is a nitroglycerin-based high explosive. And back in the day, it was really, really unstable. Nowadays, thanks to modern additives, it's more stable, but still very, very volatile. You can't walk into a grocery store and ask for some dynamite. That's why we have explosives expert Jesse behind here fixing some up for us.
While Jesse preps the dynamite and the fire department prep the area, Brian and John set up for data collection.
10 feet.
This is a burst disc, and it's calibrated to break at precisely 10 psi. You may remember when we tested Oobleck, we discovered that 10 psi is the survivable blast pressure threshold. So we're gonna place a burst disc assembly at each one of our bad guy targets.
20 feet, 30 feet.
And one next to the crossbow, representing our shooter. If this burst disc is broken when that dynamite goes off, well, our shooter would have liquefied lungs, and that's not good for this myth.
Yep, the myth has 2 components. Is a crossbow pistol effective taking out targets in the 10 to 30-foot range? And would the shooter have survived? All that remains is to clear the area and watch from a safe distance as Jesse primes the crossbow with the highly volatile live sticks of dynamite.
There's 3 in the mag right now. Dropping the top of the receiver. All right. Woo! This is it. This is insane is what it is.
Crossbow is armed and loaded.
You have control?
I have control.
Thank you so much. Whew. After days in the workshop, we finally get to fire our dynamite crossbow with live dynamite.
All right, acquiring target. All right, you ready to release the draw?
And we get to see who comes out of this gunfight alive in the not-so-okay corral. Whoa, boy. I got butterflies in my stomach, but like hardcore, intense butterflies.
String set. Ready to light it?
Here we go. All right, you ready? I'm gonna count you in.
I'm ready.
Okay, full-scale test with dynamite crossbow pistol and 3, count 'em, 3 sticks of real dynamite. In 3, 2, 1. Oh boy. There it is.
Go.
You ready to fire?
Ready to fire. Lit.
Fire!
Boom!
Oh goodness, here we go. Oh, snap.
Nice! Reloading. Aiming at the 20-foot target.
I see it moving. Get ignition. Oh,
There it goes. Something's burning.
oh God. Oh God, it lit the bottom one.
Ooh, something's Well, there's your problem with a crossbow shooting 3 sticks of dynamite.
Woo, so volatile. Guys, it blew up. After all our hard work, we put real dynamite in it, and we're in the bunker. 3, 2, 1. The first round ignites, fires, boom! It is glorious. And for a moment, I thought we had a working dynamite crossbow pistol. But the second round, click, 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 click. I don't see a fire. Click, 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 click. Oh, wait. Great, there's smoke. Oh, wait, hold on a second. More and more smoke billows out of our magazine, and Brian goes, hey, I think the... Boom! everything we worked on. Uh-oh.
well, there's a piece, and there's a piece.
All of those days and hours completely gone. Holy moly! Oh, snap, that's straight out of a cartoon. I mean, look, if you're using a dynamite crossbow, there's always a chance for malfunction. It just happens that in a regular gun, malfunction's a jam. In a dynamite crossbow pistol, a malfunction's
Instantaneous death?
yeah.
Yep, the burst discs are all blown.
Boom! Dead.
The bad guys got.
We blew his arms and legs off.
But if you join me right over here, well, not much left of our good guy in That's Bad for This Myth. Very bad.
Whether the shooter would have survived the blast from 10 feet is unknown. But he did die, meaning a safe dynamite crossbow is clearly a work of fiction.
Well, the myth was that we could build a magazine-fed, auto-lighting dynamite crossbow pistol that's safe for an operator to use.
This is one straight out of someone's imagination that should have stayed there. This one's busted. So, since this is a Western movie myth, shouldn't we be riding off into the sunset?
Yeah, where are our horses?
Where's the sunset?
On this flaming hot episode of Mythbusters,
Feel like a space pirate.
Brian and John test two tall tales of bows and arrows. First up, a fiery fable.
We know that a car can burst into flames. 3. But the question is, 2. Can a single fire arrow cause that burn? Oh yeah, it's on fire. Oh! Direct hit.
And then,
Doink.
a supposedly death-defying rite of passage.
Ooh, nice.
If you fire an arrow straight up,
I found it.
are you in mortal danger?
If it penetrates this much, we're gonna call it lethal. Ooh.
How do you make an arrow even deadlier? Light it on fire. A recent pizza ad suggests a direct hit from a crossbow to a car's gas tank will result in an instant inferno. But when the Mythbusters take aim at this incendiary claim, will it crash and burn or fly straight and true?
So, this, plus that, sounds pretty Mythbusters.
Right? Catastrophically burning gas tanks and fire arrows? I love this job.
So with all the movies that are out, it makes it seem like even if you look at a car weird, it will burst into flames. But is it really that easy?
And do gas tanks even go up like they show on TV?
That's probably where we should start. Try to ignite gas inside a gas tank, and besides, fire!
Brian and John will investigate if it's possible for a flaming arrow to both puncture a car's gas tank
Ooh, bullseye!
and stay lit during flight. But first, they're kicking off with a small-scale test. What would it take for a gas tank to go up in a Hollywood-style fireball?
A small-scale see-through gas tank. We put some gasoline in this, introduce a spark, and see what happens. I've been working on the ignition source. Never wired a stun gun to anything before. Hey, John!
I will duct tape that thing to your face.
Lightning in a bottle. All right, 1 mini gas tank.
I'm getting your gas set up right here.
Excellent.
As long as I get more in this little Erlenmeyer flask than I do on the table.
I think I'm gonna choose self-service next time.
Done. You know what? Everyone always assumes the more gas there is, the bigger the boom. Let's just start there. Maybe almost to the top, right under the electrodes.
Sounds good to me.
With the gas tank wired for stun gun ignition, this small-scale test is sure to be shocking.
Let's get out of here.
But will there be fire? The high-speed camera is rigged to catch the action once the guys trigger the stun gun from behind the blast shields.
All right, mini gas tank literally full of gas. Fire test in 3, 2, 1.
Well, spark worked fine. You almost see like little ripples on the gas.
Yeah, but I think at this point we just don't have the right air-to-fuel mixture. Here's some simple geometry. The fire triangle. The 3 components you need for every fire. Now, the reason our gas tank didn't catch on flames is because we had plenty of fuel and plenty of heat, but not enough oxygen. So for our next test, we'll drop it to, let's say, a quarter tank and see what happens.
With less fuel in the tank, there's more space for oxygen.
That's about right.
Yes?
But will less fuel and just a little more oxygen produce a flaming hot result?
Okay. Ready, Brian?
Ready.
Mini gas tank, quarter full. Flammability test in 3, 2, 1.
Nothing.
We did our test with our quarter full tank of gasoline and still had no reaction. But remember, this myth is about arrows penetrating the gas tank. I'm gonna drill a couple holes in this tank. It's gonna let in a little more oxygen, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Hey!
There you go.
There it is.
Successful ignition. But the flames were short-lived, burning out in a split second.
We got fire, just not that Hollywood burn.
The flame consumed all the oxygen inside the gas tank and it put itself out. But this myth does call for someone shooting arrows into a gas tank, which would probably lead to some, spillage. And that exposes the gasoline to as much oxygen as it needs to combust. Add a fire arrow to that and,
That's a car on fire.
So the small-scale tests show this myth is only plausible if a flaming arrow ruptures the gas tank, causing fuel to spill out. If the gas remains in the tank, there'll be no fireball.
Aw, am I the only one in this cloud? Blah.
Amateur.
There's good news and bad news. The good news is gasoline burns way better when it's outside of the car. The bad news is we don't even know if an arrow can penetrate the side and go into the gas tank. So that's our next step.
But before the guys get gung-ho with a fiery crossbow, cue arrow-themed myth number 2. It originates from a supposedly death-defying South American tribal initiation. The ceremony demands new recruits fire a bow vertically upwards and remain rooted to the spot as the arrow plummets back to earth. But are initiates actually risking their life, or is a falling arrow less than lethal? The Mythbusters aim to get to the pointy end. Ouch!
So this myth definitely falls under the do not try at home.
Yeah, this is one initiation I'd be ducking out on. I value my eyes.
Yeah, but it's pretty unlikely you'd be hit by a falling arrow. But what I want to know is if you're that unlucky dude, does a falling arrow have enough force to actually kill you?
We could go Dr. Frankenstein on this and build a human analog head. That way we can fire an arrow straight into it.
Yeah, but before we can mimic the force of a plummeting arrow, we need to see how fast they actually fall out of the sky.
This is Rabbit Dry Lake Bed, and this vast nothingness is what you need when you're firing arrows up and tracking them coming down.
Before going vertical, the guys will get some tips on plain old horizontal bowmanship from champion archer and certified instructor George Ellison.
Just simply pull it on back. You look down the string at the tip of the arrow, and that's how it's done. Right about there.
Oh, I actually realized I'm holding it too high. There we go. All right, that one didn't go past the line.
We'll give you a mulligan, John.
But eventually, George's instruction pays off.
Ooh, that's a hit.
Good job. There you go. Good job.
And after a bit more practice,
Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot.
Thank you.
now that they can handle a bow, it's testing time. And the data they need is speed. The plan is to fire an arrow directly up and then measure its impact velocity when it hits the ground. To do this, the arrow must land in the target zone of a high-speed scale.
It's about 7.5 to this one.
Before they set up for real, the guys lay out a mock target zone, gauge the sweet desert breeze,
I could stand here all day.
and have a practice run.
Hey, looks like a square.
I want to be the first one to fire this arrow straight into the air. And if everything works out, it should land somewhere in these 4 boxes. But don't worry, as soon as I fire it, I'm gonna run in the bunker, because this is definitely not my bravery test. Okay, arrow straight up test, and then run and hide. In 3, 2, 1. Go in, go in.
Ooh, I see it. It's right there.
It's coming down.
Not far from target.
That's not bad. Firing an arrow straight up into the air is pretty nerve-wracking because the whole myth is whether an arrow falling from the sky can kill you. We're good. Now, wait a second. How is it?
Not on target.
And also, it's not particularly accurate.
In fact, it appears the guys have set themselves a task even an expert archer would find close to impossible. Every arrow they test fire lands outside the target zone. So they'll need a more accurate means of arrow delivery if they're going to successfully measure impact velocity.
Good penetration, straight down, but no accuracy anywhere.
Yeah, we definitely need some kind of mechanical assistance.
I'm in.
Coming up,
Search and destroy tiny robot.
say hello to the mechanical assistants.
Oh, it's burning a hole in the thing.
A laser-toting drone.
Holy though, it set that thing on fire.
And the guys test the gas tank piercing punch of a high-powered crossbow.
Oh, bullseye!
Brian and John are investigating if an infamous tribal initiation ceremony truly is a dance with death, or merely a flirtation with a flesh wound.
Okay,
Their first step is to measure the maximum impact velocity of a falling arrow. Problem is,
Not far from target. Still not quite on target. Not on target.
not a single arrow landed within the target zone they must hit to get a speed reading.
turns out firing arrows straight up into the air is harder than it looks. And that's why we have this new toy. Search and destroy tiny robot. Whoa. No, not cool.
But before they can take aim with the drone, they need to determine the correct height to drop the arrow from.
This rig's designed to steady the bow. That's gonna allow the arrow to go up as far as possible, because the higher it goes up, the faster it's gonna come down.
This is a pico altimeter. It's used in drones and amateur rocketry, and this is gonna tell us how far this goes up in the air. This goes on here.
Vertical arrow with altimeter.
Keep drawing. Yeah. Ooh, nice. That looked like a good one.
I have no idea.
I don't know either. I found it.
And that's what the bunker's for.
Here we go. 232.8 feet.
It's not bad.
But they're not stopping there.
Some people see an arrow. I see data.
The guys each fire off 3 arrows
That's some good acceleration.
and take their highest reading of 300 feet as a fair maximum altitude for the arrow in the mythical initiation. Brian and John's next job is to set up the drop zone. The high-speed camera will record the speed of the falling arrow on impact, as long as they manage to hit the target zone.
Well, that's why we're employing these two drones. That one takes the arrow straight up, and this one hovers right above that one so that it gives us a bird's eye view of the bullseye. Then when we're ready, we drop it, and there you go.
I'm happy.
The drone will position the arrow directly over the target zone.
Then just
Beautiful.
The guy's new toy even has a precision targeting system.
all right, it's on.
Whoa, that is bright. Oh, it's burning a hole in the thing.
It's off.
Holy though, it set that thing on fire.
Yep, that's one tricked-out drone. But will it conjure up a bullseye? It's time for some high-altitude archery.
Copter forward a hair.
I'm getting close to you there, buddy.
You're close. Okay, copter left.
God, was that them touching?
Oh my God.
Shoot, 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 shoot. No, 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 no.
It's a drone disaster zone.
That is not good.
So is the falling arrow myth investigation in a mission-critical tailspin. First, it's back to HQ and the fable of the flaming arrow.
One. We're testing whether a flaming arrow shot into the gas tank of a car will cause that car to erupt in flames. Whew. Now, to give the myth the best chance, we know we need to rupture the gas tank and expose all that fuel to as much oxygen as possible.
That's a car on fire.
But if an arrow can't pierce a gas tank, this myth's gonna be the only thing that's a bomb. That's why we're gonna do a series of puncture tests with different arrowheads to determine which one can pierce a gas tank and leave the biggest hole for fuel to flow out of.
What time is it, you ask? It's arrow firing time.
First, the guys line up a vehicle for some medieval modification.
Hey, Brian.
And this schmuck is right out of luck.
Yo, what up, Brian? Whoa.
Looks like my college roommate.
Remember that time you almost got hit crossing the street by someone chasing a yellow? Yeah, you got his arm?
Yeah.
Or that time someone cut you off on the highway and wasn't using their turn signals? It's perfect. Well, that was this guy. Say hello to Jerkbag Buster and his sweet ride that we'll be shooting arrows into.
In the pizza ad from which this myth originates, the flaming arrow is fired from a crossbow. And the Mythbusters' crossbow of choice, well, it ain't short on power.
This is a bow with 45 pounds of draw. It's about what your standard adult male would use. This is a crossbow with 185 pounds of draw. It produces significantly more energy, launching a bolt at 410 feet per second.
So they'll be packing plenty of punch.
Obviously, we can't go through the frame.
But to successfully puncture the gas tank,
That's your target area.
each arrow must also impact with near pinpoint accuracy.
Ta-da!
We get a whole car and give ourselves a target the size of a quarter.
Next, it's over to the Archer's Buffet, where there's a smorgasbord of arrows to choose from.
Pointed tips, cutting tips, broad tips.
All right, so let's say we start with the most basic field tip and work our way up.
This is the hard part of firing a crossbow.
Puncture tests into car and gas tank with field tip in 3, 2, 1. Oh, bullseye!
My biggest concern was that with both the car and the gas tank, the arrow wouldn't make it through. It had no problem making through both.
Good start. How's the hole look?
Pretty clean.
Yeah, but nowhere for anything to flow around it.
The tip is about the same size as the shaft of the arrow, meaning that when the arrow went through, it plugged its own hole. No room for fuel to flow out.
And as the small-scale test proved, if the fuel stays in the tank, there'll be no fireball, and this myth's as good as busted. But will a gnarlier arrowhead tear a bigger hole?
Next up,
It's a field tip with an accessory cutter.
it's real fancy. In 3, 2, 1. Ooh, that's nice.
The arrow's in the tank.
Yeah, but the tip is on the ground.
Oh, that's not good.
Our test with the field tip and serrated accessory, it got really good penetration. But when it hit the gas tank, the tip broke off. So it didn't give us quite the hole in the gas tank we were looking for.
In fact, the 3-blade cutter tip and the 4-blade cutter tip produce similar results. Both puncture the car and rupture the gas tank with ease, but only leave a small hole.
There's nothing that's like plowed open.
That's disappointing.
So next up, the guys try something different.
This one seems like a special tip.
The blunt force of a decaulking bolt.
Here it comes.
It's not designed or balanced for target shooting. But will a heavier arrow punch a gas-spewing hole?
All right, Buster, look out. This one's pretty messed up. Okay, penetration test into gas tank with decaulking bolt tip in 3, 2, 1. And that's why we have blast shields.
There's your arrow.
The replay reveals the decaulking bolt failed to pierce the car's body.
It literally smashed the quarter panel and then bounced all the way back at us.
So after test firing all but one of the arrows,
It's like pulling out a wet noodle, John.
the results have been a little limp.
Ooh.
If Buster's ride's ever going to get deep fried, they need to punch a bigger hole in the gas tank.
Oh, you got some in your teeth, man. I got. There you go.
It's down to the last arrow.
This one's really sturdy.
Yeah, let's do it.
Penetration test into gas tank with broadhead arrow in 3, 2, 1. Dude, this is one of our better holes.
Ooh.
It's not just a point, it is an ellipse. So we'll probably get a lot of air traveling through the rest of the shaft, letting the gas out.
That's what we need.
Think we might be able to do better?
Oh, we can do better.
Now that we've done the penetration test, we know that none of those arrowheads really give us that hole we're looking for that lets a lot of gas out at once. So my job is to create the ultimate arrowhead that lets more gas out without compromising the arrow itself or its trajectory. Ta-da! This is the fuller, AKA the gap, that'll help gas flow out of the gas tank after it pierces it. But the question now is, does this big chunk of steel change the arrow trajectory, and does this pass through all the side paneling into the gas tank like the unmodified arrows? There's only one way to find out. Safety's off. Firing in 3, 2, 1. Okay. I don't see an arrow in the quarter panel. I don't see an arrow anywhere. Well, it's not in me, that's good. Well, there's one piece of arrow and, hey! The other piece of arrow. All right, let's look at the high speed, see what happened. Okay, so the arrow is coming into frame. Oh, what? Come on!
The super slow motion replay reveals an odd dynamic phenomenon.
The archer's paradox is when the arrow kind of does that bendy movement as it flies through the air.
All arrows flex in flight like this to a degree, but John's modified arrow does so far more violently.
From the high speed, it looks like it goes, oh, blah, 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 and then bends under the car and then keeps going straight. Also, I think there's a bit of a tip in it because of the extra weight, so I'll have to find a way to balance out the back of the arrow.
So much for the ultimate arrow. Time to redesign the redesign.
Okay, this is our new and improved arrow. I mean, it looks the same, but I put counterweights in the back so that it balances where it should. So when we shoot it, it should travel perfectly straight instead of going. Firing in 3, 2, 1. Oh, yeah. Yeah. After all of our modifications to this arrow, we got good flight trajectory, so I'm super happy. What kind of penetration did we get? Woo! Well, it looks like the arrow got real good penetration all the way through to the gas tank.
And unlike the hole plugging off-the-shelf arrows, scoring a direct hit with John's custom build should mean gas pours out through the grooves.
You You know what I'm picturing, John?
What?
A car in flames.
The next step is looking at, well, the fire part, or the fire arrow. So we'll test different accelerants and see which one works best. Holy moly!
Still to come.
Here's the arrow, and we forgot to move the fire.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Pretty good!
And the guys finally crack the tribal initiation myth.
Wow, without them touching?
Oh my God.
Shoot, 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 shoot. No, 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 no.
John and Brian are investigating if an arrow fired straight up could be lethal on its way back down.
All right, coming into land.
They're attempting to measure the impact velocity of a falling arrow.
Kill it!
But their first shot at dropping one into the target zone ended with an RIP drone, resting in pieces.
Oh, no.
That is not good.
Oh, man. Little drone. You were still so new. The camera assembly.
That did not take it well at all.
But a quick dispatch from HQ and a brand new drone is ready to roll. Brian and John need to get two things just right for this test to succeed. First, the arrow must be dropped from the correct maximum altitude, 300 feet.
So I'm at altitude, Brian. You coming up?
The arrow must also hit the high-speed scale's target zone so they can calculate its speed on impact.
Copter right. Copter right.
Copter right.
And cut a little more. A little more forward, tiny bit forward. Release.
Release.
Get back. Hoo-ah! Ooh, it clipped the edge of the scale and still managed to punch into the ground.
But you know what's the most important?
What?
It's right in front of the high-speed scale.
Bullseye. But before they crunch the numbers from the speed scale,
All right, dropping in 3, 2, 1. Arrow away.
the guys drop a couple more arrows so they can calculate an average speed.
Beautiful.
I feel like we know what we're doing now. Time to look at the data.
Perfect.
That is a solid hit.
All right, let's see if we can get some speed off of this stuff.
By measuring the time it takes for the arrow to cross the 4-foot-tall high-speed scale, the guys can extrapolate its speed on impact.
Our high speed gave us 3 different speeds for our arrows: 88 miles per hour, 110 miles per hour, and 116 miles per hour.
It's just like it's raining arrows.
Very slowly, one at a time.
There's some variance from winds and other factors, but we're gonna take an average, use 105 miles per hour, and that's the target we're gonna look for.
All right, we got our arrow speed. Now back to the shop.
All right.
So they have their magic number. 105 miles per hour is the impact velocity of the falling arrow in the myth. Question is, would that be lethal? To find out, Brian must first work out how to fire an arrow horizontally at exactly this speed.
This may look like some sort of weird technological kite, but it's what's called a chronograph. And what it does is time something between here and here. And since you know the distance, you can figure out how fast it's going.
84. 107. 131.
The chronograph only reads in feet per second.
137.
So Brian needs to register a reading of 154 feet per second to match the arrow's 105 mile per hour impact velocity.
The speeds of the arrows have been a little bit, well, a bit like my accuracy, all over the place. We need that 154 feet per second or 105 miles per hour. So I think I'm gonna go build a rig that I can dial that speed right in.
Meanwhile, John's prepping for surgery.
Is it gonna hurt, John? You can't feel pain. Before we shoot this guy in the head with an arrow, I'm gonna put some meat on his bones. He's made of a polymer and wood fiber composite that accurately represents the strength of a human skull. Look at this handsome guy. Model him after me. Now for la pièce de résistance, I'm gonna put skin on him. I think I only got 8 minutes before it sets, so I gotta work fast. Ooh, there we go. This is definitely how you perform eye surgery. And then for real authenticity, glow-in-the-dark eyeballs. This isn't creepy at all. Which one's the real John? No one can tell. It's perfect. All right, I'm out. You take over.
But John doesn't get to scrub out just yet, because his new doppelganger's missing one vital ingredient: analog blood, which will be pressurized to match human circulation.
How are the heads coming along?
Great, I think we're ready. You ready, man? No! No, we're good.
Let's go shoot some arrows into some heads.
We need to get 105 miles per hour out of our arrow every time to test this myth.
Okay, you're at 5.
That means we need to determine exactly how far back we need to draw on our bow to get that speed.
203, we gotta go a little less.
Okay,
We'll be using this as a tape measure,
keep going. 4, 5.
determine what point gives us that, and then we can repeat it every time we draw.
You're at the end of your 7.5. 7, that's it, there you go.
158.
Yeah?
154 is what we needed.
Ooh, nice.
So 7 3/4.
Sweet spot. Solid.
And give him some blood pressure.
Ooh, yeah.
Locked.
Is that enough pressure?
Yeah, that's about 5 to 10 PSI.
With the bow rig calibrated and the analog skull locked in place, the stage is set for a worst-case scenario tribal initiation. But will it prove that those who endure this chilling ritual for real actually do brave death?
All right, Brian, you ready?
Yeah, ready.
Okay, falling arrow lethality test.
All right, here we go.
4, 5, 6. You're at 7. Good, 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 good. Whenever you're good to fire. I feel bad. I shouldn't be laughing. Oh! Ooh!
A glancing deflection sent the arrow through the forehead and eye socket.
I don't know if he's dead, but he's blind.
Yep, as horrific as the wound is, it's not definitively lethal. But would a direct hit have fatal skull-penetrating power? There's only one way to find out.
All right, let's pull it out and do it again.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, falling arrow lethality test on Brian's mark. All right, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're right at 7. Ooh.
And that's what we're looking for.
This time, the arrow squarely impacts the skull with bone-shattering effect.
Oh! Yeah, he did.
That's not good.
Look at this. Well, let's see what happened to the skull.
Yeah, I want to know.
Trust me, I'm a trained professional. You ready?
Well, okay, John's clearly not. But Brian's a trained emergency medic.
It's a bit like a bullet wound to the head.
It's not just a hole, it shattered the skull.
The second arrow inflicted such a gruesome wound, there's little doubt over the verdict of this myth.
Where'd we land on this one?
Well, if you fire an arrow straight into the air, odds that it'll hit you, not so much. But if it does hit you,
You dead.
yep, confirmed.
Dead right.
But you still gotta be pretty brave to stand underneath an arrow.
Yeah.
Seems like it's not...
Bubba.
Still to come.
Feel like a space pirate.
John gets suited up for a red-hot date
Firing in 3, 2, 1.
with a flaming arrow.
Holy moly.
That's a car on fire.
Brian and John are testing if it's possible to set a car ablaze with a flaming arrow. They've found the right arrow to puncture the fuel tank and allow the gas to gush.
Whoa, Buster. It's looking good for us, but not so good for your car.
Now the question is, what sort of flammable material can we actually put on the tip of that arrow that will survive its flight?
We're gonna be shooting fire arrows into flammable targets. So we're gonna need some gas. Does Mel know we're here? No? Oh well. Let's get started. Fresh cup of kerosene.
John and Brian's first test will compare the burn temperatures of different flammable materials. And to do that, they've got a state-of-the-art thermal camera.
Is my deodorant working?
Oh, look at that. You're 102 degrees there, man. You're rocking the Mohawks, though. 112.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Whoa, that's insane.
Oh, it's hot in the Mythbusters kitchen, all right.
Ready?
Ready.
And it's about to get hotter.
Rope soaked with kerosene. Oh, it's on fire. Gasoline-soaked rag.
Ooh.
Contact cement. Oh.
So, which combustible course burned best?
The rope soaked with kerosene performed really well. Pretty consistent in terms of temperature and burn.
Good burn time. Really is.
The rope itself absorbed a lot of the fuel, and it gave us a great burn. And plus, in all this wind, the entire thing stayed lit.
Looks way bigger, though.
The cloth soaked in gasoline was great. It had a huge flame.
Over 1,200.
But I'm worried because the cloth itself didn't burn, and I think it's the vapors burning off it, and that might blow out easy.
The contact cement seemed to have a mind of its own. It almost looks like it's alive. Help me! It's kind of messed up.
But overall, the fire's a lot cooler on this one. 1,100 degrees right now. They're murder giggles, John, and they're worth it.
We got some really good results from our burn test. Each material showed interesting characteristics, but what it all comes down to is how each one performs in flight.
The challenge for our flight test is going to be how to best affix that flammable material to our arrows. We need it to stay lit, stay on the arrow, and have minimal effect on the flight path.
And to test that, John requires a wardrobe upgrade.
Feel like a space pirate.
You're so shiny.
Yeah, let me help you tie some of those intricate knots with my claw hands.
I feel like, just like if I'm right here, the sun, get a nice tan.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
All right, you ready to tie some knots?
Yeah, let's do it.
Tie it off. Get a knot.
Arrowhead sharp.
Is it?
The first flammable material on the fire arrow test slate is rope.
It worked. Knot City. Okay, pop it on our arrow shaft. This looks pretty great. Here we go. Woo!
I'm gonna go soak this in gasoline.
In this test, John's gas tank target isn't real, but a liberal dousing of gasoline means a direct hit should yield a fiery result, so long, that is, as the arrow remains lit.
You ready?
Yeah, man. Do you know how hard it is to fire a crossbow looking through a scope with a fire helmet on?
All right. You completely ready?
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna light you.
Is it on?
Yep, safe.
Safety's off. Oh, wait, did I mention all you can see is flames? Firing in 3, 2, 1. Incoming! Where's the trigger? Oh, here it is. Holy moly. Dude, the fire's out. You think it's getting put out as it's going shrink?
That's what I wonder.
And shawing is indeed the fire-killing culprit.
The arrow just leaves the flames behind.
It's just like, okay, here's the fire arrow. Here's the arrow, and we forgot to move the fire, and the arrow's just gone.
The rope with kerosene looked good, but once it was delivered by the crossbow, the rope itself wasn't burning. All the fuel was burned off it. It's practically useless.
All right, next one. Rag,
Yep.
gasoline.
Yep. I wonder if we need to put something on there to protect it from the wind.
Do we want to do a cone? This seems pretty legit.
Yeah, I'm sure the guy shooting into the gas tank spent like half an hour on each arrow.
He makes them the night before, come on.
Lighting. Safe.
Firing. That ain't a bad hit, but I don't see a fire.
It's clear the cone did little to shield the flame. But although the arrow isn't on fire, it does pin its gas-soaked payload to the target.
At least the cone and the Rag stayed on.
Yeah, and the arrow traveled pretty well. Great penetration, but the problem is, we ain't got no fire.
Coming up,
I wonder, John, if it's time for your secret sauce.
the Mythbusters add some spice to their fire arrow ingredients.
So nice.
But will it be a recipe for flight-resistant flames
Fire.
or just a cooked crossbow?
What happened?
John and Brian are on a mission to build the perfect fire arrow,
The problem is, we ain't got no fire.
but have yet to find a recipe for flying flames.
Next flammable material?
I think so.
This time, it's a slathering of contact cement, served flambé.
Safe.
Fire. Well,
There's your fire.
It's a familiar story.
so there's a trail of goop, but the fire's in the same place.
Is this burning or just ribbons of...
I think it's ribbons of goo.
But the testing so far hasn't been a complete failure.
The arrow delivered a small blob of contact cement all the way to the target. But the gas frag did even better. It delivered the entire payload all the way down. So we know we can get fuel down to the target, but the problem now is keeping it all lit. But we're not gonna give up yet.
I wonder, John, if it's time for your secret sauce.
And this stuff is hotter than habanero.
Cannon fuse, notoriously hard to blow out, and I heard it stays lit when it's submerged in a liquid.
Let's test it. There it goes.
Once ignited, the chemicals the cannon fuse is made from release enough oxygen for combustion, enabling it to stay lit even underwater.
All the way to the end.
So nice.
So in theory, the cannon fuse should also stay lit when attached to a speeding arrow.
We got the most fuel to our target with the gas-soaked rag. So by adding the cannon fuse to the mix, well, that gas tank might just be going up in flames.
You good?
Yes, sir.
All right.
But there's only one way to find out if the special sauce will really bring the sizzle.
Lighting?
Tell me when to fire.
Fire.
What happened? Oh, God. The problem with shooting fire arrows is that fire's hot, and it sometimes melts things, like your crossbow.
That looks great, though.
The arrow works. So now we need a plan B. Well, we don't have the crossbow anymore, but we do have this old school bow. It might not be as powerful, but it'll still help us to see if that arrow stays lit after it hits the target.
Right. Safe.
Brian, are you looking?
Hey, you broke the bow, but you lit the target.
The cannon fuse remains lit in flight, reigniting the gas-soaked rag on impact.
Dude, I think we found our flammable material.
I think so.
We melted a crossbow. I broke a bowstring, but we got a result.
So the guys finally cracked the formula to deliver flames via arrow.
I think we got something.
But will this myth pass its ultimate test?
Woo!
Always love it out here, man.
Yeah, it's a perfect place to set a car on fire.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dude, this guy again? And he parked in the only handicap spot in this entire dry lake bed. I really think this guy has it coming. Him and his car.
So they can ignite and fire each arrow from a safe distance, Brian's built something special.
Got the remote crossbow rig ready to go. Remote igniter with a wireless camera to make sure our arrow's actually lit. Remote trigger pull.
All right.
Test in 3, 2, 1. Oh, works.
High five. Oh.
So far, so good. Now all they gotta do is
Add fire.
Oh, dude, this guy again?
can a flaming arrow cause a car to erupt in flames?
I really think this guy has it coming. Him and his car.
The Mythbusters are about to find out.
We have cannon fuse,
Yep.
cloth,
Yep.
more cannon fuse,
Yep.
dunked into gasoline.
I don't think you can go wrong with that.
The arrow's an incendiary cocktail, which should pack a fiery punch if it hits the right spot.
Just one more for insurance.
So, with the final test setup complete, will a well-placed fire arrow result in instant auto inferno?
I'm getting the heck out of here.
Come to safety.
Flaming arrow into gas tank with gas-soaked rag and cannon fuse. In 3, 2, 1. Oh yeah, it's on fire. Oh! Direct hit. I think,
Smoldering, but it didn't go up in flame. That's in the gas tank?
I don't know. All right, you wanna pop that thing and in case you burst into flames, I'll put you out.
All right. You
Here
ready?
we go. How's it look?
Oh, no. I think we're safe. That's a little ways away there.
The arrow failed to penetrate the gas tank.
Our first arrow was delivered perfectly on target with all our flammable material lit, but stopped about 8 inches from the gas tank. We think our flammable material jammed up and kept the arrow from penetrating through.
So this is our simple fix. Looser zip ties means easier sliding. So when it hits the gas tank, whoop, it won't stop the arrow right at the tip. 3, 2, 1.
Well, something went wrong there.
This time, the flammable material was too loose, flying off the arrow prior to impact. But there is some good news.
The gas is leaking, though. The arrow's all the way up to the fletching in the gas tank. Let's patch this and give it another chance.
We're gonna make 2 modifications. The first one is getting that wrap to sit just loose enough so that it'll fly back, but just tight enough so it won't fly off the end. The second one is this. We've embedded some cannon fuse, so even if our first plan doesn't work, hopefully we'll get ignition inside the gas tank. Drink up, thirsty arrow. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Approach with safety?
Yeah. What happened here? Oh, hit the bumper, fink, up into the frame.
This time, Mother Nature's to blame. A freak gust of wind knocking the arrow off target.
Ready to try again?
Yeah, let's do it.
But every arrow the guys fire either misfires, breaks on impact, or fails to puncture the gas tank.
It is really hard to shoot a flaming crossbow bolt.
At this point, we've fired quite a few arrows. We've already had an arrow that pierced the gas tank and caused gas to leak out. We've had arrows hit the quarter panel and stay lit. Oh yeah, it's on fire. Oh! But we're not getting these best case scenarios at the same time. I think we combined our best case scenarios to give us the ultimate best case scenario.
What's that?
We unplug the hole in the gas tank caused by the previous arrow, so it's leaking gas. We plug in a fresh fire arrow, and if that doesn't engulf this car in flames, I don't think anything will.
So Brian and John are stretching the bounds of probability on this myth. While testing has shown it's unlikely a fire arrow would both puncture the gas tank and stay lit, there is a slim possibility it could. They'll simulate this improbable sequence of events by rigging a fire arrow in a hole in the gas tank and igniting it remotely.
Sorry, but I think your days are numbered. Okay, here we go. Man-made, ideal situation with leaking gas tank and fire arrow already in gas tank in 3, 2, 1.
There it goes.
It's ignited. That's beautiful. It's still a little bit, I'd say a little bit smaller than the ones you see in movies and TV.
No bonfire.
And even a minute after ignition, there's still no flaming inferno.
This myth called for this giant fireball engulfing the car. Fire's pretty weak, kind of like the myth, underwhelming. So it's been a couple minutes. I think the car's on fire. Last time I watched a movie, when the car exploded, it wasn't like a 8-minute long scene.
In fact, it takes a full 30 minutes for the blaze to completely swallow the car.
The car's obviously on fire. Everything's on fire.
It's Armageddon, and I love it.
So Buster's recklessly parked ride does end up deep fried. But the myth has gone up in smoke too.
Well, in terms of a single fire arrow causing a car to erupt in flames, I'll have to say busted.
I agree. Busted.
You think we should put it out?
Yeah, probably.
I got this. I'll see you down there.
I think we need the water truck, John.
Maybe get the water truck! Maybe get the water truck now!
Onward, John, onward!
On this ballistic episode of Mythbusters, a cinematic cadaver-carrying conundrum.
This myth is about picking up a dead body, using it as cover during a firefight.
One!
And a tall tale of bomb-proof
Boom! And it went.
goo.
It's time to put it to the ultimate test to see if Oobleck is actually bomb-proof. 3, 2, 1!
First up is a classic action movie myth. The lead is flying. Our hero cornered. Desperate for cover, he grabs a recently deceased extra to use as a human shield. But can an uncooperative cadaver really be carried in a gunfight scenario? And is it actually bulletproof? Or is this silver screen scene dead weight?
This is cool.
Let's break it down.
First up, you need to know, can you hold up a dead body as a shield?
So, can you actually pick it up and heft it around? Huh? Like that.
It's great, just push-ups with a dead body.
And we need to figure out if a body's bulletproof,
That'd be important.
because there's no point in hefting around if it's just a piece of tissue paper.
Yeah. You know, I've spent some time around dead bodies.
Really?
Yeah, I'll find us the perfect human analog for this.
Oh, and we need to put some kind of rigor into these tests. We need to bring in the action part of an action movie. We have to take into account the chaos of a gunfight, those dudes shooting at each other, but obviously we have to do it safely.
I've got the perfect solution for that.
Great.
All right, I got you here, John.
Ooh, very nice.
So we can't really fire guns at each other, but we can use paintball guns. The paintball guns allow us a little bit of simulation. And a big-sized paintball coming at you, you're gonna be at least a little bit scared.
Ooh, Do I really look like this? Ugh. I'm shimmering. Okay, beautiful. All right, you ready to shoot me in the face?
Oh, I'm ready.
You sound too excited about that.
Just a little bit, don't worry about it.
Paintball,
Ooh! Why?
guns and ammo.
How's that feel? You like that?
Okay, Bobo, come here.
Come on, Doug.
Clearly ain't gonna cut it.
Good girl.
When it comes to testing the ballistic integrity of a dead body double.
Be nice. What's the matter with you? Come on.
But in the final test setup,
I almost can't see your face.
they need to simulate the action part of an action movie.
Danger. Here's men at work. You got it?
To find out what difference it makes running for your life while under fire compared to firing back, they're gonna do just that.
50 feet.
Perfect.
winter camo, you know, to really blend in with all the snow.
That's not a good start.
That's where I'm gonna shoot you.
Ooh. Quick surgery.
Test 1 is a control.
Let's go, John.
A 50-foot duck and cover course while under fire.
Safety first.
Remember, these are top-of-the-range paintball guns. They're gonna hurt.
In 3, 2, 1, run!
Oh, shoot. Oh, yeah. So my run took about 19 seconds. Oh, stop! And that's because I took time taking cover between shots. Yeah, I think he got me a few times. So we'll see how Brian does, average the scores, and that'll be our benchmark. In 3, 2, 1, run! Ooh. I feel that. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Ooh, stop!
That was probably way more fun than it should have been.
It's not as fun on this side. I made about 12 seconds. John made about 19, which gives us a 15-second average.
Now we're gonna change it up a bit. I'm gonna give the good guy a gun. So now when the good guy's shooting back, how hard will it be for the bad guy to 1, shoot as fast?
You ready?
Yeah.
3,
Or 2, shoot as accurate?
2,
It's gonna be interesting.
run!
Woo! My time on this run was 24 seconds. Stop! I think I got shot in the butt. It's 5 seconds slower than my previous run. And that's because I took time shooting at Brian. All right, Brian, you ready to go for a run?
Do your worst, sunshine.
3, 2, 1. When I was shooting at Brian and he wasn't allowed to shoot back, I was taking my sweet time pelting with paintballs. But as soon as he started returning fire, even though he only hit me once in the hand, it was still a bit terrifying. Definitely made me more cautious.
Stop! Oh, you got me right in the finger.
You got me in the finger too!
Nice!
We're finger bros. That's weird.
Woo!
In fact, our tests have shown us that it slows you down around 25%.
So, the guys have the timing data for their full-scale firefight simulation. It's time to add a body to the equation.
Ready?
Yeah.
Boomer, our accurate human Sindaver,
So just pull the pants up.
is just the dead guy for the job.
Look at that!
He's proved his take one for the team credentials on airbag disaster.
Oh, no.
And fresh
Nice.
Ooh, I was moist.
from a factory reset,
Come on, bring it.
at 150 pounds, he's ready to roll.
There we go.
Beautiful.
Good boy.
Little style. You gotta look sharp. This myth is about picking up a dead body, using it as cover during a firefight. 1, 2, 3. I worked in emergency medicine, and I've experienced moving a few dead bodies. Gotta keep his head clean. There we go.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
And the thing you learn is when they say dead weight, it means totally different than just weight.
Okay. How's this look? Oh, it's still moist.
What'd you think?
I mean, it's got heft to it. It's like dead weight, but
Okay, but if I was out there shooting at you, how would you feel? Are you glad you're hugging a body?
yes. It's like having a friend.
So, John can lift and carry the cadaver. But to put this myth to the test, they need objective data. Brian and John set up a 100-foot-long course. They'll both run the gauntlet with Boomer in tow, ducking, dodging, and weaving, as if under fire.
3, 2, 1, go!
And average their times to find out how long it'll take.
3, 2, 1, go!
Okay. I can't get his legs to bend. Yeah, so the heroes in movies, they sweat a lot less. But I'm actually a little bit surprised. Because it's possible to pick up a body and carry it like a human shield. Oh, yeah. Feeling super safe. Keep going, keep going. Swing that. Yeah! All right, keep going. You feel that in your legs? I thought it was just some kind of Hollywood stunt. Here we go, finish line. And.
Yeah!
Nice job. Whew. How's it?
Weird.
It's not as easy as it looked. But next up, guns and ammo. Let's do it.
But before the saga of the cadaver continues, cue myth number 2. Can a non-Newtonian liquid protect you from a bomb blast? This ballistic mystery balances on the strange material properties of non-Newtonian fluids. Apply a force, and it temporarily thickens so much it behaves like a solid. But does that mean it can deflect an explosive pressure wave? Is this an internet fable or feasible physics?
In order to test this myth, we need to define what is bomb-proof.
You ready to make up some oobleck?
Definitely.
All right.
According to the Center for Disease Control, at about 10 psi, you occur lung damage. So that 10 psi threshold is what we're gonna need. We're gonna see if oobleck can reduce the pressure below that threshold.
Oh, it's still liquidy, but I think I'm there.
So will a non-Newtonian fluid reduce the supersonic blast wave of a high explosive to a survivable 10 psi? First up, the mysterious matter in question.
Oobleck is made of 2 very common ingredients. Cornstarch for cooking, and water for keeping you alive. And when these 2 things combine, they create a magical substance known as oobleck.
All right, you ready for the punch test?
Which actually comes from a Dr. Seuss story, Bartholomew and the Oobleck, where Bartholomew has to save a kingdom from a sticky, gooey substance. Ooh! And this stuff is cool. Whoa!
So, what exactly is going on here? Well, that's had scientists baffled for a while.
What?
But starch is key to it. It's made of long coiled polymer chains that tend to flow around each other just fine, but you add a little bit of force to that, and suddenly they intertwine, tangling together. And that makes them act like a solid. Just for a moment, though. You remove that force, back to liquid.
And to demonstrate how these physical properties might prove to be bomb-proof, Brian and John begin with impact testing.
3, 2, 1.
A perfect example of a Newtonian fluid. Consistent viscosity all the way through. Good. Let's move on.
Next up, the oobleck. How will the non-Newtonian fluid react to the impact?
In 3, 2, 1.
That's great. I just kind of went. Brr. Wow.
That was an interesting test. The bearing comes flying in, hits the surface of the oobleck, then it sinks in, only to be flung right back out, hesitate for a moment before disappearing into obscurity.
If the ball had been dropped on a human head, it would have had an impact force of 3,140 pounds. The oobleck reduced that to 640 pounds. A promising demonstration of its impact-absorbing qualities. Bring on the bombs.
How are we going to test on a small scale if oobleck is bomb-proof? with glass panels. There's 5 glass panels here, and each one takes about 1 PSI to break. Our cherry bomb explodes, sending that pressure wave up through air, water, or oobleck, so we can test all 3 media.
This is awesome.
And then we can determine how much is broken by each media and if there is a significant reduction in that pressure wave.
So, test 1 is a control. A bag of air is sandwiched between the cherry bomb and glass panels.
1.5 ounce cherry bomb pressure test with air. In 3, 2, 1. That's what I call a benchmark.
The Mythbusters are testing the internet fable.
1.
That a non-Newtonian fluid
1.
is bomb-proof. The booms began with a control.
3,
An air-filled bag.
1.
That test is exactly what we were looking for. It looked like shattered glass everywhere to us, but the high speed revealed the secrets. The pressure wave, boom, boom, boom. First 3 panes of glass gone. 4th one gives. The 5th one looks like it's not going to. The pressure wave's almost gone, but boom, the glass cracked. And that's exactly where we want to be, to compare water and oobleck to.
Next up, a bag of water comparable in size to our bag of air.
Hot.
All right, here we go. 1.5 ounce cherry bomb pressure test with water. In 3, 2, 1.
I'll never get tired of that.
Using air as our barrier, the cherry bomb blew up 5 panes of glass. With water, 3 panes. Next up is oobleck. We'll see how that compares to the other 2. Just suck it in. Suck it in. Being a real jerk, you know that? All right, the moment we've all been waiting for. 1.5 ounce cherry bomb pressure test with oobleck. In 3, 2, 1. It went off, went boom, and it went. One. Oh, okay, look at that. The explosion goes off, and the oobleck actually looks like it tightens up and just goes as a wall, like boom.
These were definitely interesting results. Oobleck was significantly better than air, and water broke 3 panes. With the oobleck, only 2. I'm beginning to think there might be something to this myth.
The mythical goo compares well to water, but a cherry bomb's just not gonna cut it. I mean, it's a bomb, as in cherry bomb, but to test this myth for real, we gotta go big. Next step, high explosives, baby.
But before the team decamped to a deserted destination for a date with detonation, it's back to the body double movie myth.
Time to get to the pointy end of this myth.
Right in the middle.
Perfect. We need to know whether or not you can hold up a human body and use it as body armor. Now we have the Sindaver, and it is a perfect human replica, but it's a little bit expensive to determine penetration depth.
Oh, God, that stuff's beautiful.
So, before we shoot into the Sindaver, we're gonna be shooting into our good old friend ballistics gel, just so we can get some data on guns and ammunition.
All right, we could have gone with a range of weapons.
Boom!
Yeah.
Good.
Instead, we've gone with the 9mm full-sized handgun. The reason being, it's in just about every action movie, every TV show, and that makes it our weapon of choice.
Right?
Looks good to me.
What kind of ammunition will we be shooting into our ballistics gel? Well, here we have 3 different 9mm rounds. We have a full metal jacket, we have a standard issue police hollow point, and we have a self-defense hollow point. Now, realistically, in a gunfight, you want to use these two because they're meant to dump all their energy inside their initial target without causing horrific collateral damage.
Yep, and first up, the self-defense hollow point.
Round one, locked and loaded.
Great.
It's designed to fragment upon impact, reducing the chance of the bullet passing through the gel.
Defensive round hollow point. Firing in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, look at that.
Beautiful. It just dispersed.
Looking at the test of the defensive hollow point round, you'll see that channel open up very wide. That's because all the energy is being left right here at this end. This one little bit, by the time it reaches right there, has very little energy and speed left. And I wouldn't be too worried about it. This is where I don't want to be. I'd be very happy being over here.
With most of the energy dispersed within the first few inches, that's a promising result for the Myth. If Boomer takes a bullet that well, the good guy holding him up may be saved. Cue test 2.
Standard issue police hollow point in 3, 2, 1.
That one had some kick to it. Wow.
That's beautiful. It's pulled back, released some of its energy, but made it all the way through. I wouldn't want to be behind that.
Not this time.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a lot more damage.
I mean, it's that extra mass, that extra energy.
And just look at it. You got cavitation at the front, you got cavitation at the back. There's just damage everywhere. Full metal jacket, final test. My prediction, beautiful high speed, ugly results.
With its hard outer casing, this round is the least likely to break up in the ballistics gel.
Yeah, worst case scenario.
I feel like
round
he's
right there.
dead, the guy behind him's dead, and the guy behind him's dead.
I just saw something that our high-speed cameras caught that I really want to share with you. Ooh, huge cavitation, and you see that flash of light? That's what we call sonoluminescence, and we've only seen it at this kind of speed. It happens when a cavitation closes itself so fast that it creates plasma upwards of 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit. That is pretty dope.
Later on Mythbusters.
Oh, yes!
Both ballistic mysteries hit deserted desert locations
Just getting dressed as a hitman.
for full-scale mayhem.
Oh my goodness!
Oh.
Where are we at? Well, the movies would have us believe that you can totally pick up a dead body and carry it around as a bulletproof shield. Now, we know you can carry a body, but is it bulletproof?
So up next, we're gonna get our super accurate human analog, Sindaver, shoot it, and find out.
Obviously, we can't be carrying this dead body around ourselves, and I don't think they'll let us use interns for this one. So that means we have a big build ahead. We have to build a sliding cart to hold the Sindaver, a good guy stand-in to hold him up, we need a pulley and motor to move it back and forth, and we need a return fire paintball rig for added realism.
Hey, Bo. It's about to get noisy.
To take this Hollywood tall tale and test it with live ammo,
Is that the sound of the blade breaking?
No.
Yeah, I recognize that sound anyway.
requires a complex setup.
Oh.
John will build a track and cart to carry the cadaver.
Go, 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 go.
That's incredibly easy. That's awesome.
While Brian provides the power.
The cart we're gonna build for this rig, it's gonna be a little bit heavy with that Sindaver on it, all its parts, nice and beefy. So we went with a tool we already had in the shop, has lots of torque. It's got a big gearbox on it, a reversible motor, green wire first, Oh, no boom, we're good, all right. And with just a little bit of tweaking, we can control the speed on it. The proper technique's to use your teeth, but I wanna avoid that, and it'll get that cart back and forth. All right, that's the ticket. Ah, perfect. What was a power tool is now our precision-controlled, accurate, reversible winch motor. We wired it up to a speed controller and to a reverse switch to allow us to move that rig backwards and forwards.
This is just one of 7 rail platforms that our dolly will be gliding across. That should definitely be strong enough to hold Sindaver and the good guy. So smooth.
It'll be really smooth picking up those women at the bar with like 70 feet of
Hey,
track.
ladies, want to hop on this dolly?
You're being shot at. Pew, 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 pew. Pa, 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 pa.
That's incredibly smooth.
I know. Let's shoot at it.
That's like proper rope.
Next up, Brian whips up the pulley system.
Safety first, always cut towards your cameraman. That's a wrench. We'll call that good. Alrighty, one pulley. A little bit of grip, and this part's done.
Bang, 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 bang. She won't do it if there's a toy. Bow. Bow. Bang, bang, bang. Bow. Bang, 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 bang. Yeah, now you get it. She knows, she's like, am I gonna? Oh.
You ready? Wait, let's try it. Bow, come. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. She's like, I'll sit.
She'll sit, but she wants
Ready?
the thing.
I don't have the heart, man. I don't have the heart.
Next up, John preps the good guy who'll be holding up the dead guy.
Uh-oh, human anatomy. Oh, huge forearms. What I'm working on right now is the plywood cutout that sits behind the Sindaver. So we know that if the bullets do happen to go through, if they don't make it through the plywood, then we don't count them as lethal. Oh, heroic proportions. Yeah. Heroic legs.
And finally, to give the shooter a taste of action movie authenticity, Brian rigs a remote control return fire system for the plywood good guy.
Deadliest use of a wiper motor ever.
Coming up on Goo Gone Wild,
Wow, we're really good at this. If this doesn't work out, we can go to clown school.
the TNT party wraps up with a countdown.
8, 3, 2, 1.
Is the mysterious material oobleck really bomb-proof? To investigate, John and Brian have hit the desert. The perfect location to cause a commotion.
We're here at Caravan West Ranch, and this is a beautiful, isolated spot. Exactly what we need for some explosions.
This is custom made for a boom.
So where are we at? Well, we've played with oobleck back in the shop to see its non-Newtonian properties. And then we put that oobleck to the test against air and water, and it actually seems to reduce some of that blast force. But now it's time to put it to the ultimate test in a high-speed explosive to see if oobleck is actually bomb-proof.
The blast point.
For the first time on Mythbusters, we're gonna be using a combination of nitromethane and aluminum powder.
Yeah.
It's a 2-part explosive used for demolition, and when you combine those two, you get a blast over 21,000 feet per second. That is one heck of a high explosive.
Pressure sensor.
In the pipe. Well, we want to get the best data from our blast, and to do that, we're going to use these pressure sensors.
Brian,
I can't hear you.
can you hear hot? Oh, that boat call's over. How's it looking?
Oh, it's a dark pipe. Sensitive from all the way in the micro PSI range all the way to 5,000 PSI. But the cable itself needs to be protected from the blast. One more? Oh, a little flat. Can you go sharp on it? we're gonna bury these sensors, run the cable through a pipe laid in the trench behind us.
Hey, Brian, want to see a trick?
Yeah?
Here we go. Come on. Oh, there it is. Let's drop her in.
That's the expensive, sensitive electronic instrumentation. And these are analog pressure sensors, or water balloons.
Tuck it in.
So how's this gonna work? We have a 4 foot by 4 foot by 4 inch aquarium we're gonna fill with our medium.
There we go.
For the first test, that's air.
Perfect.
Then we're gonna place 3 pounds of our binary explosive here, 1 foot away from it.
And these pressure transducers, 6 foot away from our blast, will give us readings on what kind of pressure wave moves through here after it travels through our empty aquarium. And in addition to that data, we have an analog explosion detector with these water-filled balloons, and we'll see how many pop after each different explosion. All right, we're all set up.
Air test, here we come. Ready?
I'm ready. Here we go. Full-scale blast pressure test with empty aquarium in 3, 2, 1. I don't see any balloons. Or the aquarium. Or the bottom half of the rig. It's gone.
Well, air doesn't block an explosion.
Ta-da! Well, that was eventful. Yeah, it looks like the pressure transducer survived. This, not so much. That was 3 pounds of high explosive, and most of our stuff is gone like a magic trick. Hey, little man, you make it? The empty aquarium did pretty much nothing to stop that shockwave.
Oh, look at that. You can see the explosion. You see the shock wave going in front of it.
And it's the shockwave that pops the balloons.
That's fantastic.
That's so beautiful. And then all the shrapnel hits. Thanks to our pressure sensor on the floor, it read 46 PSI, 6 feet away from our empty aquarium. Remember, our threshold for oobleck being bomb-proof is that it reduces the pressure wave to 10 PSI or lower.
But first, a second control to compare to oobleck in the air, water.
Is it blowing on the bottom?
Yeah, oh, it's blowing like crazy.
A conventional Newtonian fluid. That's a little heavier than the rig would like.
Oh, that's... Brian! Look at it.
Oh my God.
I don't know if it's gonna make it.
The aquarium acquiesces, barely, and the race is on to blow it up before it collapses under its own weight.
Ready?
Ready.
Full-scale blast pressure test with aquarium full of water in 3, 2, 1.
That was massive, but look, the wall's still in one piece.
Unlike the air test, the water balloon wall is indeed still standing.
Look at that.
Yeah, actually, there's significantly less damage. The legs are still intact, the wall's still up. The sensor reading from the empty aquarium 6 feet away was 46 PSI. The aquarium full of water at 6 feet away was 36 PSI.
That was beautiful high speed. Blast goes off, you see that shockwave pass through, destroying most of the balloons. After that, debris pretty much finished off everything. It was definitely less severe than the air-filled aquarium, but I wouldn't want to be standing out there.
Yep, the pressure wave and resultant damage was dispersed by the water-filled barrier. But at 36 PSI, it's still lethal. But the big question is, will the oobleck block that blast and prove to be bomb-proof?
largest latte.
Oh, yeah.
Brian and John are on a mission. Will oobleck, a non-Newtonian liquid that solidifies upon the application of force, prove to be bomb-proof?
That's 6 feet away with just air, 46 PSI. With water, 36 PSI. And that's a Newtonian fluid. That right there is oobleck, non-Newtonian. So I feel like we're gonna drop down to 20 PSI? All right, we got oobleck in here and on here. Bomb goes there. Pressure sensors are good.
Let's hit the go button.
Let's do it.
Oobleck, bomb-proof? I've got high hopes.
All right, you ready?
Ready.
Okay, here's the final test. Oobleck bomb-proof test in 3, 2, 1. Hey!
That's cool. The wall is literally running with oobleck.
Yeah. In terms of damage from here, it looks comparable, if not better, to water.
The binary high explosive does its thing. The blast is a concussive, eruptive, terrifying 21,000 feet per second.
Man, look at this. There is a clear radius of where there's no oobleck, and then there's just oobleck all around.
Is it still oobleck?
I don't know. Ooh, it got dried out by the explosion. That high-speed footage was amazing. It sends a shockwave blowing up most of these balloons, but then it almost seems like there's an invisible wall holding back this massive fireball. And then out of nowhere, slowly, a tidal wave of oobleck comes showering back towards the board and covers it. You're still rolling, you made it! Woo!
The fireball and shrapnel do seem to have been deflected. But what about that organ-damaging pressure wave? Did the non-Newtonian liquid turn solid and absorb or reflect that force?
And now, the moment we've all been waiting for, the data. An explosion on the 6-foot sensor through air is at 46 PSI. Through water, 36 PSI. For our oobleck, 51 PSI. That's incredible. It's higher. Why? Well, when the oobleck's hit by the pressure wave, it turns temporarily into a solid. That densely packed media doesn't deflect or absorb the energy as you might think. It actually transfers the energy more efficiently, like sound traveling faster through water. That is a really cool result.
So, we know that cornstarch is great for gravy, but is it bomb-proof?
Heck no, man. Look around you. This place is a disaster.
So, busted?
Busted. We're here at Combat Paintball, just outside of Santa Clarita in Southern California.
This is a pretty awesome spot.
Yeah, it's the perfect place for a firefight. We're here to test if you pick up an enemy body during a firefight, can that body protect you from oncoming bullets? We're gonna set up our rig out there and test this myth for real. It's like we're unloading this giant bomb disposal robot. Go, robot, go! Yes! Ooh, very nice. We're okay. Solid. Not even a creak. The way we have this track set up, it might seem a little wibbly wobbly.
Onward, John, onward!
But we've designed our dolly so well that it tracks perfectly smooth over the entire 50 feet. So light, like a feather.
Damn you, gravity. So one John-powered race car.
This is nice.
The next thing we have to do is set the pulley to get it up and down range. Drop this in.
It's kind of like a TIE fighter.
So why all the field work putting this hefty box around our motor? Well, there's a couple things we need to worry about. The first is small arms fire. Our bullets are coming right at the rig. This wall is gonna help protect that nice motor. The other is, that's a long track with a heavy cart on it.
There we go. That won't go nowhere.
We got forces wanting to pull this over towards the cart because it's pulling on the cart. The last thing is the height of the pulley.
Is in.
It's in.
The rope under the cart is only a couple inches off the ground.
Stop, you good.
So we need about 6 inches of clearance, and this gets us right where we need to be.
Which way do you want to go?
This way or that way?
I think that way.
Is that way actually that way?
I don't know which way.
That's why it says this way or that way.
In 3, 2, 1. Oh, yeah.
With the pulley system pulling this way and that,
All right.
That's it.
And the cherry on top.
the random return fire paintball gun is added
That should spray us.
That'll do.
and set up to fire remotely.
See that smug look on my face? That's some sexist stuff.
Cue our 2D good guy.
Looks like he's fully armed.
Are those muscles? Is that what that is?
He either patted himself out by stuffing his shirt with socks, or he's jacked.
Good.
Good?
Yeah.
They're all set for a systems check.
Just getting dressed as a hitman.
Later, they'll be graduating to live rounds and adding the Sindabber to see if he protects the good guy. But for now, they're just making sure everything works.
All right, Brian. You ready?
Ready.
Paintball shooting with return paintball fire in 3, 2, 1. Whoa! Have I hit you yet, Brian?
It's kind of scary.
Keep shooting. I mean, I'm lighting you up. I'm shooting the gun.
It looks like it's getting close.
Oh, holy moly! I almost shot myself. Oh my goodness. That's some real wildfire right there.
I'm not gonna lie, I really have no idea when it's coming at me, and it is actually kind of terrifying every time that thing fires.
Oh my goodness. That's pretty fun.
That was, but it's time for real guns and real bullets.
Want to make a competition out of it?
Oh yeah.
So where are we with the myth right now? We've done some paintball test shooting at a moving dolly with it firing back at us. But now it's time to up the ante. Live ammunition. Oh yeah.
1 magazine, 10 rounds total. Lock and load it. Straight.
John and I have set up 2 targets. We're gonna figure out which one of us is more accurate. That person, they're gonna end up being the shooter for our final test.
The shooter will be firing live rounds at the good guy, who'll be holding up the dead guy for protection.
Gun safe. I'm not worried about a guy from New York. Ho ho.
Well, I did put 2 in the center. My grouping's not so great.
Those are beautiful, but
What happened there? And the important thing, I think, when it comes to shooting a moving target is putting out rounds fast and putting them down accurately. You want to take the shot?
I'll take the shot.
Let's do it.
All right.
Texas
Shoot.
proud!
Texas!
Texas! So Brian got the better of me, at least this time. How's it going?
Come here, buddy.
Okay. How are we gonna tell if picking up a body during a gunfight will actually protect you from oncoming bullets? I think we just found a new workout program. Well, if the bullet goes into the Sindaver and stays there, we're good. How's he look?
Oh yeah, me and him are just hanging out having a great time.
Oh, très natural. But if that bullet goes through the Sindaver and the plywood, that's what we're calling a lethal shot. What do you mean it's not beautiful?
I'm just saying.
So how is all this gonna work? I'll be in here with this box controlling the speed of our dolly back and forth.
And I'll be here with a 9mm with 2 magazines, 10 rounds for this way and 10 rounds to go back.
And with this remote, I'll be controlling the return fire paintball rig that we'll be shooting at Brian. What do I think's gonna happen?
I'm ready.
All right, here we go.
I'm pretty hopeful it's gonna work.
Does a dead body in front of you protect you from bullets in a gunfight?
And now, finally, we get a chance to put this myth to the test.
In 3, 2.
I think this myth doesn't hold water, much like a body full of holes.
1.
The good guy drags the dead body along the track.
Oh!
Brian unloads 20 rounds of self-defense hollow point ammo. The good guy returns fire.
Oh, I shot myself.
And all the parameters match the mayhem of the mythical gunfight.
Stop! Stop!
Good?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I shot myself twice. It's just beautiful how scary it is.
Looks, oh, paintball paint. John, you might have killed me.
Oh. Well, at least if I didn't, I blew off your ear. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry.
What?
It's results time. Is a dead body double really bulletproof?
Whoa.
That's crazy. That looks like a human flesh wound.
Whoa.
That's 2 to the belly, 4 to the chest.
You shot him through the wrist.
Look at that. You stick your finger all the way.
You can feel like all the bones and the stuff inside that you like crunch through. This is nuts.
Yep, there's no doubting the anatomical accuracy. But did it absorb Brian's impressively accurate shots and protect Mr. Plywood?
Drum roll, please.
Oh, John.
That's right here,
That's
man.
one.
Dude. I mean, look at that. That's like spine, through the chest, femoral artery.
Kidney?
Lost a kidney or something? Yeah. I mean, he dead. Dead, dead, and dead. He's dead.
So it turns out that although you can carry a cadaver and hold it up as a shield, even with ammo purposefully designed to prevent collateral damage, the result is definitive.
What do you think, man?
Dude, busted.
Busted.
All right, let's go home.
Okay.
How far is it to walk home?
I don't know.
Just keep walking towards that little valley over there.
Oh, look, a car.
Mythbusters
2,
is back.
1.
A dynamic duo, a state-of-the-art Desert HQ,
Come here.
and an explosive menu
About to get noisy.
of all new myths.
That was a heck of a fart.
On the search, New York product designer John Long,
I can't wait to get out there and just...
Texan biologist and master builder Brian Loudon,
Let the science begin. Yeah!
and his best friend Bo, proved in a trial by myth
We are good to go.
they had what it takes to test tall tales.
Please welcome the next generation of Mythbusters!
And so begins the next chapter. Brian and John kick off with an airbag disaster.
Speed, 26 miles per hour.
This myth is about whether or not having your feet on the dashboard turns a collision, bam, into something lethal.
That was perfect.
And
Selfie stick.
a rocket-powered sword.
We're testing if a weapon can slice through a villain's neck. Now that's an art. With such force and precision, welcome to the danger zone. That his head stays on his shoulders and doesn't move. Flames everywhere!
First up, a myth based on the paradox of a life-saving bomb. Every modern car has one, right there in the dash, primed to go off upon impact. They save drivers' lives every day. But the myth is that an airbag has enough force to put a laid-out passenger in mortal danger. Are you really risking your life putting your feet up? Brian and John strap in to find out.
This one's interesting. I've always wondered about it.
Right? I mean, how could an airbag go from saving your life while you're sitting like this to killing you when you do that?
That's what we need to find out. I mean, think about it. It's like a bomb in your face, ready to go off.
Maybe that's where we should start. Blow a few of these things up and see how much force they exert.
Blow things up, I'm in.
I love this machine. Fires a cannon! Oh, I can't do that.
This is your standard family sedan. It's equipped with a supplemental restraint system, which we know as airbags. The first of which has been around almost 30 years and is in the steering wheel.
Ta-da!
You're nicely positioned in front of it, holding on, sitting upright. It deploys, gives you kind of a pillow to cushion yourself. I never get tired of wiring up explosives. The second one, here in the dashboard. That's been around for 20 years and has a few more challenges. The reason is you have this big open area. When this guy deploys, it has a lot more room to fill. It's got to do more work, which means more power to restrain that passenger.
So, first up, the guys will ignite an airbag or two and measure how much force they exert.
Driver's side airbag test in 3, 2, 1. That's not bad. Would you want to rest your face on this?
That was the driver's side airbag.
Think it's like you burned the bag of popcorn.
Yeah. It was the smaller of our two airbags, but as soon as we touched those leads, whoosh, instant pillow.
Ta-da!
Cue test number 2.
All right. Passenger side airbag test in 3, 2, 1. That one had a bit more of a kick to it. Oh, wow. It like whips open. It goes.
It's almost like a ballet, though. So many choreographed parts all at the same time in an instant to the eye.
The passenger side airbag went from 0 feet per second to 102 feet per second in 0.036 of a second. That means that that passenger side airbag deploys with 88 G's worth of force.
Let's think for a minute what 88 G's is. That's like me climbing this wall, climbing 2 more feet on top, jumping off, flat onto the ground. That's about 88 G's.
And to demonstrate just how much force that is, the guys enlist a dummy. Not that one. This one, for an impact test.
There we go.
All right, here we go. Passenger airbag impact test in 3, 2, 1.
All right.
Yes.
That was pretty good.
The cart is only about 30 pounds. This dummy, he's 150 pounds. So a 180-pound load gets thrown a pretty fair distance at 41 feet. That's crazy. I definitely wouldn't want to switch places with this guy. Here we go. Oh, counter steer. Hello, ladies. I looked at it. Hi, Bo. Oh, I was talking to you. Oh, hi, Bo.
This is our test vehicle. It's slightly modified for TV purposes.
Wait, I got
it. But it has all the parts we need. It's got the seat, the dash, with the airbag in it.
A quick Mythbusters custom sunroof's gonna let our high speed get a great view inside here.
Ah, good old cardboard cars. Fantastic.
This is what we're gonna use for our first feet on the dashboard test.
To begin to dial in on the lethality of placing your feet on the dashboard,
Airbag's all wired up.
with Buster currently resting in pieces, the guys recruit a stand-in simulate
This is beyond valet service.
to sit in the hot seat.
Oops, sorry. How often have you seen this? You're on a summer road trip, the sun's out, the window's down, your hair is blown around in the wind. Your hair's a mess.
I'm awfully jealous.
Well, I'm sure she won't need it after we're done with this test.
Good. I'm going out tonight.
And your legs get kind of cramped, so you put them up on the dash. But what happens if you get into a low-speed fender bender, like 20, 30 miles an hour, and the airbag deploys? Let's go crash the car.
Oh, let's.
Their preliminary test setup is ready to roll. The airbag is remote control rigged to respond as if it's in a low-speed impact. And the car set up for the cameras to get a good view.
I think we're about to see some extreme yoga. Like, feet on top of dashboard in 3, 2, 1.
Oh. Oh. I saw her leg just shoot out the entire door.
It just went.
Yeah.
1. Oh man, I don't remember her leg looking like that, right?
Yeah.
How's the other leg?
Oh.
What?
It's in the driver's seat.
1. Oh my gosh. Oh, watching it in reverse, it's like the party horns, but it's a foot that comes out. That's nasty.
That's a significant amount of force, and it's clear there's something to this myth. The question is, would it be deadly? But first, cue myth number 2.
What'd I miss?
Dude, there's a vampire in the house, and the guy's hiding in the bathroom with a sword. Oh! He just cut clean through that dude, and his head didn't move an inch.
Wait for it. And head on the ground.
That's awesome. But do you think that could actually happen in real life, you know? Like cut a bad guy in half, but doesn't move an inch, so he just flops in two?
There's only one way to find out. We have got to test this.
What's wrong with that guy? This classic movie trope is so common that it has its own name, delayed causality. So whether it's a zombie or a monster or some generic bad guy McBatterson gets hit with a blade with so much force that his body doesn't move until it slides apart. So, shrink! Hold for dramatic pause. That's what I call a night at the movies.
To begin their decapitation deliberations, Brian and John have enlisted weapons-wielding expert R.J. McKeon. When it comes to swordplay,
oh, he did.
R.J. is a champion.
Oh, jeez.
He competes in and wins historical martial arts cutting competitions.
We're gonna start with your sword all the way over your head.
All right.
And to help test this Hollywood tall tale, he has 3 key takeaways.
You're gonna need proper extension of the arms, you're gonna need speed, and you're gonna need edge alignment.
It takes a while and a few cameras.
Did I get you? Are you okay?
Ooh! This is almost perfect.
But before long,
Pretty good. A little tiny bit of wobble.
RJ's instruction has Brian.
All right, what's next?
And John.
Banana drop.
Taking out bad dude food with 1 clean slice.
Fruit salad for everyone. Cheers.
Can't even taste the sword.
It's literally the fruits of our labor.
All right, we got the technique down. We know how to swing the sword. The question is, what characteristics are best for this myth? How do things like weight and shape come into play?
With lunch sliced and diced, Brian uses his newfound fruit-killing skills.
Remember, release the sword at the end of your swing. Just let it go.
Gross semester in 3, 2, 1.
To find the perfect blade.
The Dadao 1.
For a single cut
Katana.
decapitation.
The longest messer. Oh, longsword.
All right, these are all fantastic swords, but what is our champion?
There's one that stood out amongst the rest. Its weight a little bit heavier, guided through the mat real easy, and the geometry made it just want to cut perfect every time. And that is the Grossa Messer.
Feels like a champion. Woo! Yeah, that's right.
All right, let's go cut some stuff.
Okay.
Coming up, with Buster on sick leave, the airbag anomaly gets an anatomical upgrade. And the decapitation investigation
3
takes off.
2 1.
To continue the rich, varied, and explosive 15-year myth-busting legacy, Brian and John competed and earned their place on The Search.
It's explosions, it's Mythbusters, it's beautiful.
And I want it to last forever.
From a sideways ejection seat to a medieval junkyard catapult and even duct tape boat shoes.
He's really doing it.
They displayed the design and build skills, the energy, enthusiasm, and leadership to beat 8 other hopefuls.
Brian, John,
and prove they had what it takes. And so, the new chapter has begun with a car crash catastrophe and delayed decapitation.
We're testing the movie trope about delayed causality. That's if a weapon can slice through a villain's neck with such force that his head stays on his shoulders until it slides apart. For the swing, it's all about 2 things, force and contact area. Because pressure is force divided by area. Imagine getting slapped in the face by a hand. Ugh. The area in your hand's rather large, so the pressure's not that much. But you turn the hand into a blade and apply the same amount of force, well, then the pressure increases dramatically because the contact area is much smaller. So the smaller the contact area, the better and more effective the cut is.
Their blade is sharp. The contact area is as small as possible.
We have our weapon,
Selfie stick!
Meaning the only variable is the force of the swing.
and now it's all about speed. Half-speed sword test in 3, 2, 1.
It was a good cut, man. But it pushed it a lot to the side.
Yeah. The more time my blade spends in contact with the zombie's neck, there'll be more movement. So we want the blade to pass through the zombie faster, which means less movement. In translation, we need more speed.
You ready for the full speed, John?
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Full speed test in 3, 2, 1.
Very nice.
So our speed tests weren't spectacularly conclusive. I did a half-speed swing, I did a full-speed swing, and a faster swing means less contact time, which should mean less movement. But it's still hard to tell with the high-speed camera. But one thing's for sure, human speeds just aren't gonna cut it, literally. But the myth is whether a dramatic pause is possible ever. So the next step is to build a sword-swinging rig to give us superhuman speeds.
Back at Car Crash Central.
Oh.
Brian and John have discovered that a passenger with their feet on top of the dash is in danger.
Everything's okay.
Oh, got her.
But is it, as the myth would suggest,
You got it?
mortal danger? Before they look at lethality in a road test,
It's a shame regular medicine isn't this easy.
Right?
they're doing a quick reset.
Last airbag deployment was a fair amount of destruction. Good as new. Legs went flying everywhere. But this time, I expect those legs, their projectiles, straight to the face.
Yep, Brian thinks having your feet flat against the dash would jettison your knees into your face. Meaning it's the most likely position to cause a fatality.
Damn it. Do you have any grip tape? Ready? Your Mythbusters manicure service. We get rid of your corns and then put you in a car and set up the airbag. Surprised more people don't call.
Beautiful.
There we go. Okay. Whew. Test 2 with feet against the dash in 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
Once again, it's carnage in the half car.
Look at this.
Oh.
Whether it was any worse is difficult to tell, but it's clear the myth is heading in the right direction.
1. Oh. Oh, no. When we watch the airbag deploy in real time, not too bad. But then we watch the high speed, and it's a completely different story. The airbag goes off, you can see from her toes just slowly curl back, and you can just almost imagine the sound of bone and meat crushing and tearing as it goes. And they fall back, and you think that it's over, but it's not, because then they swing out this way, and they hit the floor. It was horrifying. You wanna grab a feet, seize?
Question is it lethal? For that, they need to step it up in the stand-in Buster Stakes. Meet Boomer.
I worked in emergency medicine for over half a decade, and during that time, I taught a number of paramedics using all sorts of human analogs.
Okay.
But we have something here today that is as close as you can get on this entire planet to a human being without having a human being. You ready?
Ooh, yeah, let's go. Go, 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 go. Ready?
And I am very excited.
This is a syndaver, a synthetic human cadaver.
Here you go, sir.
Dude, can't believe we can actually give it infections from touching with our bare hands. And what makes it so accurate is that every fiber of muscle, give the biceps a squeeze. You can feel all the little like individual layered muscles on top of one another. Every bone, oh, you can feel the skull. Every artery and vein inside a human being. Some Frankenstein style.
High five.
Is in this fake cadaver. Look at this. Look at the tongue. I mean, in terms of human inorganic analogs, this is as good as money can buy.
Brian and John have determined that the movie myth of delayed causality, the dramatic pause after a decapitation,
Yeah, we're kind of topping out on how much you and I can swing.
I think it's time for a plan B.
requires a sword swing of superhuman speed.
It's like gonna torture someone.
It's a Tuesday.
When it comes to building pneumatically powered pistons, Brian has history.
All that pressure from the tank is going to take that projectile and the door right off the car.
On the search, his ejection seat established his myth-busting credentials. So, when it comes to your everyday...
3, 2, 1. That'll work.
Not dangerous at all.
So when this goes, it'll go, wha-pa!
Air cannon-powered sword, he's your man.
All right, who wants an explanation? What makes a sword cut efficiently is a push and a draw. The draw is actually the action of when you pull that sword back. It has to be a 1-to-1 ratio for an effective cut. So that's why I can't just build a rig where it goes, boop. I need to build a rig that goes, ooh. Brian's piston will be attached to the bottom of this, so when it fires, it'll give us that perfect slicing motion.
On the search, John proved his mettle with medieval metal weaponry.
You can almost taste the cabbage.
Winning MVP for his junkyard crossbow.
Congrats so much, thank you.
So when it comes to assembling the sword arm and air-powered muscle, John and Brian are the Mean Machine Dream Team.
Go. Yeah, that's horrifying. It rides well, horrifying. Horrifying. We didn't even put anything in, I'm scared already. All right, let's try one more time.
It's giving me the death giggles.
What have we done?
Let's go hook this thing up, man.
Yeah. Our first test will be to get this rig to fire at the fastest speed that I could swing the sword. We're doing that to see if this blade will give us a nice, smooth swing.
All right, John, 100 PSI, ready to go.
Okay. All right, your fingers on the trigger?
I'm ready.
Okay, human speed baseline test in 3, 2, 1. Oh! Well, firstly, yes. Secondly, it is just as horrifying as I thought it would be.
I love it, man.
1.
The machine doing the job.
I want to cry about it. It's so beautiful.
That is our speed. That's what we needed.
Oh, nice. You want to put a target in it?
Oh, yeah. That's how Mythbusters prep for a picnic.
Welcome to the danger zone. Human speed swing test with target in 3, 2, 1. You saw the top of that watermelon do a cartwheel, right? The top of the watermelon didn't get pushed forward. It got cut, and then it went bloop, and then it fell off.
So the rig works. It's time to test the myth with a more realistic target.
Ballistics gel, as always, is soft tissue, and we've inserted a dowel to represent bones.
This is it. With the air pressure-powered rig charged to maximum capacity, will it cut the ballistics gel neck so cleanly it'll pause for dramatic effect.
All right.
Perfect. Oh, is everyone behind? Okay. You ready?
I'm ready.
Everything we got, Test, and I mean everything, in 3, 2, 1.
Well,
let's go take a look.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Whoa.
It cut through a good portion.
Oh.
Oh.
Whoa.
Some damage to the dowel, but it didn't make it through.
The cool part is, look how clean that cut is.
The high-speed camera tells the story. The sword is moving at 110 miles per hour. It slices clean through the flesh-like ballistics gel, but when it hits the dowel, representing bone,
so it catches that dowel and it's pulling everything.
Yeah, it's beautifully gruesome. It hits it so hard that it racks the whole
stand and all, man.
But all the way up until that point, it's a completely smooth cut.
that's as fast as their air cannon can swing the sword. And there's still no sign of the mythical clean-cut slice. But they're not giving up yet.
You know, it's really hard to find a place to crash cars safely, but we've hit the jackpot here at Mountain Valley Airport in the high deserts of Southern California. This place is absolutely gorgeous.
Come on, girl.
To find out if putting your feet up on the dash puts you in mortal danger from an airbag deployment, Brian and John have to set up a driverless car crash.
That'll do.
Yeah.
Step one is a tow rig pulley system.
That'll definitely hold.
Got it, guys.
Step two, the crashee. Step three, the crasher.
Slow. Lower forks.
We're about to install a tow yoke onto our vehicle.
Oops. Wiper fluid.
That's two arms welded out from the inside of the control arms with a cross beam, tow wire connected in the middle.
Whoop. Oh, it makes its own noise.
That way, if our car begins to deviate, the force on that tow beam will pull it right into our target.
This is 400 feet of steel cable that we'll be using to pull our crash vehicle into that crash barrier. Now we just gotta roll it out. This is some kind of like curling. We're like an Olympic.
We're gonna be Olympic level cable despoolers. What you doing, Bo?
Oh, here we go. Oh, well, this is great. Go.
With a little help from their four-legged friend, the cable is laid and the pulley system rigged.
I'm the thing that eats breakfast sandwiches.
Both cars are in place.
Good to go.
Cue Boomer, the spookily accurate human analog.
Oh, okay. Let's get our seatbelt on and we'll slide her in. Yeah.
This is a pricey piece of equipment because it has bones, veins, which means when we're done with this, the way we examine it is the same as a real victim in a crash. We'll be x-raying it. Today, we're lucky enough to have x-ray tech Mike Carney, as well as orthopedic surgeon Devin Jeffco. They're gonna give the Endeavors an exam, shoot a couple of x-rays, and give us the results.
Last minute beautying. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Go.
Our first test with the Sindaver, feet up on the dash. What do I think's gonna happen?
It's a weekend at Bernie's kind of situation.
I think her legs are in big trouble, and I think her face is in trouble. Bam! Foot to the face.
But will it be lethal? This is it.
We're about to have some fun.
All right, John, tow vehicle set to go.
Will the simple act of placing your feet on the dash turn a low-speed fender bender into a life-ending bang?
Okay, Brian, test 1. Feet on dash in 3,
2, 1.
Five miles per hour.
Tow rig looks good so far. Oh, wait, is it veering off?
12 miles per hour. 26 miles per hour.
Mission accomplished, Brian. Mission accomplished. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. You know, it went off a little bit, but at the end it came right back, hit the car. Perfect deployment.
So the yoke worked?
Yeah, the wheel worked pretty well.
Oh, heck yeah, man.
Wait. I took a sneak peek. It's a little bit gross. You ready?
I'm ready for
Okay, let's go.
Coming up, before they assess the damage, it's back to the shop.
If there's ever been a case for do not try at home, this would be it. Rockets plus sword equals death, dismemberment, all around bad day. One.
Brian and John are testing the well-worn movie myth that after a generic bad guy is decapitated, there's a dramatic pause.
The problem we're having right now is speed. We need much more of it. That cut has to happen so fast that we're building a rocket sword.
It's going to be exactly as ridiculous and dangerous as it sounds. A medieval rocket-powered sword
Oh, yeah. Ta-da.
designed to decapitate.
The key to getting maximum speed out of our rocket sled is reducing the weight so the rockets don't have to push a heavy load across the 50 feet of our track. So that's why I'm making the rig as minimal as possible, making it out of aluminum, which is really light and strong. Yeah, that'll work.
In addition to setting up the track along which the rocket blade will run,
All right, rocket force test in 3.
Brian's
2,
doing some rocket science.
That was a great test of our rockets. We got about 23.8 newtons of force,
Which means with the sled weighing
about 4.5 kilograms.
and adjusting for friction, 20 rockets will send their sword flying
Fire!
at more than 150 miles an hour.
Fire!
Twice the speed of a human swing.
Go, 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 go! Fire!
One more.
That's not bad.
I think that's ready for rockets.
Our rig is set up to test whether or not a blade moving with enough speed can cut clean through our target while leaving it completely intact. But first, we're gonna do a dry run without a target just to make sure everything works smoothly.
Perfect.
For this dry run test, we're looking for 3 things. Are our tracks aligned? Are we getting the forces we need from the rockets? And what is the optimum position for our target?
Eyes and ears and hats on. So cool. Ooh, I'm nervous. Here we go. Rocket sled dry test in 3, 2, 1.
I think that's successful. It's like Christmas.
But it's
Fireworks.
beautiful.
We're good. Well,
Like it hit the end of the track and it went. Pshaw! The rocket sled performed exactly how I wanted to. Everything worked fantastically. In terms of power and speed, I think we got it. I think I'm gonna just wipe it down, get some of the schmutz off, and tighten a few things, and we'll set up for the next test.
It's a magnificent and terrifying sight to behold. A razor-sharp blade powered by rockets launched at 165 miles an hour.
Our dry run went great. We got the results we were looking for. But before we graduate to the final event, we're gonna have a soft target test.
Okay, just stay here, and I will be right back. Ignition. Engage. Oh, there it is. Okay. I will count you down, bro.
Oh, I can't wait to fire the chicken.
Okay. Rocket blade sled at target. Just stay there, chicken, it'll be okay. In 3, 2, 1. Oh no, my food!
Well, actually,
Bring it on over.
it's a pretty good half chicken.
Whoa, that's not bad. Look at this. It cut through the bone the long way.
That is a perfect cut through there. That's impressive.
Whoa. Okay, that blade traveled straight through the chicken. Super clean cut. Look at that juice flying everywhere.
He's barely meat.
And then it gets railroaded.
So there's a slight problem with the rig. The back end of the sled crashes into the target. If there was a dramatic pause, it was run over. For the final test, the guys add a backstop. Oh, and a zombie.
To test this, we need a target to fit the myth. That's why we have a zombie.
This is Larry. He used to be one of our Mythbusters production assistants. That is until the outbreak. But now he's volunteered to be our target. Thanks, Larry. You're welcome, John. I'll turn the key, you flick the switch.
Sure.
Bad boys for life. Here we go. Okay. Rocket blade test with very nervous zombie in 3, 2, 1. Oh.
What the hell is going on?
Fire extinguisher, please. That was spectacular. Oh!
You ready for this?
Yeah. Oh, it chopped through skin, tissue, bone. Wait, where's the head?
Where is the head, man?
Oh! Woo, scared me a bit. Oh, let's look at the, oh! Look how clean this cut is.
That's incredible. Like the bone and the flesh, man.
Clean cut. However, I did see the head roll off, but I can't tell if it's because everything was shaking or if it stayed and then lopped off. We'll have to check the high speed. Here we go. Oh, here it comes.
Slicing it.
Oh.
That could not have more precision or power.
But you can see as the blade is drawn across our target that it like starts to push into it and it causes the head to roll off.
Yeah, like no delay even on high speed.
Nope.
The myth, much like the burning remains of the rocket sled,
Flames everywhere!
is toast.
Oh, it's beautiful!
delayed causality. What do you think?
I mean, even with our rocket sled and a super sharp blade, couldn't get the head to stay on.
Yeah, it works great in the movies, but in real life, busted.
Busted. Busted!
Just glad the world's safer with one less zombie.
Coming up, the myth of the foot-resting passenger
Speed, 26 miles per hour.
hits the end of the road.
Countdown, 3, 2, 1. He starts rolling. Everything's looking pretty smooth. He's calling out
5 miles per hour.
12 miles an hour. And I'm like, hey, is that car veering off?
Speed, 26 miles per hour.
Should we abort this thing? The car goes, what? Boom! Airbags deploy perfectly. Doesn't seem too bad. But then you get into the car and you see the damage done to the Sindaver. Oh no, there's smoke coming out of her foot. Come on. With that foot just hanging off the dash. Skin's been ripped off the toe, complete ankle dislocation, and that's just what I can see from here. Super gruesome. But then you realize how awesome it is to have the Sindaver for our tests. It's got every bone, muscle fiber, vein, skin tissue that we can analyze to see what real damage would occur to a real human being.
But before the guys send the patient off for an x-ray, Mr. Boomer takes his turn at the wheel.
This time, our careless gentleman has his feet flat against the dash.
I think this is the best chance of doing some damage. Knees are up into the chest, up into the face.
All right, Brian, you ready?
Good to toe.
Nice, okay. Feet against dash in 3, 2, 1.
5 miles per hour.
Toe rig is looking good.
15 miles per hour.
Speed,
Whoa!
26 miles per hour.
Oh, okay. Stop. Oh, there goes the camera. Okay. That was interesting. You want to come down here, Brian?
So that didn't quite go as planned. The car started out nice, then began to veer. It whipped around the target vehicle, but that airbag went off, which is interesting to us.
How would I sum up what just happened for our test? Well, even though the car didn't hit the crash barrier, it still clipped the sign violently enough to fire off that airbag.
And that alone caused some severe lower leg damage. But the myth parameters require an airbag deployment in conjunction with an impact. So a quick realignment of the tow rig and...
So obviously we're not gonna leave it at that. We're gonna get a new airbag in there and do it one more time. Haven't you learned anything? All right, Brian, everything is in position. You ready?
Copy. Toe is go.
Okay, feet against dash in 3, 2, 1.
5 miles per hour. 15 miles per hour.
Ooh, you're flying pretty true, Brian.
Speed, 26 miles per hour.
That was perfect. So nice.
So, how did our volunteer fare with his feet against the dash in a crash?
Solidify yourself in your knowledge of which way feet face.
Okay. Oh! That's not supposed to happen, no?
No.
It doesn't look good, but it's time to find out the true extent of the injuries.
2 accidents like this in a day, what are the odds? X-ray?
X-ray.
Ooh, that's pretty unstable. Yeah, so that's definitely broken there. Yeah, that's broken there too. Yeah, we should definitely get a pelvis and a hip x-ray over here.
So Devin, 2 different Sindavers. You've gone through them. What do you find?
Well, both of them had pretty bad ankle trauma. Our situation with the female patient, as you can see, she had a really bad ankle fracture, which we sometimes call a pilon fracture. Bad injury, but survivable. Our male patient, similar injury, but both survivable.
So, injury, but nothing lethal.
Survivable injuries only.
As gruesome as the high-speed footage is, the anatomically accurate Sindavers prove the injuries are restricted to the feet and ankles.
I mean, it's just so close to plausible, but it's definitely busted.
Busted. Nasty, though.
Yeah, I definitely won't be putting my feet on the dash anymore.
Nah. That was a good day, though. I like how, like, on video, this is like the bit of the news where they cut away, but they're still shuffling.
Exactly, and they're still just like, what do they talk about? Or just like talking about nonsense.
On this episode of Mythbusters,
Best day at work, John.
an explosive criminal caper
Let the heist begin.
and a cute canine conundrum.
Oh my gosh, look at his face.
First up,
Can you blow open a safe from the inside?
and leave the dollar bills intact.
One. That's why we stand behind blast shield.
And
nice head carriage.
do dogs and their owners
Does this dog look like me, Brian? Because I'm keeping him.
really look alike?
I guess it's time to see if we were right.
First up, a fabled criminal caper, the ultimate inside job. In a small town, a cunning safecracker concocts a plan to relieve a local depository of their locked-up loot. He places a timed explosive in a bag that he then deposits with the bank. It's placed in the safe, and when midnight rolls around, a cerebral criminal makes off with the surprisingly intact, ill-gotten gains.
You know, there's one thing that intrigues me about this myth.
Yeah?
Aren't you going to destroy the loot you're trying to get to?
And that, my friend, is exactly why we're testing this myth.
So, to investigate the criminal conundrum that it's possible to blow up a safe and not the paper contents, John and Brian head for the hills with high explosives.
If we're gonna test this real inside job, we're gonna have to put some explosives in a safe and blow it up to see what happens.
X marks the spot, I guess.
Yeah, this feels very Sunday morning cartoonish. Rolling a big old safe onto a big old X in the ground in the middle of nowhere.
Yep, first up, a proof of concept without the valuables. What happens to a steel safe when you detonate it from inside?
This is our safe. It's about 300 pounds of solid steel. Has a nice heavy door and some big old locking bolts. Now, you've seen the door to one of these safes blowing off before. but it was filled with water, which is nearly incompressible.
Wow!
That means that explosion used hydrostatic force to blow off the door. In our case, our safe's gonna be filled with air and it's gonna be pneumatic force. So it'll be interesting to see if the door even blows off at all. Be fun to find out though.
It's almost time for us to deposit our explosives into our safe. And for that, we'll be using a nitromethane-based 2-part high explosive. Now, for those of you who remember our Oobleck episode, it was a pretty impressive explosion. And that is what our pyro is mixing up for us right now.
News reports describe the explosion as causing significant damage to the bank interior. Based on that, they've estimated the perp used 4 sticks or 1.3 pounds of binary explosive.
Proof of concept, high explosive and empty safe in 3, 2, 1. Holy moly.
Oh, look at this. Well, not much left of that.
Yeah, it looks like it got blown up like a balloon. I think it's safe to say that you can blow open a safe with high explosives. Walls, roof, it's totally gone, man. And when you review it on high speed, it's even more spectacular. One moment the safe is there, the seams give way, shooting doors out that way and walls out that way and ceilings up all the way into the sky and just a cloud of shrapnel and dust. And I have to say, it's a bit more disappearing act than actually is a bank robbery. That's the back of the safe. Looks like a crumpled piece of paper. If our thief was able to blow the door off and get away with the money, I'm pretty sure he used a little bit less than we did. But it was fun. I think it's time to go back to the shop and investigate how our thief might have actually pulled this off.
Sounds good.
Before the booms continue, cue myth number 2. From the very beginning, pups have been part of the Mythbuster family.
High five. Other high five.
Oh, you said you go, puppy. Mwah.
And not just as canine companions.
Mush.
The team has tackled a ton of furry, 4-legged fables. From guard dogs to bloodhounds, the world of woofers has provided a rich source of material.
We're gonna release the urine and anal secretion.
That is messed up.
But there's one classic canine conundrum that is yet to be addressed.
All right, Bubba, you ready? Go get it.
Do dogs really resemble their owners?
You know, some people say Bo and I look alike.
Really? I don't see it.
Yeah, me neither.
Some people are just like their dogs. They act the same, they're completely dialed into one another, and some even dress alike. But that is not what our myth is about. Our myth is solely based on looks. So hair, facial features, body types, and that's exactly what we'll be basing our tests on.
Yep, to dial in on the veracity of this well-worn cliche, John and Brian will be carrying out a trio of tests in paw and order.
What kind of demeanor?
A nervous excitement.
A police artist has to render 5 pups as people.
That is exactly what that dog would look like as a person.
Then in Pick a Pooch, 10 humans choose their ideal canine companion. But first up, best in show. 10 pups, 10 owners, and a game of match.
Have to say, is this guy right here.
I think there's no doubt.
What do you think? How should we quantify this myth?
Well, we have 3 different tests where we're matching dogs and owners, and we're using all those volunteer dogs and all those volunteer owners.
So how about this? We have a few tests. Each one has its own result, and those results are based off of the percentage of correct guesses we get for matching up dogs and their owners. Then at the end, we'll take each of those individual results, compile it into one final, average, and that'll be our score.
Right, I like that. We have the meta result, and I think we have to say anything under 30% of that is just pure luck, though. So over 30%, and we call it plausible.
Great, and for 50% and higher, I think it's safe to call it confirmed.
All right, let's go play with some dogs.
All right, let's do it.
With the parameters set, the guys have let the workshop go to the dogs.
If you're gonna hang out with a lot of dogs, you gotta hang out at a dog park. In honor of our very own myth dog, we got Bo's Bark Park. Go get him.
For our first test, we're gonna have 10 dogs and 10 owners. We're gonna separate them out and look at the dogs.
What up, tiny dog?
Get to know their faces, really get to understand them, then swap the dogs out for their owners and do the same thing. We're gonna take the 10 dogs, 10 owners, compare them, try to match them up, and see how we do.
Helping them out is a well-groomed expert.
Got beautiful pigment, nice dark pigment, nice head carriage. Overall structure of the dog is really beautiful.
Evan Ginsberg is an experienced show dog judge and a German Shepherd owner. Could you tell? First up, John and Brian take their time and get to know each of the pups.
Does this dog look like me, Brian? Because I'm keeping him.
On this test, they're looking at broad physical characteristics.
Very intelligent looking. Nice muzzle.
Trying to get a sense of each of the dog's features.
You look at the muscling on the shoulders of that dog. That is a powerful dog and big expressive eyes.
Record them.
I'm gonna call this one Buff Dog.
And get a summary to compare to the humans.
So I don't know how to say this other than to say this, but if I was looking for that dog's owner, I think I'd be looking for someone a little bit bug-eyed. There's a psychological mechanism that might explain why we choose one dog over another to be our pet, and it's pretty simple: familiarity. Just because we see something and get exposed to it in the future, we like it.
Someone who looks calm.
And intelligent. This is an intelligent dog.
Looking for a well-mannered and wise-looking person. Good temperament.
It can be why you choose to date someone.
Look at this gigantic dog.
Oh, hi.
Hi, gigantic dog.
Why you choose the house you're gonna live in.
So strong, silent type.
I'd look for a man, a little macho maybe.
But is it why we choose our pets? Let's find out.
Beautiful, alert dog.
Do you think we'd be looking with someone with bangs? Tiny baseball dog. There are other theories as to why people choose dogs. Seems kind of timid, super adorable. I would look for someone who kind of looks shy. Now, some experts say that we view mates and pets as an extension of ourselves, while others say that people desire what they lack. So a shy person might pick a more outgoing dog.
Great family dog.
Oh.
And he shows that. And he wants to go play with the other dogs.
Get off there. Oh, nice.
Hey! We've looked at all 10 dogs, and I think Brian and I have a pretty good idea of what people we're looking for to match these pups. I mean, we're looking for like beautiful, expressive eyes. We're looking for shaggy, unkept hair. Maybe someone who's slightly older. Someone who's more excitable and smiling all the time. I think we have that down. I also found my new dog, right? You're coming home with me.
Coming up, Brian and John meet the owners.
Oh.
Can you pick who's with who? Is it possible to match pups and their people judging only on their looks? Do dogs really look like their owners?
I think there's no doubt.
To test the myth that dogs look like their owners, John and Brian are carrying out 3 experiments to look at all angles of this supposed phenomenon. First up, can they match these 10 pups with their humans? With the help of Regina Cash, an expert when it comes to assessing human facial features, it's time for the people parade.
I just need height, that's all. Yeah, height.
I think we should close the gate so they don't escape.
Yeah.
John, Brian, and Regina take their time getting to know everyone.
Cassidy, hi, how's it going? She's got like the nice wavy hair.
Dainty ballerina.
Then begins the matchmaking.
Oh, it's soft.
Wow.
Oh.
I think the term is well groomed.
Soft mane.
Sparkly eyes. Face is in proportion.
Very classy.
Ooh.
Very well groomed. Very well put together. Really great eyes.
Like hair color.
Hair color, right. Her eyebrow color, see?
If the myth is to be believed,
athletic build.
Stick your tongue out like you're a happy dog.
Very tall.
Tall, yes. Great little smile. Agile.
physical characteristics will be obvious enough to pick the pairs.
Now we've seen the dogs and their owners, but separately, of course. And at first glance, it seems pretty easy.
Teacup Chihuahua.
You know, big buff dude probably has a big buff dog.
Look at the, stature, the muscles.
But then there's other owners that are harder to match with their dogs. This is very difficult. Until you talk to him for a bit and you see him smile and you go, wait, I think I saw a dog with a similar smile. I'm gonna go, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Totally.
All right, so we got our board with all our owners on it. We'll put our matches here, and then hidden here are all the results.
With the help of both experts, they've assembled their matches.
Contestant number 1, Esther. She looks friendly, but also confident, and she's well-groomed, and has got a lively, expressive face.
I think there's only one dog that matched that, huh?
If this isn't her dog, we should just give this dog to her. Cody!
He was pretty difficult to place. So that was the one me and the judge were looking at.
I was pretty sure I knew who that dog belonged to.
Well, then on top of it, I think that long, slender look kind of rules this one out, and I think we got to go Opus.
All right.
All right.
Next one is Garrett. The judge said he had a great smile, smooth, soft hair.
A little waft going on.
Yeah, and I think it was like based off of all those that we said, real-life teddy bear.
Real-life teddy bear.
That's Jordan.
All right.
We said that her build was petite, great smile, and sparkly eyes.
Yeah, it's like face for face, I kind of think the same. Definitely the same happy, enlightened face. That's the one. So Mario.
There's always a chance that the biggest, buffest dude's got the tiniest, cutest dog. If we're going purely on looks, I have to say it is this guy right here.
I think there's no doubt.
Man.
Big dude, big dog.
That's Sarah.
All right.
We said she looks shy and has emotive eyes. And we went with, the dog I called Baseball Dog.
Poor girl.
Because of his baseball shirt. Haley! Okay, so our judge said she had great eyes, and I described her as having quiet confidence. This is what we said.
Petunia?
Next person, Max. We said in terms of build that he's buff, but it doesn't mean that he's tall. So not necessarily a big dog, just a dog that's got physicality to it.
That's the one.
Okay, so that gentleman is Mark, and we said he was classy casual, friendly, alert, and agile. So last but definitely not least is Cassidy, who we said we had sparkly blue eyes. I'm pretty sure our judge Regina said she was like almost had a ballerina's build.
That's a lean and powerful dog. Looking back at our list of dogs and people, and I'm pretty pleased with the connection here.
I know, I'm seeing that physical relationship between dog and owner. I guess it's time to see if we were right.
But before the grand reveal, it's back to the myth of dynamite deposit.
3, 2, 1.
Is it really possible to blow up a sizable safe from the inside and keep the bank bills from being burned or shredded in the blast? It seems unlikely, but the Mythbusters are on the case.
To see and understand what happens with an explosion inside a safe, well, you're gonna need a clear safe, and they don't really sell those, so we're gonna build our own. It's like I'm breaking into the safe I built myself. Ta-da! Before we start blowing up our clear mini safes, we're gonna do a naked explosion on this platform so we can study in minute detail the properties of a high explosive blast. Now, when we blew up our real safe in the field, we used a binary or two-part high explosive. But for our small scale, we'll be using det cord.
One candle for this cake.
Det cord is a rope-like configuration of high explosive with a blast force of over 20,000 feet per second.
Using the binary explosive in the shop is a legal and safety concern. So det cord with a similar detonation velocity is a convenient analog.
These are just some of the cameras we're going to be using during this testing. A high-speed camera, regular camera, high-speed camera, infrared camera, regular camera, and there's about 6 more behind that camera you can't even see right now. Uncontained det cord in 3, 2, 1.
I'm looking for stuff to rain down. Ready for the high speed of the det cord in open air?
Oh, yeah.
What is this, 12,000 frames a second?
Yeah, 12,000 frames per second and an explosion at over 20,000 feet per second. So that's like, what, 2 frames we got there?
I can't, it's still like a blink.
We need a bigger frame rate. They reset with the camera to run at 65,000 frames per second.
All right, unprotected piece of deck cord in 3, 2, 1.
Woo!
That was energetic.
And to appreciate the scale of the energy, here's the high speed.
3, 2, 1.
Even at 65,000 frames per second,
Pause it and you can go frame by frame.
it flashes by in the blink of an eye.
Boom.
Oh, look at that. That's really interesting. You have this solid fireball just in the shape of that cylinder like the cord is.
And it evens out. Look at that. It's just a big ball now.
Wonder how that'll be any different inside that safe.
To find out, cue the see-through safe.
In 3,
This is gonna cause some back pressure, and that's where the science gets interesting.
2,
What happens to that flame front with the extra confinement of a safe?
1.
Whoa! And that's why we stand behind blast shield.
Oh, that's incredible. Right, so that means that safe has enough structural integrity to hold it together while that pressure wave's building up, which means all sorts of adiabatic, crazy things going on before that finally blows apart.
That is absolutely bonkers.
When our explosion went off inside the safe, that flame front hit the top, then the bottom, then the top, until the walls of the safe gave out. And that's important because it's that phenomenon that means the flame lasts 4 times longer than in an uncontained explosion.
That means any paper goods in there are gonna be in that fire for 4 times as long.
With containment, the blast lasted 4 times longer.
Well, when an explosive goes off, it produces a lot of gas. And that gas puts pressure inside the safe. Any air inside that safe is gonna be compressed, meaning it's gonna heat up. This is a pretty simple demonstration of that concept. Plunger goes down, compresses the air, and the content's gonna go up. So that means any paper goods inside our safe are gonna have to survive the explosive heat plus any compressive heat. So the question now is that long enough and hot enough to do any damage to that paper?
Coming up,
Starting to end.
it's time for the best in show result. Brian and John have assessed 10 dogs and their owners.
No one has pooped on the floor yet, so it's gonna be hard to judge that one.
And paired each pup with the human they believe they resemble the most.
This one's hard.
The probability of guessing correctly is 1 in 10. And if there's anything to this myth, they should match significantly more than that. Starting with these two.
All right, starting down the end.
Oh! We were so sure that that was her dog.
I see it a little bit, but definitely the better match.
All right, we'll swap their dogs.
Pair number 2.
Go. Oh, that's not good. Oh, boy.
That's none from 2. How about these guys?
All right, moving on to real life teddy bear. Oh!
Another miss. Next.
Go. Oh, yeah! I'll take it.
Clearly the correct dog for her.
Okay, wait. This one's extra special to me because I was like almost 100% sure that this dog was his. Are you ready?
You go for it.
Oh! We picked the biggest dog, but it wasn't quite right.
You ready for it?
Do it! Oh. Okay.
That might be on us.
Oh! Shoot! I did not see that one. If this isn't his dog. Oh, snap! The last one. Here we go. Oh, real life teddy bear. I feel good that Brian and I matched dog facial characteristics to people facial characteristics. The only problem is those people didn't actually own those dogs. Well, 1 out of 10, man. 10% is not a great score. So far, it's not looking so good.
What if you just put it on?
Yep, it's not a good start for the myth of the doggy doppelganger. But the guys aren't done yet. Next up, they're bringing a little forensic science to the proceedings.
To see if the specific facial features of a dog match that of their owner, we've brought in an expert in the study of facial features. a police sketch artist. Cue police drama music.
Melissa is an experienced forensic artist.
So today we'll be describing dogs and turning it into a sketch of a person.
Got it.
Yeah.
But today's challenge will be a little unusual.
John and I are going to be describing dogs in non-species specific terms. Long hair, dark piercing eyes, you get the idea.
I don't know if this is helpful or not. I'm gonna start off by saying that she's absolutely beautiful.
As we do, we're going to have a forensic sketch artist drawing a human based on those descriptions.
Perfectly shaped ears.
So you're saying they're proportionate?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and tell me about her eyes.
She actually has heterochromia, so one eye is like a brown and one eye is a light blue.
Okay.
Once we're done, the other host is going to take that sketch and compare it to 10 pictures and see if they can figure out the owner.
Melissa can't see the pups.
This is a beefy individual.
The only thing she has to go on are John and Brian's descriptions.
Tell me about the mouth.
Just draw a big old goofy happy smile.
What kind of demeanor?
Oh, a nervous excitement, I would say.
Trying to turn a description of a dog into a description someone can use to draw a person,
What is the shape of her face?
narrow and triangular, is extremely difficult.
Is it important if the person has a tennis ball in their mouth?
This test should isolate a specific aspect of the myth. Do dogs and their owners share actual facial characteristics?
It's sort of a wide, big, fluffy, like handlebar thing going on.
If you take it literally and turn a dog into a human, the results may be slightly surreal.
That is exactly what that dog would look like as a person.
But are there any recognizable cross-species similarities?
John and I have completed our forensic sketches of the dogs turned into people. Now we're going to take them one at a time, compare them to a lineup of 10 people, and see if we can figure out which one is the dog's owner.
That's what that dog looked like.
Did you find its precious ring?
Oh, wow.
So, slightly broad nose, oval face.
I've based this sketch completely off of the features of that pup. Here we go.
Boom!
Okay, I can work with this. You ready?
Yep.
The owner's photo is placed among 9 others of the same gender at a similar age.
Okay, I mean, like the first thing I'm noticing is I'm trying to match the facial hair.
And John and Brian simply have to match the forensic sketch to the owner.
No, no, no.
I hate to say this, I feel like I'm looking for Schmeagol.
If the myth is real, then they should see recognizable features in the sketch in the relevant owner.
Look at this hair. Look at this hair. Look at the eyes.
Her, and her.
No, no.
I think I'm down to just those bottom two.
All right, are you gonna drum roll me in? I think that this person, that guy.
It's clearly her. That's twinsies.
I think that this dog turned portrait belongs to
this woman over here.
All right. I want to go with this guy. Are you ready to see who's behind that door?
Yeah, don't make me wait.
Drum roll.
Yes, please. All right, reveal the dog and owner in 3, 2, 1.
Coming up, back at the small-scale bank,
Stacks on stacks.
will the appropriately sized bank bills
And 3,
survive?
2, 1.
The Mythbusters and heists
It hasn't set off the alarm yet.
go together like crime and punishment.
Why, Thor, the god of thunder, is trying to enter my building.
Continuing that rich legacy,
1.
Brian and John are testing the tall tale of the ultimate inside job. Can you blow up a safe from the inside and leave the loot intact?
1.
Our small-scale experiment has showed us that containing our det code explosion inside our clear acrylic safe has increased the existence of our flame front 4-fold. That means if we put money inside there, it'll be exposed to fire for longer. So next up, we're gonna see what it actually takes to ignite money by burning money. Check it out.
Everything's a helmet to you, isn't it?
Yes.
All right, put it on the burner.
It's illegal to burn US currency, so for our myth, we'll be using, ta-da, official myth money.
Made with cotton, the myth dollar will burn exactly like official currency, and no one need go to jail.
Bearer bonds.
In addition to the bank bills, the guys are also toasting bearer bond replicas.
Now preheat your oven to 350 degrees and wait for your money to ignite. How we looking?
We are at a mild 138 degrees and rising on both the money and the bearer bonds.
Ooh, dope.
The bill's dancing a little bit.
I see it.
Conductive heating. I don't want to die. It's for science, it's okay.
All of our myth money and our bearer bonds burst into flames around 650 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, there's ignition.
On both of them.
Now we checked the data sheet and we know that our det cord explodes with a temperature of 7,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Woo, look at that, it's up. Oh, there goes our money, man. There's our retirement savings. Oh. Oh, it's gone. You think that any money inside a safe with that explosion would just go boom, up into flames?
I'm gonna recommend a sweet mustard-based barbecue sauce for this one.
But ignition is a function of heat and time. For example, if I sweep my hand over this fire, I am unscathed because the amount of time my hand spends in the fire is negligible. But if I hold my hand above the fire, eventually I'll burn myself. I'm beginning to think that our money will survive the flame generated by the explosion.
Let's find out. First, in small scale.
This is the kind of score our would-be thief is hoping for when he blows that bank safe open. Oh, yeah. Bearer bonds. Stacks on stacks. Look at this.
Once again, the guys have primed a short length of det cord.
Nice and tight.
It'll generate something in the region of 7,500 degrees.
All right, we're ready.
All right. Clear mini safe filled with mini myth money and mini myth bearer bonds in 3, 2, 1. Hold. 1. Hold.
That doesn't get old.
Let's go take a look.
All right. Combine a small-scale high explosive with a small-scale safe.
Oh, look. This is not even burned. Stack of bearer bonds.
And you end up with relatively unscathed small-scale bundles of money.
It seems like our would-be thief has a really good chance of getting away with a ton of loot. Because after the safe explodes, all the walls come off perfectly as the money tosses in perfect bundles, spinning around like a ballerina on stage, slowly through the air. Then we watch the bearer bonds go and almost landing back in a perfect pile on our little explosive platform. All the bills and all the bearer bonds were perfectly intact. That's kind of crazy.
We've seen what we can see from small scale, and it's looking pretty good for this myth. Those paper goods are making it out of that safe relatively unscathed. But when we go to full scale, that larger safe's gonna require more energy to blow apart. It remains to be seen if that paperwork's gonna get out in the same condition. It'll be interesting to see if those small scale principles apply to our big scale safe, because if they do, that robber's gonna be making out with a lot of loot.
Let me recap what happens in this myth. Our would-be thief deposits a briefcase with a bomb in it in his local small-time bank. Now the teller puts this into their safe overnight so that the thief can, boom, blow the safe from the inside out at the dead of night. But if he's gonna do that, he's gonna need some kind of remote system to activate the bomb. And to do that, he's gonna use an alarm clock. All right, let's do it.
Now, we're not gonna show you all the ins and outs of building a bomb timer for obvious reasons, because when we say don't try this at home, this is one of those where we're not gonna even let you know how to try this at home.
You shouldn't scare people making bomb timers, man. That's a horrible idea. What's wrong with you?
Good luck. I'm gonna get out of here.
Pop quiz, hotshot. This might seem kind of messed up, but I've been making fake bombs since I was this tall. I mean, I'd take apart like toasters, remote controllers, all that kind of stuff, hot glue it all together, and then run a piece of floss across the doorway for a booby trap. Obviously, they didn't work, but look where I am now. Now I'm on a watch list. I went to go visit me mom in the laundry room. There's just a little tray with all like sundries in it and stuff. And then I like just moving stuff, and then I found one of my old little, just like a piece of plastic with like a circuit board glued to it and a bunch of buttons that didn't do anything. I was like, oh, my bomb! It's still here.
So your mom's like doing your laundry and just pulling stuff out of your back pocket?
Yeah,
she's like, here's a bomb.
And that's been, she didn't know what it was, but that's been like, that's probably like 16, 17 years old.
Did the TSA know what it was?
I did not take that with me on family vacations. Okay. Continuity test. That means boom. Boom. All right.
So this is what you did with my alarm clock?
Yep, and now it sets off bombs. Well, we'll see if it sets off the det cord, and then we'll use it to set off our bomb.
Great, if it works, we'll take it to the field.
Let's do it. We've hooked our alarm clock timer to a piece of det cord inside our clear mini safe. Now, to test the whole system, we're gonna set the alarm off, run back here, and press this safety button and see if the det cord goes off. If it does, we have a good connection. All right, I think we're good to go.
All righty.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, alarm clock bomb timer test in 3, 2, 1.
Alarm's still going. Let's bring that one to the field.
Let's do it. Should probably go turn that alarm off, eh? Right, let's go rob a bank.
Oh, yeah.
All right, wait, take the money. Lunch is on me, man. Lunch is on me.
You know, the full-size safe will have full-size money. That'll be easier to pay with.
Coming up, who let the dogs out?
Best day at work, John.
Do dogs look like their owners? John and Brian have had a forensic artist draw 5 dogs as humans.
Beef head, like,
almost like clouds on like a sunny day. They're like white, but there's a little blue in it.
And from a lineup, pick the human they most resemble. So it's time to find out how many they got right. First up, Jackson the Dachshund.
All right, reveal the dog and owner in 3, 2, 1.
Hey! You did it! That's crazy. It's just interesting that like that sketch doesn't look like her exactly, but out of all the pictures of people up there, that sketch looks the most like her.
I gotta say, I feel like you look like your dog, and I think that's a compliment.
The guys are off to a strong start. Next up is Jada the Husky.
Actual dog and owner in 3, 2, 1.
I can safely say that I did not pick Arya as the owner of Jada at all in this.
That's a swing and a miss. Next is Rosie.
3, 2, 1.
All right, so
well,
you're a little bit off there.
I was off.
And once again, it's a fail. A result that's repeated 2 more times.
This is what you're meant to look like.
Oh my God.
Meaning this myth is once again on its last statistical legs.
Hey! Oh, look at this pup!
Best day at work, John.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, that was a lot more fun than last time I had to work with a forensic artist.
Yeah, I mean, we came up with some pretty hilarious sketches, but in the end, we only got 20% right.
Well, you know what that means. That means we're gonna have to do more testing, which means playing with some more dogs.
Sweet!
For this next test, we want to find out what sort of dog non-dog owners prefer.
If you were to choose one dog to take home as your own, which one would you choose?
The kind of dog I would love to have It would be a long-haired,
Cute little perky ears and short legs.
Probably would be big.
warm brown eyes.
It'd be fluffy and soft.
We want to find out if people intentionally choose dogs that look like themselves.
Yep, after a yappy hour mix and mingle, these 10 people will pick their perfect pooch.
Oh my gosh, look at his face.
What our non-dog owners don't know is that we've selected 1 out of the 10 dogs as a plant that we feel looks like them.
We're making friends here.
What we want to know for this test is, will those people select their doggy doppelganger plants?
So much fluff. That one I really love.
This experiment is based on a well-established psychological theory.
Every day we see ourselves in mirrors, pictures, and other sorts of reflections. Now, science suggests that on an unconscious level, we grow fond of things we see often. In this case, our faces. So when dogs look like their owners, they're playing into that mirroring effect, becoming a reflection of their owners. Why do you think you're gravitating towards this dog?
It looks like a pillow and it's just so fluffy.
I want to take home all 11 of them, including Bo.
Including Bo.
We've given our 10 singles time to mingle at the Bark Bar. Now that they have time to make a selection, they're gonna reveal it to us, and we'll see if they match the dogs we thought they looked like.
This golden retriever.
Brian and John have pre-selected their matches.
All right, I really like this one. We got Stuart with Arthur.
Now it's time to find out if the theory of selecting a dog based on how much they look like you is correct.
Which one did you choose?
I pick Penny.
Great.
It's a great start. The physical resemblance is obvious. But
Oh, Stuart!
Yeah.
from there on,
Dog I'm picking, go with Thor.
it goes downhill rapidly.
I have to go with Nimbus.
If I had to pick one, it would definitely be Pee-wee.
I think I'm gonna go with.
Oh, McLaughlin. Oh, there you go. Ooh, Nimbus!
Oh.
Picked Rex.
Oh!
It's a clear result. And not just in the final round. All 3 tests returned only a single correct pup and person pairing. And the numbers don't lie.
As far as matching up dogs to their owners went,
We got 10% accuracy.
and the forensic sketch artist,
That was 20% accuracy.
and for pick a pet.
10% accuracy.
So when you average all those together,
It's just above 13%.
so this thing,
We have to call it busted.
absolutely busted. Here you go, Playbo. Go get it.
Coming up,
Let the heist begin.
the explosive myth of the dynamite deposit gets ramped
Let's go to the lowest amount of the high explosive we can use.
down
3, 2, 1.
So, where are we at on this myth? Well, we did prove that you can blow up in a safe from the inside, we just used a little bit too much explosive. We then went back to the shop
Oh, there's ignition.
and did some research to understand how those paper bills and documents are gonna survive inside that safe.
What? This is not even burned.
And now we're back on location with all that information.
All right, let's build a bank to break into.
Boom!
We're ready to load up our safe with a smidgen less explosive,
Those paper bills and documents. Indeed we do. Welcome your deposits to the Bank of Nowhere, a finer bank you won't find on TV.
and then we're gonna see if our bad guy has any luck.
You'll remember at the beginning of this myth for our proof of concept test, we used 4 sticks of high explosives to blow open our safe. And it blew open, like way open. But if our robber, as per the myth, gets away with the money inside the safe, it's clearly not gonna happen with the amount we used before, so this time, he's gonna use 2 sticks of high explosive.
They need to dial in on the energy needed to crack the safe, but leave the money intact.
Good day, sir.
welcome to the U.S. Bank of Nowhere.
Hey, I'm here to make a deposit.
If this myth is to be proven plausible,
Could you please put this very carefully in that safe over there? Ooh, real careful. Family jewels, man. Family jewels.
it's going to require precision. Will 2 sticks or 0.6 pounds do it?
Great. Real careful, all right? Real careful.
The scene is set.
Set.
Okay, I'll count you in.
The bearer bonds and cash are in the safe.
Full scale, high explosive, in safe, full of money. In 3,
But are they safe?
2, 1. Oh, well, shoot.
You know, I've always wanted to be able to use this line from Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. You blow up the train, money's raining down, and he goes, "You think you used enough dynamite there, Butch?"
I don't see the bank anymore.
Yeah, that may have been a little too much boom.
This myth states that our thief gets away with all his paper goods intact.
I have some bad news, John.
What?
As the manager of this branch, I can't accept any of those. They were clearly an explosion. So this result is more fire kindling than loot.
This has been shredded. Look at this. It's like a dog got into it. What's next?
Let's go to the lowest amount of the high explosive we can use.
All right.
Alrighty.
Now, we've been feeling our way to see how much high explosives it would take to blow a safe open like this, and our demolitions expert has told us that this is the smallest amount we can use to get the job done. If this doesn't work, then this myth is blown.
They're going again with a new safe and 0.3 pounds.
And explosive, just close it real gently.
It's the bare minimum that will crack open the steel safety box.
Sure am a trusting bank manager.
John and Brian are walking away fake money rich, or with a busted myth on their hands.
Hit the bunker?
Oh, absolutely.
Let the heist begin. Who would have thought on Mythbusters we'd ramp an explosion down? I guess there's a first time for everything. Okay, our best case scenario in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that. The safe is just blowing maybe like 30 feet back instead of being totally destroyed.
Yeah, it opened up like this instead of having each individual piece fly out.
Oh, I gotta get out there and look.
Yeah, our money's blowing away.
Ah!
The real-time evidence shows substantially less destruction. And although the cameras took a beating, they did survive.
Ooh. Oh, that doesn't look good. You're still rolling. Did you take that door to the face?
Good on you.
But could fragile bank bills really survive a blast like this?
Ooh, look at this.
Incredibly, yes.
Besides like the 3 or so there that are burnt, the rest of this money's fine. How about that? You put the right amount of high explosives inside a safe and boom! Cash money.
Look at this, John. That is a fat stack.
I mean, this stuff is completely intact.
They're like pristine.
I think our bank robber has got an early retirement coming.
What I love about this myth is we started way too big blowing a safe apart, went mid-range and learned some stuff, and then went as small as possible to make this myth work, and what was possible became probable.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, wow, it's intact. It just blew the plate off.
I can tell you the combination. I think it was 19, 20, I'm making it up, dude. It's all there, though.
Ding, ding.
I got something to return to you, buddy. We held it overnight for you.
Oh, thank you. Wow, I'm gonna retire early, so you can hold on to this.
You're a gold digger.
This is a perfect indication of just the right amount of high explosives because besides missing a felt line panel. This door is almost entirely intact. These bolts haven't bent. It just ripped the hinges off the door. Even the front is almost completely intact. Deposit a small amount of high explosives into a bank safe overnight, boom, walk away with an armful of undamaged cash. I have to say, this is...
Confirmed.
Myth confirmed. Plus, if you're inside a bank, wind won't be blowing our money all over the floor.
On this episode of Mythbusters,
wait!
A deadly duo of car crash catastrophe. In that final second before an unavoidable impact between car and pedestrian,
Looks like it knocked the cap right off him.
could a spur-of-the-moment feat of gymnastics
Oh, no!
actually save your life?
Oh, my goodness. Look at that. That's awesome.
Then,
you're driving down a road when all of a sudden, boom! Your car crashes into a power pole.
and that's just the start of your problems.
You need to escape the invisible 7,000-volt net of death surrounding you.
Is there a reliable way to get clear of the current
Oh, God, no!
without getting fried from the inside?
There's no surviving that.
Our first myth is a tale of split-second suburban survival. Take one distracted driver heading straight for a daydreaming pedestrian. There's no time to jump sideways and avoid getting hit. But can a last-moment leap upwards make a difference, turning a certain fatality into something, well, less terminal?
Question: what do you do if you're a pedestrian and suddenly notice a car coming straight at you?
Hope for the best.
This myth says that if you can avoid that grill and bumper, that you'll be able to survive.
Sure, maybe you could even just skim over the hood of the car and roll up and over the roof and live to tell the tale.
So is this your way of volunteering?
Sure, what could possibly go wrong?
To get started, the guys decide their best bet is to stage a worst-case scenario.
We need to see what it looks like when a car going down an average street hits an average human and travels off with them.
Wait!
What?
I think I have a better idea. No, don't worry. You won't feel a thing.
After all, Buster's been trained for this sort of thing.
Here we go. Nice and soft. Ooh.
One thing a crash test dummy can't do is stand up for himself. But they've come prepared. With the aid of a gantry, the plan is to let him dangle.
This is our gantry to suspend our unsuspecting pedestrian Buster. He'll be standing there while the car drives right through, bam, knocking him off his feet, so to speak.
We're gonna have our car going at a moderate city speed with a distracted driver and a distracted pedestrian. We're looking for that solid collision with no one taking action to avoid it.
This car collision is about a fact-finding mission, and to gather data, we have a ton of cameras. There's 3 right here on the car, 1 behind the camera that's actually filming me, 3 high speeds, and cameras just about everywhere, High speed up here, camera in this corner, and this corner, and this corner. One under here, regular high speed, super high speed. That should be enough. And that's gonna give us the data behind this experiment.
With Buster successfully strung up,
Okay, we'll be sure to send flowers to the hospital.
Brian's all set to mow him down.
All right, Brian, you ready down there?
I am set.
Car full on into an unsuspecting pedestrian in 3, 2, 1.
To replicate a typical suburban smash, the car accelerates to 40 miles an hour.
Oh!
Looks like it knocked the cap right off him.
And that would seem to be the least of his problems.
Oh, wow, his whole leg dislocated. He doesn't look so good. This is some serious damage. Look at this. And this guy's made of hard plastic. Piece of the cab.
That's not good.
The telltale signs of Buster's demise are clear to see. But for all the gory detail, it's over to the high-speed camera.
Yeah, that is not an insignificant hit.
It's like he's caught on the grill and bumper and still being pulled down like chest to the hood.
Wow, he gets significant air. Like, it is almost a full-on cartwheel over the top of your cab.
That was our baseline test for a car versus a pedestrian collision, and it did not go good for Buster. Now the question is, if you jump and get a little height, is that gonna change the injuries that occur? I hope so, because at this point, I wouldn't want to be in Buster's coveralls.
On that ominous note, it's time to move on to myth number 2. Which is one of those occasions when, if the crash doesn't kill you, the consequences might. So, let's set the scene. Car hits power pole, and live wires hit the road. It's generally safest to stay in the car, but not if it's on fire. The trouble is that the whole area is now a high-voltage hotbed, where every step could well be your last. The myth is that by being ultra careful, you can shuffle to safety without getting barbecued in the process.
You know, insurance isn't gonna let us drive a car into a power pole, set that car on fire, and then try to escape.
Yeah, you're probably right about that, but that's why we need to understand the principles that make up this myth, and then we can find an analogous way of doing it. Electricity is a complicated and tricky subject, and it helps to think of the whole thing as a waterfall. The height of the waterfall is its potential, or what we call voltage in electricity. The longer the fall, the more damage being done at the bottom. Now, the other thing we're going to be looking at is current, and that's the volume of water. A little trickle from a tall waterfall is not a big deal, but a lot of water, say just a 1-foot river flowing, is enough to wash away a loaded tractor trailer. And it's those two principles, voltage and current, that we're going to be looking at for this myth.
There are 2 ways electricity can kill you. The first way, at the lower range, around 25 milliamps, it'll stop your heart by overriding your central nervous system. Now, the other way is when you're working in higher currents like that of a down power line, where if you mess up, it'll cook you from the inside out. And it's that thermal damage that this myth is trying to circumvent with its car exiting techniques.
As this public service video shows, just getting out of the car is the first life and death challenge. After that, survival depends on how you progress. And this myth is all about finding safe passage, if possible, through those pulsating rings of high-voltage current.
Electricity likes to take the path of least resistance. Usually that's the wires it's in. Other times, unfortunately, it might be us. To give you an idea of just what sort of damage that can do, we're going to take 230 amps courtesy of our TIG welder, put it through this pig heart, and then cut it open and look at the damage.
Pigs are a Mythbusters favorite for a human analog.
That's true.
So the analog human heart gets shoved into an analog human chest.
You say 230 amps?
Sounds good to me. Last thing before we go?
What's that?
The ballistics gel torso should conduct electricity just like real flesh and blood.
He's ready.
Looks like he's already been shot.
Electrical trauma tests in 3, 2, 1.
The results are almost immediate.
It's smoking.
That's some steam.
I'm glad we bought our barbecue schmucks.
Oh, it's coming out over his head.
Yeah, it's He's getting cooked.
Well, I think we pull out the heart and give it a bit of an autopsy.
All right, get my fork and knife.
The guys plate up the damaged organ.
Ooh, it's a little toasty. Wow, that's a lot toasty.
Right beside it is a similar, unelectrified pig's heart.
Oh boy, right off the bat. I mean, look at this.
That is almost completely destroyed along this edge, so that's half of your heart dead right there. There's no surviving that.
We should probably cut the fresh, uncooked heart just to compare side by side.
I think so. You don't need to be a cardiac surgeon on this one, just be familiar with dinner. That's raw meat, that's cooked meat.
Holy moly. When we pumped electricity through this heart, I expected it to be charred and smoldering on the outsides, just like in the movies. But when we cut this open, this heart is completely cooked. You could serve this piece of meat at a restaurant because it is well done. Now, we always take safety to the utmost consideration on Mythbusters, and we'll continue to do the same because I don't want to end up like this. Did we mention don't try this at home?
But the really scary part is that you can grill your gizzards without even getting close to those downed cables.
There's no doubt that if your body becomes part of a high current circuit, it's not gonna end well for you.
Yeah, but I have seen incidents where there's a down power line, and even though that's a fair distance away, you could still get shocked.
Well, it's that high voltage that's driving the electricity to do those weird things, and I think I have a pretty cool way of visualizing it, but I'm gonna need a car, a down power line, and a street.
I can do that. Divide and conquer?
Sounds good.
Right.
Still to come, an old friend adds a spark to proceedings. But next up, John takes a tumble in the battle of man versus car.
Here I go. Just a, oh.
John, Brian, and Buster are testing the theory that a last-second leap at an oncoming car could save a pedestrian's skin.
We gave ourselves an idea of what happens when you fail to make the jump. Now the next question is, how do you make the jump? You have to notice a car coming at you, notice how fast it's going, and time your jump just right as that car approaches you. And all of that takes reflexes. So that's where we're gonna start, testing reflexes.
Oh yeah, right there. This is how we're gonna collect our reflex data. Brian and I will be doing 2 different reaction tests with 2 different stimuli. First, a visual stimuli, and second, a different kind of stimuli. Hey! Now we'll be doing those tests 10 times each, which gives us 40 data points, which we'll be averaging to give us a pretty good representation of how fast someone can react to something totally unexpected.
The visual part of the testing is pretty straightforward.
Are you set?
Yeah.
Anytime.
Brian hits the light switch at random intervals, and John turns it off as fast as he can.
Wow. John's been getting right at a quarter second for all his reaction times, and that makes sense because if you're an average person, the average reaction time to a visual stimuli, such as a light bulb, is 1/4 of a second. So John, seems pretty average.
Hardly a ringing endorsement for John, but exactly what they need for the myth.
All right, my turn. Control box is yours.
Great.
Now to see if Brian's reflexes are any more cat-like than John's.
Hey! Woo! I think I saw your shirt go as you swung your body around.
Brian's slightly slower than average, but it's all valuable data.
Brian and I have finished our first reflex test, and our combined average is 0.33 seconds.
So it's on to the more challenging audio testing, responding to random loud noises while blindfolded.
We've moved the button from the table to the stool. And every time I spin around and stop randomly, we may move that button to some other location so I can't get used to it. So my steps will be to react, unblindfold myself, find the button, and hit it.
For both John and Brian, these audio reflex tests are more of a challenge. The element of disorientation adds that vital touch of realism.
Woo, that was tricky.
When they're done, it's time to crunch the numbers.
Now that Brian and I have finished our best case and worst case scenario reflex test, we have a grand combined average of just a hair over a second. Now, to put that into perspective, our car moving at 40 miles an hour in that 1 second has traveled 62 feet. And that's just enough time for you to go,
And to find out if that is time enough to take the mythical evasive action and how high they can leap, John has a plan.
ta-da!
Been doing some massaging?
No, I'm actually using these to build a car bumper analog and then having them swing down at your legs to test your jumping capabilities and jumping technique.
I like it.
The rig John's planned resembles a circus trapeze. From the top, Brian can unleash the surrogate bumpers, each attached to 3 different lengths of rope.
We clear the bottom roller, and we're gonna clear our bumper. We clear the middle roller, we clear the grill, clear the top roller, and we're good with the hood.
It's a test of athleticism and reflexes. They've worked out that the tubes take just over 1 second to swing down from the top of the scaffold, which matches their reaction test times.
This is how the test is gonna work. I will be strolling along this padded pedestrian walkway while Brian up there will swing down a foam roller of a random height, to which I must react, jump up, and see if I can clear it before it hits me.
All right, John, you ready?
That's right, I'm ready.
All right, jump test. Start walking in 3, 2, 1.
Here I go. Just a, oh,
Brian's gone high with the very first shot.
oh God.
But it just goes to show how hard it is to get airborne at a moment's notice.
I think that's teaching us something about that response time.
Yeah.
The barrage continues at random heights.
Oh, snap. Oh my goodness.
And things are definitely looking up.
You jumped that one, you dodged the grill of the car.
Whew, still scary. That is surprisingly difficult. I mean, as soon as I was walking out, I just see a glimpse of something in the corner of my eye, and I immediately had to jump. There's no time to turn and look and gasp. You just have to jump.
But those knee-high shots are still giving John grief.
Even though I'm catching the glimpse right at the corner of my eye, by the time my legs start moving up, it just goes whap and hits me.
I feel like I want to see that perfect jump and that you're getting there. So this one's about knowing whether or not you could make that jump over the hood at all. So you can look.
Look and stand here.
But try to make the full jump. You ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, no.
Well, I think that's all I'm gonna give you.
There you go. You wanna give it a try?
No, I'm good. Look, we're not saying this jump technique is easy, but if you give John our average response time of just over a second, he clears the bumper and grill without any problem. When it comes to that hood, he almost clears it. So this jump is looking pretty good, but we're not done with this myth yet. It's time for some impact testing.
And to do that, Brian and I are going to build an air cannon to power a model car into, ta-da, Mythbusters Man. Can jump a car in a single bound? Well, we'll find out.
And later, Buster's upmarket replacement volunteers to bring this myth home with a full-scale bang.
Now! Yeah! If you ever crash your car into a power pole and find that there's power lines everywhere, you may think that if you could jump out of your car without touching any of the metal bits, you'd be safe. But that's not necessarily true, because at higher voltages, electricity does not travel just from point A to point B in search of ground. It actually casts out like a net, continuously searching for ground. So if you were to get out of your car and step on that net, it could potentially kill you.
Which is why the advice in this situation is to remain in your car waiting for rescue to come to you. Now, remember, this myth, though, is about a worst-case scenario where you're forced to leave your car. So this experiment is gonna allow us to visualize that invisible net of electricity so we can see just how that current travels out across a normally insulating surface looking for ground.
Charging John's diabolical diorama.
And that's why you don't text and drive.
Is a transformer pumping 12,000 volts out through 2 probes.
There's one thing we're missing, though.
Yeah?
The real street's gonna have grime on that, and that's gonna help with conduction. So for us, baking soda and water, put a little bit on there, it's gonna be a street grime.
Mixing water with a base like baking soda is essential to get the current flowing, as wood itself is non-conductive. When the solution's dried, they're all set to turn on the juice.
Ooh, look at it go. We're getting branches from both of these prongs, but they're just kind of spreading out.
Well, the branch from my left hand is actually headed under the car instead of towards the other one.
Oh, man. Look at that. That's awesome.
The scorch marks graphically show how the electricity doesn't just arc between the probes, it fans out all over.
Instinctively, you think, all right, it'll form between the two prongs, but look at that. That's headed completely in the opposite direction.
It's headed up the power line right now.
We know that electricity travels almost like a cast net at high voltages, but seeing it in person is a completely different story. And these black burnt spots don't even show where all the electricity has been, just where it burned through. So imagine being inside your car, looking out at an invisible sea of death. That's a pretty horrifying proposition.
So, what's going on that turns our normally insulating road surface into a conductor? Well, it's all about electrons. Insulators want to hold onto those electrons tight, whether it's that road surface or air itself. But if you turn up that voltage high enough, eventually that potential is strong enough to rip those electrons off, turning what's normally an insulator into a perfectly good conductor.
To better mimic the partial conductivity of a road under high voltage, Brian's doing some resurfacing.
A little paint for insulative, a little graphite for conductive, mix them together, spread it out, you got your road surface. That's my great-grandmama's recipe for conductive ink.
While Brian sweats the details,
that's a good street.
John adds the finishing touches to their tiny victim.
If you come face to face with a down power line and you have to get out of your car, I mean have to, the power company suggests that you jump out of your car and take little scooting steps. And that's because the wider you move your feet, the more you increase what's called a voltage potential, which dictates how much current courses through your body. Now, to test this, we've built a tiny buster complete with its own little nervous system attached to a voltmeter to tell us what actually is the voltage potential between his 2 feet, and a little LED to help visualize the amount of current coursing through his tiny body. The brighter it is, the more current.
With the street hot and a voltmeter strapped to John's chest, they'll measure the level of potentially lethal charge that passes through the little guy.
Oh, you see it? Look.
Oh, yeah.
You see a little bit.
Taking short, sliding steps is meant to be the safest method.
As he's shuffling, you can see it kind of like fade in and out. As his feet get further apart, it fades in and out.
So you're seeing that sort of little bit of voltage, it's gone. A little bit of voltage, it's gone.
Yeah, that's pretty dope.
Next up, a regular walk, albeit a little stiff-legged.
It looks like we're still pulling that same 2 volts, but it's dropping down and then straight to 2. So there's no transition, it's just straight ow, no, ow, no. All right, you ready for your hop?
Okay, here we go, ready?
This is an awkward way to make an escape, but worth looking into.
Anything?
Yeah, still 0.2. 0 to 0.2.
Whether that would translate into instant death is impossible to call from the small scale.
It seems silly, but I'm glad we did it for thoroughness.
Okay.
The most interesting data came from the LED on Buster's head. As he scooted along with that shuffle, it got brighter and dimmer, and that smooth transition in voltage would equate to a smooth transition in tingling in your legs, letting you know when you might be safe and when you might not.
But to take this myth to the next level, they'll have to get a whole lot more sophisticated.
LEDs and voltmeters are great for our small-scale tests, but for our full-scale, we want a finer level of detail. And that's why we're gonna bring in someone whose specialty is extracting that kind of information from microcontrollers and other electronics of the sort. Our friend, Alan Pan.
Is this your first electric soup, John?
I think it is, man.
And coming up, John learns that power dressing can be hazardous to your health.
You're dead! It killed him instantly.
So far in the myth of man versus car, the boys have reduced Buster to his component parts.
Did you see that?
Timed their own reflexes.
Wow.
And seen how high John can jump under pressure.
Oh, snap! Oh, my goodness.
Now it's time to see if a small-scale jump really could make a difference.
We're building a pneumatic car gun to shoot a car down this track at an unsuspecting pedestrian.
The plan is to film and then study the body's trajectory in super slow motion. After a soak in the hot tub, this pint-sized crash test dummy filled with corn syrup,
fresh out of his bath,
should be just the right balance of solid to squishy.
Okay, ready for action. This is our setup to see what happens to our human analog when he gets hit by a car. Now you notice our rig has height adjustment so we can change the level at which the car hits him. This is our car, which is powered by this air cannon.
We'll charge up the tank, pull the trigger, and fire the car at him. Charging.
Our first test will be full-size grill against unsuspecting pedestrian.
Brian charges the air cannon to 45 PSI.
Full-on front-of-car grill versus unsuspecting pedestrian in 3, 2, 1.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but that may have just been a touch hot.
So car versus person versus camera.
Yeah, I think 45 PSI might be a little too much. We got off the starting line so fast that it did a wheelie. The car is riding the person off the ramp. All right, let's dial back the PSI.
Sounds good.
So with the pressure dialed down a notch,
okay, I'll give you the countdown.
They're soon set to try again.
In 3, 2, 1.
It's a nice collision.
And it's off to the high speed. This is their first glimpse of what can happen to a body that's more cushy than Buster's.
Whoa! The hand goes and the lower body goes, and then the front of it catches up with the rest of the person.
It's a catastrophic collision. Now to see if a jump makes a difference.
I like the idea of mimicking my jump in this little dude's legs.
First off, they'll follow John's early form by lifting the legs just a bit, up to bumper height.
Perfect. That's a ankle-shattering height.
And we're all set to compare comparative calamities.
In 3, 2, 1.
That looked significantly different. It looked like he was cartwheeling through the air.
That's definitely a different hit. Instead of being there in the pelvis, that's maybe bilateral femur fractures. It's bad, but not as bad.
Yeah, and after he gets hit, he looks like he almost clears the entire car.
It just might be a better outcome. But try telling that to the dummy. Next, they'll imitate John's last real-life jump by tucking its knees up.
John's final jump was right there where his shin hit the hood, so we're gonna get Buster into that slightly tucked-in jump position and ram a car into him.
All right, good luck.
Charging. 30 PSI.
Car into unsuspecting bystander with feet just clipping the hood. In 3, 2, 1.
Flipped again, but he didn't even go as far. I'm gonna have to look at the high speed, but I feel like that was better. Ooh.
It looks like more of his upper body is totally just glancing off the windshield instead of wrapping itself around the car.
With each jump, the higher you get, the less time you have in contact with the car, and that's good for that transfer of energy.
But this still doesn't look like an accident you'd walk away from.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is about survivability. And the last time I checked, doing cartwheels over a car at high G's and then landing, not so good for your health. But that's what we're gonna test for, survivability in full scale. He's ready.
So far, John and Brian have dug deep to dissect the myth of the potentially fatal electric escape.
That's half of your heart dead right there. There's no surviving that.
And after small-scale testing, they're ready to take the next step with electronics expert and fellow search contestant, Alan Pan.
Well, you have a pretty good idea of what was going on here, but we're ready to go full scale with it.
Yeah, and I imagine you guys probably don't want to charge yourselves up to 7,000 volts or so.
No, but we do want a way to scale down that voltage into something safe we could work with.
Okay, we could build a rig with a microcontroller that would show the interaction between your body and the road, but at a safer, lower voltage.
Great, you do that and I'll build the suit for you to mount it to.
And I'll go create a horrific car wreck.
Okay. This is our grand plan for our electrified escape full-scale rig. It all starts out with Alan working on the electronic indicators which will show us when we're in the danger zone of electricity, which will be mounted to the suit that I will be building that will take us to the scene of the crash, where we'll be testing the myth that correctly executed maneuvers can help increase your chances of survival when escaping an electrified crash site.
First up, John's off to his tailor for this season's must-have accessory, a string of LEDs that tells you when you're dead.
I guess this bottom one I can just keep green, and then like green, yellow, yellow.
Toast.
I guess the top one should be red. Yeah, and
Toast.
then if you hit that, then it'll start like just flashing red, like.
Oh, dude! So cool.
Outside, Brian's wrangled the car.
Oh no! What about this unavoidable power pole? Oh!
And the pole.
That looks like a car wreck.
Wow, this looks great.
How's it going?
Pretty good. I set it up, but it wasn't quite having the impact I was looking for. Then it hit me. It was missing an impact. So guys, get on the rope. It's tug of war time. All right. In 3, 2, 1.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
And there's your realism. Thanks for your help.
You're welcome.
And with that, it's back to work. John's volunteered to play the part of the stranded driver. And to get good data, he needs to dress at his conductive best.
I feel like I'm making something for King Arthur.
It does kind of look like chainmail.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. King Arthur, I've made you dishwashing gloves. You can scrub your dirty pots and pans. And
He's even branched out into copper cobbling.
steel plate for stability and copper mesh for flexibility. Ooh.
A quick check to see everything's in working order.
Great.
And the same for Alan.
I didn't connect anything wrong, that nothing's gonna explode.
Which is cold comfort for someone who's about to step into a high-voltage minefield.
Remember when we built Mini Buster with his conductive booties hooked to that voltmeter? Well, ta-da! I've built those conductive boots in full scale and included an extra bonus pair of conductive gloves. These will act as the probes to help us determine if, 1, you can actually get out of a car without touching an electrified surface and ground, which at high voltages will kill you, and 2, if our jump or our shuffle or our walk will increase the amount of current going through our bodies. Now, to do that, we have to hook these end terminals up to
this vest with a microcontroller mounted on it. The vest can measure the potential voltage across John's body. This LED strip illustrates a difference between safe voltage all the way up to a deadly voltage. If that deadly voltage is reached, this buzzer and this vibrating motor go off to let John know that he has, in fact, died.
Back out at the wreck, Brian gets on with the detailing.
There's 2 parts to this myth: getting away from the car, but before that, getting out of the car. The recommendation there is to get out without ever touching the car and the ground at the same time. The reason being, that way you don't complete a high voltage circuit. So fine, dead. And that is why we're putting foil tape on the car. It's gonna work with John and Alan's suit, and any errant touch will indicate certain death.
To make sure that the road can carry a current, Brian mixes and spreads a much bigger batch of Grandma's graphite slurry.
That's some good stuff.
I've always wanted to play with conductive paint, and this was really cool because it was simple to make. Some paint, some activated charcoal, and some graphite. Mix it all together and boom! And the neat thing about this is it's simple science meets complex science, because this graphite-based paint is gonna work with Alan's microcontroller to detect the voltage across it. That way we can test this myth.
As Alan and John agree,
First electric soup, John?
I think it is, man.
they simply must stay in contact.
Yeah!
John and Brian are testing the myth that it's better to jump than stand still when there's no time to run from an oncoming car.
We've explored a pedestrian impact on small scale and large scale, but it's time to move on to the point of this myth: injury.
Now it's time to bring out the big guns and see if jumping in the air before a car hits you will actually make that impact survivable. So far, our tests have shown us that there might be something to this leaping technique, but that was small scale. So we're gonna repeat the procedure, except with a full-size buster.
But this time around, they'll determine the damage sustained to a buster in mid-leap.
There we go.
The course is set up same as last time.
Decent advice. This next test is gonna be at John's maximum height, where those ankles and the shin were right at the hood, which is the final small scale test we did.
We've added some breakaway tape here so that when the car hits him, he'll resume his natural pose.
With John at the wheel, they're all set to see whether a brittle buster fares any better with some elevation.
3, 2, 1. Coming Buster just, whoop, one quick backflip.
Despite this windshield looking like a huge disaster, I'm suspecting he's taken less damage. When I said we'd be bringing out the big guns, that's who I meant. He's Boomer, our incredibly accurate human analog, and he'll be giving us definitive answers when comparing the injuries of being hit by a car flat on and being hit by a car whilst jumping through the air.
These state-of-the-art sin dabbers are fast proving indispensable on Mythbusters.
Whoa.
That looks like a human flesh wound.
I mean, he dead. Dead, dead, and dead.
But these high-cost synthetic cadavers are best saved for myths with a serious purpose, like saving a life.
Skin's been ripped off the toe, complete ankle dislocation, super gruesome.
As with the airbag disaster myth, Boomer will later be sent back to his makers for a comprehensive post-crash analysis.
In case you're wondering what all the water is, remember, Boomer is accurate just like a human being, so he's 80% water, and he needs to stay hydrated in this sun or else he'll dry out.
This first crash test is a straight-on hit. The one thing they know in advance is it will be ugly.
Okay, highly accurate human analog Boomer being hit flat out by a car in 3, 2, 1.
Brian eases the taxi up to 40 miles per hour on impact.
Woo, okay. Oh, my goodness.
Well, that seemed bad.
Yeah, it's not looking good from here.
I think the skin of one of his limbs is right here.
Well, let's go take a look.
The thing is, it's hard to know where to look. Boomer's broken body parts are spread far and wide.
We've just seen the result of that car impact directly into the sin dabber. They are very realistic, and I've seen a lot in my years as a paramedic, and I can tell you that those are lethal results.
A post-test X-ray analysis will confirm the lethality of the control collision. But first, the main event. Could a last-minute leap up really save your life? To find out, they have to get another sin dabber to jump at the last second. Cue a left-field solution.
Great, magnets on?
Magnets on.
We've created the opposite of moon boots. All right, magnets up.
Once everything's welded down tight, they're ready to see if the magnetic release system works with a backup Boomer.
All right, you ready?
Yeah, go ahead and count them into a release.
Boomer jump in 3, 2, 1. Perfect.
We've rigged up our sin dabber to jump at the same height and speed John achieved during the small-scale testing. So with just over a second of response time, that's 62 feet of travel at 40 miles per hour for this car, and that's right at the end of these cones.
And at that instant, we'll flip the switch, releasing the magnet shoes, sending Boomer leaping.
Days of painstaking testing have come down to this.
Okay, here's the big test, Brian.
They know the result won't be pretty, but maybe, just maybe, this time the hit won't be fatal.
In 3, 2, 1. Here it comes. Now! Imagine with me, if you will, you're driving down a road, having a great time, when all of a sudden, you get a text. Great. You know you should never look at your phone, but hey, it's a one-time thing. When all of a sudden, boom! Your car crashes into a power pole. Now your car's on fire, there's smoke billowing into the cabin. You know you shouldn't get out of your car, but do you really want to cook like a Thanksgiving turkey? Yeah, I didn't think so. And that's why we're here to test the myth that executing the proper hop, shuffle, or walk will increase your chances of escaping this electrified crash site.
Now, we can't actually down a 7,000-volt power line, so we're gonna put 7 volts across our special conductive road.
Nice road. Nice and conductive.
The microcontroller on John's body is going to measure the voltage between his feet and then multiply that measurement by a factor of 1,000 to simulate the real-world scenario. This is called the step voltage, and the step voltage will increase the further John's feet get apart from each other. We're gonna say that a simulated voltage of 200 volts is the upper limit of survivability. So if John hits that, he's dead, and his technique has failed.
Unfazed, John slips into his fancy conduction costume, plugs in, and fronts up in classic fashion. The slow-motion strut.
Our first test is gonna be having me try to get out of this car without being electrocuted. Now you might be going, John, I get out of my car all the time. It's so easy, but that's where you're wrong because you unconsciously do things like this and this, which in both cases, you'd be dead. Plus, the car is on fire, so you'll really have to stay focused if you want to get out of this wreck alive.
Once you escape that car, you need to escape the invisible 7,000-volt net of death surrounding you. And that's what our techniques are about. In order to test those techniques, Alan's system's going to use the microcontroller to interpret a 7-volt field across this conductive patch. When it reaches the equivalent of 200 residential volts, we're going to call that a failure. The reason being, at that point, your legs will collapse underneath you. You will have at least 200 volts coursing through your body, and you will be a significant risk to anybody who comes to rescue you.
Did someone say fire? Got you covered.
Woo!
Good luck, man.
Oh, snap! It's everywhere!
Exiting safely means not falling victim to what's known as touch potential. John can't touch the car and the ground at the same time.
Here we go. Here we go.
You're alive! I think it's safe to say, as long as you're aware it's 7,000 volts and take a moment to concentrate, you can jump out fairly easily.
All right, guys. What's next? That!
Like Brian said, staying alert is the key to staying alive. Now to see which mode of moseying off might keep him that way.
Which technique do y'all want to start with?
Let's start with the most natural way to get away from a car, just walking one foot in front of the other.
Great. Let's go for a walk.
Wake up, John! You gotta get out of here!
Oh, wow, that's real smoky.
Once again, the first hurdle is jumping clear of the car.
Freedom!
All right, I start walking.
You're
Did I die?
You're dead.
One small step for man, one electrifying end to a fledgling career. As John's LEDs all flash red.
That's a pretty normal gait for a walk, too. That was just, what, like this?
It killed him instantly. The walking technique, not optimum.
But is there a way to get clear of the danger without becoming a human jumper cable? Small-scale testing suggests that it's possible.
It does keep your voltage the lowest.
But in real life...
Sure do get in a lot of car wrecks.
All right, here I go.
Yeah. Oh, God, no! Don't fall!
Testing the myth that escape from a car across a high-voltage highway is possible, John has proved he can safely jump clear of the wreck.
You're alive!
But when he tried walking away, it was a case of out of the fire and into the frying pan.
Oh, that would really mess up your walking.
Now it's time to try springing to safety.
All right, John, you ready to hop the entire way?
Yeah.
All right, count it in, buddy.
Here I go, exiting an electrified vehicle and then escaping with hops. Opens the door.
Sure do get in a lot of car wrecks.
Get greedy!
Yeah. Oh, God, no! Don't fall! Don't fall, you'll die.
Maybe we don't get
Pretend die.
Don't get greedy, don't get greedy. Here we go. Egress technique number 2, hopping. We try to remove that potential voltage between your 2 feet that would cause a harmful current to go through your body by sticking our feet together and just poof, jumping forward.
Woo! All right. All right, that looked great.
Yeah, I never saw the LEDs read more than 20 volts, but I did see you almost fall over.
Yeah, I don't know how face planting onto a high voltage electrical field is really good for your health.
Definitely not an optimal technique.
Agreed. All right, last one.
Yeah, let's try shuffling, keeping your feet together and just kind of shuffling along.
Great.
It takes steely nerves to shuffle at snail's pace away from a burning car, but this is their last shot at confirming the myth.
Here we go.
Whoa!
Too much.
After that first slightly alarming shuffle forward...
Yeah, dial back. There we go.
Yeah, look.
Looking safe.
John slows his steps to a point where the LEDs barely register.
Nice!
The readout never tops 40 volts, way short of the 200 they figure would kill him.
You're safe!
I made it. Woo! Super grateful.
John noted that on the shuffling technique, he could look down at his LEDs and realize when the electrical voltage was getting too high. And I think that makes it the most promising, because that translates to a sensation of tingling from the electricity in real life. So you'd be able to actually know when you were sliding your foot too far, stop and catch up with the other foot. I really like this technique.
To confirm the myth of safely traversing an electrified road,
Nice.
I got that part down.
the team had to find at least one reliable way to make your escape.
With hopping, you can keep the step voltage low by keeping your feet together, but every time you hopped, you risked falling face first into 7,000 volts of potential.
Yeah, that didn't sound too good. And that leaves us with our last method of egress, which is scooting. With your feet so close together, it decreases the amount of voltage potential between your feet and also gives you live feedback. So if you slip too far, boop.
Well, if you find yourself in this horrible situation of an electrified car that's on fire that you have to escape, two of our methods, they weren't worth anything, but scooting, it improves your odds of survival.
Sounds like it's confirmed.
Confirmed.
All right. Hey, your rig still works.
Nice. Sure do leave a lot of burning cars behind.
How often do you guys do this?
No comment.
Back at Car Crash Central, the boys have already destroyed Boomer 1 in a head-on horror crash.
Oh my goodness.
Now it's time to test the myth with a fresh Sindaver. But this time, who gets to jump?
Okay, here's the big test, Brian. Highly accurate boomer, jumping right before being hit by a car in 3, 2, 1. Here he comes. Time it so that right as the car goes, now! Yeah! That looked like a pretty good jump. Let's see how Boomer's doing.
One thing is clear from the get-go. Boomer 2 has more of his body parts still attached than his predecessor.
While this is pretty bad, compared to that first one, which was horrific, this is definitely less injury. Now, whether or not it's more survivable is still to be determined.
For our first test with Boomer, he got clipped, bang, right in the hips, and that was bad. Really, really bad. For our second test, though, Boomer was mid-jump, and just like me, he got clipped, right in the shins, which means his upper body containing most of his vital organs completely cleared the hood.
We're not quite in a position to call this myth yet. We're gonna take our boomers and send them back to Sindaver. They're gonna go over them inch by inch and send a report back with every single injury. We'll take that injury report and use it to call this myth.
A week later, the official report is in. Orthopedic trauma specialist Dr. Devin Jeffcoat is here to interpret the damaging data.
First up, no jump. How did this guy fare?
Not well. The skull fracture that you see here, likely a brain injury to go with it. Fracture of the C1 vertebra, essentially separating the head from the upper spine. Pelvic spinal separation, that's separating the lower body from the lower spine. Knees being disarticulated, essentially the medical way to say that you lost your legs at the knee.
What are this guy's odds of survivability?
Essentially none. He has multiple fatal injuries.
Safely say that guy is not in good shape, but this guy got a little bit of air before that car hit him. How'd he do?
A little bit better. We still see a lot of bad injuries, but we're not seeing those same likely fatal injuries. That same bad pelvic spinal column separation likely requires surgery, but treatable.
So with Boomer jumping, what do you say his odds of survival are?
Probably somewhere around 25%.
And if a car's coming at you at 40 miles per hour, what are you gonna do?
I'm jumping.
Say the orthopedic surgeon was pretty definitive on this myth.
Yeah, if a car's coming at you at 40 miles an hour and you don't jump, odds are you're toast. But if you manage to jump up in the air, you could save yourself from a few extra traumatic injuries.
I feel like I want to call this myth confirmed. Jumping does decrease your injuries, but they're still grievous injuries.
Agreed. I think the best we could call it is plausible.
on this wet and wild episode of Mythbusters.
Ooh, I definitely feel like I'm not really in control. Woo! Here's a little math for you. Flat tires plus police chasing your butt.
Oh, he is losing it.
Equals C in jail, buddy.
According to the murmurings of the criminal underworld, you can defeat a spike strip. So we're gonna try a couple of DIY methods for toughening up our tires.
That's not a sexy ride at all.
As well as an outrageous driving maneuver right out of a hyped up Hollywood heist.
And Brian and John meet up with a couple of old pals from the search to power up a super fountain.
We're testing the myth that an old man in an inner tube, yeah, I think he had a little bit too much to drink this time, accidentally floats his way over a fountain and gets shot up into the air, being suspended by the water. Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Woo!
The first myth off the blocks involves an enticing yet highly dangerous cocktail: alcohol and water. The story goes that a tipsy senior citizen decided to finish off an evening of drinking with a dip in his hotel's dormant fountain. Floating in an inflatable ring, he bobbed across the water's surface in a gentle stupor. Until, that is, the fountain sprang to life, suspending the startled senior high in the air for several seconds. But when the Mythbusters investigate this tale of drunken misadventure, will it hold water, or is it merely hydrodynamic hyperbole?
Well, this sounds like a seniors party gone wrong.
Yeah, I'd say gone wrong and then some.
It's safe to assume those great fountains in Vegas and Dubai aren't gonna let us do this.
You mean because it's not good for their public image?
Yeah, exactly. But that means we get to build a super fountain, and I've never done that before.
Oh wait, here's a surprise. I haven't either.
Let's do it.
But before the guys go full Vegas and engineer a super fountain, they need to learn how to optimize its design to lift and hold a floating object.
Water is one of the most prevalent molecules on the planet, but it's also one of the most unique. With just one oxygen and two hydrogens separated by 104.5 degrees, it becomes just about magical. You can use it to cut through steel, lift a 500,000-ton ship, and it's most dense as a liquid and not as a solid. It's those crazy properties and many more that we're gonna have to investigate to figure out just how water could lift a human being.
Luckily for us, we have a custom-built Mythbusters fountain right here, including a powerful pump, a flow regulator valve, a reservoir with enough water for continuous flow, and a series of interchangeable nozzles that will help us find the optimum stream to give this myth the best chance.
Oh! That's more reasonable. This myth is about a person being levitated by a stream of water, but a person is oddly shaped. We're gonna start with something with a little simpler physical property: a sphere.
All right.
Let's do it.
The first nozzle up for testing is medium-sized and produces what's known as a clear stream jet. So is it capable of suspending a foam ball in midair?
Oh! It looks so promising.
You know what? I started to see something, though. It's gonna fall out to one side, but watch as it comes out, it starts to spin and slow down its fall. Ah, you see it hang up?
It rolls off the stream.
I think we need a little more stream.
Let's do it.
Woo! Oh! Oh! That ball's levitating.
Whoa!
That's great, man.
Holy moly! It's kind of like black magic.
But the high-speed footage reveals this is no witchery. It's pure physics.
The ball's not in the jet, it's off to the side, and it's constantly spinning.
Right? That's that hydrodynamic effect. Obviously, gravity's pulling the ball down, but the water's pushing it up and out. But the important force, that water being flung around, pushing it back into the stream and stabilizing it.
It's a spectacular trick the guys repeat with a number of different balls and nozzles. But the hydrodynamic effect most likely doesn't explain this myth.
That's cool, but check this out. Buster in his inner tube, no magic carpet ride.
So it's back to testing and time for a switch of balls.
We have this one. Yeah, it's heavier than this one. It's a bit smaller too. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Here we go. Okay. Oh! Oh, so close. Oh! I should have yelled.
I was so excited for like a tenth a second.
The jet is just too turbulent. And because some sections of the water column are moving faster than others, the internal differences in pressure this creates throws the ball out every time.
I think a smaller nozzle is going to pull a little trick here that we need.
Brian's backing a small clear stream nozzle to produce a less turbulent jet, in which the water is moving at a more uniform speed, with less destabilizing variance in internal pressure.
Give her a shot.
Oh, come on. Ooh, look at that.
That's beautiful, and I think that means these nozzles are important.
In fact, several nozzle types, which produce a more stable, less turbulent jet, also steadily suspend weightier rubber balls.
There you have it. This is a different physics principle than we saw last time.
Yeah?
And a comparison with the hydrodynamic effect reveals why these differing physics could be crucial to solving this myth.
That's the hydrodynamic effect, and that's the Bernoulli effect.
It almost doesn't look like the ball's moving, it's just water moving up and around it.
The Bernoulli effect's, it's like cupped hands. That top of that stream holds the ball in the center, and if it's pushed off to the side, there's actually extra force from that movement and less force on the other side because the ball's moved over, making that ball want to shift back into the center, holding it steady. And that Bernoulli force is exactly what we want to take advantage of.
But before Mythbusters gets a ride in the jet flow, let's swerve over to a myth about fleeing the 5-0. They're every getaway driver's nightmare, road spikes. Yet some felons claim to have beaten a blowout and the best efforts of the boys in blue. Their secret? DIY toughened tires. But when the Mythbusters investigate, will these criminal claims hold firm or hit the skids?
This is John Lung reporting live for Mythbusters News at what appears to be a horrific accident involving an overturned tanker trailer just a quarter mile outside of Hazmat City. Actually, this is John Lung reporting for Mythbusters at Del Val Disaster Training Facility, where firefighters train every day for real-life disasters just like this. And it's the perfect place for us to have our own little disaster involving some spike strips.
The best stuff. This is a real spike strip.
Wow, that's nothing but business, huh?
Look at this, the spikes come right out and they're hollow to bleed the air out. These little feet actually get caught so it can tilt either way as that wheel comes in, lining up those spikes perfectly. It's genius.
And it's these design nuances which make the spike strip such an effective car-killing tool. When the Mythbusters first tested the tire-busting prowess of road spikes, Adam dropped them from a fleeing spy car.
There we go.
But they failed to stop Jamie's hot pursuit.
Okay, we got ya. Bang, 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 bang.
And both Adam and the myth were busted.
Here it goes.
But when the myth was retested, this time Jamie dropped hollow spikes.
Oh yeah. Oh, I feel them in my tires.
And this single enhancement made all the difference. The hollow spikes allowed air to escape from the tires of Adam's chasing car, immobilizing it within 15 seconds. In fact, they're so effective that run over them slow or run over them fast, and you're on a highway to nowhere but Flatsville.
You hear that, Brian?
Yeah.
That's the overwhelming sound of our car getting its butt kicked by that spike strip.
Those spikes, they're hollow, so that they're like a soda straw. That way, a small sip of air can come out, and you don't have a boom, uncontrolled blowout. You have a nice, steady, slow stop. That's pretty neat.
Unsurprisingly, when it comes to beating the spike strip, air-filled tires proved a real letdown. But there's no need to feel deflated. When the Mythbusters return,
If you can raise a house with it, you could probably spike-proof a tire.
They'll toughen up a set of tires with AB foam.
It's time to roll up the welcome mat.
And then run this roadblock for real. And in the myth of the Geezer Geyser,
Look at that!
the fun continues at a pool party with old pals.
Definitely enough force to push and hold Buster up.
You think?
Can a getaway driver beat a spike strip and escape the police with the aid of DIY toughened tires? Brian and John are going to make their own and put them to the test.
A.
A.
B.
Woo! All right, there you go, AB foam. This stuff, you find it everywhere. I mean, they literally insulate stuff with it all the way to raising the foundation of a house. And you figure if you can raise a house with it, you could probably spike-proof a tire.
Ready?
Yeah.
All right, you stand back, buddy.
Should I cover your beard with my hand or something?
It protects itself.
Oh!
There we go. All right. And this one. I'd say that's full. Don't get in the crossfire. How's my beard?
It's doing pretty good.
Once the foam is cured, the guys snap off the excess, weld up the fill holes, and their DIY toughened tires are done.
All right, road spike simulation test in 3, 2, 1. Oh, snap!
So that penetrated pretty easily, but that's not broken up around there. In fact, yeah, not a problem, right?
Yeah.
So that's my question. If these spikes go in, the only thing you have to worry about is forces from the side tearing it up. And I'm impressed.
This might actually work.
But is AB foam a spike buster? Time for the rubber to meet the road.
There's 2 driving components to every heist. Getting to your heist, getting away from your heist. We're gonna put our modified tires through both those tests. The first test is gonna be this course, which is a daily driving, how's it handle type of test. Just a little bit of weaving, a few speed bumps, a sharp corner, and a long drive up to the finish line.
Where it will become our starting line for test 2. Now, we'll be driving away from the scene of our crime as if we're being chased by the cops. But unfortunately, we'll be hitting their spike strips immediately. Not only do we care about what happens to the tires on the spike strips, but also what happens to them afterwards and how the car handles. Because what good's a getaway car if you're not getting away? Ooh, good pass, good pass. It's good to go. These foam-filled tires aren't much heavier than the air-filled tires, which is good for handling. But the bonus is with the extra rigid foam inside, when they roll over the spikes and all the air falls out, it should still be good. AB foam handling test in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, it's a little road construction. Oh, what's that, some potholes? Oh, I hate these potholes. Oh, gosh, yeah. Overall, though, I mean, this is really smooth drive.
And he's back.
So on the leisurely drive to the heist, the AB foam-filled tires performed well.
It's time to roll up the welcome mat.
But how will they fare on a high-speed getaway?
Ooh, look at that peel off. And, ooh, I can hear the air leaving those tires. What a satisfying sound. Oh! Oh, snap. Oh! I don't know how much control he really has left, because it looks like he just barreled through all that stuff. Oh, good Lord. All right, here it comes. Well, look at that. The front one's running a little flat, but the back two seem like they're doing fine. But the sound on that turn suggests otherwise. Oh, goodness.
The high-speed footage shows the AB foam tires seem to stand up pretty well to the spike strip.
Can you hear that, Brian? It's the sound of us going to prison.
But with no air left in the tires, the foam takes the full brunt of the speed bumps, begins to disintegrate, and by the second lap, Brian's driving on 4 flats.
I mean, I'm watching you make those turns and stuff, and you're losing more and more control every time you make a lap.
Yeah.
Kind of nuts.
That's exactly it. I was like, I think I could probably make 1 more lap, but I couldn't make 2 more laps.
And an autopsy of one of the tires reveals exactly why Brian's getaway hit a dead end.
Ooh, this looks like some speed bump damage.
Yeah, I think that's what I felt.
Well, there's your problem.
Yeah, this, even if it didn't crumble, still not enough structure to go that far, but you could have driven on that. You can't drive on that.
So the AB foam tires gets an EF grade as Spikebusters. Epic fail. Time for a new set of tires. The guys have settled on a heavyweight option.
You want to start mixing concrete while I drill holes in this tire?
Yeah, that sounds good.
But will concrete-filled tires deal a knockout blow to the spike strips and make for a clean getaway?
Each one of these concrete-filled tires is 185 pounds more than a tire just filled with air. Now, to put that into perspective, I'm 185 pounds, so that means before anyone even gets in the car to drive it, there's already 4 of me sitting on the car. Now, I have no doubts these things will survive those spike strips, but I feel like they'll totally just shear off the threads that hold them onto the car itself and roll away. I mean, if I don't get away from the cops, I'm sure these tires will. Momentum! Oh, yeah! Whoop.
All right, John, concrete tire handling test in 3, 2, 1.
Here comes my very slow, very deliberate start.
Probably a smart move. With each concrete tire adding 180 pounds, the wheels could easily shear clean off the car.
How's it looking from the outside?
Well, John, I've got to be honest. Like my grandmother's driving. So while old Rollin' Thunder makes his way to the heist,
All right, here we go, first speed bump.
there's plenty of time to check back into the myth of the geezer geyser. A tipsy senior citizen had a drink-addled brainwave. Why not go for a dip in the hotel fountain? He bobbed happily across the water surface in his inflatable ring until, that is, the jets fired up, lifting him skywards and suspending him in the powerful stream for several seconds. Or at least that's the story. But does this tale of hijinks and H2O actually hold water?
All right.
The Mythbusters have discovered how to stably suspend a rubber ball in a jet of water.
Ooh, look at that.
That's beautiful, and I think that means these nozzles are important.
But can they pull the same levitational trick
That looks beautiful.
on something a little more like the drunken old geezer in the myth?
Ta-da.
So, on the drunken night, he hung out and said, I'm gonna sit in a giant watermelon.
Yeah, he's drunk.
Yeah, okay.
Gas it a little. Gas it a little. Feels like it's gonna take the weight. You ready?
Yeah.
I'm gonna let go. Oh, snap!
That's something right there. I think this actually applies to this myth really well, because if Mini Buster was drunk, he wouldn't be hanging on to that, would he?
I mean, he literally just fell off of it. I don't think a single nozzle is gonna cut it.
I think there's a fair amount of physics and engineering that's gonna have to be done to make this work, but I have an idea.
The Mythbusters are going to rebuild the small-scale fountain with an array of jets encircling a central jet to better replicate the Vegas fountain in the myth.
Woo!
And that process starts with a complex design.
Right.
Our small-scale rig consists of 2 distinct parts, an outer array of nozzles and a single inner nozzle. Now, that outside array has a manifold to help distribute water and pressure evenly among the 6 individual nozzles, which are built like this. Hose, reducer, PVC pipe, and the most important part, the flow straightener to make sure we get the most laminar flow out the top. Now, the inside nozzle is the same thing as that, except it has its own pump and its own flow control valve so that we can regulate the outside and the inside pressure differently. You know, usually some ideas look easier on paper. This is not one of them.
Let's go build this thing.
Let's do it.
All right.
Ooh, fancy. After you, sir.
good. Let's shut it down, tighten those down, and try to float Buster.
Coming up, the guys get some expert help from old pals
I just like hugging it.
to upsize their small-scale fountain to Vegas proportions. And
Okay, here we go.
it's concrete tires versus spike strip. But will this heavyweight duel
Spike strips engaged!
end in a knockout or a blowout?
Oh, yes!
The Mythbusters are investigating a tall tale of drunken misadventure in a water feature.
The first time we tried to levitate Mini Buster and his inner tube, we had a single nozzle, which resulted in some kind of interesting lean on the inner tube where he fell out. But now, we have an entire array of nozzles, which I think will give us a pretty stable levitation of Buster and his mini inner tube. What say you we start with the outside ring first?
Sounds good to me.
Oh! That is pretty cool.
It seems to be riding the outside, and it fell right down where that central nozzle isn't flowing right now.
So what I think you're saying is we should try this with the inner nozzle.
I think it'd be a good idea.
All right.
All right.
First, they'll try the center jet a little higher than the outer array. It's straight over the falls for Buster, but the guys are going to give the inside jet another chance.
Down a smidgen on the inside?
Yeah, you think we can get to like about 6 inches or so below the...
I can get anything you want, John. That's getting close, man.
Close, but no hydraulically suspended cigar. Mini Buster's jet ride lasts for less than a second. But a lower central jet did at least improve hang time a little.
I have no doubt there's one important thing that's taught us, and that's that we're gonna have to tune this just right to really make this work. So let's tune it.
Next, the guys dial up the power of both the inner and outer jets and increase the difference in height between them from 6 inches to a foot.
Going on my shirt!
That's beautiful.
This time, the inflatable ring is suspended in the jets for several seconds. And John has an idea, which may allow this geezer to hang on next time.
I think we'd benefit from a slightly more realistic weight Mini Buster because he's pretty light. Then we put a few nuts in there, tape him down like he's hanging on, just so we can find that balance point in our small scale.
By making Mini Buster heavier, the ratio of his weight to his ring's weight will be closer to true scale. It'll also lower his center of gravity, which John thinks should stabilize his ride in the jets. To balance the increased downwards force, a beefed-up Buster will now exert.
Up a little, oh, it's too high.
The guys crank up the outer array to 10 feet and drop the inner jet to 5.
How far?
That's good.
All right.
So will this watery configuration result in levitation?
Buster into a 10-foot tall outer array with half-height inner array in 3, 2, 1. What do you call that? Levitation.
It's a pretty turbulent jet ride for the little guy, but he clings on to his ring for the duration. And clocking a total flight time of 7 seconds, this small-scale test suggests there may yet be some truth to the myth.
Holy moly!
Right, so I think there's only one question now.
You think that fountain still works when it's under the water?
Yeah, how did Buster float on top of that?
We just saw a pretty good levitation of our Mini Buster in his mini inner tube. But the myth does state that our old geezer does float accidentally into a bunch of fountain heads and then gets lifted upwards. So our next step is to drop our nozzle array down under the water and see if we can get the same result.
Buster's in position. Go ahead and fire in 3, 2, 1.
That looks different. More like a wave pool than a beautiful fountain.
The stuff is raining back down, it's rippling out, and the ripples are coming back in, and so we're getting like intermittent flow when the nozzle's above water.
Wait, you ready?
Yeah,
pretty.
now.
Nope,
now.
pretty. Nope,
now.
pretty. Nope,
now.
pretty. Okay. Well, I think that might be a setup issue.
So the guys try again, And this time, they're going to give the jets more juice.
You can fire them in 3, 2, 1.
All right, so despite that effect of whatever's going on here, for a moment until he starts getting wish-washed around by all this, it's kind of working.
Yeah, I mean, he floated in there, got shot up, and he lasted just long enough for those waves to come crashing back, destroying his laminar flow, sending him back into the pool.
So, problem?
I think we should try this in a bigger pool so that there's less splash, and then we can try it with full-size nozzles.
Texas-sized fountain?
I like that. Well, if it's a Texas-sized fountain, we should probably get a Texas-sized crew.
Ooh, Tamara and Alan?
I like the way you think.
Go give him a call.
Still to come, Brian and John hit the road with old friends to find a full-size pool and give their small-scale fountain a Texas-sized upgrade. And John's in for a wild ride as he attempts to beat a spike strip.
Oh, he is losing it, yep.
And make a clean getaway.
Woo! Save the camera, you're welcome!
The Mythbusters are attempting to foil a police spike strip and make a successful getaway using DIY toughened tires. But their first effort with AB foam-filled tires fell flat.
Can you hear that, Brian? It's the sound of us going to prison.
Now the guys have switched to concrete-filled tires, adding 740 pounds to the weight of the car. But while the going is slow on the way to the Mythbusters' imaginary heist, the weighty wheels are handling well.
The tires are awfully stiff, but the suspension's doing its job. It doesn't look too bad.
A little rumble towards the end when I picked up speed, but other than that, it drives fine.
You want to turn around and go for the gold?
You know I do.
Time for a sharp exit from the scene of the crime. So will the concrete tires survive the spikes and a speedy getaway?
Spike strips engage!
Oh!
I mean, I heard something, but I ain't stopping. Oh yeah, here we go. Ooh, I definitely feel like I'm not really in control. Oh, save the camera, you're welcome. You're welcome. Oh, oh, oh.
Going around for another lap. Oh, across that spike strip again. Woo! Oh, he is losing it. Yep.
Oh, that's not a sexy ride at all. It's getting pretty crazy. Maybe it's gonna be my last lap.
Copy that, John.
Here we go. Oh, still good, camera. And here we go. Ah.
Well, what do you say about that, Mr. New York driver?
If you're going at like 25 miles an hour, you have complete control of the car. You go 35 miles an hour, and then the entire thing is just you going like this down the street.
So I'm not perfectly educated on it, but what's the top speed of a police car?
I'm pretty sure significantly faster than 35 miles an hour.
Even though the concrete-filled tires not only survived the spike strip, but almost ripped it in half. Their added weight and lack of traction also destroyed the car's handling. So it looks like it could be the end of the road for this myth.
DIY tires versus spike strips.
Well, the concrete tires rolled right over the spikes and nearly cut the strip in two.
Yeah, but what about after you got up to some speed?
Yeah, after that, not so much. I mean, anything over 35 miles an hour, you can't control the car. There's no way you're escaping the law.
Then there's the AB foam-filled tires.
Once the spikes did their work and there's no air left in the tires, it couldn't get over the obstacles.
Yep, destroyed by the weight of the car and the bumps in the road in under a minute.
So, concrete tires, busted.
And AB foam-filled tires, busted.
But the Mythbusters haven't given up on getting away just yet. Coming up, a second spike-busting myth. Can a Hollywood skid skip the strip? But now, it's back to the myth of the Geezer Geyser and HQ, where Brian and John have enlisted the help of old pals from the search, Tamara Robertson and Alan Padd.
So, Geezer Geyser, next ups?
So we've done the small scale. We tried one nozzle, an array of nozzles. But what we got to was the point where our small pool was causing waves to crash back over the nozzle, interrupting that stream.
Sounds like we need a bigger pool.
Luckily, we have one.
Yeah, but before we get to that bigger pool, we have to build all of this.
What is this?
Well, we got arrays, outer and inner, manifolds, and scaffolding that lets us adjust everything so we can try to float Buster all the way up.
Oh, you want to build the scaffold?
Ooh, yeah!
So plumbing?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
Right now, John and I,
Hi, John.
are using perforated C-channel to build a scaffolding system to hold our middle nozzles in place and keep our outer nozzles adjustable so that we can actually dial in the streams to give Buster the best possible chance of actually being shot up and suspended with water.
Brian and I are working on our water distribution manifolds. We're gonna have 2 of them that are fed by 3 pumps. That'll give us enough pressure for the outer and the inner arrays for our nozzles.
Tamara and I have to spend a lot of time making sure every connection here is right.
I just like hugging it.
We're not dealing with a ton of pressure. I mean, it's a fair amount, but not insane. It's a ton of water. Each of our pumps can handle about 900 gallons per minute of water. Any little leak, and one of those nozzles might not be right. No flying Buster.
It's a demanding and complex build. But after some serious number crunching,
Right, so it's 2x squared equals 18.
Oh, actually, that's a pretty smart way to think about that.
and some not so serious plumbing,
now the fountain gods will honor us.
the scaffolding and pipework for a Vegas-sized fountain are complete.
Cool. Looks like we got all the pieces. Why don't we bring them out there and put them together?
Let's do it.
But you can't just build a super fountain anywhere. Time for a drive out to the country where the Mythbusters have teed up a location for final testing.
Oh, that's a nice looking pool.
Yeah, it reminds me of when I was a kid going to summer camp.
You went to summer camp?
Nope, too many allergies, couldn't go.
With summer long gone, the pool's deserted, and the perfect spot to build a fountain of Vegas proportions.
All right.
The fountain's inner jet array will be powered by a single pump, while the outer array can take either 1 or 2.
Clear.
So the Mythbusters have ordered in 2 large units and 1 very large unit, which they'll use in different combinations.
3 massive pumps in place.
While Tamara gets to grips with the oversized pipework and Brian supervises,
Oh, that's using everything you got. All right.
John and Alan make a start in the pool. So hopefully, John's not allergic to cold water.
So this is a pretty big build in itself, but add in the element of water and it gets even more intense.
It's cold.
It is cold.
Everything that you're doing is actually just zapping the energy and heat out of you.
Far away. I can come over plenty, whatever you need.
Your hands start to cramp up, which takes you longer to actually screw everything in, which then means that you're in the cold water even longer, getting colder, taking longer, getting colder, taking longer. It's a process, but we're almost done.
All right. Oh, that last hose is attached.
Ready to test the center manifold?
Yeah, before we hook the rest of it up and see if it all explodes apart.
Let's do it.
Okay, let's go. Ah! I can't feel my foot. Is that bad?
Yeah.
Brian and John developed the fountain's design during small-scale testing to provide the best shot at levitating Buster and his ring. But with a combined maximum output of 3,000 gallons per minute, these pumps are big league, and there's no guarantee the Mythbusters' scaled-up fountain will handle such massive force. Well, there's only one way to find out.
I'm ready.
On your mark.
Center manifold integrity test in 3, 2, 1.
First, Brian will fire the inner array hooked up to one of the large pumps. So far, so good.
Hey!
But next, the real test. Both arrays firing simultaneously with the outer jets hooked up to the extra large pump. The fountain remains intact, and even with the bigger pump backed off full capacity, the outer jets reach around 60 feet in the air.
Definitely enough force to push and hold Buster up.
You think?
And coming up next,
Go, 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 go! Come on!
it's time to find out. The Mythbusters have put their super fountain to the test, and the response was gushing. But are its powerful jets capable of suspending a drunken old guy in an inflatable ring, as claimed in the myth?
According to this myth, this geyser has to float exactly on top of a fountain right when it goes off. To make sure that happens, me and John and Tamara are going to be guiding the float with these lines.
But for initial testing, there'll be no Buster, just his inflatable ring. And the Mythbusters will start small, firing only the outer jets powered by one of the large pumps.
In 3, 2, 1. All right, let it go. Go, 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 go. Come on, baby!
But even with the large pump at close to full power, the outer jets fail to lift the inflatable ring.
What if we trapped it with the outer like that and then actually use the center to start raising it?
So use both sets of pumps.
Yep, so I'll bring up the power on the outer array too to lock it well in.
Copy that. All right, let's do it. All right, let go. Come on. Oh!
The inner jets did provide extra lift, but not the sustained, stable suspension described in the myth.
Do you think the weight of Buster would help?
Let's throw Buster in there.
In earlier phases of testing, a realistic scale-weight mini Buster with a lower center of gravity was critical to successful levitation. So could the addition of this guy make all the difference?
This guy's got to get that partying under control.
Yeah, I think he had a little bit too much to drink this time.
And what better way to sober up than with a relaxing float in a super fountain?
After a bunch of preliminary tests to hone in everything, I think we're ready to go full scale. That means both array of nozzles, full-size inner tube, and full-size Buster. I think he's gonna go pretty high up since we got that good stabilizing outer ring and a pretty powerful inner array.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Hit the jets, Tex. Much like the previous test, the fountain tips the inflatable ring, and Drunken Buster tumbles into the turbulence.
We came up pretty high on that outside nozzle array and almost all the way on the inside one just to get that to happen.
Yeah.
I think we need to go back to that bigger pump on that outside nozzle array.
Whew, all right, let's get set up.
All right.
All right, Tamara, get out of there. Let go.
With the extra large pump hooked up to the outer jets, they kick out a whole lot more juice. But will they hold Buster steady enough for the inner jets to lift him?
Oh!
That's everything we got on the outer array right now.
And still no fountain flight for Buster. John has a theory why.
Every time we see Old Man Buster almost get lifted by the center array, he flips feet overhead. Now that's because he's heavier in the chest than his legs are, just like a normal human being is.
When the small-scale fountain successfully suspended Mini Buster, John had first carefully balanced the weight distribution in his ring. But as an old dude sitting in an inflatable ring would be imbalanced, just like Buster, using counterweights to even things out would be cheating the myth. So the Mythbusters instead decide to both reconfigure the fountain and hook it up to all 3 pumps to attempt to lift Buster one last time.
For this final shot, what we're going to do is we're going to move our inner array out closer to our outer array so that all of our pumps are focusing all of our force on the outer part, which should give us the most stability and the most force, and maybe Buster will actually stay up there.
All right, you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right, this is the big one. In 3, 2, 1.
This is the final call for Drunken Buster. Will he make his flight or get ditched in the drink to drown his songs?
Oh yeah! Let go! Go, 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 go! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Go! Go! I think we maxed out.
That didn't work at all.
No, it didn't.
Look at all the stuff we did for this full-scale test today. We just fired the outer array.
Come on, baby!
We fired both arrays together. We used all the pumps. Even arranged the inner nozzles outside to create some super ring of nozzles. And it still didn't work.
We definitely mastered caging Buster, but levitation not so much.
Yeah, even when we saw Buster start to lift a little above the surface of the water, he would just flip over like a pancake.
I gotta say, this is busted.
Busted.
Agreed.
Still to come.
Brian, you ready?
I was born ready. Get ready for spike-busting myth number 2, the Hollywood Power Slide. When the Mythbusters tested if DIY toughened tires could beat police road spikes,
Oh! I can hear the air leaving those tires.
the myth ended up as busted as the tires. But what if there's another way to beat a spike strip? Well, according to the movie Baby Driver, there is. All you need is a high-powered car, a skilled driver with nerves of steel, and you can drift those spikes clean off the road, then escape to freedom.
Using one of our rear tires to brush aside a spike strip is sort of like trying to do surgery with a sledgehammer, because we're using a full-size vehicle to brush aside something that's about this tall and this wide. To get this right, we need perfect timing and a whole lot of coordination.
And that sounds like a whole bundle of Brian Baby. The Mythbusters' very own trainee stunt driver will get expert coaching from law enforcement pursuit and evasion driving instructor Marcus Smith.
All right, first thing is a precision move. You have to get the back end to rotate in an oversteer skid. The problem is if you don't rotate enough, you get a spike. If you rotate too much, the car's gonna be facing in the wrong direction. Let's do it.
Before Brian gets a run at the spikes, he'll hone his technique on a softer target.
Okay, the track is clear.
Copy that, ready to go.
Oh boy. Here we go. Ooh, Brian, swing and a miss, man. Ooh, so close.
Ooh, that was a good one. Rotation was good, maybe recovered just a little bit too early.
What's needed is a little less caution and a little more approach speed.
Nice.
Not to mix my sports metaphors, but bullseye!
This time, Brian clips the boxes. But does he really nail the maneuver?
Perfect placement.
I feel like, though, not quite enough rotation, but tire placement was spot on.
Yeah, you want to lead with the rear, not the front of the car.
All right, so plus for me is tire placement. Downside for me is not quite enough rotation.
So if Brian's going to beat the spike strip, he'll need to commit even more to the power slide.
Okay, it's time for the real thing. How do you think he's gonna do?
I actually think he's going to do a good job, but I'm rooting for a spike strip.
I understand where you're coming from. All right, let's call him in. Power slide spike strip removal technique in 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Here we go. Oh no! Is that the sound of air leaking out of a tire I hear?
Sounds like it.
And the proof is in the pudding. Or in this case, stabbed deep into the sagging rear tire.
All right, you want to see a sexy maneuver on high speed?
Oh, yes.
Ooh, whoa. Does that look like a rollover to you?
And there's the problem. In order to recover from the power slide, Brian pulls out of the maneuver too early, rolling over rather than brushing aside the spikes.
You make a sweet turn, and then the front tire clears the spike strip, and the back one goes da-doom.
I think you might be right there, but I remember in that movie, it doesn't show how he recovers. It looks like he spins maybe 270, takes his time and drives off. So I say we do this and just cut that recovery so we're only worried about flicking that spike strip.
So Brian Baby's back behind the wheel. But can he slide this myth over the line?
And he's off. Don't move your car, Brian.
Yeah, I can't speed the spike strip, so I thought I'd just hang out here.
Amazingly, all the tires survive intact, but the spike strips wrapped around both back wheels, immobilizing the car. So what went wrong?
Oh, that's sideways.
Brian nails the maneuver, sliding the sidewall of his rear tire into the strip, but he still fails to beat the spikes.
Yeah, you're hitting real nice sideways, but you hit it right in the middle of the strip. So
Folded it around.
Exactly, which makes your getaway a little bit difficult, I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I don't think I could have gone anywhere, but there's a chance I think if I hit it closer to the edge, that'd go differently, huh?
Yeah, good thing you didn't pop any of those tires. You wanna hop back in and give it another go?
No.
Brian, you ready?
I was born ready.
Ooh, he's got the rev. I think he forgot to take it out of park.
Nice. That's not good for this myth.
No, sir, it is not.
Even though Brian slides in perfectly sideways and hits the very end of the strip, just like in Baby Driver, multiple spikes bite into the tire.
I think they caught you, man.
Yeah, I was a little scared to keep going.
It's weird. It's like these spike strips were designed to stop cars no matter what they did.
As though years of engineering and rehearsal and trial and error have caused this to work so well.
So you don't have to be the sharpest spike in the strip to work out the verdict on this movie myth.
So, beating a spike strip with a power slide. I mean, it seems pretty easy in the movies.
Yeah, but even with Brian Baby behind the wheel, nearly impossible in real life.
Yeah, you have to get the rotation of that slide just right to brush the spike strip, but not roll over it.
Not easy. And you have to hit the very end of that spike strip with the tire to have a chance of brushing it away.
Also not easy.
Even if you get the accuracy and the rotation of that power slide right, you end up with spikes in your tire.
So this mythical move might work in blockbusters, but in real life, it's just plain busted.
Just like those tires.
So, Brian, baby, you ready to try and make another getaway?
Yeah, never gonna catch me, copper.
Yeah, you know I'm not gonna use the spike strip this time, right?
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Uncool!
On this episode of Mythbusters, we're testing the truth behind two common sayings.
Guys, look, I'm doing it.
First up,
can you knock someone over with just a feather?
With the help of two special guests,
Am I on a big paper airplane?
the guys go to extreme lengths to find out if a feather
What you see being spread before you is used to help birth animals.
really can fell a full-size human. Then, the boys tackle the term backseat driving
I don't want to even look back.
He's freaking me out. Oh!
in the most literal way possible,
Go, John, go! Go!
as they find out if a busted-up burglar could outrun the cops
And the first turn.
Oh my gosh.
from the back of a stolen taxi.
He is right
Oh,
next
God.
to us.
Our first myth is an idiom that's way overdue for a reality check.
You could have knocked me over with a feather. You know, I've always wondered about that idiom.
That's widely used, but kind of taken for granted.
Oh, wait. I did see it in a movie once.
How'd that go down?
Like this. That was a bit of a cheat.
Hilarious, but we have real science to do.
All right.
The phrase, "you could have knocked me over with a feather," refers to a mythical someone who's already so shocked or otherwise distracted that the gentlest of touches could send them crashing. So, is it really possible to take someone out with a feather?
For this myth, it seems like a little head-to-head competition would make it a lot more fun.
One-on-one?
I'm thinking 2-on-2. That's right, folks, 2-on-2. That means we'll have to bring in 2 special guests to fill those roles, and I'm thinking Alan and Tamara from Mythbusters The Search.
Both Alan and Tamara were worthy search contenders.
Go red.
I almost puked.
In fact, Tamara's engineering skills helped her take home 2 MVP awards.
It doesn't get any better than that.
And Alan's team spirit inspired everyone.
It's all on you, Alan, as high as you can get.
Now they'll reunite over a table packed with plumage.
So we have a large variety of feathers. Got a couple type of pheasant feathers, silver pheasant, goose feather, wild turkey feather. We have 2 types of ostrich.
These are some of the biggest feathers known to nature. But will they pack a punch?
In order to test this myth, we're gonna start in its most basic form. Can you actually knock someone down with a feather?
Taken at face value, this myth wouldn't seem to stand much of a chance.
I really want to try and knock someone over, not impale them.
Before going any further, it's worth finding out exactly how much force it takes to push over an adult human.
Let's talk about the science of balance. Normally, when you're standing straight up, your center of mass is right above your feet. And there's actually a little bit where you can lean and stay upright. But if you go too far at a certain point, there's nothing you can do to stop from falling except for taking a step. We're gonna use a force gauge to find out where that is and what it takes to actually knock someone over.
To measure that force we need to knock someone over, we have this force plate here on a chest mount. The person wearing it's gonna plant their feet because there's that little element of surprise and we don't want them fighting it. Someone else is gonna shove on them and we'll measure just how much force it takes to knock you off your feet.
They start with their most probable pushover, which would be featherweight Tamara.
Plant your feet, no moving, no fighting. All right, and then close your eyes.
Oh boy.
All right, you ready?
Wow! 1.7 pounds.
That's an impressive low number.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander. So Brian suits up.
Okay, close your eyes.
And goes down like a ton of bricks.
What was it?
2.2.
Ooh.
Well, I weigh, what, probably about 1.5 times more than you? 1 pound, 1.5 pounds to 2.5 pounds. It's pretty impressive. It doesn't take much to knock someone over.
Obviously, the bigger the sample size, the better. So it's worth giving our 2 middleweights a nudge.
I feel like this is like a mock execution.
Alan?
Yes, I'm gonna lock my legs.
No clenching.
No punching.
No clenching.
No clenching.
No one said anything about no punching.
Definitely punch.
Here we go.
How much was it?
It was 2.4, and then after that whole you touched your chest a bunch and it jumped up. How is that?
2.7.
They've discovered that when push comes to shove, it doesn't much matter the size of the fall guy.
Pretty consistent. You can just about knock anyone over with less than 3 pounds of force.
But can a single bird feather produce anything like that kind of pressure? To have any hope of success, they'll need to think laterally, not literally. So they divide into teams, John and Tamara versus Alan and Brian.
That's not breaking.
That would be pretty good.
In essence, they have to find some way to simulate an unbalanced or frail mental state.
Oh, snap! unconventional methods of pushing someone over with a single feather. What do you got?
We could mess with their balance, like with one of those exercise balls that rocks a lot.
Oh, like the core exercising balls. Okay.
How about something that keeps their feet from moving so that they can't make any adjustments to balance, and that would also make it easier to fall over.
Exactly.
For maximum impact, each team will keep their schemes a secret from the other. And as construction commences,
imagine you're like trying to balance, and you see like just a.
It's apparent that both teams are thinking way outside the box.
It's like a clown's torture device.
That's simple, but highly effective and dangerous.
We're about to see serious science meet the circus.
I think my butt's getting closer and closer to you.
And what they've got planned has already put Bo in a tailspin.
What is that?
The most modern dog toy technology. Get it!
What is that, Bo?
Oh!
You got it!
But before the feathers start flying, it's time to take off with myth number 2. From the bizarre depths of the local news section, our next myth is an unlikely tale of backseat driving. Returning home, a taxi driver finds his front door wide open. He runs inside, leaving the engine running. The trapped burglar jumps from the second floor, fracturing both legs. Desperate to escape, he drags himself into the back of the cab and finds a walking stick to work the pedals. A passing patrol car spots the seemingly driverless car and gives chase. Far-fetched criminal fiction or an incredible tale of driving dexterity?
Hi!
To get this myth rolling, they'll start with the basics. Brian and Bo have procured a big yellow taxi.
This is the car John and I are going to be using as our escape vehicle. And the stick, well, that's going to be our driving cane. The rubber at the bottom, you might think that's going to be helping us, but check this out. These tiny pedals, and with as cramped as it is in here, driving this while escaping cops, that's a big ask.
And a significant safety risk.
When we're driving back here with a stick and we're reaching all the way over, these seatbelts are basically useless. So we're gonna install our own harnesses to these existing anchor points.
John, I think you're about to take the safest New York City cab ride you've ever taken.
John jumps in for a test fitting.
All right, so no use of legs. I'll be sitting like this.
And gets the first hands-on feel for the myth that lies ahead.
So you think that's where you're gonna be?
Yeah, I think that's pretty good. my legs are noodles right now.
All right, if you just hang out there for a while.
With the harness in place and some last-minute detailing done,
oh! Great.
they're ready to roll.
Ready to go start our criminal career?
Let's do it.
All right.
The venue for testing this fractured fable is a large, empty parking lot that should afford plenty of room for some dangerous driving. To make sure they don't kill themselves, they've called in an expert to at least familiarize themselves with some of the daredevil techniques of the getaway driver.
Looks like the law, John.
Yep, that's the car that's gonna be chasing us down.
The man with the badge is veteran law enforcement pursuit driving instructor Marcus Smith.
Right, so our cat burglar's gonna need some training. If you want to outrun a cop, what do you suggest?
First off, no chance. But I got some things in mind. Who wants to go first?
I think there's your answer.
Let's do it.
All right, let's go.
Good luck.
Taking the cane.
Coming up, the going gets greasy as our two teams try for a one-feather knockdown.
He's moving! He's moving! Keep going!
Then the boys both take a crash course in evasive driving.
Drive.
Oh!
And they'll need all the help they can get.
It's the tall, skinny pedal on the right.
To test the phrase, "You could have knocked me over with a feather," the boys, plus special guests Alan and Tamara from Mythbusters The Search,
You guys are skinnier than I am.
have split into two teams. They've each devised 3 different ways to unsettle someone to the point where a feather could prove their undoing.
Our first idea is going to be put a feather underneath them and yank it out, much like a rug, and down they go. The second is to tie them up real tight so their legs can't move at all. And the third is to make the ground as slippery as possible, giving them absolutely no footing while we're coming at them with that feather.
Come this way, please.
They'll test each method on one person from the other team. First up, it's Tamara's task to try to maintain verticality.
Welcome to what we like to call the playground. To begin with, I recommend an outer suit. Do you feel prepared for the playground?
No.
What you see being spread before you is used to help birth animals.
This is water-based, so it's fun.
It's fun?
I'm anticipating that this is going to be a lot like an adult version of a slip and slide, but probably way more epic.
Please step into the middle of the playground, Juice.
Whoa.
As one of the slipperiest substances out there, the birthing fluid should significantly reduce the friction between the plastic and the soles of Tamara's feet.
Oh no!
Did you just break your pip?
You broke it.
Slipperiness is at the heart of our setup, because that idea that you can knock someone over with a feather is about a surprise. That sudden jolt giving them no mental ability to find their footing.
It's a perfectly sound theory.
How's that going for you?
Nothing. No.
That's not translating into practice.
Tamara seemed a little unsteady at first, but no matter what feather we tried, we could not knock her over.
So next, John suits up.
All right, so running start.
To try out technique number 2, the feather underfoot ploy.
John, would you be so kind as to step on this feather, please?
With both feet or one foot?
Both feet. Close your eyes.
Everything's lubed.
You're just kidding.
Seems the plan here was just a bit too slick. The frictionless feather did nothing to upset John's equilibrium. But Team Brian still have one card left to play, a devilish device they've scratch-built called the Hobbler.
Look, the spirit of this myth is that someone could be so disoriented or discombobulated that something as light as a feather would be able to knock them off their feet. Put your left leg through this loop. We want to replicate that emotional fragility with this rig that we call the Hobbler, which physically restricts the wearer's legs so that they cannot take a step back. Hopefully that means that the slightest push, like from a feather, will be enough to get them past the brink. Now, son, have you ever ridden a Hobbler before?
No, sir.
You'll want to keep your arms and legs within the ride at all times.
With no flex in his lower parts, it should take less of a lean backwards for John to lose his balance.
He's moving! Keep going!
All to no avail.
Oh.
Even outright assault proves ineffective.
He stopped moving.
So, without a shred of success, it's time for Team Brian to step up as the featheries.
You're gonna hit him with it.
And perhaps prove they're no pushovers. But right now, it's time for John and Brian to get their backsides trackside. To test the tale of the burglar's backseat getaway, the boys have called in one of California's finest and fastest.
Let's do it.
Before anyone climbs in the backseat, Marcus Smith's job is to teach them some general evasive driving skills from the front seat. And who knows, they might still come in handy.
I got something planned we can do forward J turns. You ever heard that before?
No, actually. What is that?
Good question. Best answered with a high-speed demonstration.
We hit the emergency brake, rear tires lock up, car spins around, and we go back in the other direction.
Not sure if that's the best way to evade the cops, to turn around and head back at them, but that was impressive.
You know a car ride's gonna be really fun when you're already laughing your head off just going in a straight line. And that was obviously the case when Marcus was driving. He also gave me some really great advice, and which is when you're doing precision driving, you want as little tire slide as possible, because that extra adhesion will give you the most power and speed possible. Except when you're doing J-turns, and you want the slide to turn 180 as fast as possible. Oh boy.
Now let's see how well John follows instructions.
So while the car is spinning around, but the car remains in drive so that when
Yes, so you don't have to change any gears. All you do is go back to the throttle and you're going forward.
Sounds so simple. When you say it and when you do it.
Right.
Signs are clear.
And brake. Steer. Release it, drive, 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 drive.
Oh!
It's the tall, skinny pedal on the right.
Yeah!
It's a rookie mistake, but he will get another go.
All right, this one might be better now that John's located the gas pedal.
You at 20 and brake. Steer. Release it. Throttle. There you go. Easy money.
That was great.
And with John in the swing of things, Marcus decides he can do it again, only backwards.
Faster. At 15.
This, if it works, is a reverse J-turn.
Oh, wait, we did it, yes!
Good job.
I think we got away.
There you go.
My first ever set of J-turns. How did I do? Well, I think I did pretty well considering how short this track actually is. And they feel just as intense as they look when you're hitting the throttle, pulling that e-brake and going, and you literally feel the G's pressing on your face as you hopefully, which I did, go 180 degrees and speeding back the way you came. Oh, yes!
How'd the classes go?
Good.
You trust him?
Now it's Brian's turn to sharpen the skills that might help a cat burglar slip through the arms of the law.
And now. Let it go and throttle. Excellent.
Woo! That was smooth, Brian.
And that's an instant green light to carry on sternwise.
Rotate hard. Good. Beautiful.
I don't think I'm backing out regular ever again in my life.
So much for stage one of Extreme Driver's Ed.
Now it's time for a more advanced evasive driving course. Boop. I'll be riding shotgun for this one just so we can learn the ropes.
Stage 2 of our training is a course we've set up to practice some evasion.
As Officer Smith demonstrates, the course involves slalom runs and radical reverses, all designed to be driven at high speed. This is bread and butter for Marcus. But for John, it's all a blur.
It was so fast, I almost don't remember what happened.
Now it's his turn to take the wheel.
Get up to speed, get up to speed, get up to speed, right there. Now. Throttle.
Oh, snap!
Looking from outside, it looks like you totally figured it out.
Good. I'm glad from the inside. I'm just going, woo! The entire time.
So let's see if Brian can restore a little dignity to proceedings.
Here we go. Hey, that was great. Nice and easy. Boom! That was basically a picture-perfect run.
Yeah, I'm ready to evade some.
All those fancy J-turns that Marcus taught us were awesome, but the whole EVOC training was more to acclimate me and Brian to the swerving, the brake checking, and just the all-around adrenaline rush of a high-speed car chase.
And they'll attempt the high-speed chase with one major impediment: driving from the backseat.
Gaining on you fast.
He's gaining on me. Go, John, go! Go!
Testing the myth that a feather can in fact knock you over,
Oh, no!
Did you just break your
You broke it.
Brian and Alan have failed to fell their opponents.
She's happy about it.
Now it's Team John's turn.
For Tamara and me, our 3 secret plans for trying to knock someone over with a feather are: 1, challenging them on a balance ball to see if we could push them over then. 2, attaching a very long pole to their back and tipping the top over with a feather. And 3, we're gonna try a drive-by feathering.
They'll start with the simplest, the balance ball challenge.
It's gonna be all about distraction. So while we have our test subjects keeping their balance on this ball, we'll be hurling paper airplanes and feathers at them and trying to knock them over. Now, remember, it doesn't count if they just fall off. We have to knock them over with a feather.
What terrible thing is this now?
What could be worse than a lube ramp? Okay, now get yourself situated.
Sure. Core workout, right?
This time, some of the feathers have been glued into their paper planes.
Ah! Oh!
And just one hit could be all it takes.
You
Stop being so gentle, Tamara! We had Alan on a balance ball, which he's never done before. We threw paper airplanes at him. We took targeted shots at his body with feathers. Last attempt, big guns.
What is this? That's not one feather!
Dude! We even pulled out the big guns and rained down upon him, and he still didn't fall over. Wait!
Oh, good!
So, Team John cuts its losses and moves on.
Can you put your arms back, please?
Like,
These holes.
like this?
Yeah.
Is there
Then,
water
John?
involved?
No water, but plenty of science.
Our test is all about leverage. John is gonna go up, he's gonna sweep a feather to the target that's at the top of that pole and hopefully knock them off balance and make them fall down with the feather.
I think Alan's going over. Good luck, man.
So what's the idea behind this anyway? Well, I'm gonna take a feather and poke the top of our pole. Now, not only will that exert a force, but also a torque. Torque being a product of force and displacement from a pivot point. Now, the higher up you go, the more torque it'll exert, and we're hoping that's enough to knock someone over. You kids ready?
Yeah.
Just a gentle application of this feather that's been taped to the end of the stick. We'll see if it works. Okay, so this end of the feather is a bit bendy. I'm going to plan B.
Okay.
John's plan B is to use the stiffer quill end of the feather. That might seem like a bit of a cheat,
Oh, what happened?
but it's a moot point. With the apparatus in ruins, it's decided to move on to method number 3.
For our next attempt, armed with my trusty feather lance and my trusty steed, we're gonna attempt a drive-by feather knockdown. Now remember, the whole expression is about the surprise and the intimidation, so when we come charging down with Snowflake here going, "Meow!" and this lance, it might put him in the mindset of going, whoa, you could have knocked me over with a feather. All right, Tamara, you ready?
Yeah.
With Tamara behind the wheel, John lines up his target.
Wow! Yeah, eat that, villain!
I'm still standing, right?
Looks like it.
You going again?
You bet he is. This is Team John's last shot at bringing down Brian with a feather touch.
Drive-by feathering in 3, 2, 1. Yeah!
Don't think that worked.
Me neither.
I think John and Tamara gave that their best shot, but even with all that speed, the feather didn't have much to it. It felt like the breeze from the truck was bigger than the breeze from the feather, so I'm still standing.
It was more of a jest than a joust. That's left this myth in a ticklish spot. They could bust it right now, or...
How about we try something different?
That could work.
And by something different, it's safe to assume John means something downright bizarre. Meantime, the myth of the backseat burglar is about to kick into gear.
Meet John, our cat burglar.
My legs!
Now with broken legs. He's got to get to his getaway car somehow, because I hear sirens. Good luck.
All right, here we go.
That's where this myth begins, as our busted-up criminal drags his sorry carcass into the back of the car to hide out.
Okay, here I go.
Finding the engine running and a handy walking stick, he attempts to not only drive off, but to outrun the law. If he can't...
But what does outrunning actually entail? In our case, it means that the cop car can't catch the taxi cab in our half-mile course. And of course, by catch, I mean spinning out of control.
We'll know everything is over when we get hit by what's called the pit maneuver. Marcus, can you tell us about that?
Yes. What I'm gonna do is approach your car, place my fender on your fender, put a nice little gentle steer in it, which was gonna spin you around and stop you in your tracks.
Well, that sounds nice and simple, but I'm sure it'll be terrifying once I'm actually in the car being pit maneuvered.
It will.
What makes the pit maneuver so effective? Well, it's all about something called sideways torque. Now, that happens because the front wheels are so far forward from where you're getting hit that it causes the rear wheels to slide out. When they start to slip, a term called kinetic slipping, well, the forces keeping the car going straight are way less, hence, the spin.
And the best way to get a feel for the pit is for Marcus to demonstrate.
All right, so what happened last time the cops pulled you over?
The cops have never caught me before.
Oh, I think that's about to change.
All right, we are departing in 3, 2, 1. I don't like it that he's following us.
I don't want to even look back.
He's freaking me out on the camera.
Just relax, just relax.
Oh, jeez.
It was so friendly and gentle.
I know.
There's like a little, like, did you hit a rock? And the next thing I know, we're facing this way.
And pointing straight back at Officer Smith's black and white.
He was holding me hostage! Don't shoot! It's him! It's just him!
After a morning of motoring madness,
Why, Marcus? Why would you do that?
the guys are a touch, what's the word? Overstimulated.
He was holding me hostage! Don't shoot! It's him! It's just him!
And the best way to bring them back down is a spell of hard work. Brian and John do their own heavy lifting.
Just two really strong dudes. Nothing to see here.
Hold these so they don't fall. All right.
And also, can you get me a sandwich?
Yeah, right.
As they set up the twisting half-mile-long course that they'll both soon be driving.
Oh, gosh!
With Officer Smith in hot pursuit.
We're not doing a drag race here, but we had this in the shop, and I'm definitely gonna use it. Winner!
So the scene is finally set for one highly unconventional game of cops and robbers. John suits up first for what could be the wildest ride of his life.
We've already seen that I can drag myself into the back of the car and get into position. But for safety's sake, we're gonna start in the car already harnessed in. Right, Brian?
Yeah, let's get you in.
It's an unsettling feeling to be shackled across the back seat. But that's nothing compared to the troubles that lie ahead.
Is it me, or did this just get more difficult?
So where are we at with knocking someone over with a feather? Well, we tried all the conventional stuff. And then we got a little bit more creative with drive-by featherings and slippery slopes.
Oh, no!
To no avail. But it's time to give this feather a little bit of a flight of fancy and get real creative, so we're not done yet.
For both teams, it's their very last shot at success.
I think our best bet's gonna be something like the hobbler, where it's tying up their legs and keeping them from going anywhere.
Well, you know, when we were playing with these feathers, I was actually really impressed by the tensile strength of some of them. It seems like you could almost use it like a rope or a string.
What's our plan? To build a bola. What's a bola? Well, it's essentially this, a piece of string with two weights at the end of it. You're running along, and we throw it at you, wrapping around itself and tangling you up. Down you go. Except in our case, we're replacing that string, well, with a feather.
To dial in their technique, they'll start off with a bola made from Kevlar string and a couple of heavy nuts for weights.
Whoa! It's better. It's going around you more, but it's still not tingling.
And they won't just be throwing it. After all, this is Mythbusters.
This is our bolo gun. It's a modified two-barrel air cannon. Put a weight in each barrel with the string or feather connecting them. Has a spreader bar system where we can ratchet it out, tuning in that perfect spread of the bolo to entangle them. Of course, a valve and an air reservoir powering it all.
Now to see if their test bola actually works.
Air supply is hot. Bolo gun test at 60 PSI in 3, 2, 1.
Oh! That's a bolo!
Took a little more heat on it, but that worked. And they're just missing each other.
Yeah.
It's perfectly wrapping. I don't think you can do better than that.
And if that looks ingenious, you ain't seen nothing yet.
I think we need to move way outside the box on the next one.
How about we move inside the box and do some 360 camera footage with a VR headset and just bombard them at all angles with feathers?
Yeah, I actually really like the idea of moving from the physical feather into the digital realm and, I guess, knocking them over with a digital feather.
Which might call for a slightly more detailed explanation.
Well, this little special rig here contains 6 individual cameras that simultaneously film really specific portions of the environment. When that's done, software stitches all that video together into a seamless 360-degree video. Now, you take that kind of video and you put it into these goggles, and it'll let you look up, down, left, right, even behind you, as if you were there where the camera was filming.
All they have to do now is shoot a few shaky scenes.
Decoration phase complete.
But there's some tricks to the trade.
Now, the hardest part about filming in 360 is, well, obscuring the camera guy. But we've got that covered. You get it? Because of our fancy feather paper airplane, I can now hide under it and obscure myself from the viewers. All right.
Go.
This is where the virtual feather concept takes flight.
I'm doing it. Guys, look, I'm doing it. The whole purpose for that sequence was so that we could record 360 degrees of unstable movement and consistent bombardment from balls and feathers and paper airplanes so that no matter which way they look, they're being hit with some kind of stimuli.
All these virtual projectiles are simply meant to unbalance and confuse. They'll still have to knock someone over with a real feather. Meantime, Tamara's come up with another idea for their 360 wobble cam.
My beard helps me think.
It's the fear factor.
This scene is all about the jump scare. Our participants start in a dark and foggy cave, and when they least expected, BAM! I think we got something going here.
It's an off-kilter concept that just might be crazy enough to work. After a day of high-intensity advanced driver training,
Boom! Good job.
the guys are ready to test the myth of the backseat burglar getaway.
I'm watching the cop cars, John. They're coming fast.
John and I each are gonna have 3 tries on this course to try to beat Marcus to the finish line and avoid being pitted. John's gonna go first, and I'll be riding shotgun. That way I can pull that emergency brake if anything goes drastically wrong.
Well, this is it, and I'm extremely nervous. I mean, I know I can reach the steering wheel from the back seat, and likewise, I can reach the brake pedal and the gas pedal with the cane, but at speed, I honestly just don't know.
All right, let's hit it.
Here we go!
The aim is quite simply for John, with a 10-second head start, to beat Marcus to the finish line.
Woo!
Who's gaining on you fast?
He's gaining on me. Go, John, go! Go! I mean, the entire experience was so counterintuitive. I literally just drove this car from the back seat. But the rubber foot on the cane never slipped off the pedals, and I did a pretty good job steering with one hand.
He's paid up about half the course.
Did he?
Yeah.
Here we go!
He's right behind you.
We can do this, Brian!
It's touch and go, but John just keeps his nose in front.
Are we gonna make it?
You're gonna make it, John. You're good.
Oh my God, we're gonna make it!
Against all predictions, and despite Marcus's best efforts, he's actually outrun the chase car.
So far, I'd say round 1, bing, 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 yes, goes to the cat burglars. But we're gonna give Marcus 2 more tries before we swap over to Brian driving. You ready?
Oh, yeah.
And we're off!
Again, John gets off to a smooth start.
Oh, he's off after you, John.
Is he?
Before Marcus comes after him, all guns blazing.
We gotta get out of here. I'm not gonna let you go to prison, man.
And somewhat surprisingly,
Come on, Johnny boy!
John again avoids being pitted, making it 2 for 2.
Nice. Damn it.
Driving from the back seat of a car with a cane seems impossible, but if you're desperate enough, you can do anything.
Now to see if 3rd time's a charm.
Off you go.
Where is he? Where is he?
He's waiting. He's waiting. He's at the line.
John wants a clean sweep, but for Officer Smith, police pride is on the line.
Oh, he's closing in fast.
He gets up close on the last straight, but runs out of road.
Hold it steady. Hold it steady. Hold it steady. Nice, John. He was positioning to pit you.
I know I made it 3 times out of 3, but if this course was just 100 feet more that way, we would have gotten pitted 3 times out of 3.
Or without a doubt.
And with Brian's backseat skedaddle yet to come,
He's off. He's coming after us.
this myth could still take another turn for the unexpected.
Oh, my gosh. You got it. You got it.
So far, we have tried several conventional and unconventional methods of knocking someone over with a feather,
Don't think that worked.
and they have all failed.
He stopped moving. He stopped moving.
we're hoping to crack this idiom with a bolo made out of multiple pheasant feathers joined together. Now, I know what you're thinking. The idiom is knock me over with a feather, but I will have you know there is actually a Japanese chicken called an onagadori whose tail feathers can grow up to 27 feet long.
It's easier to string 2 pheasant feathers together than it is to say pheasant feathers.
You look so silly. This is fantastic. Clear down range, going hot.
Given this barnyard bola will have more drag than the Kevlar string, they dial up the PSI from 60 to 80.
Feather prototype bolo at 80 PSI in 3, 2, 1.
Oh! That's exactly what we're looking for.
It works. The feathers are ductile enough to twist and wrap tight. Now they're ready to see if it works on real human legs.
Woo!
What do you think?
It's pretty intimidating.
The instructions for those about to become entangled are simple.
You want to jog like you are trying to not go to the bathroom. So kind of legs together, gentle pace like that.
Like a lady, John.
Like you're holding a ball between your legs.
Yeah.
You'll start running at some point. We will deploy our weapon at you, and hopefully you'll come crashing down or live, one of the two.
Come crashing down or live.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
I have complete trust in Brian and Alan, but that rig still is pretty intimidating because it's just an air cannon basically pointed at you while you're running towards it.
Nonetheless, John bravely lines up to be air cannon fodder.
John versus a feather bolo in 3, 2, 1.
Oh!
Well, he had to put his hands down. I'm gonna ask you, what happened?
I think I tripped myself.
All right, well, a smaller target?
Where would we be able to find a smaller target?
I think Bo's somewhere.
I have no idea, man.
To me, the rig was intimidating and fired well, but I'm a pretty heavy dude, and I don't think the bolo had enough mass to stop me.
But lightweight Tamara's a whole different prospect. This will be Team Brian's best and last shot at knocking someone down with a feather.
Tamara versus the feather bolo in 3, 2, 1.
In their pursuit of the crippled cat burglar getaway tale, the boys are already 3 up on the law.
When we started this myth, I didn't give myself a ghost of a chance of driving from the back seat with a cane, even going in a straight line. Come on, Johnny boy!
Come on, go! You're gonna make it! You're gonna make it! Ah.
Bing, bing, bing! Yes!
Damn it!
John spent 3 rounds antagonizing Marcus, so it's my turn to be followed by a rather determined police officer while driving with a stick, which I have no practice at. So my fear is about here, but my curiosity, it's up there.
This should be interesting. While it's Brian's first attempt at backseat driving, Marcus now has a real feel for the course.
Here we go. Oh, shoot! And the first turn.
Oh.
You got it, you got it.
Reaching the wheel and pedals wasn't a problem for me, but this whole thing, kind of hairy, because what you can't control is anxiety, and there's plenty of that coursing through your veins when the cops are after you. I'm fleeing from Marcus, make the last turn, open up into the straightaway, and I see him behind me in the mirror, and I think I can probably get away if I do a J-turn. But instead, I just gun it, hit the gas, and beat him to the finish line.
Brian takes the flag by a narrow margin.
Damn it. You know you're lucky, right? I was on you the whole way around until that last corner.
I know, I saw it.
My heart is pounding, my adrenaline is rushing. I'm not very steady, but I know I got away at the end.
Brian's realized that success depends on steely nerves as much as skill.
1 down, 2 to go. You ready?
Yeah, are you?
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
And for the final 2 runs, his technique and his temperament will both be stretched to the limit.
He is right next to
us. Against all odds, the guys are looking at a clean sweep as Brian starts his second run in the backseat getaway myth.
Okay, he's off.
He's off.
He's off. He's coming after us.
But Marcus, it seems, has other plans.
All right, final turn here. He is right next to us.
All right.
You good?
Yeah.
And that pretty yellow paintwork tells the tale.
I'm coming around this last turn, and I look just at the turn, and all I see is cop car. And my thought is, how do I, and before I say evade him, I'm spinning.
You came out like a ghost.
Good.
That was bananas.
Yeah, I'm tired of playing with you guys.
Yeah, close her up.
With the score at Robbers 4 and Cops 1.
Here we go.
They're off in their final backseat rat run.
Oh, no, okay. Back into that turn.
But Marcus can smell blood.
Oh, holy moly. You good?
Yeah.
After a total of 6 runs, the score settles at 4 burglars and 2 cops. Now, you can really tell at the end Marcus was dialing in that pit maneuver because he's getting used to this really short course.
When I realized that they wasn't as reckless as I thought they may be with driving with a stick, it made me feel safer getting up there, taking care of pit a little early. Police honor is still intact.
Maybe so, but what about the myth?
Well, seeing as the final score was 4 burglars and 2 cops, I feel like this myth wants to be called confirmed.
Yeah, but it's such a short course, and with a few hundred more feet, I think Marcus would have had us every time.
Okay, well, depending on the length of your getaway run, the least we could say is plausible.
It's plausible. Hey, thanks for all the training, man.
Thanks.
Anytime.
Woo-wee!
Let's go.
So far, the bizarrely brilliant feather bola cannon hasn't quite worked the way it was meant to.
I think I tripped myself.
But there's a more petite target waiting in the wings.
Tamara versus the feather bolo in 3, 2, 1.
Oh! You fell over! You got knocked over!
Holy moly!
Check that out!
At last, after multiple failures, a genuine knockdown.
The bolo wrapped around, locked her in tight, and down she went face first. The legs couldn't move at all.
So that went smashingly. I was definitely head over heels for the bolo gun, and it turns out I can be knocked down with the feather.
Now, to see if Team John can repeat that result with their highly unorthodox virtual reality head spin.
We've made VR environments that are really gonna mess with Brian and Alan's heads. In addition to that, they're gonna be on an uneven platform, but it's not about falling off the platform. We actually need to knock them over with a feather. So we're also gonna be tickling them, poking them, and prodding them in hopes that they fall over.
I've decided that Alan's gonna go first, so Brian, please go to the waiting room. We'll call you when we're ready.
Okay. Good luck.
Yeah, I'm gonna need it.
He might also need a barf bag.
Okay, where do I throw up?
Anywhere you want.
That way, on top.
Hey! Comfortable?
This is gonna be a nightmare. So far, it looks like their rig is designed to make my feet unsteady in the real world while giving me some kind of VR experience that doesn't sync up with what my feet are doing. All right, it's going.
Is it going?
Oh, okay. There's people throwing. There's people throwing things at me.
With Alan's sensory confusion at peak levels, it's time to bring on the real feathers.
Whip him, Tamara!
Oh, no, no, no! No, whip him, no!
Yes.
No, I want to make it to the end. That was hell. I couldn't tell where my feet were. I couldn't tell what was going on.
All right, here's the most important question. While you were teetering on the edge of falling, was it the feather that knocked you over?
I feel like I would have just fallen over no matter what Tamara would have been doing with feathers.
So, strictly speaking, Alan wasn't knocked down by a feather.
see.
And now there's just one man left standing.
Can we start this one?
Yep, whenever you're ready. Whap! Just whap him!
This is great. Oh, look, there's a feather on the paper airplane. Aw. Am I a paper airplane?
Woo! Brian seemed so in control for most of the video that I was pretty concerned that it wasn't gonna happen.
Is this meant to be playing in reverse? How come my airplane is flying backwards everywhere?
But then right at the critical moment.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I have to give you just a smidgen of credit. I was looking at this feather right as I was reversing with the airplane, and a feather hit me in the face right where I looked. And that's actually what caught me off guard.
Yes.
A virtual feather paired up with a physical feather.
Just as the idiom says, a virtual feather perfectly timed with a real feather knocked him over.
Well, I'd say we'd throw in everything we can at this myth.
Yeah, and it was nice having Alan and Tamara back to help out.
So, how are we gonna call it?
Well, there were two distinct results. One, you definitely knocked Tamara over with your feather bolo. And two, we got you pretty unstable with our VR. And by your own admission, you did say it was one distinct feather that knocked you over.
Sounds like myth confirmed to me.
Totally, dude.
So, that surprise you?
I'd say you could have knocked me over with a feather.
On this episode of Mythbusters, John and Brian get their spy on with 3 ingenious makeshift booby traps.
We're testing the movie myth where a secret agent shoots a nail from a fire extinguisher into a bad guy. Let's shoot him.
Secondly, is it possible to use light bulbs and shotgun shells to make fragmentation grenades out of a chandelier?
2.
Let's play with some fire.
1.
And finally,
we're testing the myth that you can make an effective booby trap by hiding shotgun shells under a floorboard.
firing up first on the secret agent agenda, some nail gun fun from the movie The Bourne Legacy.
We're testing the movie myth where a secret agent is being ambushed inside a house. He's completely unarmed, so he needs some kind of upper hand against his opponent who has a submachine gun. Now, in true ingenious fashion, he finds a fire extinguisher, pulls off the nozzle, puts a duplex nail into it, and just at the right moment, fires the nail into the bad guy's shoulder, giving him just enough time to finish him off mano a mano.
One of the things this scene doesn't reveal is what type of fire extinguisher our secret agent's using. So that's where we gotta start. Compare and contrast different types of household fire extinguishers and determine which one's best for this myth.
All right, let's go rollerblading. Come on. Oh, God! We're gonna try to fire a duplex nail from a fire extinguisher. That's not too bad. How do you turn? To do that, we need something called thrust potential, which will be different in each one of the extinguishers. Your barriers work. So I came up with the awesome idea to strap myself into these rollerblades. How do you do that thing where they spin? This will be the second time I've ever put rollerblades on my feet. and test each fire extinguisher and see if it potentially rockets me across this shop floor. Go, 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 go! Go, go, go! Oh, yeah! Here we go, test the pads! All right, if it can move me, it can definitely move a nail. This is gonna be great. Good job. Oh, good girl. Oh, okay, good job, bro. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. All right, here we go. These are the 3 fire extinguishers we'll be working with. We have a water, dry chemical, and a CO2. I'm gonna hold it with my hand like this. That's my technique if things go bad. And it won't hit me right in the or anything. Ready?
All right, here we go. Fire extinguisher thrust test using water in 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Am I going? Keep going, John. You're doing great.
It doesn't feel very fast. Woo!
Hold on, I'm a little thirsty. Just. Thank you, sir.
H2O was a no-go. No thrust means it can't have been the extinguisher used in the movie. Next up, the dry chemical.
In 3, 2, 1.
It's more impressive and makes a mess, but also provides no thrust. Cue the CO2.
3, 2, 1. Go, you're building up speed. Keep going. You're moving.
It's clear when it comes to turning a fire extinguisher into a nail gun, there's only one candidate.
That was cold, right in this area.
So we know which extinguisher is most likely to provide the thrust. But will it fire a nail?
So, with the standard pressurized fire extinguisher, if you remove this cone here, you'll find that valve right there. Now, that's called a flow regulator, and it makes sure the CO2 comes out at a safe and controlled rate. But with that there, a nail can't go in.
However, in the movie, when we see the close-up of the nail being inserted, there's no flow regulator valve. Now, we don't know why it isn't there. Maybe our hero cut it off, but the important thing is, if you do cut that valve off, this tube looks exactly like the one in the movie does. And the duplex nail, boop, slides right in. Okay.
Which begs the question, without the nail in place, what difference does the flow regulator make?
This feels like a trap.
For science.
Here we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
There's a clear difference.
Whoa!
1.
Oh, man. The difference between an unmodified and modified fire extinguisher is dramatic.
1.
Ooh.
Dude, that sent me back a couple steps.
That's pretty nuts. Even though we're just going off what we saw in the movie, cutting off that little regulator dramatically increased the thrust on our fire extinguisher.
That's dangerous, and I like it. That's a murder giggles. Fire extinguisher gave me murder giggles.
If we had done that when I was doing my initial thrust tests, I probably would have went across the shop floor, up the stairs, and out the door. So I'm kind of glad we didn't.
So they have their modified extinguisher ready to roll. But before they start firing nails, cue spy movie myth number 2. When it comes to high-tech gadgetry, nobody does it better than Bond, James Bond. But in Skyfall, Bond and M are under siege and have to improvise with homemade booby traps. M takes a hammer to several light bulbs, inserts the still-working filaments into shotgun shells, ties them into bags of nuts and bolts, screws them back into the chandelier, and instant fragmentation grenade.
Man, I can't believe after all these years of James Bond books and movies, we finally get to see M being a badass in Skyfall. But what about her booby trap? She essentially created a series of fragmentation grenades that hang from a chandelier. Sounds like a long shot.
Sometimes those are the odds that pay off. Ready to go do this?
Yeah, all I can say is these bad guys come up to this deadly chandelier. It's not a bright idea.
up top? Because the light bulbs are bright and their idea's dumb?
So, first up, can fragile light bulb filaments survive M's method of extraction?
Hey!
It looks like one of those things Hollywood got right.
Yeah.
Next,
2.
will those exposed filaments set off the gunpowder from a shotgun shell?
In order for this myth to be confirmed, the filament in that light bulb is gonna need to burn long enough and hot enough to transfer enough thermal energy to that powder to ignite it. Now, that might be fairly rapid, or it might take some time. Let's play with some fire.
The myth requires a series of light bulb filaments to fire simultaneously, as it would in a chandelier. So, for a proof of concept, Brian and John set up 4. Cue the explosive ingredient.
Smells fresh.
Capsule.
Okay, we're either going to learn how to make a frag grenade chandelier or learn how to booby trap bad guy cereal. All right, let's get out of here.
Multiple filaments in gunpowder,
Like a chandelier.
in 3, 2, 1.
Ooh, I felt that one in my face.
That's great.
That test went great. You can indeed ignite gunpowder with an exposed filament. But now it's time to look at the other ingredient in our test, the shotgun shell. Will it actually cause a pop big enough to shoot out shrapnel?
For your eyes only, Brian and John get their secret agent on with a trio of booby-trapped tall tales. In the Bond movie Skyfall, M uses light bulb filaments inserted into shotgun shells to turn a chandelier into a deadly fragmentation grenade.
What?
The guys know the exposed filament will light up the gunpowder.
Ooh, I felt that one on my face.
Now they want to know if it'll work inside the shell.
So there is the shot. There we go.
For a proof of concept test, they've removed the shot, leaving the powder and primer.
Didn't even flinch.
You know I wouldn't cut you, son.
Next, they screw the shell into a light fitting.
Is it slightly absurd that there is a shotgun shell sticking out from the underside of this light?
Yes.
In 3, 2, 1.
That was neat. There's a little flash. It looked like the shell rocketed down.
On the high speed, it doesn't just look promising for the myth, it's spectacular.
You can see combustion in there before it takes off.
Oh, you see the gunpowder go.
This is insanely beautiful.
It's like looking at the sun.
Okay, there's the swelling of the cartridge, so it's building up some pressure.
Oh! That was beautiful.
That's great.
The proof of concept looks good. But to take this story further, it's time to hit the road and scout out a sweet location for an explosion.
Well, perfect for a chandelier booby trap. I love this abandoned sugar mill. It's got the perfect atmosphere, and considering it already looks like a bomb went off in here, I'm pretty sure we're getting our damage deposit back.
In our small-scale test, we were able to establish that you could, in fact, ignite the powder in a shotgun shell with just a light bulb filament.
All right, that's it. That's good.
But that was as far as we could go in the shop. Now, we're gonna add the shrapnel, set up our targets.
Let me get you some zip ties.
I got them.
Are they in your mouth?
I picked them up.
Did they come off the floor?
Yeah.
Isn't this a contaminated zone?
Yeah.
And see just how much carnage these chandeliers can cause.
It's nice in here.
Yeah.
With the unwilling volunteer targets in place,
This guy's drunk.
Yeah, he's had a few too many.
next, they assemble the fragmentation bundles for each bulb.
In the movie, M takes a pre-cut shotgun shell and a freshly smashed light bulb, and she simply twists them together. First, I put the glue on the rim, but obviously in real life, it doesn't. So we have to assume she used some kind of adhesive to keep these two together. Like a surgeon. In our case, hot glue. Nice.
All right.
In order for this myth to be confirmed, when we flip that light switch, we need to heat up the light bulb filaments, igniting the gunpowder inside a shotgun shell, which causes them to explode with enough energy to send that shrapnel into those assassins deep enough that we see some real damage. In real life, however, I don't know if these uncontained shotgun shells will have enough force to send this shrapnel through our assassins.
In the world of do not try this at home, this is about as extreme as it will get. The experiment is designed to produce shrapnel, and because of that, we can't be inside the building. In fact, we've had to place 2 rooms worth of walls, a plywood barrier, as well as the blast shield between us and the chandeliers, just to keep us safe.
Okay, chandelier booby trap test in 3, 2, 1.
That was hilarious and adorable because it went off. It looked like one sort of popped, and the other ones just heated up and then melted through the bag, and the shrapnel went, oh, and rained on the floor.
The filaments lit up, igniting the gunpowder in the shells. But there's not nearly enough explosive force. After the plastic melted, it simply fell to the floor.
This myth is not looking so great. Well, it smells like all the gunpowder got burned.
There's some carnage on the floor.
Oh, a couple bags of what looks like unexploded ordnance, although the shells did burn off.
Yeah, everything's popped off.
Oh man, look, it melted some of these shells open.
They all went off, though. I mean,
yeah.
It kind of activated. It just didn't do
Underwhelming, slightly?
I mean, unless you're the janitor.
And I'm looking at our assassins, and they look pretty good.
I think they're still ready to hunt down some people.
Yeah. If these chandeliers went off in your face, I'd say you'd be much more annoyed than dead. But the next step is for us to mimic that destruction they got in the movie, but in real life.
You would think it'd be easy to turn a shotgun shell into an explosive, but obviously it didn't work. So I'm gonna tell you exactly how to get the Hollywood effect in real life. First, a whole bunch of... Second, you're gonna need to take... Mix it with... Third... And don't forget this one. And that is exactly how we're gonna take Hollywood effects and turn it into real life carnage.
All right, range is hot. Okay. Whoo. Shotgun, chandelier, booby trap. What would it take? In 3, 2, 1. Yeah, that was definitely equivalent to the Hollywood, like, bam, stuff raining down.
A little bit of pyrotechnic know-how goes a long way. The same quantity of gunpowder was used, but it went from a disappointing fizzle to a spectacular and deadly explosion.
Oh, that's a headshot. That is hilarious. A lot of headshots, it looks like. Boom.
Butt shot?
Guess what this guy's name is?
What's that?
Michael Bolton.
While the basic concept of using a light bulb filament to fire a shotgun shell is sound, unless the explosion is contained, there's not nearly enough force for a fragmentation grenade.
Well, at least one part of this myth was easy. Getting that gunpowder to ignite with a light bulb, that worked.
Yeah, but if you just take a smashed light bulb, put the filament into a shotgun shell with gunpowder and wrapping in a bunch of random nuts and bolts, does not yield the same results as it did in the movie. I'm gonna call this one busted.
Definitely busted.
Coming up.
Wait, what would this gun fire anyway?
Buster meets his maker, testing the myth of the shotgun floorboard. Next up, a third secret agent tall tale. also from Skyfall. While M is busy lighting up the enemy with her shotgun chandelier, Bond puts in the groundwork for another makeshift booby trap. Beneath the floorboards, he places 2 shotgun shells, puts the boards back on top, and when triggered by a footfall, the bad guy goes down with a bad case of missing leg.
This is a pretty cool technique, but modern ammunition is incredibly safe and incredibly stable to handle.
Exactly. This is like trying to fire a shotgun shell out of a gun without the gun.
Yeah, but this is James Bond, man. Doing the impossible is what he does.
Yeah, but in this non-super cool guy world we live in, is it impossible or impossible?
Firearms manufacturers design their guns to last a lifetime. So in order to achieve that, they hit the firing pin against the primer with more force than necessary. That will accommodate for any poorly manufactured ammunition, as well as wear and tear on that firing pin until it ultimately needs replacing.
But we're dealing with a booby trap that only needs to fire once. And it needs to work from the pressure of a full-grown adult footstep. So let's do a hammer. So next up, we need to figure out the precise amount of force it takes to set off that shotgun primer. And to do that, we need a very specific rig.
That is a majestic hammer.
Oh, why, thank you. Hammer. Well, then a little firing pin to it. And that'll come back and go. And so we'll have this attached to some kind of swing. That's not bad. Hammer machine, high five. Oh. We'll do a plate here, and we'll have it so that the shotgun shell fires that way. Ears. Well, would you look at that? Huh. Sorry, ears. All right, so then we'll probably have a scale here. Whoop. Okay. And to figure out the force, we'll just incrementally pull the hammer back further and further and further until we set the primer consistently. And then we can swap out a force gauge and see exactly how much pressure it takes to set it off.
Sure you can get that done in no time?
Yep, it's a simple rig to recreate the force required to fire the primer of a shotgun shell.
Okay. Brian and I have decided that hitting shotgun shell primers with a nail and a hammer is a bad idea. But say hello to our good idea. This is our shotgun shell primer test rig, and it's gonna help us determine the minimum amount of force it takes to set off one of these shotgun shell primers.
This is how the rig's gonna work. We're gonna take a shotgun shell, cut down to only the primer, we mount it here. There's a free-floating firing pin, we raise the hammer and drop it, firing the shell.
Shotgun primer test rig, firing from a full 180 degrees. In 3, 2, 1.
That works.
Yeah, it totally works.
Now we need to just find out where it stops working. Each time we're gonna incrementally lower it.
Tick, 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 tick. 145. In 3, 2, 1.
To find the minimal force that reliably fires the shotgun shell.
Primer test at 90 degrees. In 3, 2, 1.
At which point we'll replace this skid up with the force meter, measure just how much force it takes to fire the shotgun shell.
80 degrees, 70 degrees, 60 degrees. World's most inconvenient gun. 30 degrees, 20 degrees.
So, 30 degrees it is.
Consistency tests at 30. Okay, we know at 30 degrees, this hammer will consistently fire shotgun primers.
Right.
Right.
And at 30 degrees, that amount of force is what's consistently firing the shotgun primer. So the question is, how much force is it? So, force meter. Primer firing force test at 30 degrees in 3, 2, 1. 16.93 pounds? As much as I could watch this rig fire primers all day, we need to move on to the next step. Good news, we have some data to do that. 16.9 pounds of force was what was required to reliably fire our primers every time. And that means I need to go build a floor.
So Brian begins building a floor with movie-accurate hardwood boards. This test will determine if the force of a footstep on a hinged board is enough to fire off the shotgun shell primer.
Never would suspect a thing.
It's a pretty sturdy dance floor you got.
Welcome to our hardwood, beautiful floor here. This is where all the action's gonna take place for the testing. And how's that gonna work? Well, our shotgun mortar is gonna be right here. This board's gonna be on a hinge with that shotgun shell just ever so sticking up. All right, the floor is loaded. When in creeps our person, click, boom.
In the movie, Bond lines up the primer with a nail to act like a firing pin. So that's how the guys set up.
Wait, okay, you removed everything except for the primer, right?
Probably.
Probably's good enough for me. Here we go. All right.
No, you're set. It's safe.
Okay, get my gun. Check if it's loaded. Walk in the house. You ready?
Ready.
Here we go.
That was a creak, but that was not a fire.
Yeah, actually I went, huh!
So, a movie-accurate, gentle, creeping footfall, and the primer didn't fire. Maybe they need to take a less stealthy approach.
Here we go. Stompy bad guy on booby trap. In 3, 2, 1.
That fire.
Ooh, look at that. It charred all the wood inside the hole and it went straight through the primer.
Well, that worked beautifully.
Except that I had to stomp on this. So we have to figure out a way they did it in the movie where you can kind of tread on it, walk on it, and have the primer still go off. We got the primer to go off inside the floorboard, but I had to stomp on it. In the movie, the bad guys just tread gently over it, and boom, it blows their legs off. I won't look, you can surprise me. So we need to figure out a way to get primed with a very gentle push. And I think I have an idea. This is a center punch, and people use it to mark things on steel. And as you slowly depress on it, a spring clicks back and delivers that impact almost instantaneously. Super stealthy bad guy with center punch in the ground. We're gonna install this inside our floorboards and see if the shotgun primer goes off. Here we go. That's legit! Is that legit?
It fired. So, if Bond had inverted the shell, placed the primer over a spring-loaded center punch, the stealthiest of footfalls would have worked.
That worked great. Now it's just a question, if that has gunpowder and actual lead in it, what's gonna happen?
Yeah, I think it's time to go full scale.
Full scale.
John and Brian are testing the James Bond shotgun floorboard. They know that with a simple hack, a bad guy's careful footfall will set off the primer. But has a shotgun shell got enough gunpowder to take someone out? To find out, John's stepping up.
Meat leg! Right, because we need a human analog of a leg. And so I have an idea to build one from the ground up. You know, like poplar bones, which is a good human analog for bones, and then wrap it in pork loin and pork skin to simulate muscle tissue.
Just like a human leg, we'll see the damage.
Yeah, but we still need a system to drive the leg so it actually stomps. And I think it's gonna be something like this, where we have Buster replace one of his legs with our meat leg, and then have some kind of air piston system that lets us drive his leg down.
Sounds good.
All right, Buster. I'm gonna make you a real boy. Whoa! You might wanna get that checked out somewhere else.
Okay, so we're gonna divide and conquer. John's gonna go build Buster's meat leg.
All right, let's put some meat on these bones.
while I build a pneumatic system to animate it.
So creepy.
It's gonna have a frame to hold up Buster, variable stomp pressure, and a remote control so that when you hit that button, boom, right into a shotgun shell.
Almost lost a piece of calf. Skin, check. Meat, check. Snack, check, okay. So my job here today is to build a human leg analog out of raw pork. It's weird, right? Yeah, it's weird, but it's also perfect. Because this actual meat and this actual skin will give us a really good illustration of what kind of damage these shotgun shells will do. Oh, yes. Pretty sure sewing up a person is just like sewing up a backpack. As long as it stays closed, should be fine. Can you put chicharrones in my mouth because I got gloves on? Part 1, done. Now I'm gonna graft the new skin onto the new leg. I don't know why everyone spends so much money and time on med school. I basically got the hang of this and it only cost me about 65 bucks. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I've been infected by swine flu. The back of the needle poked through my glove. That's how you spread zombie virus. You get cut and you don't tell anyone. This is our human analog. It's made from pork skin, and is very well stitched together in the back, holding it all together, giving us the perfect human calf. I still have to do the thigh, but when that's done, I'll also add some feet here. We'll have 5 thinner dowels wrapped in meat, sewn to a sandal. Then this end will attach to Brian's rake, where it'll help us stomp on the shotgun shell, and we'll see if it blows the leg off.
Before they head out on location to fire up the meat leg.
Wait, what would this gun fire anyway? Bacon?
John and Brian reset their sights on the Bourne Legacy nail gun. Can you really use a fire extinguisher to shoot a nail deep enough into a bad guy's shoulder to distract him? To find out, they've selected their CO2 extinguisher, modified it as per the movie, constructed a stand,
like a glove,
and brought in a bad guy.
Let's shoot him.
With a fleshy target to aim at.
I love when we break out the ballistics gel.
I'm aiming right for this guy's shoulder. What do you think?
Ooh, that looks pretty good. I've never aimed a fire extinguisher before. Yeah, I say we load it up.
This is pretty close to the movie setup. We got the fire extinguisher, we got our bad guy, he's got meaty shoulders. All that's left to do now is to fire one at him. The hero in our movie hits the fire extinguisher handle with a pipe. Secret agent material. Duplex nail in CO2 extinguisher in 3, 2, 1.
I heard it hit somewhere up. Look at the tube. John hit the handle, boom, ting. It hit, except there wasn't any hits on the target. The hit was over the shoulder on the wall.
Here it comes.
Yeah. You see that? The barrel's moving before the nail exits.
This goes about there.
The solution? A zip tie to prevent barrel kickback. And cue take 2.
Duplex nail in fire extinguisher with the barrel locked down in 3, 2, 1. I think I heard that one behind me.
You did, John. It bounced off the gel. I saw it with my naked eye.
Wow. Yeah, so it fired, tumbled butt end first, went in like what, inch and a half?
At least.
And then slingshotted back out.
But I think if that hits tip first, it's gonna have different results. So we need to fire a few more.
For the next hour.
Low, way low.
Way low?
Shot.
Oh, it's way to the right.
After shot.
Way right.
After shot.
Down and to the left again.
Serves up a miss.
I'm not sure where that hit, but it bounced around a lot.
Or
We're getting direct hits, but they're bouncing off.
Yeah.
And as evidenced on the high speed,
Oh yeah, that's spinning.
Okay.
it boils down to a lack of in-flight ballistic stability.
Ooh, that tumbles real hard. It's a crapshoot.
And the nail gun myth might be done and busted.
3, 2, 1. Oh!
Look at that.
Oh, that's super impressive. That is a tip-first hit, and it hit so hard that it actually swung like that.
It may have taken a while, but that is 2 inches deep and is surely going to distract the bad guy. And several shots later, with the ballistics gel reorientated, they get a repeat result.
Ta-da!
Look at that. That would slow me down, and I think that would just about slow down anyone.
But he is still naked.
Yeah. You thinking?
Yeah, let's suit him up.
All right, let's put some clothes on it. This is a pretty solid hit. It might slow you and me down, but these are trained government spies. And on top of that, he was wearing clothing. So I'm gonna pull these nails out, put some cloth on the ballistics gel, and then we're gonna fire at it again and see if those nails make it through the clothing.
With the bad guy now suitably suited,
All right, nice tailored super secret spy jacket.
the barrage continues.
2, 1.
Off on the left again.
1.
Ooh, that bounced off it.
Once again, the ballistic instability of the projectile puts the veracity of the movie's one-shot hit in doubt.
1.
And although they eventually get one to stick, it's far from convincing.
How far is it in there?
It's about an inch in.
An inch. So these are working, they're going through the material, but they don't have all that much strength. And I mean, how many would we fire to get this one? Like 40?
Many of them.
Yeah.
We finally got the nail to punch through the suit and into our ballistics gel. But this isn't that impressive. The problem is power and the nail's stability while it's flying through the air.
Part of the ingenuity of this super secret spy trick was in the simplicity. He needed something quick and dirty that he could throw together as a trap. Well, it didn't quite work out like in the movies. So we're gonna have to see what it takes to make this myth a reality.
What?
With the fire extinguisher nail gun lacking accuracy and power, the myth is cooked.
How many would we fire to get this one? Like 40?
But Brian and John aren't finished yet.
Sorry.
They want to know what it would take to make this fictional spy gadget a frightening fact.
A barrel extension's a simple way to capture the potential energy of that compressed CO2 that we're missing. As the nail comes out of this relatively short 3-inch barrel, the gas is still expanding, and all that does is destabilize the nail. By putting that longer barrel on there, we're gonna stabilize the nail and accelerate it to terrifying speeds.
While Brian does the definitely do not try this at home re-engineering of the fire extinguisher fittings,
That should do the job.
John preps the ballistics gel torso
That's great.
for target practice.
Yep, right up Main Street. Don't worry, you won't feel a thing. There you go. Oh, yeah. What? Let's put the head on. It's perfect.
Next, our bad guy is dressed for high-speed camera access.
Not bad. The suit fits, but I think we need to tailor it a bit to really match your body type. So I think I'm gonna classic look, sideless suit. Really show off those lats. Perfect. Say hello to Bad Guy Buster, who, with his submachine gun, has chased our hero into a dark and dank basement. But little does he know, our guy's already lying in wait with his fire extinguisher nail gun. And as soon as Buster turns the corner, he hits the handle, sending the nail through our extended 6-foot barrel all the way down and into his shoulder, giving our hero just enough time to finish the job.
For our small scale test, we loaded our nail head towards the target. But that's not the optimum way. That's where all the resistance is, making the nail want to flip over. We have this nice optimized 6-foot long barrel. So we're gonna load the nail the optimized way with the pointy end towards the target.
Lower, lower, lower. Stop.
Hey, that's perfect.
So, this is it. The movie may have gotten it wrong, but will Brian and John's quick fix get it right?
Extended barrel at bad guy Buster in 3, 2, 1.
Did that go all the way in?
It might have gone all the way through him. I'm not even sure.
Yep, that worked. The extended barrel acted like a rifle, improving accuracy and power.
You can see the travel all the way through to here, right there. Wow, the exit one's not very big either. Look how small that is. Ever since I first saw this movie, I've always wanted to shoot a nail from a fire extinguisher into a bad guy. I can check it off of my insane bucket list. It's sideways, flat, embedded in the foam. In our first test with no barrel extension, we managed to shoot a nail an inch into our ballistics gel through a suit and a dress shirt. But just adding 6 feet worth of pipe managed to shoot the nail all the way through our ballistics gel bad guy. I would say we definitely unleashed the full potential of our CO2 extinguisher.
That was awesome.
Yeah, it did go straight through him, but that was with a 6-foot barrel extension.
And we never saw that with the small scale movie style fire extinguishers. Top of that, it took at least 30 nails to get one to stick straight in.
Yeah, I think this is busted.
Busted.
Yeah, let's go. We're testing the myth from the James Bond movie Skyfall that you can make an effective booby trap by hiding shotgun shells under a floorboard. We're about to go full scale with live ammunition to see if we can take out our evil assassin.
Back at the abandoned sugar mill,
Nice.
Brian and John are gearing up for the floorboard shotgun showdown.
It'll go bam! Fire into the floorboard. All right. Which way are we having him face? Forward? There you go.
Yeah. How's he looking?
Good, except this just became a Western.
With bad guy Buster in place,
I got special meat delivery. Voila.
it's time for some field surgery, a leg reattachment.
How's it?
Looks good.
That's good. This goes. All right. Fantastic. There we go. Oh, here's the fun part. All right, I got the leg bolt right in here. Okay. Boom.
We just targeted our meat leg.
We did.
That's a strange sensation. Oh.
Yeah, he's got a webbed toe condition thing.
That doesn't look right. You should see a doctor.
This is a vacation flip-flop. It's foam, doesn't offer much protection, but in the newest line of assassin footwear, ta-da, it is a tactical boot sole with the vacation feel of a flip-flop. You ready?
For your easy viewing pleasure?
That's right.
It has the sole of a regular boot, but it will allow the cameras to see what happens in gory detail.
Ooh, it's starting to go. All right, okay, you ready? I'll just do the, oh!
It's getting juicy.
It's getting juicy. All right, let's clear the floor and give this guy a test stomp.
Brian's piston is calibrated to give Buster the stepping force of an average-sized bad guy.
Deadly assassin with meat leg. Regular walking tread test in 3, 2, 1.
That's a pretty good step.
Yeah, I think that's perfect.
Let's add some shotgun shells to it.
Yeah, let's do that. If you smell something funky, it's probably this. Don't get more fresh than that. Oh, yeah.
Here's what we're gonna need to see to call this myth confirmed.
All right, I'm gonna load the shotgun shells.
The meat leg's gonna need to push on the trick floorboard, in turn, firing the shotgun shell up through the floorboard with enough force to cause enough damage to permanently put our assassin out of commission.
Okay.
John, like Bond, has placed 2 shotgun shells under the hinged floorboard.
Range is hot.
But what does he think is going to happen?
Our assassin buster's all set up. What I think is gonna happen is he'll stomp on the floorboard, but even though the shotgun shells definitely have enough power, where it's not contained by a gun or a barrel. So if it doesn't work, that's gonna be why.
All right, it's pressurized.
Okay, here we go. Whew.
You excited?
Yeah, I'm actually a little nervous too. Full scale, shotgun under the floorboard booby trap skyfall myth in 3, 2, 1.
Busters stepped up. Both shotgun shells fired. But
I don't see any holes in the floorboard.
they're going to need a closer inspection.
Not much carnage there.
Yep, the leg appears to be intact. And here's why.
Look at that, that's awesome. They both fired.
This board, heck of a lot stronger than a little bit of a shotgun shell. Clearly not a great booby trap.
Yeah, definitely not. Looks like this guy lucked out. Oh. I'm not sure why I touched that.
The foot goes down, the shotgun shells fire up into the floorboard, and that's about where things stop. At that point, that wood is too solid for those shotgun shells to get through. Instead, they blow out the side and nothing goes anywhere.
But they can't leave it there.
Oh, so nice.
Ready to do this right? Real shotgun. Beautiful, guys, going well?
Cue the patented Mythbusters finale. What would it take to recreate the result?
So we'll need to bring the floor up to about 6 feet to get the shotgun under it.
No one stand on it.
Then I have one more thing. This oak, way too hard. We're gonna swap it out for much softer pine.
With the hardwood boards replaced, they raise the floor.
Careful now, he still has a gun.
And Buster,
oh, so graceful, look at you. Like a swan.
gets a brand new leg for the occasion.
Pass me leg.
The leg.
Here we go. Here we go. Uh-oh, I just dropped it. I dropped the nut. I got it. Nut, please. Ooh, it's real close to my mouth. Ugh. So, what are we doing to give you that Hollywood shotgun under the floorboard finale? All right, we're good here. Well, for starters, we put the shotgun shells into an actual shotgun, which should give us the power they're meant to deliver.
Oh, wow. Thing's starting to remind me of the body farm.
Secondly, we replaced that really tough red oak with pine, which is a lot weaker. This should definitely give us that massive boom explosion and hopefully blow this guy's leg off.
Last thing, shotgun shell. Set to fire.
You do realize now we have a real shotgun pointed at a pretty real foot.
Yeah, yeah, I do.
All right, well, in that case, let's do it. Skyfall, shotgun under the floorboards, booby trap. What would it take with real shotgun in 3, 2, 1. Oh, I think meat is still raining down from the ceiling.
I'm pretty sure I see part of his bone sticking out.
Oh, boy. That was gruesome, but also beautiful. In this Hollywood version, I would say man down.
Oh! How's it? Oh!
That is so gruesome. It blew his foot off. I'm pretty sure this is a foot bone that it impaled or just tore out and stuck to the calf.
It's pretty clear that to harness the destructive potential of a shotgun shell, the containment of a gun barrel is an essential requirement.
Well, If this myth was, can you shoot a shotgun shell through a floorboard and break a leg to pieces, it'd be true, but
This is just about putting a shotgun shell without the gun into a floorboard and expecting to blow off someone's leg, which we saw it did not. I would call this one...
busted.
Yeah, man, totally busted.
Kind of like his foot.
On this fish-flinging episode of Mythbusters, Brian and John build fearsome rigs.
Just a blur of meat.
To test a myth about killer carp.
What this myth is about is an unlucky water skier who gets hit by a 2-pound fish.
Here we go!
Square in the chops. Boom! Oh! What we want to know is, would that collision be fatal?
3, 2, 1!
Oh! And it's time to get your metal face on.
This is a pretty interesting myth.
What music that is, my goodness.
It's whether listening to aggressive music while driving
I wish I knew the lyrics so I could sing along to this.
makes you an aggressive driver.
I want to run the puppy over, but I'm not.
Who wants to run over a puppy?
First up, the story of a water sports carptastrophe. Picture the scene. The sun is out, the lake placid, and a group of friends head out water skiing. The skier is skimming along at 25 miles an hour when suddenly the lake's surface erupts. Silver carp are flinging themselves from the water. Unable to dodge the bombardment, the hapless skier catches a 2-pound fish right in the kisser. Question is, would this be a mortal mishap? The Mythbusters have tackled up to investigate this fishy tale of killer carp. But will they hook a whopper?
Well, this one's really about the fish that got away.
Yeah, well, I mean, someone released the silver carp into our ecosystem, and they're wreaking havoc.
Yeah, not just for the environment, but for boaters everywhere.
And water skiers.
Can you imagine you're skiing along and then boom, 2-pound fish hits you in the face? That could do some serious damage.
Yeah, I can't really imagine it, but I think we should test it.
Absolutely.
Shouldn't you have, like, line on that rod?
Nah, man, catch and release.
These are the killer carp in question, an invasive Asian species. Many fish leap out of the water to evade predators, but Asian carp also get spooked by passing boats. And boy, can they jump. Leaps of up to 10 feet have been recorded, and they're present in such vast numbers in the Illinois River, they're considered a hazard to water traffic.
Oh, wow.
What is that, like 20, 30 fish jumping out at a time?
I think that's an underestimate. That looks like 40 or 50 at some time.
It would seem almost impossible to water ski without being hit by one at least.
You can certainly see where this myth comes from.
Yeah, and to get us started, we know that we have a water skier who's going 25 miles an hour. He gets hit in the face by a 2-pound carp and it snaps his neck.
Yeah, but if you watch carefully, these carp are coming out not straight up, but at an angle. So it's a little more than 25 miles per hour.
Well, then we should watch these videos and see if we can calculate how fast these fish are actually shooting out of the water.
To do this, the guys pick a flying fish.
Oh, that one.
Perfect.
Measure how far it leaps on screen.
It's our height reference for distance.
And scale this up to get a real-world distance. Then they use the fixed frame rate of the video to work out the horizontal velocity of the leaping fish.
We've analyzed our fish video frame by frame, and what we're seeing is by the time those carp get up to head height, it's about 10 miles per hour worth of additional impact. So we're gonna take that 25 miles per hour of our skier, add it to the 10 miles per hour of the fish, and that's a 35 mile per hour carp to the face.
John's next job is to design a rig to fire a 2-pound carp at this impact velocity.
We have 4 pieces of rail to which a rolling carp cart will fit into. Attach bungees from the frame to the cart, drop a fish in, pull it back, and bam! Bob's your uncle. Until he got into that horrible water skiing accident.
To match the environmental conditions described in the myth as closely as possible, the guys will conduct final testing out on the water, mounting the carp catapult on the back of a boat and firing it at a water skiing target.
This is our water skier. Well, most of them, obviously. This is his head. It has a composite. It's the same density and strength as bone, and it's made by a company that specializes in that. It's got a full spine, anatomically correct, with all 7 cervical spine, intervertebral discs that are actually flexible. Inside that is a spinal cord made from a glow stick. So if he gets injury, it's gonna show us right away. Tendons, ligaments, and muscles, that way he can hold up his own head just like a real human. It's gonna mount on that body, nice and strong, and have fish flung at it.
So after Buster takes a fish to the face, an examination of his anatomically correct spine should reveal if any injury is fatal.
Hey, you wanna be hit by fish? He's ready for the test.
This is the boat we'll be mounting our fish flinging rig to. Nice, isn't it? And from here, it gives us the perfect vantage point at shooting water skiing Buster that'll be towing behind this boat. I hope he likes sushi, delivered directly to the face. Yeah, that'll work fine.
But before the fish flinging begins, it's time for some rock and roll research into a myth about highway headbangers. Sure, a moshing motorist looks hostile, but can their aggressive music actually cause them to drive more aggressively? The Mythbusters investigate if rock and roll road rage is a bona fide condition or a rocker-phobic work of fiction.
So, Doc, can the music you choose really affect your state of mind and your aggression while driving?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I know you're not driving now, but we should test your vitals against 2 different kinds of music and see if they change.
Good.
Good? All right, cue soft music, please. Okay, please cue aggressive music. Well, that's interesting.
What's it show you?
When you were listening to the calm music, you were 151/98. But then with the aggressive music, it jumped to 167/104. And your pulse from the calm to the aggressive music went from 76 to 83.
This tells me 2 things.
Yeah?
1, the myth is going to be interesting to explore.
That's true. What's the second one?
Don't quit your day job as a Mythbuster, because as a doctor, you kind of suck.
I guess that's fair. But you're the paramedic. Why am I even doing this? To test this myth, we're gonna need a group of unsuspecting volunteers that we can hook to scientific measuring equipment and have them drive through our course once with calm music and then drive through the same course with aggressive music and see if there's any difference.
Will aggro tunes inspire aggro drivers? Before we find out, the guys need to nail down a method to physiologically measure a road rage reaction. And neuroscientist Bill Scott has got just the tool for the job.
Tell us how we find out that the brain is being aggressive.
Typically, when people start getting angry or frustrated, experiencing a lot of negative emotions, the left hemisphere starts to shut off. That's a part of the brain that makes a lot of decisions. And the right hemisphere starts to activate. So what we're going to be looking at is the difference between activation in the left versus the right hemisphere. We're going to be placing sensors that go to an amplifier that amplifies the signals 1,000,000 times. See how the signals are the same in both hemispheres? That's kind of a normal thing. But people are getting more frustrated. We're going to be seeing higher spikes on this left hemisphere, like that.
So if this was while they were driving, that spike means a little bit of road rage?
Yes, more anger is getting induced and frustration at that particular point.
I like it.
Bill has given us a great system that will let us keep track of the aggression levels inside of the drivers' heads while they're being exposed to aggressive music. But he also has something called a performance game, which is basically a personality test that lets you know pretty well if you're gonna be prone to road rage. And I'm gonna take it. Did I mention I'm from New York? Is that my brain?
That is your brain.
It did something.
It definitely.
Oh!
Of all the brains, we should have never looked inside John.
Right.
You've opened a door that you now cannot close. The performance game is a way to measure how well I handle my frustration.
There's your first letter.
When an L comes up, I'll hit the left button. When an R comes up, I'll hit the right button. When a P comes up, I'll just pause. Yep. And depending on how well I do or how many mistakes I make, there will be a corresponding bloop spike in my EEG, which is an indicator of how frustrated I'm getting. Ugh.
Oh, man. That was tense.
And on the overall test EEG, John's fiery New York temperament stands out like the Manhattan skyline.
Judging by your result, I guess you're probably one of those who would likely get really frustrated when you drive.
That seems pretty accurate.
Seems right writing to myths with you.
Shut up, Brian!
Next up, Big Tex.
My run through the game was pretty calm and pretty accurate. There wasn't much sign of the left hemisphere spikes that indicate the aggression, which would mean that I'm likely to be a pretty calm driver. And I'm gonna agree with that.
So, the performance test has provided a fair benchmark of both John and Brian's dispositions. And it'll prove a handy tool come myth testing time.
We're gonna have our 5 volunteer drivers play this performance game to see if they have a high frustration personality like me, or a low frustration personality, like the guy who put the Zen and Texan over here.
That way we can compare their driving while listening to passive music to their driving while listening to aggressive music and see if they drive more aggressively.
And if personality type has any bearing on this.
Namaste.
Still to come, John and Brian set up a driving course, which is fiendishly frustrating
My oranges from shopping.
and horn-honkingly annoying. To test if raucous rock really can fuel road rage.
Makes me want to drive fast.
And the carp are lubed, locked,
oh, you hear the winch?
And loaded for a fishy flingathon. John and Brian are on a head-banging, myth-busting mission to discover if listening to angry music makes drivers more prone to road rage. They found the right tech to record the brainwave spikes associated with road rage.
Is that my brain? It did something. Oh!
Now, all they need is a safe place to wire up and test a bunch of volunteer drivers.
Like this. A completely abandoned neighborhood, which we're gonna have as our playground for the next couple of days.
So we can conduct a controlled, safe, and quite frankly, super dope experiment. It's perfect.
The plan is for 5 test drivers to navigate a set course through the abandoned suburb twice. Once listening to calm music, and then again listening to aggressive music. The drivers' levels of road rage will then be compared between the 2 laps.
We figured out what roads we're gonna use. Now we just gotta figure out what obstacles we're gonna put on it to make that little driving experience just a little bit more aggravating.
All right, so we're in the tech tent right here, and I think we can just go ahead and start right in front of it.
Oh, okay, we're good.
And they get to here?
This just became a toll road. Oh, man, here you go. I got 35 cents.
I appreciate it. They'll come in and they'll go, and then we'll let them free after 3 times around. They finally get set free to go out that way.
Great.
So they're coming down the road and, oh, this is perfect, a pre-existing stop sign.
Maybe something like an Animal Crossing.
Oh yeah, a little extra aggravation?
Yeah.
What is that, platypus crossing?
It could be anything. That's the point.
All right, stuck at the Animal Crossing, and then come around this corner. They got a little freedom, and right about here, you got to have a construction zone.
So instead of narrowing cones where they think they can make it,
but they can't. You get free of that cone, going, oh man, I can't believe I hit that cone. Oh! I think stoplight so they can think about the cone they hit. I don't think we can let them get away with that green light, though. We're gonna have to put something right behind it. As soon as it's green, still aggravated.
Oh no, my oranges. Oh.
You got the driver be like, get out of the road, Grandma!
I'm sorry, sir. Then at this point, I feel kind of bad for them. I think they can go home. Freedom!
You know what? This is pretty good, but there's one thing we don't have that's the most irritating thing every time.
What's that?
Parallel parking.
You're mean and I like it.
So somewhere, let's say, we can do one here.
How's that?
Park.
Park.
And with this final devilishly frustrating obstacle in place, the course is complete. But before we find out if hell-raising tunes release inner driving demons,
oh, wow!
It's time to hook back into the myth of killer carp. Silver carp are an invasive species, which not only pose a threat to native fauna, but also to water traffic. They have a habit of leaping out of the water when boats pass and can jump as high as 10 feet. Question is, can a leaping 2-pound fish land a fatal blow on an unfortunate water skier? They've calculated the impact velocity of fish meeting face, lined up an anatomically correct water skiing target.
Hey, you want to be hit by fish?
And designed a boat-mounted fish flinger.
Yeah, that'll work fine. Fish delivery. Get your fish here.
Now to stock up on ammo.
I don't think it'd be right if we just bought hundreds of fish to fling at this target. So we're gonna make some. This is my template. I'm gonna saw it out, and then we'll make molds of it. I think my favorite part of working in the shop is model making. I used to do it all the time as a product designer, so doing it now kind of is like taking a trip back home. All right, done. Oh no, it's maybe. This is what you call a block mold. We have our master sculpt of a fish. It goes whoop into the box. We fill the box up with silicone, and then we'll have our mold. The first part we have to do is spray release on it, so when we do put the silicone on, it won't just stick to our master. Done. Oh boy. And now we just wait an hour or two until this sets. Be good. Well, now that we've easily removed the mold jacket from this block mold, I'm going to hopefully easily cut it open with this blade. Cut it. Cutting it in zigzags ensures that when I separate this mold, fill it with silicone, and squeeze it back together, it'll line itself right back up. Now I just have to tear this little stitch out, clean up the inside of this, and we'll be ready to mass produce these fish.
And while the silicone sets in the mold, now it's rig building time.
It's the blacksmith and beard.
Oh, this is so smooth. Our final fish flinging rig is taking shape. Down here, I'll add some arms to attach our bungee cord to that stretches all the way back to the back of this cart, which houses our polycarbonate fish carrier. And we're all ready and all the rig is set up. We will, boom! Need to add a few more welds.
The plan is to progressively increase the power of the fish flinger by adding bungee cords until it hurls the 2-pound analog carp at 35 miles per hour.
Okay.
First, John manually tests the launch power of the carp catapult with 4 cords on each side.
In 3, 2, oh! Woo! Even with just 4 bands on this rig, I was only able to pull it back 2/3 of the way. And that, with all my fingers intact, I would say is a super successful test.
But before the fish begin to fly, the guys need to check an important detail.
We're just gonna put the fish rig on the boat, see how it fits.
Brian's custom built a swivel mount.
Okay, we're almost there.
Looks like weight's coming off.
Yep.
And the fish flinger fits perfectly.
Oh, hello.
Don't point that at me, John. Well, there's only one question now, man. Can it actually shoot a fish?
Introducing our ultra-realistic slingshot test fish. It's exactly 2 pounds on the dot, and it's got all the physical properties, of a real fish.
Well, all but one.
One slippery fish.
The guys start with 5 bungee bands on each side of the catapult. And it's already so powerful, they need a winch to prime it. But how fast will it fling its fishy payload? The high-speed scale will reveal all.
5 bands each side. Fish fling rig test in 3, 2, 1.
It flung a fish, but I don't know if that's 35 miles per hour. We gotta look at the high speed and find out.
All right, so fish moves from here to here in how many frames?
By measuring the time it takes the fish to cross the 4-foot high-speed scale, the guys can calculate just how fast it's traveling.
Everything looks good.
So, does it match the 35-mile-per-hour impact velocity of the mythic carp?
You ready?
Yeah.
15 miles an hour.
I'm good, only 20 more miles per hour.
But before they refire the rig, they'll need to fix the damage caused by the carp cart.
Look at the stops, man. It hit with enough force to split those boards just into splinters. That's why I'm saying this is insane amount of damage.
And with extra bungee cords needed to fling the fish faster,
that is obscene.
The carp carriage will impact with even more force this time.
We've gone for 40 bands. Hopefully, this is way over the top.
Oh, you hear the winch?
Hold.
Stop. Good. You feel safe?
Yeah.
Good.
We're pulling this thing in 3, 2, 1.
Well, if that didn't go 35 miles an hour, I don't think we can get it to go 35 miles an hour.
The good news is the flying fish actually slightly exceeds 35 miles per hour. But unfortunately, it's not all the fish flingers flung.
The fish is traveling incredibly fast, but the box that's carrying it is also traveling really fast. It exploded out of the cart.
This whole thing's getting destroyed up the front right now. I mean, that's a ton of energy.
So while the rig is calibrated to deliver the correct impact velocity, the flying fittings pose a very real safety hazard.
You know, it's not often working on Mythbusters that you can see you may have taken an idea overboard, but I think this time we might have. I'm gonna have to dial this back a bit, and I think I have an idea.
Coming up, forget about the carp catapult.
Charging.
There's a new fish flinger in town. And it's a cannon. And the rock and roll road rage test drivers hit the tarmac.
That guy's a jerk. Jerk.
Brian and John are investigating the myth of rock and roll road rage.
Oh no, no, my oranges.
Get out of the road, Grandma!
I'm sorry, sir.
Can jamming out to aggressive music make drivers more aggressive behind the wheel? 5 unwitting test drivers are about to find out. They've been selected to represent the gamut of the motoring public and will navigate the Mythbusters' devilishly frustrating driving course twice.
First, our drivers will do a control lap listening to calm music. Soothing.
After they complete the soothing course, we're gonna swap them over to something a little bit more aggressive. Makes me want to drive fast.
tests we're doing are individual tests, so each driver gets compared to themselves. One calm music drive to one aggressive music drive.
How are we going to determine if there's any difference in our drivers between their calm run and their aggro run? Woo! We're going to look at 3 things. The first one is the time they take to run the course.
15 miles an hour? Who drives at 15 miles an hour? It's ridiculous.
We'll take a faster lap time as indicating a more aggressive drive.
The second is a points-based system.
I thought we had 3 ducks. What happened to the last duck?
Kill a duck, get a point.
I may have rolled through that stop sign a little bit too excited there.
Roll through a stop sign, you get a point.
Look at that cone! That cone is right all up in my business.
Hit a cone, and you get a point.
Oh, I felt one.
The more points scored, the more aggressive the drive.
The third and most important is going to be the EEG. What we're going to look for is those left brain frustration spikes.
Can someone help this old lady? It's a green!
We're going to count them on each run and compare them so we can determine if there's a difference in frustration.
Having driven the course clockwise on their calm music run,
here we go!
The test subjects will drive the course counterclockwise on their aggressive music run.
I actually quite like this.
So John's completed his aggro music lap.
Done.
But did he drive more aggressively and experience more frustration?
Well, he drove the course faster and incurred more penalty points on his second lap. His EEG also recorded more frustration spikes.
You're gonna bruise the apples!
So, maybe you did have some rock and roll road rage, John.
Well, maybe. But here's the thing. I knew the course, I knew what we were looking for, so really, my results don't count.
And that's why we have the volunteers.
But before the test drivers get behind the wheel, they have a task to complete.
All of our volunteers are going to go through Bill Scott's performance game. It's going to give us an individual frustration baseline. We'll then give them the test and see how that data matches up to the test data.
The performance game results show Andrew, Evelyn, and Khalik all have what's known as low frustration traits, meaning these 3 are likely to be calm drivers. Jill sits in the middle of the frustration spectrum, and Gary has high frustration traits. So these 2 are likely to be more prone to road rage. But will any of our drivers experience rock and roll road rage?
It's gonna be awesome.
All they've been told is to navigate the driving course from start to finish.
Let's do it.
It's time to turn on the tunes.
Nice. This is beautiful.
And hit the road.
And he's off.
This music is horrible.
Hey, Brian.
Brian will follow our drivers to keep track of their progress. The first frustrating obstacles the drivers must negotiate, the toll gate and roundabout.
So go around the roundabout 3 times and I'll let you out over there at that
All
gate.
right. Nice music they got. Louder than I would want it, but it's nice.
I'm not gonna lie, just observing her driving, she looks chill.
But not everyone's keeping it quite so frosty.
That guy's a jerk. Jerk.
And this is just the calm music.
Next, a natural road hazard, ducks crossing.
Lucky I like ducks.
Although not all our drivers are such animal lovers.
There's a duck down, John.
Boy, I ran over. Oh, okay, got it.
Just around the corner, our drivers must next attempt to reverse parallel park into a tight spot.
This is where I find out that I'm not good at parallel parking. No idea. Oh, am I hitting something? Is that what that feeling is? I hit something. I hit something. I hit something, didn't I? I hit something. Oh.
With repeated cone hits, that's gonna be 9 total cones at the parking.
Yeah, I'd say she's a great New York City parker.
This music really is horrible.
And Gary's day is about to get even worse. Roadworks, featuring an impossible cone chicane.
Oh boy.
We have a solid 11 cones, I believe.
Our drivers must now stop at the traffic lights. And when they go green, watch out for Old Lady Surprise. Surprise! It's actually the Mythbusters crew in drag. Oops.
Poor thing. She dropped all of her oranges.
I'd help, but I don't want to.
Okay. I'm gonna just go now.
And back to the beginning.
You did it! Someone should tell her to stop!
So with all 5 drivers over the finish line, here's how they scored.
Remember, these results are only to set a baseline for each driver's aggression and frustration levels. So we can measure if there's any increase when they get back on the course and drive it again, but this time listening to aggressive music.
But they do show something interesting. Jill and Gary had the most and second most frustration spikes.
And of course, the performance game showed us it was those two that were most likely prone to road rage.
Will that make a difference when we bring the noise? We're gonna find out!
Coming up,
Oh, this music.
thrash metal is added to the motoring mix. So will the drivers keep their cool or lose their temper?
Now, why would you do that? Come on!
And meet the carp cannon, a myth-busting tool that's sure to be a blast.
1.
Can listening to aggressive music make drivers more aggressive behind the wheel? John and Brian have recruited 5 drivers to investigate if there's any truth behind the myth of rock and roll road rage.
Nice music they got.
So far, they've navigated a driving course listening to calm music.
You did it!
For the second test, our volunteers are gonna face the same course, but in reverse.
So even though the obstacles may be familiar to the drivers, the layout of the course won't be.
You ready to go again?
Will our volunteers' driving alter and frustration levels rise with a change of tunes? Let's crank it up and find out.
John, you set?
We are locked and loaded.
All right, here we go.
This is more like it.
This is really not my kind of music.
What music that is. My goodness.
She's approaching the construction site cones with a lot of confidence.
This is where they have no choice but to hit some of those cones.
There's these cones again. Who set these up? Obviously don't know how wide this car is.
He's already to the cones, and he's just plowing through. That's 1, 2, 3. Yep. He's definitely hit at least 6 cones on the way out.
She's actually quite calm and polite.
Wish I could get out there and help you.
She's sitting there very patiently waiting for this old man to pick up his apples.
Get out the way.
Come on, Gramps.
Oh, this music.
She should be approaching the parallel parking right now. She had a little trouble with that last time.
I feel like I don't fit in this spot.
First cone and the second cone have been crushed in the parallel parking test.
Hard to tell where the cones are behind me.
I wouldn't call this a fantastic park job, Brian. I really wouldn't.
All right. Now let's get out of here.
And he's hit.
do, right?
He's flying through this course.
Oh, it's a puppy. Aw. I want to run the puppy over, but I'm not. I'm not.
Who wants to run over a puppy?
Okay, so now what?
Go 3 times around and I'll let you out of that gate over there.
Okay.
I wish I knew the lyrics so I could sing along to this.
Feeling a little more confident. I think I can take it a little faster. Or maybe it's the music.
I think I'm on the home stretch here now.
With the test complete and tranquility restored,
We can turn that music off.
Thank you.
do our drivers think they suffered from rock and roll road rage on their second lap of the course?
I felt like I was Homer, actually. I think I was a little bit more aggressive.
This wasn't my kind of music. It's more nerve-wracking. There's too much noise.
And how about the 2 drivers with higher frustration traits? These guys were more frustrated than the others on the calm music lap.
That guy's a jerk. Jerk.
So did angry music amp them up even more?
I was definitely calmer the first one.
I felt pretty hyped.
Pretty hyped.
Yes.
Do you think the music had an effect on it?
Oh yeah, that definitely had an effect on it.
I think it was the music.
So these 2 at least are rock and roll road rage believers.
Come on!
Oh, this music.
But will the test data back them up?
You! So what?
First, it's back to the myth of killer carp. Brian and John are trying to fling a fish at the impact velocity of the carp in the myth.
2, 1.
But their first rig hit a snag.
The fish is traveling incredibly fast, but the box that's carrying it is also traveling really fast. It exploded out of the cart.
It's awesomely powerful, but just too dangerous.
Maybe we should pare it back just a little bit.
Like what?
I'm thinking with pneumatics. This is the plan for our carp cannon. We have a pneumatically powered cannon with 2 air reservoirs and a huge barrel that will fit a fish and a plug to help push it out smoothly.
Got it?
Oh, I got it!
Yeah.
All this will mount to our aiming rig, which allows us to tilt and pan. That's mounted to the back of our boat, where Brian and I will, boom, fire a fish at our unsuspecting water skier at 35 miles an hour.
But before Brian and John take the carp cannon out on the water,
Always remember, when firing a fish, use plenty of lubricant.
they need to figure out how much air pressure is needed to propel a fish at this speed.
We're gonna start at around 60 PSI and try to dial this thing into the 35 miles per hour.
2-pound fish cannon test in 3, 2, 1. 2-pound fish cannon test in 3, 2, 1.
Oh! Fish hit the blast shield.
You think that's 35 miles per hour?
Let's check the high speed.
It's one fast fish.
I can't even tell what part of the fish is the front and what part of the fish is the back. It's just a blur of meat.
But was it fast enough?
No, that's 116 miles per hour. We might need to back it off a fair amount.
Yeah, just a bit.
By priming the carp cannon with less air pressure, the muzzle velocity of the flying fish should fall.
Let's give her a go.
The question is, by how much?
2-pound fish cannon at 40 PSI in 3, 2, 1. Still seems fast.
And the high-speed footage confirms the carp cannon's still firing hot.
At 60 PSI, we got 116 miles per hour. 40 PSI, we got 60 miles per hour. So next stop, 35 PSI, trying to get 35 miles per hour in 3, 2, 1.
That seems softer.
Seemed just about right.
And this time, the carp cannon's right on the money.
We did our test at 35 PSI, and surprisingly, we got 35 miles per hour. So
35 PSI is what we're gonna use to get 35 miles per hour on the water.
This is the boat that will be towing that houses our water ski buster while we try to nail him in the face with a bunch of fish. The problem is, when we have him in here in his skiing position, it's kind of unstable. I think this calls for some kind of boat stability rig. Nope, nope. Something like this. One, put the other one here, and then outriggers. Plate, threaded rod. Threaded rod means that we can adjust the trim, so when the entire assembly's in the water traveling at speed, it'll be traveling at the right angle. I just have 2 more threaded rod on this side, followed by a kayak and more threaded rod. See what I mean? Kayak number 1, kayak number 2, structure in between to hold it all together.
It's a pretty nifty design, huh?
It's rock and roll road rage results time. 5 very different drivers have completed the Mythbusters driving test. But did aggressive music increase their frustration levels and make them drive more aggressively?
All right, the data's in. We're gonna start with Andrew. Andrew's time remained about the same during his second run. We saw a decrease in his number of errors, but an increase in his number of frustration spikes. Up second is Evelyn, who took a slightly longer time on her second run, but decreased both her errors and frustration spikes.
Kalik, less time, same amount of errors, but then actually a dip down in frustration spikes. What do you think?
Andrew, Evelyn, and Kalik really didn't have any discernible difference in their data.
But Jill and Gary showed significant difference between the calm drive and the aggro drive. Jill had a faster time on her second run, actually a bump in her errors, and a way bigger bump in her frustration spikes. And then there's good old Gary with a dramatically faster second lap time, way more errors, and a pretty big jump in frustration spikes.
Neuroscientist Bill Scott's performance test pegged Gary and Jill as higher frustration personalities, and therefore more prone to plain old non-rock and roll road rage than the other 3 test drivers. And the course and EEG results seem to suggest this could be a factor when it comes to judging the plausibility of rock and roll road rage.
And based on Jill and Gary's results, I'm gonna have to say this myth is plausible.
Totally, but the other 3 drivers do suggest it's not 100%.
Right?
Rock and roll road rage is definitely a thing, but you're more likely to feel it only if you're predisposed to road rage.
I'm gonna go drive the course.
I'll play rock and roll.
Still to come.
Here we go! Loading fish!
Brian and John take final aim at the myth of killer carp.
3, 2, 1. Oh! Direct hit!
Brian and John have come to Lake Piru for the final test of the myth of killer carp.
Look at this place.
Beautiful, man.
According to this decidedly fishy tale, a leaping 2-pound fish hit a water skier in the face, breaking his neck and killing him instantly. To simulate the collision, the Mythbusters have built a high-powered pneumatic cannon. So this day on the water's sure to be a blast.
Let's go put a cannon on a boat.
Let's do it.
Here's the plan for today. We're gonna rig up our pneumatic fish cannon to the back of our towboat.
Woo!
Towed behind it will be Buster with his anatomically correct head and neck.
You ready for this guy?
Here we go.
Remember, when you go skiing, don't forget your head.
We're gonna fire a 2-pound fish at 35 miles per hour at Buster's head, see what happens.
All right, safety first.
35 PSI.
Here we go.
This is the pressure required to fire a fish from the cannon at a muzzle velocity of 35 miles an hour.
There it is.
And because the cannon is traveling at exactly the same speed as water skiing Buster,
Here we go. Loading fish.
35 miles an hour will also be the impact velocity when fish meets anatomically correct face.
Ready?
All right, man. Take good aim. Here we go. 2-pound fish at 35 miles an hour. Firing in 3, 2, 1. Oh! Well shot, sir. Well shot.
The ballistic bottom feeder delivers a solid body blow. But remember, the collision in the Myth was between fish and face.
We're not gonna pull Buster into shore just yet to check his neck because we think the fish hit his chest and then bounced up. So we're gonna reload and fire again. Ready?
Ready.
All right, 2-pound fish, 35 miles an hour at Buster's head. In 3, 2, 1. Oh!
Again, Buster takes most of the force of impact on his chest before the carp glances off his chin.
Fired a couple fish, but I don't think we've hit quite the right spot. We've been chest and right below the chin. We need one to the face.
You pretty much got it dialed in perfectly, just a little bit higher.
Right to the forehead?
Right to the forehead.
Right to the face.
3, 2, 1. Oh! Oh!
The replay reveals a devastating direct hit, the fish instantly rearranging Buster's fine features. In fact, it actually knocked some of them off altogether.
I think I can see the damage from here. It looks like a piece of his face broke off.
Shooting fish out of this was a lot better than I thought. The 35 PSI gave us, give or take, that 35 miles per hour we're looking for, and the accuracy was fantastic. I think I'm the world champion precision fish shooter.
Back on shore, it's time to check if Buster's injuries are fatal.
He smells like fish.
Usually in EMS, we remove all your clothes to look for additional injury. In this case, we're moving the head to check out the neck. Pretty unconventional.
And also, I know it's broad daylight, but you can see that the glow stick inside is definitely broken.
Oh, yeah. Remember, we put that glow stick in the spine to look for any sort of injury to it. You can see it in 2 spots. The base of the cervical spine, it's absolutely crushed, and an internal decapitation at the base of the skull. He's not going to be skiing anytime soon, and I don't know if he's going to be living anytime soon.
So this seemingly fishy tale of killer carp may not be such a whopper after all.
We've done what we needed to do here to test that 2-pound fish hitting a skier going 35 miles per hour. But one wonders, if you have a bigger fish and the skier's going a little bit faster, what would happen?
Say hello to our 5-pound carp.
And 5-pound carp say hello to large bore pneumatic cannon.
In you go. Yeah.
Buster's redonned his skis and has a fresh head on his shoulders. But for how much longer?
3, 2, 1. Ooh! Oh! Okay. Holy moly. The back of his head might have touched the actual back of his body.
So if you're skiing behind a boat, fish jumps up and hits you in the face, I'd hope it's not 5 pounds. So, 2-pound fish coming out of the water 10 miles per hour, water skier going 25 miles per hour. What do you say?
I mean, your neck's definitely broken. You're toast.
Myth confirmed.
Confirmed. All right, Captain, let's get out of here. And watch out for those silver carp.
Oh man, they're everywhere.
Hey, how about sushi for dinner after this?
Sushi sounds good, man.
on this high-velocity episode of Mythbusters. First up,
look, there's smoke coming out of his pants.
A fabled, forceful eviction.
Burglar tries to rob a house. Ah! Whoa, gets stuck in the chimney.
Oh, I see him struggling.
Actually, that's me struggling. Family comes home, they don't know he's in there, and then they ignite the fire.
And then, boom! Criminal becomes Rocket Man.
Then a mythical meeting of chainsaw and bullet.
This is absolutely ridiculous. Someone shoots a bullet into a tree.
There she is.
And then years later, someone's cutting into a tree with a chainsaw, pulls the bullet out, and it kills him.
What could possibly go wrong?
I mean, this is quintessential Mythbusters.
Our first myth is a cautionary tale for any standard-sized Santa or a chubby criminal. The story goes that during a rooftop break and enter, a hapless burglar gets stuck in the chimney. The unwitting homeowners light a propane fireplace that's been leaking gas. And boom! The wedged intruder is launched like a skyrocket.
Dude, this myth is gonna be awesome.
Oh yeah, we're gonna need a lot of this to test this myth, and an unwilling volunteer.
Propane, no problem. Unwilling volunteer, gonna have to work on that. So, where do we start?
Stoichiometry.
Right, of course. It's the tricky balance between fuel and air that gives us the best explosion.
A little too much fuel.
No boom.
A little too much air.
No boom.
But you get that Goldilocks mixture just right.
Big boom.
Exactly. Let's start there and figure out what it takes to make propane go boom.
Allegedly, this myth takes place somewhere out in the countryside. So they're probably not getting natural gas provided by the city. Instead, they're using propane. It's the explosive properties of that gas that we'll be testing.
They've got the propane, but to fire a felon sky high, the guys need to work out the optimal explosive conditions. And with some moral support from Myth Dog Bo, it's time to find the perfect stoichiometric ratio of air and fuel.
I feel like I'm robbing a bank. Woo! Bend it there. Voila. We're about to fill each one of those tubes with a very specific mixture of propane and air. Then we're gonna cap it off, we're gonna ignite it, and then we're gonna see how high it takes that stopper. Then we're gonna mark off exactly how much each percentage carried it and how high.
More propane doesn't necessarily mean a bigger bang.
So the first tube is 50%.
So they'll kick off by doing 3 tests at 50, 30, and then 15% propane mixed with air. To get the ratios right, they've come up with a splashy solution.
Science can be quite beautiful.
On my command, Brian will unleash propane up this line that leads to our cylinder. That propane will displace all the water down to our mark, which will flow out of this water outlet tube into this bucket. Then we'll have the exact amount of propane we need for the experiment. And right in the middle of that tape, that's propane. Let's get air in the rest of this. Ready?
Yeah.
Here we go. Then we'll plumb in compressed air, get the rest of the water level down, and we'll have the perfect mix of propane to air for our experiment. And we're good. Shut off both valves.
We have our 50-50 mix. That's 50% propane and 50% air ready to go.
That mix of propane and air back there seems kind of rich. I don't know if it's gonna pop, but that's why we're testing it. 50% propane to 50% air. Test in 3, 2, 1.
Too rich.
Too rich.
John was right. The magic mix was definitely not half and half. But before the guys dial it in, they're ready to rip with tall tale number 2. It's another not-so-urban myth that you might call a shot in the bark. It all starts with a hunter who misses his mark. The stray bullet stays lodged in the tree trunk until years later, the loggers roll in. Chainsaw meets buried bullet, which bursts out at lethal velocity. It's a lumberjack's worst nightmare.
This is an insane story.
And I love it because this myth's been around for a long time. Everybody's heard it.
I mean, this is quintessential Mythbusters.
Let's go do it.
All right.
To test this myth, we're gonna need 3 things. First off, a log, of course, a bullet, and our weapon of choice, the chainsaw. But what we're interested in right now is the speed that these teeth move around. So we need to look at high speed and determine what distance, in what amount of time, these teeth are moving.
The myth's veracity rests on velocity. A typical hunting rifle has a muzzle velocity of around 2,500 feet per second. Let's see how the chainsaw stacks up.
Normally when we check high speed, we put the high speed scale behind the object we're checking. But in this case, we want to see how fast this tooth is moving on this bar. So this time, we put the high speed scale directly on the object.
If John's going to turn lumberjack, he needs to dig deep and channel the flannel.
You're looking good there, John. You look like you can operate a chainsaw now.
We'll see.
All right, chainsaw high-speed test in 3, 2, 1, go!
Just one brief burst at maximum revs. And it's off to check the high speed.
You ready for this?
Yeah, let's go.
By tracking the tooth they marked against the scale, they nail down the speed.
About 90 feet per second.
90 feet per second might not sound like that much when we're talking bullets, but in our case, we're talking a chainsaw hitting a bullet. With that weight of the chain, the flywheel, and the piston all behind it, that bullet can exit whoosh with much greater velocity than the chain, and that gives this myth a good chance.
Yep, 90 feet per second doesn't compare with a real rifle. But the transfer of energy from the mass of the chainsaw to the lightweight bullet means it could potentially fly much faster. Fast enough to be fatal? Well, there's only one way to find out. Rig up a system to try from a safe distance.
We're about to do a preliminary test with chainsaw versus bullet. But to do this test properly, we need this chainsaw to land on that bullet every single time in the same spot.
What we need is a rig that is remote controlled and rock solid. So as that chain goes through that log, we have a nice steady cut and no risk to ourselves.
And there's just a chainsaw on it.
Cool. Is there gonna be like a stop on it?
Yeah, we're putting a stop, so we'll lock it into like this being the kill zone.
Okay.
And before you can yell timber, their mechanical lumberjack is primed for action.
To let us throttle our chainsaw from a safe distance, we have this rig right here. This sits on top of the trigger guard, holds down the safety, and then, with this spring attached, we can pull our throttle cable, which revs our chainsaw. Oh.
Are you loving your life or hating your life?
Loving it. Look at this. Look at this.
I wasn't sure what that sound was. That's fantastic.
That's it.
But the saw needs something to sink its teeth into. And for a proof of concept test, it's over to our resident Texan chainsaw masochist.
This is my bullet sandwich. Why? Gotta feed your chainsaw something, right? We need to know how the bullet is gonna exit the rig.
All right, bring me the sandwich.
The chainsaw's attached.
Okay, this is stable.
Very nice.
They test the alignment.
That works.
And the high-speed cameras are ready to roll.
These are the lengths we go to just to get that single, perfect, beautiful shot so we can understand the science going on behind it. I mean, in this case, we've got a scissor lift and straps and plywood and camera mounts with weird assorted hardware and stuff like that, all for that single, beautiful, high-speed shot. You ready? I'm gonna go.
Chainsaw versus bullet in styrofoam in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, here we go.
One, go!
John and Brian are testing the fatal forestry fable of a chainsaw and an embedded bullet. To find out if there's anything to this myth, the guys have set up a proof of concept.
Oh, here we go.
With a stand-in styrofoam log and a clear plastic viewing panel.
The throttle cable works beautifully. We're just revving it.
They cue up the high speed, but that was less than impressive.
Somewhere over here is the bullet.
Really?
Yes, but it's not quite what you're thinking. It slowly worked its way out, tumbled down the table, and it's really somewhere like down here. I could actually, with my own eyes, watch it, so the high speed should be spectacularly slow.
Okay, so the chainsaw catches the bullet, but instead of just throwing it out, it goes boop, 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 and then tumbles to the ground.
The chainsaw makes clean contact, but then the bullet has no clear exit path.
We're gonna need to kind of rethink this, aren't we?
Yeah, let's go do that.
Okay.
If this is going to work, the bullet needs to be positioned right at the edge of the styrofoam log.
So to give it the best chance, we've removed this part so that when the tooth grabs, hopefully it'll just shoot it out. Set? Chainsaw versus bullet. Test number 2 with open channel in 3, 2, 1.
Hold.
Was I going crazy? Did I hear something?
No, it absolutely hit the glass.
Yes, okay.
So what just happened with this test? Chainsaw comes in, the tooth engages the bullet, boom, into the wall, right in front of my face.
At this point with our small-scale tests, it actually turns out our chainsaw can grab a bullet and throw it out pretty hard. But now it's time to ramp it up with real bullets in real trees.
But before they let loose with live ammo, it's back to the propane fireplace fable. To find out if it's feasible to turn a chimney into a cannon and a burglar into a cannonball.
50% propane to 50% air. Test in 3, 2, 1.
Too rich.
Too rich. That's what happens when there's not enough air for it to ignite. I'd say we should move on to 30%, and that's 30% propane and 70% air.
Once again, the proportions are measured out to the milliliter.
Stoichiometry test, 30% propane, 70% air in 3, 2, 1.
It's a bit rich, yeah?
Yeah.
And yet again, 70% air, 30% propane, not enough oxygen to let it burn.
By now, they're fully expecting fireworks.
15% propane, 85% air. 1.
But it's another bust.
I was ready to catch that stopper. Many of you have heard the term flooded engine. That's exactly what we have here. Too rich a mixture means too much fuel and not enough oxygen to let it burn. It's the same thing going on in your car when you can't start it, or if you're me, pulling that chainsaw, you smell those fuel fumes. There's no oxygen in that cylinder for it to burn. To have a fire or combustion, you have the fire triangle. You have fuel, oxygen, and ignition. We have ignition, we have fuel, but what we don't have is oxygen.
So to raise their chances, they lower the propane.
10% propane in 3, 2, 1, boom! Or not.
Even 10% was too rich a mix.
You got ear.
So the guys dial it down ever so slightly to 7.
7% propane, 93% air in 3, 2, 1.
Yes! I'm gonna take another sigh of relief, just, and one more.
Still going up. Oh,
Wow,
no.
it's still going. No, it's still going.
Slowing down, though.
And
That's it.
that's where it is.
Beautiful.
7%. Perfect.
Or is it? Perhaps 5% propane works even better.
Ready?
Yep.
Beautiful.
At just 5% propane, That pushed our stopper clear twofold the length of our high-speed scale.
The first cork at just 7% propane went 19 feet per second. The second cork at less propane, that's 5%, 30 feet per second. That's a lot more energy.
Beautiful.
That's 3%.
And just to be sure they nailed that Goldilocks gas mix,
3% propane. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, just 3% propane. Test in 3, 2, 1.
Too lean.
Too lean.
And now we've gone a little too far the other direction. At 3% propane, there's just not enough fuel for anything to happen in there.
So we have our perfect propane to air ratio, and now we're gonna test that mix in a real rural chimney, a country-style firebox.
Gotta make sure she's airtight.
Why? Because propane is heavier than air, so it might collect at the bottom of a firebox and affect how the fuel and air actually mix.
And there is our chimney.
Ready? Enclosed explosion in 3, 2, 1.
So this is a great example of trying to understand the stoichiometry of the fire versus explosion thing. Our igniter goes off and you actually see kind of a flame burning inside. Well, that's not an explosion. But as that flame uses up some of the oxygen, right at the bottom in that firebox, that magic moment happens and boom, we actually get explosive stoichiometry.
So where are we now? Well, we just figured out that our Goldilocks ratio was about 5% propane and 95% air. We discovered a chimney with a blocked flue will give us a beautiful, energetic explosion. The next step is to build our full-scale chimney and our full-scale firebox so that when our burglar's stuck in there, we can introduce our mixture and hopefully it'll just send them sky high. Yeah, I think we're done here.
Yeah, full-scale chimney, here we come.
to see if a man really could be accidentally launched from a chimney,
3, 2, 1.
The guys have been testing the explosive potential of propane.
Whoa!
Beautiful.
So far, we've done a bunch of small-scale tests that let us know that the perfect mix of propane to air is around 5% propane and 95% air. So next step, we're gonna take that information and start building our full-scale firebox and our full-scale chimney.
The trickiest part of the build is assembling a full-scale chimney in the workshop. The answer? Make the smokestack in segments.
This is a flatulence, an extruded clay tile that's just about lining every chimney out there. We gotta glue 12 of these together to get the height we need. So just a little tip, I'm using a polyurethane-based construction adhesive. It works great for this clay, but that clay is real porous, so a quick spritz with water helps activate that adhesive. 1 down, 3 to go. When we get in the field, we'll remove some support straps, use the same frame, glue 4 of these modules together, and that's how we get our whole chimney.
In the meantime, John's getting into some heavy metal.
This is our firebox. Well, it's our footprint of the firebox for now. Everything that's in our chimney, the flue tiles, all the structure, all 12 feet of it is gonna be sitting on top of this box, so it needs to be extra sturdy. Starting to get the idea, right? Doors here, chimney there, and then hopefully we fill it with gas and boom.
In fact, there's just one piece of the puzzle missing. A volunteer to plug their chimney.
Yeah, that's not bad.
You know, if we're gonna do this right, we're gonna need a human analog.
Yeah, Buster would have been perfect. Whatever happened to that guy?
More to the point, what didn't happen to that guy? After many a glorious and painful adventure,
Whoa!
Buster Mark I is finally tagged, "Do not resuscitate."
Oh, yeah, poor guy.
Wish we could get a new Buster. If only there was a way.
Look!
Bo, hit it!
Manufactured in a top-secret location. Made from courage, grit, and state-of-the-art materials, meet Buster. the next generation.
All systems ready.
Eagle to tower. Buster is in transit. Approaching drop zone. Packages away. We have a situation. Parachute has malfunctioned.
See if we can put them back together.
Before Buster even begins day one, he's off to rehab. So the boys have some free time to take to the woods and rekindle the myth of the lethal chainsaw bullet.
Remember, our myth is about a hunting bullet being lodged in a tree. Our weapon of choice, the World War II Russian Mosin Nagant. The reason is so many were produced during World War II that this became a common hunting rifle at the end of the war.
And they've narrowed the type down to 3 top contenders.
A soft core, a steel core, and a hardened steel core. Now this guy, I don't think it's gonna be very good, but it's another bullet to shoot.
And for the moment, they won't be gunning for the local flora. That's because John's got a better idea.
The tree the bullet was lodged in was a pine tree in the myth. And you might be looking at this and going, John, that's not a pine tree. But these are in fact pine boards. And the reason we're doing it like this is so that when we strap these boards together and we shoot the bullets in here, we can peel back to see which of the 3 different rounds we're using holds intact the best.
Yep, I'd shoot that. Our first round's gonna be the soft core bullet. I don't think it's gonna be as impressive, but we're gonna give it a shot.
Literally.
You ready, John?
Yep.
So it's soft core bullet.
Fire.
The hardcore result.
Oh, nice shot.
Dead center.
That's fantastic.
That's not bad.
That's a good
For
shot.
a New Yorker.
For a New Yorker. So, shall we peel them back?
Let's do it.
1.
8. 9. Oh, here we go. Look, the boards are stuck together.
That's cool.
It's pinned it together.
Doesn't look like much of a bullet anymore.
But it is a sizable chunk of metal.
That's true.
I'm not gonna kid with you. If that got shot out of a chainsaw and hit me, I'd be a little bit concerned, but I kinda think a chainsaw will go just right through that soft lead.
So it's Brian's turn to try a more resilient, mild steel core round.
Mild steel core round, firing in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, you wanna count the boards?
You wanna count boards?
Let's count them.
Yeah, you go ahead and count them there, John. Yeah.
3. All right. 5.
Come down here.
7.
Look, actually exited the entire thing.
8.
He's gonna be counting a while.
21. 22. 23. 24.
I think it's over there. So somewhere out there is something that looks like a bullet.
Seems a 1.5 feet of solid pine is no match for a speeding bullet.
Fingers.
The solution? Double down.
Oh, fantastic. You think you can get it right this time?
We got this.
Mild steel core firing to 48 boards. In 3, 2, 1.
Again, Brian's right on target. And right through it.
Hey, John, I think I found it.
Yeah?
Oh.
But they still need a bullet to stick in a stump. That means strapping together a staggering stack of 72 boards.
All right, Brian, you ready?
Ready.
Third time lucky Brian in 3, 2, 1.
Look at that. Perfectly preserved.
They finally got a slug to stick. That tile marked 17 is actually the 65th board in.
At this point, John and I are done testing. I know what you're all saying at home. What about the third bullet? Well, this test was about whether or not we could lodge a bullet in wood. The first one came out a hunk of lead. This one stuck in the wood as a bullet. The third one, it's gonna just penetrate farther. And I don't need to wrangle 150 boards. This is what we came for, and we got it.
But the boys can't go home without a real bullet lodged in a real stump.
Just remember, in the myth, the guy fires it into a live tree. So we're gonna shoot a bunch of bullets into these trees, take them back to the shop, and then use it for actual chainsaw tests.
Firing in 3, 2, 1.
That looks like an exit wound if I've ever seen one. We need a bigger log.
And that turns out to be the understatement of the day.
Think slow thoughts.
Because even with 2 logs taped together, it's in one end, straight out the other.
How many Mythbusters does it take to shoot a bullet in a tree and keep it there? Apparently more than 2, because this is absolutely ridiculous.
And it's not getting any less ridiculous.
Nothing.
Because try as they might,
I think it tumbled as it went between the 2 logs.
the shells are not sticking, even with solid pine boards strapped in front to help slow down the bullet.
You know, I thought building a chainsaw swinging arm rig was gonna be the hard part. Ends up it's getting a bullet into a tree.
All right.
Let's line her up.
That back there is one of the biggest logs that we have, with boards strapped on it. This has to work, right?
Well, you'd hope so. The mythical tree may have been much bigger, the bullets slowed by a ricochet, or fired from a greater distance. So there's hope yet.
Biggest stump with boards in front of it in 3, 2, 1.
What you think, man?
I don't see an exit wound, but you know how this whole thing goes.
There's a hint of something, which to me implies that I think we're just solidly in there. So I think we lodged it.
At last, and with a good chunk of the budget blown on ammo, they've got what they came for.
So I think we're done here. We're gonna pack everything up, take it back to the shop, and then we're gonna bring on the chainsaw.
Hey, John. Am I beautiful?
Like a Victorian woman.
Back at Chainsaw Central, the guys have called in some expert assistance.
So, gentlemen, what I understand is you fired a bullet into the log, and now you're trying to figure out where in the log's the bullet.
That's it in a nutshell.
In and no out.
Brian and John finally got a rifle bullet to stick in a stump. And Dr. Bradley Perdue has a portable X-ray machine to help find it.
You got your trajectory, the point of entry. We'll work off of that, but we're going to have to get 2 angles on it to determine both our horizontal and vertical planes to determine the depth.
So the doc goes to work.
Well, here we go. Ready, and okay, that should do it.
Turns out it's as quick and easy as falling off a you-know-what.
What we've determined is your bullet is sitting somewhere right there in that log at this depth.
Now we just got to dig through these logs and find them.
All right, you guys are the brains.
They're also the brawn. To get within striking distance of the buried bullet, Brian first clears a sizable chunk of timber.
All right, if this worked out, our bullet's somewhere right under here. At this point, it comes down to a little bit of gentle surgery. Gonna slice in until we get to that bullet. Our X-ray work put the bullet somewhere in this region, so I had to take special tiny little chops until we found it, but there she is.
We'll cut the rest of this off, get that plastic on there, give us a nice clear window of what's going on, and then try to fire a bullet out of a piece of wood.
I'm excited.
And that's the challenge at the core of this tall tale, that a chainsaw could dislodge an embedded bullet with enough velocity to liquidate a lumberjack.
We're finally gonna test a chainsaw against a real bullet in a real tree. So I'm gonna adapt this rig, get our chainsaw to swing properly, and then we're gonna finally put this myth to the test.
Brian's repurposed that acrylic plate, so whatever happens, we'll get a woodpecker's eye view.
Okay, that's great.
But just popping the bullet out won't be enough. It has to go fast.
Let's talk about bullet lethality. The bullet from our gun travels around 2,500 feet per second. with the lowest bar we can set being an old musket loader, around 400 feet per second. That's the bar we're gonna set at the bottom. If we don't achieve 400 feet per second from that bullet off the chainsaw, it's not lethal.
All right, here we go. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Chainsaw versus bullet and log in 3, 2, 1. Ooh, I got you. Oh, I felt something though. I thought I felt something.
I definitely felt it hit.
Oh!
Where is it, man?
Wait. I thought I felt something like, choo!
I can tell you, it disappeared faster than the foam. I didn't see where it went. Hey, I found the bullet, John. It's between here and the high speed.
Oh, how is it?
Oh, definitely got a piece of it. Look at that.
The bullet's in pretty good shape, but can the same be said for the myth?
Oh!
It didn't even make it out.
It clipped the bullet, flipped it backwards, and then shot it almost out, and then stopped.
That was an interesting result. We watched the saw blade come down, engage the bullet, send it flying until it jammed, stuck in one spot. So, we looked at the high-speed footage, traced the path of the bullet, did the math, and we got 132 feet per second, way below our lethality threshold.
So, can I say the B word now?
You know what? I got a little surprise set up, actually.
No?
Yeah.
Ooh, the audience is gonna like that.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
But before concluding the chainsaw conundrum,
You ready, John?
a reborn Buster will rejoin the team for a deadly date with a chimney cannon.
3, 2, 1.
To find out if a propane-powered fireplace can actually shoot a man from a chimney, John and Brian need the right kind of house in the right kind of neighborhood.
This is our test site. Just imagine when we're done setting up, a wall here, a wall here, maybe some comforts from home, like a couch, a carpet, maybe some paintings, and then for those freezing cold California winters, our firebox with the chimney on top and the burglar stuck in it.
Not a lot of houses get built by laying the carpet first.
And very few boast a feature fireplace that does double duty as an explosive intruder extruder.
Get her perfectly level. We're gonna have 12 feet of chimney up on top.
Yeah, I know.
They raise the walls without raising a sweat.
Is that a bad-looking house? Yeah.
But the same can't be said for Brian's easy home assembly chimney in a crate concept.
Whoa. The forks won't clear now.
Won't clear?
If you get all the way in.
What was perfectly sound in theory is proving a whole lot trickier in practice.
As we get higher, and even higher, it's kind of gonna get dangerous. We came up with an alternative idea. If we put the remainder of the chimney together on the ground into one large piece and put it up, that's one move and more to work with.
What's this wee business, Brian? All right, okay. You figure
Forward a little bit. There you go.
Ooh, yeah, push.
Good.
Push. Yeah. I think the hardest part about this myth is just getting this chimney up.
The segments are heavy and fragile, so it's very much a case of steady as she goes.
We're still on the pallet, but it's starting to angle onto the front. Yeah, that's perfect. But slow.
You have a lot of moving parts to this. You have a round cylinder in sections, glued together in a square frame.
Oh, that's nice. That's real nice.
At this point, getting this on top of that firebox is testing our ingenuity. This thing only wants to go forward in like 2-inch increments.
Well, you got 4 inches, so you're good.
All right.
Their patience and perseverance pay off.
Ah!
And before you know it,
Holy crap, we made a chimney.
These chimney flue tiles are a bit uneven, so trying to stack them up safely and securely is proving to be really difficult and a bit scary.
John's soon in harness to strip back the scaffold. while Brian gets down to the nuts and bolts.
An important aspect of this myth is that leaky fireplace. Now remember, theirs was a propane retrofit. It's about time for us to do the same. Got to put a couple of holes in here for the propane in the igniter, then we'll have the same setup they did. Ignition, ignition, gas.
In a final flourish, the ceramic smokestack gets brick veneered.
You know, I had no idea John was a master brick mason.
And their living room launch pad is ready for action.
We have our chimney up and we're ready for our first test. It's purely proof of concept. What we want to know about is, do we get the ignition we need and do we get the combustion we need? And you may notice a little extra support over here. That's just in case something doesn't go quite as planned.
And that's always a possibility. Whatever fate awaits our jumpin' jack Flash.
Oh, I see him struggling.
Actually, that's me struggling.
Rest assured, it'll be a gas, gas, gas. With the myth of the chainsaw bullet in splinters.
We were trying to make a gun and we made what? A conveyor belt?
We made a, yeah!
Brian and John have opted to significantly upgrade the hardware.
At this point, we're done with our saw, but it's time to turn that dial up to 11.
Dennis Cahoon is a 30-year logging veteran who still has all his fingers and a supercharged shredder he calls a hot saw.
Hey, Dennis, I see you bought the beast. Yep. How about a little chainsaw throwdown?
Love to.
Okay, let's do it.
To see what makes Dennis's hot saw so hot, they've set up a challenge. One log apiece, with Brian on the trusty, tiny two-stroke.
Come on, you little. Oh, I suddenly get the feeling that we're competing in the wrong weight class.
The rules are simple. The first man to slice through his stump is the winner.
Dennis went all the way through, all the way back up, and then went home, made a cup of tea, read the newspaper, took a shower, came all the way back, and I think Brian was about 3 inches into his log.
Take that, man!
Well, at least you cut not. That's harder wood.
I think that shows us what a difference it is, though.
And that huge power difference could be enough to make the myth.
So Dennis, can you give me some specs on your saw?
Yeah, it's a 250cc motorcycle motor made into a chainsaw. It revs about 10,000 RPMs. Chain speed is approaching 200 miles an hour. Probably 8 times the horsepower of your regular chainsaw.
That hot saw is a beast. So we are spending copious amounts of time screwing things down and gluing and nailing and stapling and strapping it in because we want to pay it the utmost respect in terms of safety and we don't want anything to go wrong.
If there's anything at all to this myth of the lumberjack who felled himself, the mighty hot saw is its very best chance of success.
Now we're logging. Ready?
Ready.
They inch the speeding chain towards the embedded bullet. And in the blink of an eye, it's shot from the stump.
Oh, everything happened extremely quickly. We revved the chainsaw up, smoke blowing in my face, and all of a sudden, done. How did we do?
It hit it, bullet disappeared.
Sure not in here.
It's not long before Brian's eagle eye spots the missing missile.
Ah, guys, found it. Looks a little different than the other ones.
It peeled the jacket off of it.
That sounds more than promising.
There it goes.
Oh,
It's in trajectory.
It goes straight.
it shot it.
It did. And it hit right off the saw. Yeah. And then it went sideways.
Guys, I think we shot a bullet with a chainsaw.
Yeah, I think so too.
Or did they?
It was so promising. It just disappeared in real time and even looked good on the high speed. It was just gone. But then Brian and the camera crew did the math and the bullet peaks at 193 feet per second.
Now, that's twice as fast as a standard chainsaw, but it's still way below our lethality benchmark.
At this point, we've given this myth its best shot. An extreme chainsaw, an extreme rig, everything as precise as possible. But this thing, it might give you a shave, hurt your eye, but not much else.
So, what do you think?
It's conclusive. We had a chainsaw so powerful it was built around a motorcycle engine, and still only got half the speed of an old-timey musket ball.
So what you're saying is that this myth is totally
Busted.
And to the relief of all the loggers who are still out there.
That too.
So that's one myth diffused and another about to be detonated. Coming up, will Buster survive his comeback as a cork in a chimney?
Oh, you ready, John?
Yeah, how about I put the gas here, safe distance away, and then you plumb it over?
Sure, that's safe.
Let's do that.
In their efforts to prove you can blow a burglar from a chimney, John and Brian have found the magic mix of propane to air is 5%.
So here's how this whole thing's gonna work. I'm gonna flip this switch. It's gonna open a valve over there, sending propane to the firebox.
And this gas will be ignited by a tiny electric charge that I've stuffed up in that chimney.
In order to know how much propane we're using, we're gonna measure it through this flow meter.
And when we get 5% propane in that chimney, I'm gonna hit this switch.
And boom. Proof of concept with unsealed chimney. In 3, 2, 1, go. That was good.
Whoosh. Obviously, we got the fuel mixture right because it came shooting out the top. I'm really liking how it's looking for the full scale.
Time for a burglar to break in.
The difference between our first test and our final test, hopefully, is that the final test will be a contained explosion. Now, what are we talking about when we say contained explosion? Well, if you take some black powder and you pour it on an open surface and you light it, it goes vroom. But you take the same amount of black powder and you wrap it in some tape nice and tight, that whoosh turns into a bang. And so, hopefully, when we have that criminal stuck in the top of our chimney, he'll fly out of there like his butt's on fire.
There's just time for a few homey touches before this myth gets put to the torch.
Boom!
Oh, beautiful.
How's it look?
Looks like a happy family to me.
Think so, man. Think so.
Add one not-so-happy burglar buster.
This is the man of this myth. It's time for our burglar to get stuck in our chimney.
Who's already having second thoughts about his first day back on the job.
Gotta remember, John, this guy tried really hard to get in. We got valuable paintings of dogs.
His ass is in?
Okay.
But there's one small snag.
Oh, I see him struggling.
Actually, that's me struggling.
Despite appearances, Buster's not quite a snug enough fit.
So we want our burglar to have a good fit in the chimney to get the best chance of an explosion. He's a little fit right now, so we need to make him a little more rotund. To do that, we put a little expanding foam around his belly in a plastic bag.
With our beefed-up burglar now firmly wedged in, they're set to bust or confirm this myth once and for all.
At this point, our burglar's stuck in the top of our chimney. That makes an enclosed vessel, and I think we're gonna pop him out like a champagne cork.
Fireplace leak with burglars stuck in the chimney. In 3, 2, 1.
Well, there you go.
Look, there's smoke coming out of his pants. Straight out of the cartoons.
Oh, John.
Yeah?
Our living room. Closed picture.
Oh, really?
Our criminal kind of just popped up and landed right back in the chimney. But the stoichiometry was right. The doors bowed open. Bow blew off the wall.
Our robber shot up about 1.5 feet, but then landed right back in our chimney, so it wasn't a great escape.
With all the elements perfectly in place, Buster still couldn't rise to the occasion. But they're not going home without something to show for their efforts. In finest Mythbusters tradition, that means ramping it way up to get a result.
We're about to add more oxygen into our chimney, and that means a bigger boom.
Instead of using air, which is mostly nitrogen, they're pumping in pure oxygen. But will that be enough to finally blast Buster into the backyard?
You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, what would it take? In 3, 2, 1. I felt that one in the chest.
That probably goes for everyone in a 1-mile radius.
You think we'll still get the deposit back on the house?
No.
As you can see, all that extra oxygen definitely gave us more bang for our buck. Holy moly, look at this. Oh, this is a reinforced steel firebox. And it totally just bowed out our little support struts. So, the house is gone, and come on. The criminal, I guess, does it count? Did he break back into the house? I don't know. But it did blow his pants off, so that's a win for me and Brian.
Look at the burglar.
It blew his pants off. Oh, wow.
I don't know, though. I think he mostly fell. I don't think he shot.
Yeah.
He's not far from where he began.
That means that his body and the fireplace were a good enough seal that when it went off, it just, boom, blew it apart.
And there you have it. The mythical propane mix barely budged Buster. And the ramped-up oxygen-rich mix brought the house down. But there was a definite failure to launch.
Definitely busted.
Yeah, he definitely popped up a little bit on that chimney, but didn't shoot out.
Yeah, but he definitely shot out when we turned it over the top.
Yeah, he did. All right, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
I told you, crime doesn't pay.
On this episode of Mythbusters, the guys come out swinging.
Oh, boy!
With some desperately dangerous high-rise heroics.
We're testing the Hollywood movie trope that a good guy, with nowhere else to go but off the roof of a building, will take a leap of faith. I'm good. And as he's swinging back, shoot through a window and land perfectly safe back inside the building.
A little bit of prayer halfway down?
Good job! And it was probably the coolest thing I have ever done in my life.
Go!
Then it's the crying game, Mythbusters style.
Everyone knows that cutting onions makes you cry.
As volunteers tackle 3 mythical cures to see if it's possible to chop up.
Oh, she's already down to one eye.
That is a lot of blinking.
Without tearing up.
It's okay, don't be sad. Science is fun.
You guys are evil.
Our first myth is a shattering stunt taken right from the silver screen. It's been the high point of many an action movie. The hero is trapped on top of a skyscraper with no obvious means of escape. Attaching a rope, he leaps, spins, and shoots out a tempered glass window several floors below, before swinging safely inside. It's a great set-piece stunt, but would it be feasible and survivable in real life?
This myth might be possible, but it's got a lot of factors that have to go just right.
Exactly. It's not just how the action hero acts, it's how the window reacts.
And from past experiences on this show, we know that glass can have some surprising properties.
Why, Brian, is that a cue for a Mythbusters flashback?
Yes, it is.
It's going to be a horror show. Over the years, we've tested many of the surprising properties of ordinary glass. For instance, it can be shattered by a human voice. But it's actually quite resistant to a sonic boom. In Falling Lawyer, we set out to see if a man really could hurl himself out through a skyscraper window.
I want to make it through the glass.
That myth was fatally confirmed.
That was spectacular.
It worked.
But this time, we're crashing our hero in through a window to see if he lives to tell the tale.
We're gonna have to have more than one story, though. No action movie with this trope has their hero swinging down just one floor and crashing through the window. We need some serious height.
You know, speaking of serious heights, how about we just finish cleaning these windows and get to testing?
All right.
The guy's first task is to determine just how much rope to give our action hero. And they've sourced a suitably lofty location.
Today, John and I are here at Del Val. It's Los Angeles County's largest fire and disaster training facility, and that tower behind me is part of it. But for our purposes, it's gonna be our skyscraper.
What we're testing here is the part of the movie trope where our action hero jumps off the roof and is able to swing smoothly back towards the building. A, without getting severely injured, and B, without getting severely dead. This structure behind me is 8 stories tall, the perfect height to test our skyscraper jump from. And this is our appropriately dressed action hero Buster, equipped with ultra-tight white tank top, 5 o'clock shadow, and Mythbusters Cop badge. The good news is we have our tower, we have our jumper. The bad news is now I have to get the jumper to the top of that tower. Brian! Okay, here we go.
There's really only one man for the job, and it's not John or Brian.
You know, I hope Buster's appreciating all this love and attention we give him.
It's a long haul to the top with our reluctant hero.
I feel like I could be helping you.
Nah, that's okay. I'm working on my wrestling moves.
They start off with enough rope for a 6-story fall, aiming to see how Buster handles the stresses of sudden deceleration.
What?
Whether it's horizontally or vertically, that sudden tension can exert a significant amount of force. To watch for that, we're gonna place shock watches on Buster to determine just how much force is exerted on him at the end of his rope.
Gently apply the 25G shock watch.
The 3 differently rated shock watches should give a good indication of any internal damage.
Okay, Buster, you're all set.
All people, clear of the tower. We're gonna be dropping Buster off.
To match the momentum of a running jump, they're giving Buster the bum's rush.
Buster, 6-story roof dive. 3, 2, 1. Yippee-ki-yay! Oh! Oh!
That didn't look all that fun!
Yippee-ki-yay!
A quick inspection shows all of the shock watches tripped.
Yep, that one's gone off. And that one, and that one.
That's no surprise. At a speed of around 40 miles per hour, Buster's sudden stop probably was a bone breaker. Then again,
that was an incredibly rough landing. Buster went over and just bounced all over, and it was so much worse than I thought.
the damage may have been due to deceleration or hitting the tower. Either way.
After watching Buster's 6-story fall, I would say that there's no way that counts as a controlled swing back towards the building.
Come on, Buster. Hang in there, man.
For Buster and the myth to remain intact, this test needs some serious fine-tuning.
Oh!
And on that note, it's time to swing into tale number 2. It's a kitchen sink sob story in dire need of a happy ending. To test the myth that it's impossible to cut an onion without weeping, we'll put 3 of the most common so-called cures on trial. But first, why exactly do onions make you cry?
Onions and You, starring Chive Wellington as Brian, Reginald Van Shallot as John, and introducing Lassie as Bo.
Say, John, what smells so swell?
Onions, Brian. Why, I'm making an onion sandwich.
Don't you have the feeling that John is hiding a secret?
Is something wrong?
It's these onions. They make me want to cry.
What John doesn't realize is that cutting onions don't make you sad at all. When onions are cut, damaged onion cells release molecules containing sulfur compounds. These compounds create a volatile gas that's a strong irritant to the eye. Tears are then produced to attempt to dilute the irritant. No sad tears here, only protective tears. So turn that frown upside down, onion choppers, and have yourself a dandy meal.
Hey, John, can you make me an onion sandwich too?
Now that's something that makes me happy.
Onions. There are probably hundreds of ways people have come up with to prevent an onion from causing tears while you cut it. But we're gonna choose the 3 most well-regarded and common. Cutting an onion and then spraying lemon juice on it, cutting the onion after you freeze it, and then cutting an onion while chewing gum.
Getting started means finding out which kind of onion stings the most. That could be your whites, your reds, or even a yellow.
All right, got us some onions.
Yeah, I think we have enough because I'm already starting to tear up.
You know, that might be a good spot to start. We know onions make you cry, but we need to know which of these is the most powerful.
Right, so how about we collect a group of the most common onions, chop them up and see which ones we react to the most.
I like it, but I don't think we can go just cutting onions in half. We need something to make sure we're getting the full force right to our face.
Good point. How about this? Ta-da!
So, let me get this right. Onion in a chopping thing, tube to a mask with a fan feeding the air in, and obviously lots of tears.
Bingo.
Let's go build it.
Let's do it.
To focus the fumes, John's built a highly unusual reverse gas mask.
Okay, this is how it works. Wait, hold on a second. Can you hear me? Hold on. Can you? Thanks. Can you hear me now? Perfect. This is the onion hood of doom, is what I'm gonna call it for now. And how it works is, we put some onions in this little push-to-chop device. I plumb this into that. There's a fan inside the hood, so that when I turn it on and I chop onions, it'll pump all that gas right into my face area, and then we'll see how much I cry. Should be fun.
Both John and Brian will don the helmet 3 times for 3 minutes per onion.
Gotta set the mood.
And then rate their distress from 0 to 5.
Are you ready, John?
Lay it on me, man.
All right, here we go.
John's the first to feel the burn. And it's not long before he's weeping tears of joy.
My eyes are burning. I've never been this happy to feel pain before. I mean, not in the sense that it burns, but in the sense that the rig works.
John survives his 3-minute round. Now it's Brian's turn to suffer for science.
Are you ready?
No.
Perfect, here we go. Let the perfume fill the helmet.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
The self-imposed torture continues for 20 long minutes.
Now my beard's stuck in the fan.
Oh, good. Oh, man, I can barely keep my eyes open on this one.
Yeah, keep going. There's something creeping up on me.
How bad is it? I can't see myself.
Now it's time to compare notes and pick the most volatile vegetable.
It's a lot of crying, man.
That's a lot of crying.
John scored it higher than Brian every time, but they're both in agreement. Red onions rule.
This one, as much as any of them, brought the pain.
So it looks like we have a consensus.
Red.
Yeah, it looks like red onions were the most eye-burning onion for the both of us.
The next step is as clear as can be.
Stop! There we go.
Corner the market on California red onions. And find someone else to irritate.
We give you onions!
So far in the swing through the window myth,
Yippee-ki-yay!
the guys have found that a 6-story leap is more than even an action man can handle.
That didn't look all that fun.
So let's switch 6 stories to 4 stories and give him another go.
With a 33% shorter rope, Bungee Buster is all set for a second plunge.
Buster jumping off a building, 4-story rope in 3, 2, 1. Woo! Ooh! His foot got caught in that line when he was out there.
Let's go check the shock watches.
It wasn't the smoothest of arcs.
Oh!
And again, the data confirms their misgivings.
Post-match analysis, his 25 one definitely went off, but the 37 and the 50 did not.
25 Gs is a significant amount of whiplash and probably some brain damage.
I don't know what the exact opposite is of a graceful Hollywood swan dive off a roof followed by a swing back towards the building looks like, but that may have been it.
Look at this, John. That rope took so much tension, it's actually changed structure. Before, after.
Wow, it is actually, it is hard. Yeah, this is soft, still pliable. This is like, almost like it was singed by heat.
Just that sudden impact.
Whoa, it's totally crusty now.
That's what happens when you make a human yo-yo.
Ugh.
Come on, Buster. Hang in there, man.
So we're gonna shorten the length of that rope and give it another go.
But not too short. To match the myth, the fall should be at least 2 stories.
3.
If our hero takes another beating,
1.
this myth is done and busted.
Geronimo!
That actually didn't look too bad.
Geronimo!
We threw him, and he swung towards the building. There's no like,
It's getting better and better with that, balancing the out distance and the down distance. Shock watches on the head are fine.
Yeah, and the chest ones are good too.
No injury there. I'd say he'd have a great chance of swinging in, still shooting.
It's a rough ride, but definitely doable.
Geronimo!
And with Buster still thankfully in one piece, it's back to the workshop.
Now for phase 2, we're gonna see if it's feasible to shoot out and crash through a 1/4-inch thick pane of real skyscraper glass.
The first thing we need to test is how skyscraper glass reacts to a bullet being fired through it. Now the assumption is the bullet comes in, shatters the glass, falls out of the way, and our hero swings through without a problem. But with such tough glass on skyscrapers, that bullet might leave just a small little hole, in which case our hero meets a little bit of resistance. So, we need to know just how many bullets it takes to shatter that glass, drop it out of the way, and what happens when that body swings through it.
Over there on that side behind Brian.
So now we're gonna set up the glass in the frame, anchor it down.
Hold. That's perfect.
Send Buster through it right as John releases 3 bullets into it. And I expect that that glass falls out of the way and Buster makes it through, no problem.
Every action hero needs a shirtless action scene, but head injuries are no joke, so hold on a second. Oh, safe!
That might have been a head injury.
Nah, he's fine. Let's get him up there.
All right.
Up till now, it's been all Buster. But despite the danger,
Hey, if you tip over, I promise I'll try to catch you.
Thanks, man.
we will eventually have a live human in harness for the full-scale testing. And it's either going to be this guy or this guy.
Let's see, it's gonna be the call, and then 3, 2, 1. Action, action. Yep, perfect.
It's a simple setup.
Gun's hot.
As Buster's released, John aims to shoot out the glass with a 9mm.
I am set. This is live fire, so everyone eyes and ears, please.
But will it shatter enough for Buster to fly through unharmed? Let's find out.
Buster through the glass with 3 rounds in 3, 2, 1. Woohoo! That was fantastic.
Well, from what I can see, the first shot goes through, a little bit glass falls out. Second shot goes through, more glass falls out. And as the third shot's going through, Buster goes, bah! And he smashes through it.
Man, this was great. Nice, man. Ooh, there's your first shot.
One.
I think that first bullet really compromised the whole structural integrity. I don't think we need that many bullets.
Achieving a one-shot shatter isn't crucial to the myth, but it's tempting to see if it
Single bullet with Buster test. Yippee-ki-yay in 3, 2, 1. Oh.
I think there could have been a pause between the pull and the shoot.
Yeah, this glass seems like it just completely fell away before Buster had a chance to make it.
Yep, the glass shatters just fine after one shot. But this little sideline experiment highlights the need for split-second timing.
It's like the last bit of glass falls and it just goes, woo! This is just a timing issue.
But if the timing's too late, our stunt hero, and that'll be one of these two, could be cut to ribbons. As a timely reminder of how ugly that would be, here's Buster once more with no bullets and no pre-shatter.
Cannonball in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, that looked like that hurt.
It sounded like it hurt too.
It was just like, ooh, go, go.
Yeah, that is not a soft landing.
I think you said it. This was like a car crash. So, bolt through a glass before someone goes through it.
Definitely. We know that 3 bullets has no problem shattering skyscraper glass. We know that 1 bullet has no problem shattering skyscraper glass either. And we also know that swinging through a pane of skyscraper glass with no bullets looks like the most painful amusement park ride ever. And if our action hero is gonna do that, he's just gonna get a mouthful of glass.
The glass broke, but I don't think you'd be holding onto your gun.
This glass is tough. The bullets made quick work of it. Buster had no problem swinging through, but he had a perfect arc. The part of this myth we need to test next is how exactly do you jump off the top of the building, swing around, ready to shoot at that glass, movie hero style.
John and Brian are testing 3 popular cures for onion tears.
That one's pretty potent. Your eyes are a little red and they're glistening like a princess.
I always wanted to be a pretty princess.
You know, in order to test this myth, we're gonna need a lot of these onions. And that means a lot of eyeballs.
Yeah, I like where you're going with this. I think if we bring in volunteers, we'll have a much larger sample size, and if we don't have to do it, I think my eyeballs thank you.
You're welcome. We need to keep the amount of onion and the amount of onion tear cure, though, consistent.
So it sounds like we need isolated chambers for each part, some kind of onion chopping chamber.
That sounds like a rig. I think that's gonna be the easy part, though. Good luck finding volunteers.
To maintain consistency through the upcoming trial by onion,
So,
how's that?
Oh, yeah.
The boys are constructing a one-off contraption to funnel the fumes.
Essentially, what we're building is a couple boxes linked together with a piece of ducting and an extractor fan. Stay. Now, while Brian builds the box which you stick your head into, I'll be putting the finishing touches on the onion chopping box, which, for the most part, is airtight.
So why do we need an onion mulching machine to do this test? Well, we need to control a couple of variables. We need to make sure that our volunteers are given the same amount of onion and the same amount of cure each time.
Onion! It'll hold up, I think.
I like it, man.
The apparatus is duly christened.
All right.
And then given a test run.
There's a little tear.
Oh, there's another one coming. This guy's got one.
I've never seen him tear before. Oh, man. Our rig is working perfectly. We got onions, we got fumes. The only thing missing now is the volunteers.
Volunteers who have no idea what they signed up for.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming today.
Here at Mythbusters, we are continually on the cutting edge of scientific breakthroughs.
With your help, we're going to be testing whether or not there's an effective defense against the painful effects of
onions! So, prepare your hearts, minds, and eyeballs, because it's time to suit up.
It's also time to establish the ground rules.
How long do our volunteers have to suffer their torture? Well, 3 minutes, because that's about how long a reasonable person would be cutting up onions in their kitchen.
Please take a seat right on this stool, and I'm gonna gently lower this box over your head.
After each test, we're gonna ask our volunteers to score their experience. They're gonna rank it between 0 and 5, with 0 being, I didn't even know there's onions around, and 5 being, ah, why?
First up is a control test with no relief whatsoever.
Oh, you're getting it?
Oh, there he goes. Look, he's turning a little red.
This gives each contestant a baseline pain score.
It's like you want to touch your eyes so bad, but you can't.
It's okay to cry.
It's my party. I can cry if I want to.
The pattern of laughter and tears persists.
Are there tears yet?
Oh, I think there
they're
might be some tears. It's okay, don't be sad. Science is fun.
That up.
He's laughing at our onions, John.
How are you holding up?
Just keep going.
Okay, just keep going. Roger that.
Quick eyesight test. How many onions am I holding up?
5.
5. That's not good. It's pretty bad.
Pretty bad. That's good.
Remember the feeling. You'll need to write it down.
Onion mulching machine.
They all hang on for the full 3 minutes.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fresh air.
Wow.
All right, John. Scores from the baseline test are in.
Perfect. I mean, I saw a lot of pink eyes and a lot of tears, so I'm expecting some pretty high numbers.
Remember, 5 is maximum discomfort, and 0 is none at all.
5.
Okay.
3.
Surprising one. Tough cookie.
5.
Right.
4. 5. 4.
That's not bad.
It's about what you expect. All right. Let's see if the numbers get any lower on the remedy tests.
Seems like a good time to reflect on the words of Will Rogers. An onion can make people cry.
Oh, yeah.
But there's never been a vegetable that could make you laugh.
You guys are evil.
So far, the myth of the skyscraper swing is holding up.
Geronimo!
Seems like they could pull off a 2-story rope jump.
That actually didn't look too bad.
And shooting out a window works fine if the timing is right.
He was still swinging and hit some of the glass that was falling out, so it's still falling as he smashed through it.
But to properly test this movie trope in real life, they'll need a live-action hero from here on in.
I got her.
That's why Brian and I are about to have a long jump competition to see which one of us can jump the furthest to give this myth the best chance.
It may seem really strange, but John and I both really want to do this jump. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, even with all the risks. He's working out pretty hard, but I got the leg length. I think I got this one.
Brimming with self-belief,
Hey!
Brian sets an underwhelming benchmark.
I'm gonna give you your further foot where the heel is. Here we go. I'm gonna run in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, very nice.
Oh man, I forgot to roll. Oh, hey! And the results of our long jump competition are Brian with 81 inches and John, that's me, with 133 inches. Now, the theory with the long jump is the further out horizontally I go, the smoother the swing of my arc will be and the slower my downward acceleration will be. So, less jarring. Well, that's what we're banking on anyway.
So they've got their jumper. And up on the roof is a man who can give him the right kind of push.
When we tell you that we're professionals and not to try this at home, the professionals are usually John and I. But in this case, we've brought in Hollywood stunt coordinator Kyle Weissart and all his equipment. The reason is John's life is at risk with this jump. So we have Kyle here to be our expert and make sure everything goes smooth.
First up, Kyle's testing John's head for heights with a crash course in basic rappelling.
Hold that line like you were.
Right.
And hang in your harness.
I think I was afraid of everything when I was younger.
Now you're a real man?
No.
But you play one on TV.
That's right.
Let's do
Oh,
it.
I like that. Okay.
So go ahead and let some line out.
Okay.
It's right about now that Brian might be grateful he lost the long jump.
The main thing here is John's gonna get that experience he needs to run up and actually jump off the ledge of a building. That's kind of difficult.
Give a nice big push out. Try and get maybe like 10 feet down and give her a stop.
Bye. Oh, I don't think that was 10 feet.
That was like 5.
Oh, lame. All right.
Gonna have to do that again.
Which apparently won't be a problem. John's getting the hang of this.
Woo! Is that 10 feet?
There you go. That's 10 feet.
John's having the time of his life here. Don't blame him.
So now that you've gotten some confidence up with the basic rappel, we've now switched you over to a version of our belay system. So, and this is
Which means things will get a lot more physical.
This is exciting. Okay, I got this little harness on, but what exactly are we doing right now?
Kyle's transitional solution to give John more distance is what he calls a gold tail rig.
Yeah, that seems nice.
Yeah.
It should afford John an extra 10 feet of rope and lessen the chances of snapping his spine.
As you run and hit that jump, it starts pulling one part through the gold tail, then the next part through the gold tail, and the next part, and each time adding more friction, and having this progressive decel is actually going to really help smoothly transition you from your jump and fall into a nice big swing.
I really like the sound of that.
John will now have to run off the roof and twist in midair.
What I would recommend is that you keep left hand on the line.
Copy.
Right hand on your gun.
Yeah.
You don't want to be looking for that thing midair.
If John can pull it all together,
All right, Ryan, you set?
he should have the hang time to squeeze off a shot or 3.
And 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, boy!
John!
Yeah?
That was a great spin!
I think I got all the bad guys.
Not too bad for a dry run.
Go!
But there's plenty of twists and turns still to come.
It's time to give you a gun.
Yeah!
So far, 6 volunteers have each spent 3 miserable minutes in the Onion Chamber of Doom
I can do this.
to establish a baseline response.
What we're looking for in our testing of this myth is no irritation of the eyes. That's no pain, swelling, tearing, no nothing.
And the first old wives' tale they're testing?
Chewing gum. The idea is that when you chew gum, it forces you to breathe through your mouth, which causes less irritation to the lacrimal glands, which are responsible for creating tears. Less irritation, less tears. Welcome back.
Ready for another rodeo?
Wait.
I'm gonna offer you some gum, as much as you'd like.
What are you trying to say?
Let's do it.
Fans on!
Don't stop chewing.
Josh rated his control test discomfort at the maximum number of 5. So he's hoping for some improvement.
How you holding up?
Doing good. You guys are evil.
Like halfway between crying and laughing.
It's called onion madness.
All right, we're at the halfway point. How you doing?
All right.
You burning?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you are?
Oh, wow. Straight to twitchy eyes.
Not helping.
Was that not helping?
Not helping.
For Eric, at least, the gum was no miracle cure.
You feel that.
You feel it?
My breath won't stink, but I definitely felt my eyes burning.
And with that, it's time to check the scores.
All right, we have a 3, a 4, a 5, a 2, a 3, and a 4.
That's all over the board, but they're still high numbers.
In fact, the chewing gum average score isn't a whole lot better than the control test. So they're ready for treatment number 2.
These next onions, fresh out of the freezer.
Now, how can freezing an onion prevent tears? Well, when you cut an onion, enzymes release propanethyl S oxide. If you don't release that gas because it's frozen and there's no enzyme activity, no tears.
Well, that's the theory. There's plenty of people who swear this works wonders.
You ready?
Let's do it.
The onion feels cold, but it's not cutting any differently.
It's starting to hit me a little bit.
I think last time around this point, you already had some tears going.
It's a slow burn. It's a slow burn.
Hey, John.
Yeah?
She looks like she's holding out a little better.
They're watery, but no tears.
Ultimate chopping championships. Are you ready? Smell it! Oh no!
Oh, she's already down to one eye.
That is a lot of blinking.
You guys are jerks.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fresh air.
How was that?
That was actually a little better. It didn't get worse and worse as the time went by.
The results? Well, they're slightly better than chewing gum.
3, 2.5, 3, 4, 3, and 2.5.
Still, the frozen onion remedy falls a long way short of the total relief they're looking for.
We got some interesting results for the onions out of the freezer. I think we actually noticed that there's a slower ramp up to their eyes burning, and when it did get up there, it just stayed kind of steady instead of getting worse and worse and worse.
Onions fresh from the freezer? Well, based on what our volunteers showed us, I don't think that's the remedy.
All right, Brian, if anything goes wrong, I'll give you the hand signal.
An essential part of being a Mythbuster is a willingness to learn new skills.
Oh my God!
Today, it's rappelling, and John really has got the hang of it.
It was dope. You know, I think I did a pretty good job, but apparently insurance doesn't want me swinging through the air while shooting a real gun.
Are you surprised by that?
I'm more disappointed, but I totally understand. But that's why we need a system completely remote that I can trigger while I'm swinging right to the glass so I don't smash my face into it.
In fact, John's already hatched a plan.
Something like this.
Using a suction cup frame and a modified paintball gun that shoots marbles to smash the glass. The frame that holds the gun sticks right on the window, so the marble can be safely fired from point-blank range.
That's pretty.
Yeah.
That holds well?
Yeah, I didn't even put in the bottom suction cup, and it's got no problem pulling, right? Because the leverage is going this way.
Excellent.
But it's, look at that. It's pretty sturdy.
And here's the really clever part. Brian's remotely rigged up a dummy gun to the marble gun, meaning John still gets to swing and shoot.
So, that trigger is hooked to this servo, which is hooked to that trigger, which means that if you pull that right now, this'll fire.
Like right now?
Right now.
Ooh!
Keep pulling it.
The proxy pistol concept works perfectly.
Awesome. This is great.
Now to see if their glass-smashing gizmo is all it's cracked up to be.
All right. This is our remote-controlled glass-breaking rig. It's a marriage between my suction cup mount and Brian's glass ball shooting gun. And what it's mounted to is the exact same thickness of tempered glass we'll be using for the final test. We want to make sure that this glass ball actually shoots through this pane of glass so that when I come careening through it, I don't smash my face on it. Okay, glass breaker test with glass ball in 3, 2, 1. The marble shot through the glass, and then the rig fell off, but left the glass perfectly intact.
Not a total success, since the glass didn't fall away. But Brian thinks going full scale with a much bigger pane will make all the difference.
The bigger the pane, the weaker the glass, the heavier the person, the less the problem.
This'll be great. Well, our glass breaking system works because all the glass is broken. But you may have noticed, even though we shattered the glass, it didn't collapse. And that's because it's in a smaller sheet versus those larger sheets where it's just so heavy, it'll collapse under its own weight.
They've learned all they can from the small scale.
I think he's worried.
Now to see if that translates even remotely to a full-scale swing and shatter.
Go!
So far, 6 volunteers have rated the effectiveness of 2 mythical cures for stinging onion eyes. First, chewing gum.
Do you think the gum helped at all?
No.
And then freezing the onions.
They're watery, but no tears.
Oh, wow, that seems like a pretty good improvement. Come on over. Please take a chair. This test is spritzing the onions with lemon juice to see if it stops you from getting tears.
Okay.
Now, how is that meant to prevent the burning and the red eyes? Well, lemon juice contains acid in the form of citric acid. That's gonna neutralize the enzyme that makes the gas that makes the tears. No enzyme, no tears.
Lemon juice!
All right, clock's on. Here we go.
They're pumping lemon juice through a sprinkler hose and spritzing as they go.
You getting that lemon juice on there, B-Rye?
Oh, I'm staying right under the lemon juice.
Spritz with a little lemon juice. Full chop.
He looks pretty happy. I want to see tears.
Yeah.
I like lemon.
She loves lemon.
All right.
Yeah, I don't see any tears or any real pink happening in the eyes.
Look at that. He's opening his eyes wide.
I know. She's going like this.
She's challenging us.
Hey, look, you're doing all right. How's it going in there?
I'm fine.
That's impressive.
And that is all, folks.
There's a incredible noticeable difference. There's like no pink in your eyes at all.
I know. I didn't even smell onions.
Really?
Wow.
Word of mouth is good, but how did they rate the lemon juice cure from 0 to 5?
1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0.
Well, that's our first 0 of the day, and plus all those other ones, I'd call this a real result.
Well, these numbers are significantly lower than the control, so I'd say lemon juice had to have an effect. I mean, freezing onions and chewing gum, not so much, but lemon juice, I'd have to say that's plausible.
Me too.
Chewing gum and frozen onions are busted, but lemon juice is definitely plausible, with one obvious drawback.
I kind of wonder, though, with the lemon juice on the onions, do they even still taste like onions?
I guess there's only one way to find out. Oh!
That's not good.
Oh!
It's like a crunchy lemon.
Oh my gosh. Yep. It just tastes like lemons.
On that slightly sour note, our volunteers are thanked.
Your sacrifices have helped enhance mankind's culinary knowledge.
And to help you remember the amazing time you had with us, we have a parting gift for each and every one of you. Your very own bag of onions. So, here you go. Oh, just pass these out.
You know, John, we had a lot of fun testing this myth this week, and I learned one thing for sure.
What?
We're gonna smell like onions for 2 years.
That's, yeah.
The boys reveal a surefire cure they've so far kept under wraps.
Ta-da!
But it's strictly a last resort.
Look! No tears!
Yeah! I don't think normal people have one of these in their kitchen!
What?
What?
What? We're testing the Hollywood movie trope that a good guy, with nowhere else to go but off the roof of a building, will take a leap of faith and grab onto some kind of rope or fire hose or something. And as he's swinging back, shoot through a window, come crashing through it, and land perfectly safe back inside the building. Geronimo!
To get this far, they've determined an action hero could survive a 2-story jump and jolt.
Here we go. Get to the car. To the car, Buster.
John's also practiced some mid-air sharpshooting. But for safety, they've built their own suction cup marble gun to break the glass.
That's pretty solid.
Now it's all up to John, and he's still on a steep learning curve.
Oh my God.
A little bit of prayer halfway down?
No, it was me swearing.
We need to get all of this safety equipment on you that will protect you against the glass and get you used to doing the jump in all of this equipment. I said you feel like a superhero. Let's see if you can jump like one.
Oh yeah, we'll see what happens. Assume the position.
With John's well-being the main concern,
Is it too late to go to the bathroom?
Yeah.
it's also decided they'll stick with the belay harness instead of the rope for final testing.
Go!
The belay rig's gonna allow John to have a much smoother arc to his jump than he would have with that fixed length of rope.
John!
What?
He said you need more practice.
Yeah?
He's gonna have someone at the end controlling the tension and slack, making a nice, beautiful arc.
You want to try and jump into the next parking lot.
Oh, I can do that.
You don't need to jump down there. Gravity does that.
With just that fixed line, he'd have a sudden jolt and then bounce over, which for our hero isn't so bad because in this myth, he only has to make that jump once.
How was that?
Looks like he's honing it in.
Yeah.
Go! But John's gonna have to learn how to do it just right, which means over and over again. So to protect his spine, we're gonna let him use Kyle's belay rig every time.
I think that was pretty straight.
I believe John just got promoted to action hero.
I think so.
With that upgrade, they up the degree of difficulty to see if John can stick a landing. That calls for a small mountain of rubber and cardboard.
Go!
I'm good.
How'd that feel, man?
That was awesome. I think I'm definitely shooting the window, landing flat across it, landing soft. It's good to go, man.
I don't know how I feel about saying this, but it's time to give you a gun.
Yeah!
With the elements all falling into place, they set up a big paper target for John to aim at. The same size as the skyscraper window.
It may seem kind of silly to score paper before jumping through it, but ends up with 2 layers of paper here and the flexibility, this could be more dangerous than that glass for John to go through. These little score marks, that makes it nice and safe.
And just to see if that mid-air snapshot is feasible, John's taking this jump armed with a paintball gun.
I'm finally about to do a 10-foot run-up off the roof with my firearm swinging into a giant paper target to see if I can put every one of the things I learned to the test. I'm feeling the adrenaline.
You better figure out the accuracy here. It's glass after this.
Copy.
John threw the paper accuracy test in 3, 2, 1, go.
In their bid to try the skyscraper swing movie trope for real,
Oh, that looked like that hurt.
Buster's been mothballed. The stuntman du jour is flesh and blood John Lund. And this is his final test jump, hopefully right through a target.
John threw the paper accuracy test in 3, 2, 1, go.
Perfect. John not only smashed through the target, but got off a few rounds beforehand.
Well, I didn't see any stray balls. Every single one pulls straight down a line, perfectly hit.
Gun safe. I'm good.
We're looking for accuracy with that live paintball gun, and his shot right down the line in the middle of the target.
It's crunch time. While John sweats off the pounds,
Looks toasty, buddy.
Yeah.
the window is carefully anchored into position. All that remains is to hook up the suction-attached marble shooter. But Kyle still sees a safety snag.
We have John too far out. When he pulls that trigger and the timing's on him, we actually have a pretty good risk of some pieces of glass being too active and dropping as he's swinging through, creating kind of a situation where he might get injured. So I'm gonna have to pull the plug on that one and pull the glass myself.
Kyle's timing will have to be spot on, so John doesn't crash through an unbroken window.
There we go, we'll be able to.
And here's how the new plan is going down.
Behind me is a large pane of glass attached in a solid window frame, just like a skyscraper. At the top of it is a pair of vice grips attached to a rope coming down to Kyle. Kyle's gonna yank that rope, breaking the glass at the perfect time, so that John gets the perfect swing through the glass.
Everyone's quiet and focused, and honestly, it has me pretty nervous for John right now, but I think he's in good hands.
Let's do it.
They've done all they can to ensure John's success and his safety.
All of my training, the rigging, the setup, and everything the team has done so far has led to this one moment.
It's fair to say that by now, John knows the ropes. But this time, there's 200 pounds of quarter-inch thick glass in the mix.
Let's do it before this becomes all fog.
Guys, so we're going for the real deal. Everything goes on go.
All right, John, you set up there? You feel confident?
Yeah.
John, through the glass, Hollywood style, in 3, 2, 1, go!
We're good! Woo!
He nailed it. As per the myth, he ran off the roof, spun, pulled out a stunt pistol, and swung smoothly through the falling glass.
You see that stuff? I came swinging down and I was like, that glass ain't broke. And I was like, well, and it went boom, right as I was right up near it. It shattered, I went right through, and it was probably the coolest thing I have ever done in my life.
The timing was incredible.
Thank you guys so much.
No problem.
And obviously everyone else. But yeah, that was awesome. Holy moly.
This was a neat myth to test. What do you think?
Well, let's break it down. Even though Kyle broke the glass, I'm pretty sure we proved that you can comfortably get off a few shots mid-swing to crack the window.
Yeah, you had no problem shooting that window square on, and you went through the glass safely.
Yeah, the only real doubt is whether the actual jolt from an inflexible rope versus our belay rig would throw my rhythm off.
Yeah, Buster survived his two-story rope fall pretty well, so I'm tempted to call it plausible.
Me too. Totally plausible. So, how do we get down from here?
Do you have any rope?
No rope. You got a phone?
Yeah, it's downstairs.
I see.
On this red-hot episode of Mythbusters.
So your toilet's clogged. Ready? You try plunging it, no good. That is a plunger-resistant clog. But then you see it, your salt shaker. Whatever we do has to push that blockage either farther down that pipe or pull it out. What are you to do?
Well, if we're to believe one particular explosive plumbing myth, drop a molten salt bomb.
3, 2, 1.
That was violent.
And
ready, player lung. Oh, I'm in my own video game!
We're testing the myth that you can perform a task just as well from the first-person perspective as you can from the third person, like in a video game, but in real life.
And in a boss-level finale...
All right, alien scum.
It's not just the myth that's pushed to the limit.
Dizzy as Nope. I cannot do this, buddy.
Dude, blast him!
I am. They're camping the square. I'm gonna try to take the high road.
Oh, you could have got him if you saw him coming. That's why I say you should switch to third person. We can see more.
Hate third person. First person's more realistic.
I feel like third person is just as effective as first person.
Maybe in video games, but in real life, we'll have to see.
Yeah, you're right. But before we get to testing, we should blast this guy!
I am!
Eat it, noobs.
It's a classic gaming dilemma. Which is best, first-person or third-person perspective? Fans of third-person would have us believe that whether you're saving the world from invading aliens or racing a supercharged vehicle, it's going to be easier with a wider field of vision. But could third-person POV actually be a more effective perspective in real life? The Mythbusters gear up to find out if it's a go or a heck no.
First person versus third person perspective. What do you think?
I think we need to find the elements of our life that are going to shift perspective when we do.
I mean, even things you might take for granted, like depth perception, reaction time, manual dexterity.
Sounds like the perfect list for us to start with on small scale.
Before Brian and John start testing, they'll need a third-person camera rig to provide an out-of-body point of view IRL. For the noobs, that's in real life.
So, camera up the top goes to a transmitter. Transmitter goes out to the video headset and to the screen so we can see what you're seeing on here.
Great, let's try it out.
Yeah? Come over this way.
No! So back, camera up slightly. Up,
Wait,
good.
this is gonna be our
Down.
ground position?
Oh, wait, no, that's good. That's good. Oh, I'm in my own video game!
Later, they'll upgrade to a roving camera rig. But a single static image will provide the third-person POV they need for the shop tests.
Oh! Oh, no, you punched yourself in the face.
Let the games begin.
To test video game perspectives in real life, we're gonna need a real-life video game stage. I'd like to welcome you to the Mythbusters headquarters turned military compound overrun by aliens.
The first level of the Mythbusters real-life video game is a test of depth perception across 3 stages. Player 1, ready.
Here we go. The first one is taking this grappling hook. Nope.
Good thing they're not real-life grenades.
And hooking 3 individual crates of grenades back to the starting point. Oh, yeah.
That's 2.
I got a free action cam, too.
And that's 3. Once we've retrieved those cases, we're gonna put our grenades to work by attempting to take out 3 alien sentry posts.
Oh, snap. Boom. And done. With all the aliens defeated, our last objective will be to grab 3 of these science tubes scattered all over the map with this extending arm grabber and put them into our biohazard container, blowing this place to smithereens.
Nope.
1.
2.
Oh, no!
Okay. Bring it in. Ugh. Timing.
Woo!
And that's in first person.
Player 2, ready.
With each task needed to be completed in full before moving to the next one,
Yeah!
we're gonna be able to use time as our metric
Oh, yeah!
to compare first person to third person
Woo! Here we go.
when it comes to depth perception challenges.
So Brian wins bragging rights for the first-person run. But remember, these times are just a baseline to measure their third-person performance against. Now, to repeat the level,
Let's see, we have picture and we have picture.
this time from a third-person POV.
Awesome.
Player 1, ready. Player 2, ready.
Here we go.
Let the third-person mayhem commence.
Slightly more difficult the second time around.
But first, when you gotta go, you gotta go. But what do you do when you can't? Unable to unclog his blocked toilet with a conventional plunger, an amateur scientist instead turned to the contents of his kitchen cupboards and physics. The now desperate dude superheated a cup of table salt to melting point, then tipped the red-hot liquid into the toilet bowl and blasted the blockage free. But is plumbing with a molten salt bomb actually effective or plain mentally defective?
So, unclogging toilets with molten salt.
Yeah, apparently this guy thought it was a clever technique. I say it's worth giving it a shot.
Putting the plumbing into science.
Or possibly the stupidity into plumbing.
We're all used to seeing salt on our kitchen table. It's a solid, it's powdery, it's sodium and chloride, and it dissolves readily in water. But what we don't think about is when salt is a liquid. You apply enough heat to it, like any rock, in the case of salt, 1,747 degrees, and you get a liquid. So why don't I show you that?
Transforming salt from solid to liquid requires a slow transfer of a lot of thermal energy. And when the liquid salt hits cold water and resolidifies, this energy will transfer again, but this time much faster and with explosive effect.
We don't know exactly how volatile molten salt is in water, so I've built us a Go-Go Mythbuster arm extension rig so that we can pour it from a safe distance. I mean, like a real safe distance.
Brian and John's first task is to gauge the magnitude and nature of the reaction between water and molten salt.
All right, cut it.
So they've evicted the Mythbusters goldfish to stage a small-scale test in their tank.
And then, this is our molten salt rig. First, Brian will put salt in this crucible, which will go into our furnace powered by propane, which will heat it up to a very, very substantial temperature. Then, when it's ready, of course, with safety equipment, he will take these tongs, take the crucible out, and put it into our Go-Go Mythbuster arm extending rig, which we will sweep over to the water and dump from the safety of our blast shield. All right, I'm gonna clear the area.
All right, I'm gonna melt some salt.
Be safe.
It's molten.
In 3, 2, 1.
That sounded like a gunshot.
That did sound like a gunshot.
It's an impressive blast in real time. And viewed at 25,000 frames per second, the unfolding physical reaction gets even more interesting.
Wow, that is legit molten salt. It is pouring out like a liquid.
That's beautiful. Oh, wow, look at that. The second it hits, it's just exploding.
Snap.
The gunshot sound is actually a supersonic shockwave. It's caused when water enters cracks in the surface of the molten salt and flash vaporizes into steam, expanding to 1,800 times its volume, faster than the speed of sound.
When that molten salt hit that water, there was that sudden bam, and it was so much more explosive than I expected. That's a ton of energy. This myth's getting interesting.
But while the explosion was dramatic, it released most of its energy at the water's surface. No good for clearing a blocked toilet.
So I'm thinking we raise this up so that the salt has more momentum and gets deeper into the water.
So we see something cooler further down?
Exactly.
Dope, let's do it. There it is.
Yeah.
Seems legit.
Is it a spoonful of salt that helps the medicine go down?
You good?
Yep.
Molten salt test in 3, 2, 1. Oh, it definitely went deeper.
I heard boom, boom.
This time, the explosive reaction seemed staggered.
Look at that. It's
wow.
Beautiful. Oh, wow.
And to have reached deeper into the tank. But by how much?
What's real interesting to me is like each time as it makes that vapor, it's a void for it to fall farther down, blowing up another bubble of water.
But the reaction still only penetrates halfway to the bottom of the tank. So the guys decide to try again.
Ooh.
For this test, the salt will not only fall from a greater height, but there'll be more of it.
Okay, get behind cover. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. That was like thunder.
A larger cupful of molten salt equals a bigger explosion. But when viewed in super slow motion, it's clearly not just a singular blast.
It actually looks like multiple discrete explosions happening in a row.
It's like an explosion, it blows the water out of the way, it falls into the void, it explodes again, it falls into the next void. What I think's going on there is called the Leidenfrost effect.
So what exactly is the Leidenfrost effect? And how does it apply to the mythical molten salt bomb? This crazy physical phenomenon has previously enabled the Mythbusters to perform a seemingly superhuman feat.
One human hand in molten metal. That's freaky. You can feel the water boiling against your fingers. You can feel that right there.
Let me demonstrate what happens when you apply water to a hot plate. It simply boils away. The water turns into steam. It's 1,800 times the volume, but it just poof, and it's gone. Hot plate has now gone from hot to extra hot. Note the difference with the water. This is significantly hotter than it was before, but this bubble in the middle is protected by a layer of steam underneath it that insulates it, so it's staying nice and cool, and it's kind of like our molten salt going into that aquarium. Super hot salt, layer of steam, and then all that water.
In the last test, the insulating effect of a steam vapor layer is clearly visible, allowing the molten salt to fall 1/3 of the way into the tank before it flash vaporizes the surrounding water. Several smaller explosions occur as the process repeats and the molten salt continues to fall.
The molten salt's pushing through that vapor and going deeper every time, so it's almost like a boom, 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 all the way down to the center until you run out of salt. We suspect that the Leidenfrost effect is turning our molten salt into essentially a depth charge inside our aquarium. It's going bloonk, releasing energy, bloonk, releasing more energy until it hits the bottom of our tank. That seems like it might be helpful for unclogging toilets.
Coming up.
I see you've stolen gasoline before.
I don't know what you're talking about, John.
The Mythbusters pit the humble toilet plunger
That is actually not bad.
against the clog-shifting power of molten salt.
3, 2, 1.
And in the myth of effective perspective, will third-person POV prove the real-life choice of winners,
I love having this viewpoint.
or just result in Butterfingers?
Uh-oh.
The Mythbusters and video game-inspired fables have a long and digitally distinguished relationship. Continuing that legacy, John and Brian have toggled to the tall tale of effective perspective. Can you perform tasks in the real world just as well from a third-person perspective as a first-person POV?
Depth perception is our ability to determine an object's distance, and our brain does this secretly in our everyday lives by using our 2 eyes. With stereoscopic vision, you can build a triangle to any point and know the distance to it.
But now the guys are switching to a third-person POV and a flat camera image.
Awesome. Are you ready? I'm gonna count you in.
They'll lose the ability to triangulate distance. So how well will their brains adapt?
Underhand, nice and safe. I think this seems the best. Yeah, the bounce back. Oh, so close, man.
So far, both players are having issues finding their range.
Too far. That one returned to you.
And are taking a little longer to find their targets using the flat single camera image. Losing the stereoscopic benefit of 2 eyes is a minor disadvantage.
That's not in the barrel, is it? Nothing but net.
This might take a while. Everyone should get a seat and a cup of tea.
But it doesn't prevent them from
saving the world. Yeah, save the world.
Take that, aliens! Alien invasion squashed.
That's all right. We did a good job. But it was a lot more difficult when you're looking in third person to judge how far things are, because I could not gauge the depth of where those science tubes were.
And this was borne out in both John and Brian's third-person level times.
Yeah, that change in perspective definitely had an effect on how long it took us to do these tasks. So I think it's time to move on to a new skill.
Let's do it.
Next up, the guys test their reaction speeds
We gotta go, Brian!
as they bust into an alien base.
All right, John, I'm gonna hotwire the door panel.
All right.
First up, in first person.
Like any good alien base in a video game, it's got an impenetrable door.
Well, almost impenetrable. If the guys react fast enough to the sequence of lights and push the corresponding button in time, they'll gain access.
I'm gonna get us through this door, Brian. You got it, you got it.
That's it,
I did it! And then we're gonna move on to these very special laser human body probing alien turrets that can only be disarmed
Sucker.
with these highly advanced alien disarming weapons. Oh! Yeah! Oh, snap. After these bad boys are down, there's only one challenge left.
And that's taking out the squad of invading aliens.
Oh, you killed him!
We're gonna be lit up individually for a limited time.
He's down.
So we can take him out with a paintball gun.
Not bad, not bad. He's down. Like it.
That's the baseline. Now for the third-person comparison.
Let the festivities begin. Oh boy.
Initially, the first task seems easier. The wider view is better for spotting which bulb is lit. But the difficulty in locating the button to press offsets that advantage.
Yeah, you did it!
Next up, the slingshots.
This seems regretful.
Here's the thing. Once I hold it up to where the camera is, here we go.
The guys must carefully time their shots to hit each alien sensor as they rotate towards them.
Oh, yeah!
And their reaction times
Oh, snap!
don't seem compromised compared with their first-person runs.
Jeez!
That's despite an awkward technique, one they adapted in order to line up with the camera angle.
All right, man. Take the gun and go.
And it's a similar story for the paintball task.
Shooting a paintball gun in third person versus first person was interesting. That extra field of view you have in third person gives you the advantage of seeing the enemy really quick. Oh, Jesus.
A result reflected in the data. While neither John nor Brian bettered their baseline, their third-person times are in the same alien ballpark. Coming up, the Mythbusters put third-person POV through its paces.
Oh, God.
In a final level showdown full of thrills,
Oh, no!
spills,
Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah! Oh, God!
and extraterrestrial kills.
All right, alien scum. Let's do this. Oh! 3, 2, 1.
The Mythbusters are investigating a tall tale of toilet trouble. Can dropping a molten salt bomb move a bathroom blockage? Thanks to a layer of insulating steam known as the Leidenfrost effect, tank testing looked promising.
Oh, wow.
Whoa. We suspect that the Leidenfrost effect is turning our molten salt into essentially a depth charge inside our aquarium.
But has molten salt really got the game to fix your throne?
Whatever we do has to push that blockage either farther down that pipe or pull it out, and I don't think we can pull it out, so we gotta get that molten salt to turn all that steam to vapor right down here.
Yeah, and the good thing with that Leidenfrost effect is it allows it to go all the way in instead of just exploding at the top.
Yeah, not at the surface, but it also has to get up against the back and bottom to seal, kind of.
Well, I think the next step is to see what kind of forces molten salt and water can actually do.
I agree.
All right, here's what I'm thinking for our test rig. We have a little compartment here for our molten salt, which we can turn from a safe distance away. That'll drop it into a tube full of water that, boop, 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 90s into this thinner tube. Now, the whole idea is if it goes boom, it'll push the water up this tube, allowing us to calculate how much PSI is up there.
I like it. All right, let's go build it.
Great.
Hey, John. You just add the molten salt here, man.
Wow, that clear stuff is sweet.
Ooh.
Ooh.
You wanna go finish the rest before I break it?
Okay.
We saw what pouring molten salt into an aquarium does, and it was impressive. That was a lot of energy. But remember, this myth is about that energy doing some work clearing some pipes, and that's what this rig is about. With a little bit of household plumbing, we can see how all that energy might react with a toilet.
I see you've stolen gasoline before.
I don't know what you're talking about, John.
Just to help us see the water a little bit better.
The pressure gauge is ready to go. Time to find out just how much clog-busting force that molten salt reaction generates.
molten salt in pressure rig in 3, 2, 1.
It's a perfect measure.
Yeah.
The molten salt triggers a steam reaction in the U-bend, which pushes water clear out the top of the smaller measuring tube. So exactly how much pressure was produced?
Now, we did the math and we found out that for every 1 inch down in the 3-inch tube, it goes up 9 inches in the 1-inch tube. And that equates to about 2 psi's worth of pressure to push it all the way up and out.
Is that 2 psi going to do the job? Well, who knows, but that's why every experiment has a standard. And for us, that's a plunger. We can compare that molten salt to the plunger, see just how much work you would do normally clearing your pipes. Let's do it.
All right, okay. How about start with 1 plunge?
1 single plunge.
Yeah, and I'll mark it.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
Ooh, that is actually not bad.
All right.
Next, the triple tap.
Ooh.
And finally, a plunging frenzy.
2 inches above the 3 plunge mark.
I'll take that.
That's pretty impressive. How did our pressure test compare? Well, when using the hand plunger and giving it our best go, we got about 10 inches of head. Head being the total height traveled by our column of water. That gave us about 0.36 psi of pressure. When you compare that to the results from our molten salt, which cleared our tube, we'll call it 54 inches plus, and a result of 2 psi. That 2 psi is 5 times more than the results from our plunger. And that data is real interesting.
So compared with the pressure generated by molten salt, it looks like plungers are for suckers. But coming up,
John Lung, professional toilet clogger.
Will final testing result in an explosive plumbing success?
3, 2, 1.
Or just a big old mess? First, it's time to rack up some more XP in the myth of effective perspective.
Oh, I'm in my own video game.
Is third-person POV as successful in real life as it is in a video game? So far, the Mythbusters' depth perception was hampered.
That one returned to you. This might take a while.
But their reaction times were comparable.
Oh, yeah!
Next up, just how good are our players with their hands? It's a test of manual dexterity.
In order to defeat the oncoming mob of aliens, John and I have 3 tasks left. The first is to build this catapult from these parts in this frame. 1.
I wish I had dramatic action music.
Do.
Nope. Nice and gentle.
All right, assembled.
Start making your bombs.
Then we're gonna move on to this chemistry station,
Wow, this is quite a beautiful bomb.
where we're gonna make silicone dioxide-based explosives with just the right amount of each secret ingredient.
Boom! Aiming mode.
All right, let's do it.
Once these bombs are complete, the entire catapult rig will turn 90 degrees and we will try to launch these bombs into that last bastion of aliens. Launching the bomb in 3, 2, 1.
The scores are in, the baseline laid. Coming up, when it comes to manual dexterity, will a third-person POV prove handy?
How's this one?
Great, that's good.
Or a hindrance?
Uh-oh.
And a massive boss-level finale proves a game-changer for John.
It feels way easier this time.
And a pants-changer for Brian. John and Brian completed the manual dexterity level in first person with relative ease.
Manual dexterity is a measurement of our hands' ability to manipulate objects. That's pretty easy in the first person because we do it every day of our lives.
Here we go.
But move to the third person and our brain has to get a whole new grasp on what our hands are doing.
Ready, player lung.
So that little change might be a lot of work. It might be pretty easy. 3, 2, 1.
And right from the get-go, John hits problems.
Uh-oh. That's unfortunate.
Well, that's over.
From a third-person perspective, some tasks that require fine motor skills seem a little tougher.
I like how you still hold that in front of your face like you're normally looking.
Yeah, right? Bada boom!
That's a catapult.
Done!
But when the camera angle is right, it may be an advantage for others.
I mean, I love having this viewpoint here. This camera is so convenient. And I'm definitely super comfortable inside my little out-of-body experience. Aiming mode!
All right, John, how's this one?
Great! Here we go.
So how will a third-person perspective affect our players' ability to aim with the catapult?
Firing.
Your ammo fell out.
Really?
You missed the ball.
Is this not in? Oh, man! Look at that. Look at that little perspective trick. Here we go. 3, 2, 1!
Good hit! Woo! Here we go.
Boom! Third person high five.
So manual dexterity.
I almost thought I did a great job until I loaded the bomb in the second run in third person and managed to not make it into the bucket, dropping it straight onto the floor, which the last time I checked is not great for bomb making.
No, I thought that was gonna be the easy part, launching the bomb, and then you missed. Should we look at the numbers?
Lay it on me.
All right.
Yep, both Brian and John took far longer to complete the manual dexterity level in third person. So having negatively affected performance in all 3 tests, this myth is on shaky ground. But Brian and John aren't convinced it's busted just yet. One of the biggest takeaways from testing so far is the limitation of their camera rig, and that's given the guys an idea.
The problem with our third-person view in small-scale tests was that, well, the camera was static. But in video games, cameras actually track your movements, giving you new angles and views based on where you move.
And that's a problem that we can fix with some technology. That way we can give third-person POV one last test and take the fight to those retreating aliens.
The new camera is attached to servos which pick up a signal from a motion sensor on the goggles, enabling it to track head movement.
Hey, am I perfect point of view camera? Yes. Is this test gonna be easy? No. All right, now I just need a victim. John.
All right, how's it looking?
You ready for this? Check this out.
What is that?
Hey, John. Hi.
Oh, is that head tracking?
Yeah.
What?
Ask it a question.
Is this for real?
Dude, it's a camera.
Dude, oh, man. Oh, shoot. This totally changes the game. Oh, watch out, sorry. I almost killed you. Whoa! Look at this.
How's that working for you?
Oh, snap. The responsiveness is off the hook. We've gone from stationary rig to mobile rig, and I feel pretty confident moving around. Oh, snap! Bo, I'm a robot now. Actually, I'm a cyborg.
With the new third-person roving camera rig, the Mythbusters real-life video game can level up. For that, the team hits the hills.
We've chased all the aliens out of the Mythbusters headquarters, but we've decided to bring the fight to them. That's why we've tracked them all the way out here into our final real-life video game stage. Who would have thought they were hiding their secret base at a camp-friendly genetic research lab?
The final test for the myth of effective perspective will pit first against third-person POV across 3 distinct skill sets. A high-wire course will test our players' physical prowess. A firing range will put their marksmanship to the test. And an all-terrain vehicle course will compare their driving skills.
The dual-track vehicle shredder. Capable of handling snow, sand, mud, and the occasional alien corpse.
All right, so you're comfortable on it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go shred some aliens.
But first, the lowdown on boss-level strategy.
All right, the first versus third final level. Walk me through the tactical plan.
Here's how we start. Boom, gate. Break and entering, past the alien security guards, and then boop, 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 into the ropes course section, where we'll climb up, do some wire work, do a little rope bridge action, and then zip line to our DTV course. From there, we'll hop on and drive through, hitting some gates with obviously the obligatory air mortars, boom, 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 all the way into our final battle zone, where we'll be running from station to station, picking up
rocket launchers to shoot each individual enemy until we get to the final boss and take him down.
So how are we going to score the final test of this myth? Well, doing something pretty simply. We'll look at the cumulative time across all 3 sections of the course, and then look at the final shooting one and see how many aliens we take out.
So, why were we just standing here?
Upgrade package. We leveled up in small scale.
And you just stand in a field waiting for something to...
Sweet!
All right, John, ready to start.
In 3, 2, 1.
The Mythbusters' initial run will be in first person, AKA using their eyes.
Hey, buddy.
Fierce. You got it.
Brian's making good time so far, but now 30 feet above the ground, stepping out onto the high wire has given him pause.
Oh, oh,
Oh, snap. That seems like it might be helpful for unclogging toilets.
John and Brian have discovered that just 2 tablespoons of molten salt tipped into water generates 5 times more pressure than the humble plunger.
Ooh, ready?
But this myth could yet prove a stinker if dropping a liquid salt bomb fails to unclog the commode. The guys have set up the toilet with a waste pipe.
flushing in 3, 2, 1.
So if the molten salt blasts the blockage free, it'll drain the bowl.
John Lung, professional toilet clogger.
Shove it in there.
All right, this is a new toilet. Right, Brian? Right.
Congratulations, that is a plunger-resistant clog.
We should throw some molten salt in there.
Seems like the only logical next step.
So with bomb dropping time fast approaching, what are the odds it'll shift the stoppage?
Based on our small-scale test, I can't wait to see what happens. Even with just 2 tablespoons of molten salt, we got a pretty big pop. We're putting a whole crucible's worth of salt in there, so it should be a pretty energetic explosion.
What do I think's gonna happen? I think we put the crucible in the holder, turn it, pour it in, that molten salt hits, and bam! That same explosive release we saw earlier in the aquarium, but it's all out of the bowl and none of it down the pipe.
Oh boy. Molten salt and clogged toilet. 3, 2, 1.
That was violent.
It's an impressive explosive reaction and causes the type of carnage that makes clean freaks cringe. But did it blow out the blockage?
Even though the toilet water is very warm, the clog is still very much intact, so we still got a problem. You ready for some beautiful high speed?
Oh, always.
All right, great, here we go.
That is an insane amount of energy.
And the beautiful part is you can see the molten salt continuing to pour into the hole. Whoa! Formed by the explosion from the salt before it.
You mean the Leidenfrost effect?
Yeah, and it's acting like a depth charge, as we saw on the small scale, trying to bust that clog open.
It was like that first one blew out a little bit and you could see some water, and then that next blob fell through it, and then boof!
Molten salt in a toilet in real time? Epic. Molten salt in a toilet in high speed? Ooh, much more revealing. The entire time we've been talking about the Leidenfrost effect, preserving the energy of our molten salt, boom, 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 going all the way down our water into the bottom of our tank. And for our full scale, that's exactly what we saw. Except at that quantity of molten salt, it was much more of an explosion. The first drop hits the top of the water, boom, exploding a large empty cavity, allowing the rest of the molten salt to essentially punch our clog.
Even so, most of the energy from the supersonic shockwave propagates upwards out of the bowl, and the toilet remains blocked. But the guys aren't flushing this myth just yet.
Just need to install our toilet seat.
So for the next test, the lavatory will be lidded.
Ta-da!
But will this redirect enough explosive pressure to shift the stoppage?
Clog.
Same technique as last time.
Yep. So, with the lid closed, I'm expecting a pretty big explosion. Will it unclog the toilet? I don't know. Lid closed, unclogged toilet seat, molten salt in 3, 2, 1. Woo! We slammed the lid shut and I could see like the glowing gap between the seat and the throne. And it just went, goo, and just shot salt out from the side. That was insane. That was a phenomenal explosion. Wow.
Significantly more water in there as well, so it did contain some of the pressure.
But, voila, still clogged.
I thought that was gonna clear the clog. I can't believe it.
I know.
So, despite packing an explosive punch, when it comes to ungumming your plumbing, the verdict on molten salt is clear-cut.
I think the toilet says it all. A clog is a clog is a clog is a clog. And if this is your aftermath, I'd say you should probably wait for the professionals.
Yeah. I gotta say, this one is busted.
Busted?
Oh, this.
The high wire is a test of balance and depth perception.
Nope. I'm done. I'm done.
And at a knee-wobbling 30 feet,
I am dizzy as
it's clear that Brian's struggling.
You're on your way down.
I cannot do this, buddy.
Heights and hirsute Mythbusters have a troubled relationship.
Whoa, that really is quite hairy.
I absolutely hate it.
The Hyneman had several bouts of paralyzing vertigo while on the job.
This is a long way down.
But after a quick consultation with the medic,
my recommendation is I don't think you should be getting up on any kind of heights today.
It turns out vertigo isn't Brian's issue. He's running a fever, meaning it's game over for the big guy. So it's down to John to rid the world of aliens.
3, 2, 1.
And settle the mythical claim that third person is an effective perspective in a real-world environment.
My advice, don't get vertigo.
First up, John must infiltrate the alien base on a high-wire course. Once up top, it's no breeze for John.
What?
But without the crippling dizziness Brian experienced, he keeps it together.
You like that?
I like that.
I call it the human bridge.
And gets through stage 1. Next, it's on to the shredder for a driving assault on the evil extraterrestrial defenses.
Woo! Final level, first-person run-through. Oops. Can I do it? Probably. Oh, yeah. How fast can I do it? Bye. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. We're good.
With the base's defenses breached, it's time to take out the alien boss and his henchmen in a blazing bazooka shootout.
Oh, yeah. All right, alien scum. Let's do this.
Having shot up 2 of the boss's sidekicks, but missed the other 2.
Okay, here's where it counts, kiddo.
It's down to a showdown with the big guy.
Yeah! First person, baby! Woo!
It took John 15 minutes and 17 seconds to rid the world of the alien scourge. And in the final shootout, he took down 3 out of 5 aliens. Creditable marksmanship.
cummerbund in place.
So, how will his abilities be affected with a third-person perspective? Time to strap into the new and improved roving camera rig and find out.
Can I do it? Oh, God. Here we go. Oh, boy. I don't know.
Is a third-person perspective really as effective as it is in a video game?
I don't know.
Well, let's find out.
All right, in 3, 2, 1.
Holy moly.
The camera is tracking with John's head movements, the image typical for a video game third-person perspective.
Camera holding steady?
So far, so good. Okay.
But is this really a useful point of view in the real world?
Okay. Here we go. Oh, yeah. All right. Woo! Here we go. Holy moly. Oh, commit. Yeah. It feels way easier this time. I can see it. Yes, sir, I can see it. Oh, steady. There we go. High-fived. That's to you, camera.
The first part of the rope section went well. His time so far on par with his first-person baseline.
The problem is I can't really look down. So this is gonna be a side scroller.
But the bridge section isn't so easy.
Oh boy. Oh. Oh. Here we go. Oh God.
All right, get your tiny feet on those faraway boards, John. You can do it.
Before, when I was on the tightrope, if I listed back or forward, my view would match. But now it's totally making me more dizzy or more uncoordinated than it would have been before.
What happens when you lean forward in your vision?
I'm leaning this way. I'm leaning, oh God.
So, third-person perspective turns from a help to a hindrance, and John drops some time.
Oh God, even climbing this thing is hard. I got it. Dub. On to fight another day. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, it's like my head's been knocked off. Oh boy.
Up next, the driving stage and the shredder. But John isn't exactly shredding it. Once again, the disorienting effects of a third-person POV are an issue.
Here we go! Yeah! What up, son?
The lack of depth perception means he's forced to crouch to keep balance, and to a crawl to keep from a fall. Still, he's not enjoying it.
High knees. Can't see the terrain.
So heading into the shootout showdown, John's down on time.
We in business now, here we go.
But does the third-person perspective help him with his aim?
Okay, I'm in business now.
Can he beat his score of 3?
Oh, come to daddy. Oh, yeah, okay. Where's this guy? All right, here we go. Oh, here we go. Okay.
Nope.
Okay, I think you're over here.
Nope again.
Oh, yeah.
But John's got one last chance to save the planet. And the alien boss is UFO-obliterated.
Woo!
Well done, sir. Think you got him.
Yeah, thanks. Although, seriously, third person, super difficult. Not just this one, all of it.
Well, only one thing left to do. Let's go add up the scores.
Even with a roving rig, the lack of depth perception afforded by the third-person POV was telling, and both John's time and aim were significantly compromised.
All right, how do we do?
You took almost twice as long, and you hit 3 guys your first time. What this time, dude? I think it's pretty clear.
Busted.
Absolutely busted. I'm gonna stick to my eyes. They seem better in general.
Okay, you're part of Mythbusters team now. You stay here, we'll go get help.